A humanoid visage, cloaked in thick brown fur, has appeared across various television channels worldwide. This towering entity possesses a pair of ebony eyes, a flat nose, and a broad mouth, adorned in metallic armor yet devoid of a helmet. Raising its clawed hand in a gesture of greeting towards the audience. With a heavy accent, it articulates the same message in multiple languages from different nations. Earthlings, in accordance with cosmic law, the Gake civilization hereby declares jurisdiction over your world. We shall ensure the safety of your home planet for a brief moment in time. Yet thereafter, the fate of humanity will rest entirely in your hands. Humanity, your civilization has reached the threshold of this grand game. Engage in it, and earn the right to join the races of the vast universe. Subsequently, it presents an array of perplexing schematics for a duration of 50 seconds, which even the most superficial electronics enthusiasts recognize as utter nonsense. The diagrams depicted are fundamentally unfeasible. Even the most gullible viewers comprehend that what they are witnessing is merely an actor in a costume awkwardly promoting a computer game. This abrupt interruption of television dramas and sporting events by such an advertisement incited widespread discontent, with irate viewers inundating the television station's complaint hotline. Authorities threatened to impose severe repercussions on the hacker responsible. Television personnel endeavored tirelessly to halt the airing of this ludicrous advertisement. Information security experts employed various methods to identify the source of the signal, claiming they had preliminarily traced the hacker's whereabouts. Although the hacker remained elusive, the advertisement ceased a few weeks later, much to everyone's relief. Thus, one of the most significant events in human history concluded amidst this aimless, fragmented farce. Despite its widespread viewership, scarcely anyone truly believed it. 1 year and 7 months later, indeed, we are aware of the risks involved, as well as the illegality of our actions. We fully understand that organizing gaming competitions, particularly those involving wagering, will lead to expulsion from school if discovered. Yet, we chose to take this gamble. It is challenging to articulate why it all began with me and 2 roommates organizing a competition in our dormitory solely for monetary gain. However, we found ourselves unable to stop the allure of adrenaline, excitement, respect, and personal interest became our motivations, overshadowing the monetary aspect. We recognized that as the scale of the competitions expanded and participation increased, evading the scrutiny of the school, police, and security forces would become increasingly arduous. With the assistance of a classmate specializing in information security, we employed every means necessary to safeguard the anonymity of our participants. Friends frequently urged me to reconsider. It was time to quit. The next competition should be the last. Yet, one event followed another. The PvP competitions among universities in Yinjing commenced last Saturday at noon and continued until 5 o'clock on Monday morning. Out of 8,000 players, only 32 advanced to the finals. I was among them. Unlike my roommates, who solely handled network deployment, traffic encryption, and betting logistics, I often personally engaged in battles. I frequently emerged victorious, earning substantial prizes. Yet, I never resorted to cheating or employing any unfair tactics. Armed with a powerful graphics card and processor, a thorough understanding of game maps and weaponry, and, most importantly, my own dexterous hands and keen intellect, I required no other means to secure victory. Each time I participated in competitions under a different ID, confident that no one would suspect that the champion of numerous matches was the same individual. Now, as I compete, donning a VR headset with my fingers poised over an ergonomic keyboard, I am entirely immersed in the game. The world outside fades into oblivion. Ascending the steep staircase, I reach the top floor of the building. My stamina is nearly depleted. My muscular legs tremble, and I gasp for breath. How arduous it is to embody an ogre. Just 1 minute before the finals commence, an idea strikes me, to switch my character to that of an ogre. The selected map is a medieval castle, characterized by narrow corridors and steep staircase, an uncomfortable setting for the night elf I had utilized throughout the preliminaries. Thus, in that final moment, I alter my game character. Rarely had I employed the ogre in official competitions, as its bulk is cumbersome. Weighing 300 kilograms, its body cannot scale ropes, and even ascending steep staircases demands considerable effort. Compounding my discomfort is the nearly 1-second delay in response to my every command, which proves especially challenging to adapt to. In my recent skirmish with a human assassin, this characteristic nearly cost me my life, as my opponent effortlessly evaded my double-handed axe. Resorting to unconventional maneuvers, I feigned weapon swings without striking, instead charging forward to tackle him to the ground. Fortunately, I succeeded in pinning my adversary down, and having negated the assassin's mobility advantage, I swiftly snapped his neck with my bare hands. This assassin marked my 4th kill in the finals, yet my health now stands at a mere 37. Such a low percentage makes it arduous to endure until the end. While awaiting a gradual recovery of my stamina, I consult the player list. After nearly an hour of competition, only 4 of the 32 participants remain: my ogre, a human spear wielder, an elven archer, and an unidentified race. This unknown race has claimed 3 lives, evidently possessing stealth capabilities, as all its victims failed to see their assailant. A sound signals the countdown. With 5 minutes remaining in the match, I must act swiftly. I open the map and note a long corridor beyond a door ahead. Had I been the elven archer, I would have lain in ambush there, picking off enemies from a distance. This vantage point would serve her well. I deliberately thrust the door open with force, feigning a step forward before abruptly retreating. In response, a long arrow grazes my forehead, embedding itself in the doorframe. I was correct, the elven archer lay in wait. Without hesitation, I charged forward, unleashing a ferocious roar. Yelling can indeed be effective, disorienting and instilling fear in opponents, especially when an ogre's thunderous roar reverberates. Even the most novice of beginners knows that an arrow striking an ogre's chest cannot be fatal. So, where would the fragile archer aim? Only at the head. Thus, at the moment the elf releases the bowstring, I raise my axe to shield my face. Clang! The arrow deflects away. This girl is a fool. She should have aimed for my legs, hindering my movement, while continuing to shoot as she retreated. Her actions were far too predictable after her failure. She hesitated, attempting to knock another arrow without establishing sufficient distance. The opportunity presents itself. With a powerful swing of my axe, I sever the elegant head from her shoulders. 5th kill, and I remain unscathed. I pause, once more consulting the map. Time is running short. Where to locate the remaining 2 opponents? At that moment, a scream emanates from approximately 20 steps ahead, behind another door. Another adversary has fallen. I check the player list again. The spear wielder's name has vanished, and the last opponent's kill count has risen to 4, yet remains of an unknown race. This indicates that the victim failed to glimpse their killer. This is a clever individual. The timer indicates less than 2 minutes remain. Should multiple survivors remain at the end, a rematch will be arranged, with the top 8 players facing off once more on the same map. I wish to avoid such an occurrence after hours of marathon gaming. My mental faculties are nearly exhausted. Moreover, I have a crucial exam tomorrow, necessitating a good night's sleep beforehand. So onward, to adventure. I thrust the door open once again and leap back, repeating the ruse to lure the archer into a trap. Yet this time, no one attacks me. Calming myself, I survey the surroundings. This is a small, dimly lit room with 2 exits, one leading to a semicircular balcony. Above, a trapdoor and a dangling rope ladder suggest that my enemy may be concealed above. Yet my instincts tell me he is lurking somewhere within this small chamber, awaiting the perfect moment. I must locate him while safeguarding my rear, for striking an opponent from behind inflicts greater damage in the game. I sever the rope ladder, then swing my axe horizontally through the air, sweeping across the floor with several powerful strokes. Nothing. Either my opponent has evaded my attacks without a sound, or he is not present at all. So, where could he be? Above? On the balcony? I do not believe so. Here, on the top floor, the terrace and balcony are well lit. Why would he expose himself by emerging from the shadows? I scan the room once more. There is no place to hide in this small chamber. A nightstand, a small table, and an open wardrobe. The wardrobe's handle is bent. It is the final minute of the finals. Either I overpower him and claim victory, or he succeeds from behind. A gamble must be made. I make a sudden decision. Channeling all my strength, I swing my axe toward the wardrobe. The massive axe strikes something soft. I've hit. Blood gushed forth as a mangled corpse collapsed onto the ground. It was not an invisibility skill, but rather a master of disguise. This character possesses the ability to transform into various objects, lying in wait to launch surprise attacks on unsuspecting victims, often delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. Such a character is seldom employed in PvP matches due to its sluggish speed and limited attack range, rendering it helpless if its initial assault fails to vanquish the opponent. This was an unexpected choice, Yet one must concede that it nearly secured victory. "Hey, I hit him. Did you all see that?" I exclaimed enthusiastically to my roommates as I removed the VR headset. Then I froze in astonishment. The dormitory was crammed with individuals clad in police uniforms. My friends sprawled across the floor in disarray, their wrists cuffed behind their backs. Yes, we saw it. A long-legged female officer smiled at me, evidently the leader of the group. "Now come on, lie down on the ground, spread your legs, and place your hands behind your back. Don't make me repeat myself." Chapter 2. The conditions for dismissal. Am I being expelled from school? I inquired of the police superintendent before me, puzzled as to why such a high-ranking officer would be interrogating me over a trivial matter. "What do you think?" the superintendent, adorned with 2 stripes and 4 stars, retorted, glancing at the documents on the table, signing some of them. "Organizing private competitions is hardly a grave infraction, yet you concocted the idea of betting and gambling. Thus, there is no room for negotiation. According to Article 303 of the Criminal Code, the maximum sentence is 3 years of imprisonment. Eluan, you are in trouble." A shiver ran down my spine, and I foolishly nodded. In truth, I had researched the risks associated with such activities last year, but 3 years in prison. I swayed in a daze. Fatigue had rendered my mind somewhat foggy after sitting on the interrogation room bench for over 3 hours. Just as I began to doze off, an officer roused me and escorted me to the office of the aforementioned superintendent. However, apart from confirming my name and background, she posed no further inquiries. I answered her honestly. "My name is Luan. I am 20 years old, hailing from Yunnan province, and I have no siblings. I scarcely remember my mother, as she passed away when I was not yet 4. My father, a geologist, met with fatal misfortune 3 years ago during a field survey at the hands of illegal miners who ensured no witnesses survived. Subsequently, I resided with my aunt in Jinling for a while, and after completing high school, I enrolled in the geology department at Yanbei University." While I spoke, the superintendent scribbled hastily on a sheet of paper, seemingly forgetting my presence as she turned to her computer. Engrossed in reading the text on the screen for an extended period. "What about my roommates?" I posed a question merely to break the prolonged silence. The superintendent finally shifted her gaze from the screen to scrutinize me. "They are currently being held at the detention center. An investigation will be conducted either tomorrow or the day after. Should they merely have provided technical support, they may continue their studies. However, those involved in organizing gambling will be assigned to engineering units for reformation. This aligns with your department's expertise and serves as a valuable lesson to avoid future legal infractions." I pondered this, though coherent thought was difficult in my sleep-deprived state. On one hand, having a path to avoid incarceration was a relief. On the other, I could not fathom why she felt the need to elaborate so extensively. "Why separate me from my friends?" I inquired, intrigued. "Because you are not only an organizer but also a participant. We need to clarify certain details. Perhaps you will have more options than your roommates." The superintendent fell silent once more, continuing to peruse the documents. I sat in the chair, attempting to discern her true intentions and the particulars that piqued her interest. After another prolonged silence, fatigue began to envelop me again. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, and the superintendent answered, listening intently for a few moments before hanging up. "We have decrypted all the competition data and retrieved the records of previous winners and prize distributions. She informed me all participants will be reported to the school and face penalties. As for you," she trailed off, suddenly picking up several sheets of paper and marking them with a few strokes. Then looked up at me. "Luan, you have participated in 53 competitions, of which 27 were victories. Is that correct?" I did not deny it. In actuality, I had only truly lost twice, and the 24 times I did not win were due to my ability to gain more from the bets. However, since she did not mention it, why should I confess? Nevertheless, judging by the superintendent's demeanor, my achievements appeared to hold some significance for her. She gathered all the documents on the table into a plastic folder, approached me, bent down to meet my gaze, and said, "Although it may sound peculiar, my superiors have assigned me an unusual task, to identify players like you across various universities." "University gamers?" the superintendent shrugged, stepping back to lean against her chair. "The documents indicate that a research institute is engaged in virtual reality development and requires experienced gamers for program testing. The rest is beyond my knowledge. However, this presents an excellent opportunity for you to avoid imprisonment. Think about it. They can offer compensation no less than market rates." I felt a surge of excitement. Working at a government research institute? Compensation no less than market rates. Even if I graduated from university, I might not have such an opportunity. Moreover, she did not mention confiscating my prior earnings, which amounted to a considerable sum. What was there to ponder? I would be more than willing. I declared my decision loudly. Where do I sign the contract? Chapter 3. Number 1470. They led me directly from the police station onto a bus resembling an armored truck, instructing me to enter from the rear compartment. As I boarded, I heard a girl's voice, filled with surprise and anger. You signed a 2-year contract? She exclaimed, nearly hysterical. Hey, another one's here. A boy's voice chimed in. I found a vacant seat on the benches facing each other. There were 3 boys and 2 girls on the bus, all roughly my age. Were they also recruited as gamers for that enigmatic research institute? Perhaps. However, one girl completely defied the archetype of a fervent gamer. From the moment I stepped on board, her appearance captured my attention. Her well-maintained long hair, a beautiful and delicate face, a slender and tall figure adorned in a fitted sundress, and a cunning, focused gaze, well, that certainly set her apart from the usual internet celebrity. The other girl was utterly unremarkable. Petite, short hair, dressed plainly, with glasses perched on her nose, exuding the image of a serious bookworm. Hello, everyone, I greeted politely. Did I miss something interesting? Someone mentioned a 2-year contract? Yes, Changguo. The bookish girl pointed at a long-haired boy wearing an earring on his left ear. He signed a 2-year contract. Indeed. The boy named Changguo wore tattered jeans and a dark turtleneck sweater. I even wrote a letter of commitment to the principal, ensuring that such incidents would not recur. Yet he still demanded that I work full-time at a semi-militarized research institute for 2 years before I could return to school. After Changguo finished speaking, everyone turned to look at me. Were you expelled as well? A boy crouched on the floor, short-haired and wearing sweatpants, barefoot in sneakers, his stature evident even while squatting. I had nothing to conceal. So I shared my name and the reason for my expulsion. We are all in the same boat, the bookworm girl said with a wry smile. We had previously become acquainted through our participation in the same online gaming competition. We all reached the finals, and my archer even made it to the end, only to be unfortunate enough to be struck down by an ogre. You should have shot the ogre in the leg and quickly retreated. Preventing him from closing the distance, I belatedly offered her advice. The girl gasped in realization. So it was you. Your ogre won the final match. You must have earned quite a bit. I felt a tinge of embarrassment. Unable to meet her gaze, I won, but I didn't receive a single cent. The moment I took off my helmet, I was surrounded by police. The previously silent muscular boy joined our conversation after confirming there was no signal on his phone. I am certain the organizers called the police themselves. Only they would know the IP addresses. He sold everyone out to avoid paying the prize money, keeping it all for himself. Everyone shared the same sentiment, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the competition organizers. To avoid raising their suspicions, I raised my voice the loudest. Once the tirade subsided, I hesitantly asked them to introduce themselves. The beautiful girl introduced herself as Li Meng, hailing from the northeast, and stated she had no regrets about her expulsion, as her parents had foolishly insisted she study medicine despite her aversion to blood. The bookworm girl named Wang Xian omitted certain details, merely mentioning that she was a graduate student at a technology university in Yanbei, expressing relief that the years of academic pressure were finally over. The boy crouching on the floor clenched his teeth, stating his name was Yi Hongqiao, adding that there was no need to know anything else, as it was all in the past. The muscular boy was more candid, introducing himself as Kong Qijing, stating he had graduated from the sports academy last year and had been staying with a friend in a student dormitory. Some acquaintances had promised to introduce him to a good job, but it had not come to fruition. Kong Qijing placed his phone into his pocket, saying, "There's no signal here. The bus seems to have a jammer. This is a military zone." Just then, the door of the bus swung open, revealing a man in a deep blue uniform, looking quite sturdy. On his sleeve was an unfamiliar emblem, beneath which was inscribed in a rare decorative font, Second Legion. He bore no weapons, yet his military demeanor was unmistakable. He wasted no time pondering our situation, pointing and instructing. Get off and walk straight ahead. At the marked entrance, ascend the stairs, then proceed through the corridor into the dome area. You must hurry. The other newcomers have nearly arrived, and you don't want to miss the orientation for newcomers. We swiftly located the entrance. It appeared to be an ordinary section of flooring. Yet as we approached, the entire surface slowly opened up, revealing a circular hatch that led below. with stairs fixed to the wall extending into the darkness. Kang Qijing was the first to descend, discovering a switch on the wall. When he turned on the light, we realized the staircase was actually quite short. However, the tunnel seemed endless. We traversed the desolate gray concrete corridor for an extended duration, with only the overhead pipes and cables in our line of sight. Along the way, we encountered several imposing metal doors, which opened silently as we approached. The formidable thickness of these doors was awe-inspiring, each measuring approximately 25 centimeters in depth. After passing through 23 such doors, we ascended a staircase. As I squinted to adjust to the illumination of the room, a soldier clad in a blue uniform, adorned with the insignia of the 2nd Legion, stood beside a metal frame, instructing everyone to place their belongings on a table. "You won't be needing these for quite some time," he remarked, eliciting a coordinated chuckle from his companion stationed a short distance away. Li Ming, the first in line, suddenly flushed with embarrassment, refusing to reveal the contents of her handbag. I was perplexed as to what could cause her such discomfort, but the soldier urged the others to step away to spare the girl any humiliation. When it was my turn, I too had to extract the items from my pocket. My ID, student card, mobile phone, an unopened pack of condoms, my dormitory key, followed by my wallet and bank cards. The soldier directed me to pass through the metal magnetic frame, conducting a swift and professional search. Upon confirming that I had concealed nothing, he returned only the pack of condoms from my belongings, sealing the rest in a large, transparent plastic bag. "I don't understand why you would still need that," remarked Yi Hongqiao with a sardonic smile. "Don't delay the others, proceed to the dome. Remember, your number is 1470. The soldier urged me to hurry along, affixing a numbered tag to the bag containing my items. The bookish Wang Xian ahead of me bore the number 1469, while the earring-wearing Chang Ge had the number 1468, indicating we were arranged in sequence. This suggested that nearly 1,500 individuals were engaged in work within this enigmatic dome. Such a scale must pertain to a remarkable undertaking. I continued down the corridor, muttering to myself while striving to commit the number 1470 to memory. Chapter 4. An unexpected incident. I had heard them mention the dome on numerous occasions, but I never anticipated its vastness. It is a semi-spherical subterranean space, with the portion above ground boasting a diameter of at least half a kilometer and a minimum height of 150 meters. The ceiling is adorned with numerous spotlights, creating an illusion of being in a sun-drenched town on a summer afternoon. However, the interior of the dome indeed resembles a genuine town, featuring high-rise buildings, parks, cobblestone paths, and even a football field alongside several tennis courts. "I had no idea there was such a large base here," Chengguo remarked. Wang Xian added, "It's not far from Yanbei. It took us only an hour to get here from the 4th Ring Road. Although there are some large warehouses along the Jingga Expressway, they are significantly smaller than this hemisphere. Look." Li Ming suddenly pointed at a moving silver, elongated object beneath the ceiling. Following her indication, I initially thought it was a helicopter. Yet, it lacked propellers and emitted no sound, its design distinctly different from conventional helicopters. "What is that?" We exchanged glances, all expressing our unfamiliarity. Observing our astonishment, a girl with a well-proportioned physique clad in a silver tight-fitting sports outfit halted beside us. "Newcomers, this is our prototype anti-gravity spacecraft. This is the second one we've constructed. The first one collided with the Hive a month ago." "Ah, that makes sense. So it's an anti-gravity spacecraft. But why is it still suspended by steel cables?" Yi Hongqiao feigned surprise. As we scrutinized it closely, we realized this flying machine was not entirely hovering in midair. The girl did not respond, merely casting a disdainful glance at him before continuing her run. On the back of her attire was the number 343 and a bull's head emblem, with 1st Legion inscribed below in sharp-edged font. Clearly, she was a veteran here. Provoking an elder upon entering a new environment is not a prudent course of action. Fortunate that the other party did not react vehemently. We continued along the cobblestone path, reaching a junction where a sign pointed in 3 directions: training ground, hive, labyrinth. There was no sign directing us to the conference room or newcomer guidance, so we approached 2 individuals practicing nearby on the tennis courts for directions. After a few more minutes, we finally located a semicircular room resembling a movie theater. Inside were approximately 50 individuals. Although we had nearly arrived late, there were still ample seats for us to settle down. At the podium stood a tall man in a business suit, checking the microphone, appearing well prepared. "I am If Yufeng, The vice president of the dome, and also the diplomat for our guild, he introduced himself, gesturing for his assistant to dim the lights. Once the room was shrouded in darkness, the screen behind the speaker illuminated. A humanoid creature with a dense coat of brown fur appeared on the screen, clad in metallic armor, with a scarlet cape draped over its shoulders. It possessed a broad forehead, heavy brows, eyes devoid of whites, a large and flat nose, and a wide jaw, with two prominent fangs protruding from its tightly closed mouth. The creature's forepaws gripped a gleaming, broad-bladed knife. Newcomers, I will begin with the most crucial information. This is Long Kelpie, one of the rulers of the Geek tribe, and the individual who possesses the most star systems in the galaxy. According to cosmic law, he holds ownership of Earth. I understand this may sound incredulous, but indeed, the fate of humanity lies in the hands of this being. However, allow me to clarify that the Geek tribe is not our enemy. Rather, they are our benefactors. Mentors and protectors in any interstellar conflict, they will stand by our side. Yet, simultaneously, please remember that if we display disobedience towards the Geek tribe, Long Kelpie has the authority to expel humanity from Earth, and he possesses the capability to do so. The room fell silent, the attendees rendered breathless by this revelation. The speaker paused momentarily to ensure everyone processed the information before continuing. Now that you understand the background, I will explain the purpose of your invitation. This place is known as the Dome, and you will need to assume your roles in a virtual reality game. I might be the only one in the room who had not seen last year's advertisement. Indeed, I never watch television. I consider it an outdated and utterly ineffective means of information reception. Various films and music can be found online, offering more entertainment, news circulates at a faster pace, and there are no bothersome hosts attempting to impose their perspectives on the audience. Even if I had seen that advertisement last year, I likely would not have believed it, just like everyone else in the world. After Diplomat Ifyufing provided more detailed information, my focus fixated on his statement regarding the Geek people's assurance of Earth's safety for a period of one tong. Just how long is one tong? Without hesitation, I stood up to pose the question. Excellent question, the diplomat responded with enthusiasm. According to our understanding of the Geek's time measurement unit, one tong is approximately 3.5 years. However, two aspects remain unclear for the time being. First, the time flow on the Geek homeworld Hika is faster than that of Earth, resulting in their tong being roughly 6 shorter, equating to about 2 months and 17 days less. Secondly, the Geek have not clearly answered our question regarding the starting date of the safety protection period. The advertisement aired for a total of 23 days, and each time he referred to it as one tong. Nonetheless, there is a perspective that believes the calculation of one tong should commence from the moment the first human enters the game via the capsule. Capsule? A stoic listener noted the term. Yes, capsule. The blueprints featured in last year's advertisement outlined its basic structure. Although some details and assembly processes were overlooked, it is indeed a flawless design. 1 year and 7 months ago, an American was the first to successfully manufacture it, becoming the first to navigate the labyrinth. This discoverer swiftly exited the game and notified the relevant authorities. Subsequently, 30 American soldiers joined on. A month later, our intelligence personnel discovered the hive near Pendleton, California. Following this, our country also engaged in the production of capsules, promptly initiating the construction of the dome in the suburbs of Yenbei. Which is precisely what you see now. What exactly is the labyrinth? The previous questioner interrupted the diplomat once more. The diplomat chuckled slightly, though somewhat displeased, yet still provided an answer. Each newcomer will appear in a labyrinth after creating their character. This serves as a process for adapting to the virtual body, as well as a trial. Players who navigate out of the labyrinth within the stipulated time can earn additional points, which presents a rare opportunity to enhance their fundamental attributes. Thus, we have constructed an identical labyrinth specifically for newcomers, and it is essential to study it thoroughly before entering the game. After exiting the labyrinth, please exit the game immediately. Experienced mentors will guide you in allocating points and selecting appropriate skills. What is the hive? The same man posed yet another new question, eliciting annoyance from other attendees at his repeated interruptions. The diplomat transitioned the slides, and the screen no longer displayed the furry visage of the extraterrestrial overlord, but rather a standing circular structure filled with a latticework that resembled a beehive. This was the final inquiry, and Ifyufing, somewhat displeased, stated, I will address the remaining questions once I have completed my introduction. The capsule operates by harnessing energy from the Earth's gravitational field. If only one is constructed, it can be placed anywhere. However, If numerous capsules are functioning simultaneously, the situation becomes significantly more complex. Thus, they must be organized together in a hive formation. The diplomat paused, taking a few sips from a bottle of mineral water before continuing. By the way, our guild is Human 1, abbreviated as H1. This abbreviation will be displayed on your equipment and cannot be erased. The Americans are H0, indicating that we are the second human guild to enter the game. Returning to the hive, this technology was provided by the geckos, and in principle, there is no limit to the number of capsules that can be placed within a hive. However, due to the limited height of the dome, this batch of hives is already the 15th. And the 16th is still under construction. My ears perked up, hoping to hear some significant information regarding the guild's population limits, but the diplomat's speech was abruptly interrupted by a blaring alarm. A voice resonated throughout the dome. Attention! I am the dome commander. The 4th outpost is under attack. The Dark Guild is breaching the Mist Forest. There are over 400 assailants. Everyone, immediately enter the capsules for defense. Chapter 5. Unauthorized entry. Thus, the orientation for newcomers was abruptly halted. Ifyufing was not only the guild's diplomat but also a senior player, making his role in this battle crucial. Consequently, he postponed the remaining 2 hours of content until tomorrow morning at 8. Ifyufing did not explain to us the terms such as Dark Guild, Outpost, and other in-game nomenclature. He merely advised us to proceed with the dormitory registration, to familiarize ourselves with the dome's schedule and daily rules, after which we were free to rest. He would introduce character creation and specific arrangements for navigating the maze to everyone first thing in the morning. As we exited the conference room, we saw many individuals rushing in the same direction. The battle appeared to be quite intense, and my curiosity about the game intensified, prompting me to suggest to my companions that we should follow to see what was happening. However, they all disagreed, asserting that newcomers must adhere to the rules. With a sigh, I followed the others to complete the accommodation registration. On our way to handle the paperwork, we finally encountered the aforementioned hives, each towering at least 70 meters high. Below each circular structure was a spiral staircase, and large discs were adorned with oval glass doors, clearly indicating that these were the capsules. Look, it says 15. Wang Xian exclaimed, pointing at one of the hives. I paused to gaze at my future workplace. Would I have to climb stairs every day? Fortunately, I did not suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, I would not know how to cope. Above the entrance of the hive, in addition to the number 15, there was a label indicating player numbers, 1401 to 1500. This hive was currently the only relatively quiet one, while hurried individuals poured into the others from all directions. I glanced once more at the entrance below the number 15, noting that it was unguarded, as if inviting me to step in freely. Just as I was about to share this discovery with my new friends, I realized they had already moved on, leaving me alone. My instincts beckoned me, never having led me astray before, reminiscent of switching characters during the PvP finals, urging me to enter the game now rather than wait until tomorrow. I stealthily approached the entrance of hive number 15, contemplating how I would respond if confronted. Yet, no one paid me any heed, allowing me to hasten up the spiral staircase. By the time I reached the 8th floor, my legs began to weaken, and by the 14th floor, I felt utterly exhausted. Why hadn't they installed an elevator? I located room number 1470, and through the glass door, I glimpsed an oval metal bed beneath a transparent canopy. This was my capsule. The moment my hand touched the glass door, it slid open automatically. I approached the capsule, admiring its flawless structure, and as I slid open the canopy, I discovered a bed adorned with soft, porous material. Should I lie down? Do I need to remove my shoes? Must I take off my clothes? There were no hangers in the room, but through the glass door, I spotted a stranger entering room number 11, fully clothed and shod, stepping directly into her capsule. Clearly, there was no need to undress. I carefully stepped onto the resilient bed while still wearing my shoes and then lay down as I reached to close the canopy. It shut itself. From the outside, the canopy appeared as transparent glass, but from within, it was entirely black. Not the kind of black found on a computer screen, but an absolute darkness devoid of any reflective light. As I marveled at this, the surrounding world transformed. I found myself standing in a small circular room, with walls, ceiling, and floor all gleaming white. There was no light source, yet a gentle illumination seemed to emanate from every angle. On one wall was a large mirror, not made of glass or metal, but rather resembling a projected holographic image. The reflection did not perfectly synchronize with my movements. I could even manipulate it at will. Examining myself from various angles, my hair had grown a bit long. I should have gotten a haircut. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the reflection instantly sported a neat short hairstyle. What if I were to tousle the bangs a bit and trim the sideburns? As I envisioned it, my appearance obediently transformed. What about changing the hair color? Never mind. I don't like it. Let us revert to the original. After dyeing my hair back to black, I began contemplating the color of my eyes. I desired green. It should be the rarest color among humans, but it did not complement my hair. Then blue it shall be, and perhaps with some glowing or fiery effects, though it appeared somewhat intimidating. I still found it quite cool. Now, the reflection depicted a muscular physique, tall stature, and broad shoulders. I had not intended to sculpt the perfect athlete's body, but since each part could be altered within certain limits, I decided to experiment a little. I could also modify my skin tone, but after a brief attempt, I found it unsatisfactory. So, what's next? Name. Wand. I shook my head. No. This wouldn't do. I did not wish for everyone in the game to know my true name. What if I made enemies in the game? Letting them know my name could lead them to find me in real life. So, 1. I needed a close phonetic alternative. Lewin. Fine. I shall go with Lewin. The next step was to select a profession, geologist or survey specialist. Why only these two options? What if I wanted to be a special forces soldier, a sniper, or a pilot? I attempted to explore more professions. Returning to the previous step in the main menu, but nothing worked. The only choices were geologist or survey specialist. What distinguishes the two? Geologist, an expert in discovering and extracting minerals, sedimentary rocks, and/or veins. As the character's level and skills increase, the discovery rate and extraction volume also rise. Professional skills: mineralogy, extraction, demolition. Profession limitations: cannot use heavy armor, cannot utilize power armor, cannot wield heavy weapons or missile systems. Alright, I understand. And the survey specialist? Following my curiosity, new information appeared in the mirror. Survey specialist: an expert in using scanning instruments to detect hidden anomalies and minerals. As the character's level and skills increase, the success rate of detection and the value of discovered items also rise. Professional skills: electronics, scanning, mapping. Profession limitations: cannot use heavy armor, cannot utilize power armor, cannot wield heavy weapons, cannot use automatic weapons, cannot pilot interstellar ships or other aircraft. The survey specialist had so many restrictions. While I found the idea of detecting hidden anomalies intriguing, the inability to use automatic weapons was quite surprising. If the game's technology had reached the level of interstellar ships, what could one do without automatic weaponry? However, my understanding of the game was still too limited. I wasn't aware of the types of weapons available, and perhaps there were some powerful non-automatic weapons. Or perhaps not. I once again retrieved the information on the geologist. This seemed to be a more balanced profession, and considering my education at university, it might indeed be the correct choice. Just as I was about to confirm my decision, my gaze caught the combination of the words mineral extraction and extraction volume. What did that mean? After discovering minerals, would I have to extract them myself? The more I extracted, the higher the rewards. Was I destined to spend the next few years wielding a pickaxe in a quarry? This prospect sent a chill down my spine. At that moment, the allure of detecting hidden anomalies appeared exceptionally enticing. It was filled with the temptation for any gambler. I resolved to choose survey specialist. The information on the mirror vanished, only to be replaced by a table. H11. Basic attribute: strength, 12 dexterity, 15 intelligence, 17 perception, 19 constitution, 10 luck, 2 status health, 176 stamina, 114 magic points, 0 carrying weight, 24 kilograms experience, 0 reputation, 0 skills electronics, 1 scanning, 1 mapping, 1 I meticulously examined all the attributes listed in the table. Yet I found myself unable to discern whether they were high or low. It was merely the constitution of that irked me. A mere 10. The fact that the magic points stood at 0 was also disheartening. While I did not expect a survey expert to wield formidable magic, the mere presence of such a stat would imply that other professions possessed magical abilities. In that case, my survey expert might be severely disadvantaged when compared to other classes. Each attribute was accompanied by a brief explanatory note. For instance, strength influenced carrying capacity, throwing range, and melee weapon damage. Health was determined by constitution and level, while magic points were a product of intelligence. level, and the class coefficient, which, evidently for the survey expert, was 0. Overall, there was nothing particularly novel. I had encountered similar attribute descriptions in various other games. The only point of ambiguity was reputation, as I was unclear about its calculation and implications. I speculated that its value might depend on the character's positive or negative actions, influencing how other characters reacted to me within the game. After all, a stranger seeking your assistance is one matter. You might not care about the feelings you'd hurt by declining them. However, if a respected individual were to make a request, it would be an entirely different scenario. I attempted to ascertain whether I could modify any attributes but found myself unable to do so. Forced to accept whatever the system had bestowed upon me. My only options now were to either confirm my entry into the game or to wait. Rationally, I should exit the capsule, attend a 2-hour orientation for newcomers tomorrow, and then return to explore the labyrinth. But do you know how difficult it is to withdraw from a new game? Moreover, my instincts told me I was ready. Once I determined my next step, I would be teleported into the novice training labyrinth. Should I fail to navigate the labyrinth, I would miss out on points to enhance my basic attributes, and I had no idea what consequences awaited me in reality. However, I was no novice to gaming. I was an experienced player, well acquainted with a multitude of gaming scenarios. Would I truly lack the capability and experience to tackle the labyrinth? Thus, I steeled myself, wishing myself luck, and confirmed that I was prepared to embrace the challenge. Chapter 6. The labyrinth. In an instant, the scene transformed. The mirror before me dissolved, giving way to a semicircular black void, within which danced faint blue lightning. Health, stamina, and hunger appeared successively as progress bars before my eyes. With each progress bar's emergence, a prompt box elucidated their meanings, leaving me with no confusion. These translucent progress bars remained anchored in the upper left corner of my vision, unobtrusive to my line of sight. Satisfied, I nodded and proclaimed aloud, "No problem." Next, was I to traverse this electrified void? What if I were struck by lightning? As anticipated, no one responded to my query. But a small radar icon appeared at the bottom of the screen. Scanning. Active skill. Increases scanning radius, detection success rate, resource types detected, and reduces skill cooldown time as the level rises. Does this mean I can utilize echolocation like a bat? But what then of the scanning instrument mentioned in the survey expert class description? I felt a twinge of confusion, but experimentation with this skill was not possible at present, as the icon remained inactive. I continued to familiarize myself with other game elements. At the bottom of the screen, there was an experience points progress bar. Utilizing skills or exploring the game would increase experience. Once the bar filled, the character would level up. However, should the character perish, the progress bar would reset. Warning: should the character die with an empty progress bar, the penalties are as follows. Level reduced by 1, unallocated skill points after 24 hours would be lost. And there is a certain probability of reducing existing skill levels. This was crucial information. The good news was that character death in the game would not result in the death of the real player. Furthermore, as long as the progress bar was not empty at the time of death, the penalties were not exceedingly severe, merely a loss of current level experience. However, I glanced at my current values. What would happen if I perished immediately upon entering the game? Would I drop to level 0? Or be entirely barred from re-entering? Fear began to creep in, as the stakes of this adventure felt rather steep. At that moment, my equipment panel opened. My denim jacket and pants, turtleneck sweater, sneakers, and undergarments were all neatly arranged in their respective slots, apart from the denim jacket, which provided 1 armor value. The rest bore no attributes. Most slots in the equipment panel remained empty. No helmet, no belt, no weapon, no gloves, and no glasses, bracelets, or rings to eye in the so-called backpack. 6 small compartments were present, one of which was occupied by a pack of condoms. This was truly a test. No compass, no rope, no marker pin, no knife, no flashlight. What if there was no light in the labyrinth? I began to regret my reckless actions. I should not have entered the game unprepared. My confidence evaporated, replaced by dread. Just as I contemplated altering my decision to see if I could exit the game, the black void before me vanished, revealing a passage on the wall. Simultaneously, a countdown appeared at the top of my vision, indicating I had 30 minutes left to escape the labyrinth. Well then, I could not give up now. As I stepped into the passage, the scanning icon shifted from gray to purple, signifying that the skill was now usable. I turned to look back, finding only smooth, solid walls behind me. It was a one-way entrance. There truly was no turning back. Exiting the labyrinth was my sole option. Fortunately, the walls of the labyrinth emitted a soft, scattering light, providing illumination without the need for a flashlight. The walls within the labyrinth were pure white, standing approximately 3 meters high, with nothing adorning the ceiling. The scanning skill should prove quite useful in such circumstances. Executing scan, success. Whether it was my scan results or simply a feature of the environment, a circular map of the labyrinth appeared in the upper right corner of my vision. The map not only displayed the areas visible to me but also portions obscured by walls. However, the scanning skill had a cooldown period of 10 minutes and could only unveil a circular area with a radius of 15 meters centered around me. On the newly revealed labyrinth map, I could see several circles of walls, openings, and forks. After running for 30 seconds, I halted at a fork, with an unknown area ahead. Should I go right or left? I resolved to always run along the left wall, a method that had proven successful in navigating smaller mazes, albeit inefficiently, however. I surmised that since this labyrinth was intended for novice training, it was unlikely to be vast. As long as I ran fast enough, I could find the exit within 30 minutes. As I continued running, I noticed that, as I moved through the labyrinth, the corridors I traversed were being illuminated on the map. This was almost child's play. I would hardly get lost here. After another 4 minutes, I found myself at not just a 3-way fork, but also confronted with one path leading down and another leading up. My confidence and exhilaration dissipated in an instant. A multi-layered labyrinth, such a maze was not only more complex, but my method of running along the left wall would also be futile. I needed to alter my strategy. I attempted to enlarge the map on the screen, a maneuver based on my previous gaming experience. How far had I strayed from my initial starting point? I glanced at the map, and to my dismay, the previously revealed map was gradually fading, and I could no longer see my starting position. The corridors I had traversed were also disappearing from the map. I estimated that the illuminated map could only persist for about a minute. How on earth was I to navigate out of this multi-layered labyrinth? I needed to leave markers at the places I had passed through. I retrieved a condom from my backpack, tearing off a small piece of the wrapper to place at the entrance of the fork I had already traversed. Next, I chose neither the upward nor downward path, but continued running within this level of the maze. My stamina was gradually depleting. My character was becoming too fatigued to continue running. After another 5 minutes, I was forced to switch to a brisk walk. Among all the adverse factors, the one silver lining was that the experience bar was increasing. It was finally no longer empty. Thus, even if my survey expert were to perish in the labyrinth, the penalties should not be too severe. The cooldown for the scanning skill had elapsed, and I immediately employed it again, revealing a 30-meter diameter circle, illuminating the fork with the up and down paths I had previously encountered. Following the map's guidance, I quickly returned to that location. I placed another piece of wrapper at the entrance of the current path at the fork. There was only one untraveled fork remaining on this level, but I decided to switch layers and ascend. Now, I had to run based purely on instinct, randomly choosing among the forks. At one point, the floor was cracked, forcing me to leap over it, and in another area, the ceiling was low, necessitating that I crawl to pass through. Suddenly, I found myself back at that fork, with 2 of the paths marked by my previous indicators. How could this be? I am indeed ascending to greater heights. Only 10 minutes remain. This time, I have chosen to descend. My stamina has dwindled to 0, and I can only alternate between brisk walking and jogging. Let's execute another scan. Just as despair began to envelop me, I spotted the outer boundary of the maze on the scan map. Additionally, I noticed some markings on a wall that I had never seen before. Thus, I decided to approach that wall. It was indeed rather unusual. The surface was riddled with cracks, suggesting that it was not particularly sturdy. But what significance does this hold? Behind that wall on the map lay an ordinary corridor, which I could easily circumvent. Ignoring the wall, I sprinted towards the outer wall of the maze, hoping to find an exit somewhere along its length. Unfortunately, I found no exit, but I did discover something else. Numerous cracks on one section of the outer wall. If I could break through here, I should be able to escape the maze. As I rolled out of the hole in the wall, only 6 seconds remained on the countdown. I lay on the sandy ground, gasping for breath as the air rushed from my lungs, blood streaming from my nose, and my clothing was coated in dust. My knuckles were scraped, and my sneakers were completely ruined while life had plummeted to around 30. And my stamina was already depleted. But I had succeeded. I had earned 5 freely allocatable base attribute points. My scanning skill had reached level 2. My mapping skill had also ascended to level 2. My reputation had increased to 1. What an extraordinary turn of events. It seems that Du Longjing heeded my advice and refrained from providing his new recruits with information about the maze in advance. This statement was uttered just a step away from me, accompanied by an extraordinarily peculiar accent. The voice was deep and soft, flat and detached, as if its owner were indifferent to everything occurring in my vicinity. I lifted my head, writhing in pain. He, of the Goku clan, Dixon Guild, level 56 diplomat. Before me stood an alien, and I could not let him perceive the frailty of humanity. I exerted myself to stand. Though I was still somewhat unsteady, this colossal, furry humanoid creature towered over me by 2 heads, scrutinizing me with its black eyes devoid of whites. It donned the same metallic armor as the alien in the television advertisement. Or rather, he was that alien from the ad, and I recalled the guidance for newcomers and solemnly bowed, hoping my gesture would convey respect. Greetings from the great human civilization. In response, the diplomat coughed a few times, possibly stifling laughter, the sound emerging as a throat-grating noise. It seems you have some understanding of my race, but relinquish your awe. It is not genuine. Tell me, did you pass the maze test? Though it seemed somewhat implausible, I believed I had succeeded. With blood at the corner of my mouth, I smiled and replied, I obtained 5 base attribute points. 5. That is quite commendable. It appears you truly know nothing about the maze. Your guild commander dislikes taking risks. He always arranges for new recruits to memorize the method to traverse the maze before entering the game. While that guarantees only 2 points, it is certainly safer. I was pleased to see that he was still willing to allow new recruits to take risks. I lowered my head in embarrassment. Actually, I entered without permission. Everyone was preoccupied with fending off the Dark Guild's attack. So I decided to give it a try on my OWN. So that is the case. No wonder you brought no equipment. The humanoid creature shook its head. You will be in trouble with your superiors. Why? I passed the test. Moreover, I acquired 5 points. But he informed me that newcomers, upon their first entry into the game, can carry items from the real world up to their personal weight limit. Thus, the guild must transport certain items that have not yet been learned to craft or produced in the game into the virtual world. For instance, semiconductors, chips, batteries, and rare materials such as lanthanum alloys or uranium. Each newcomer is required to bring supplies needed by the guild, as well as equipment for personal use. The more the diplomat spoke, the darker my expression became. I had truly messed up. I had brought nothing for my comrades, and I had burdened the entire guild. Furthermore, what equipment was I to use? Was I to continue wandering this world clad only in a denim jacket and tattered sneakers? Chapter 7. Learning skills. I discovered that the maze had vanished. All around me lay sandy beaches, sparse low shrubs, and dense towering forests, all resplendent in the glow of the setting sun. Noticing my astonishment, he explained that the mysterious structure only appears upon the first entry into the game. It is not part of the main world, and players cannot return. The Goku diplomat also mentioned that he was standing at the entrance to his residence, admiring the distant battle, when he witnessed me fall from a height of 3 meters to land beside him. I too noticed the hemispherical metallic structure behind him, resembling a yurt, emanating a faint green glow. After hearing the diplomat's words, I finally noticed the distant horizon alight with flames and the sounds of gunfire. The enemy is attacking your stronghold, the diplomat explained to me, yawning indifferently, revealing his large, sharp teeth. They have already breached the second line of defense. This must be their first advance. This FARD. Dio the Goku not support us? I inquired with hope. The alien seemed taken aback. Why would we support you? You and your adversaries, as well as all guilds on this planet, are vassals of the Goku. We do not interfere in your internal strife. Of course, should you be invaded by the Milong or the Meili Fate, we will protect you. That is our duty as your overlords. We observed the unfolding battle in the distance. And then he suddenly lost interest, turning to return to his residence. Excuse me, diplomat, how many different races exist in space? I hesitated before posing this question. Numerous, all races are distinct. The diplomat deemed this answer sufficient and intended to conclude the conversation once more. But I stopped him again. Please, How can I learn your language? This time, the alien did not hide his astonishment. Why are you interested in our language? You are a surveyor, not a diplomat or translator. My ability to speak your language is sufficient. I felt this was merely a hollow excuse, so I bowed slightly and replied. The Goku possess a magnificent culture and history, having accumulated vast knowledge across all fields. All of this is incredibly fascinating to me and to all of humanity. If I do not understand Goku, I cannot comprehend these. He let out a pleased roar, and a line of text appeared before me. He invites you to learn cosmic linguistics. Do you wish to learn this skill? Of course. I am certain that Diplomat he will not be the only alien I encounter in the game. Mastering their language will be a significant advantage. You have acquired the level 1 skill Cosmic Linguistics. A furry paw rested upon my shoulder as he patted me, roaring approvingly. Lewin, you are the third person from your guild to learn our language. I appreciate those who think outside the box. Here's the deal. If tomorrow Du Longjing or his subordinates impose an unbearable punishment upon you, come find me. Tell them that the Goku support your actions. With that, he bid me good night and entered his yurt. I stood in place, watching lines of information flow before me. Level upgraded to level 2. You have gained 3 freely allocatable skill points. Reputation increased to 2. Attention. Unallocated skill points exceeding 24 hours will be cleared upon character death. So, I have reached level 2, and I have gained the support of a Goku diplomat. The future is becoming increasingly promising. To avoid disturbing the diplomat's rest, I distanced myself from his yurt and found a large stone by the beach to sit upon, still warmed by the sun's rays. I opened my character panel and began contemplating my attributes. I now possessed 5 freely allocatable base attributes and 3 skill points, which I intended to utilize wisely to minimize weaknesses and enhance strengths. I certainly recalled the guild members mentioning that they would arrange for more experienced individuals to guide us in allocation. However, I personally preferred to think things through rather than simply follow others' templates while playing any game. 5 base attribute points. How should I allocate them most appropriately? First and foremost, the Constitution, the weakest attribute, certainly requires improvement. After all, Constitution affects both life and stamina. 2 critical metrics. It also influences resistance to disease, toxins, and radiation. Lastly, it affects wound healing speed, breath-holding duration, and resilience against adverse environments, among other factors. Given that I barely passed the novice maze in the final seconds, it is evident that this game will be quite challenging. I will undoubtedly encounter more dangers ahead, so the key survival attribute, Constitution, being only 10 points, is simply too low. Thus, I allocated 2 points to Constitution, raising it to 12 with my actions. My life limit also increased to 211, and my stamina limit rose to 125. I instantly felt an increase in lung capacity, my muscles swelling, and the small abrasions on my palms and face began to heal almost immediately. What an incredible sense of joy! I resisted the temptation to allocate 1 or 2 more points to physicality and instead turned my gaze towards other attributes. My next consideration was perception, which is my area of strength. It not only influences the sensitivity of vision, hearing, and other senses, but is also the most crucial attribute for a survey specialist, directly affecting the success rate of detection. Therefore, I decided to add 1 point, elevating perception to 20. At that moment, my vision transformed. The dim surroundings became vividly distinct, and the distant sounds of battle were now clearer than before. Next, I contemplated intelligence. This attribute is not only beneficial for mages, but is also essential for a survey specialist who must engage with various electronic scanners and other high-tech devices. Thus, I allocated another point to intelligence, raising it to 18, with 1 point remaining to distribute. Should I enhance strength? This would enable me to carry more items. Or perhaps dexterity. Should I continue to bolster perception? Suddenly, I realized I had overlooked an important attribute, luck. Luck influences the hit rate of ranged weapons, the success rate in gambling, and the probability of landing critical hits on foes. Although luck does not affect the detection success rate of the survey specialist, it holds the potential for discovering high-value items. This prospect seemed quite enticing, yet I questioned how significant its impact might be. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to take a risk and allocate my final point to luck, increasing it to 3, with the basic attributes fully assigned. I had 3 skill points left to distribute. In this game, dying results in the loss of any unallocated skill points that have remained untouched for 24 hours, making it perilous to hoard them. Scanning? This is the most useful skill I've discovered so far, but it has already been activated, and I can gain proficiency simply by executing it at intervals. Mapping? I had already reached level 2 after traversing the maze, and it would automatically upgrade as I continued to explore the map. Alternatively, should I invest these points in skills that I am unsure how to upgrade, such as electronics and cosmic linguistics? Electronic skill has reached level 2. Electronic skill has ascended to level 3. Cosmic linguistics skill has attained level 2. With all points allocated, it was time to explore the game world. I stood up and surveyed my surroundings. The sky had darkened, and the stars above shone brightly yet unfamiliar. Although I am not an astronomy expert, I could still identify the Big Dipper, the 3 stars of Orion's belt, and Polaris. Yet now, I could not locate any of them, nor did I see the Southern Cross, which only appears in the southern hemisphere. Thus, I was clearly not on Earth. The warm night breeze tousled my hair. Crickets chirped nearby, and occasionally, birds flew overhead. If it weren't for the progress bars and map before me, I might have felt as though I were in a genuine world. Where should I head now? To my left and right lay dark forests, from which eerie howls emanated. Without weapons, it was certainly not a suitable place for nocturnal endeavors. Therefore, I resolved to move towards the fortress in the distance. Where our guild's warriors were defending, I tied the laces of my already torn sneakers and made my way to the fortress. Although I was uncertain what to say upon encountering guild members, or how to explain my current appearance, at the very least, they would guide me on what to do and how to assist the team. I traversed a field and soon arrived at a roadway. Initially, I had spotted a line on the minimap, but upon approaching, I realized it was a dusty road with evident tire tracks. I chose to walk left along the road, and after about 300 meters, I arrived at a junction with a signpost. 2 wooden arrows pointed in different directions. Prometheus 3 kilometers, shooting range 0.7 kilometers. I knew not what Prometheus was, nor what sort of individuals I might encounter there at night. The shooting range was closer and might have someone on watch around the clock. If I could find our guild members there, I could seek their assistance. Flanking the road were fields of crops. Halfway to the shooting range, 2 notifications suddenly popped up before me. Scanning skill has upgraded to level 3. Mapping skill has upgraded to level 3. I attempted to execute scanning, and the radius noticeably expanded. The map revealed a red circular marker approximately 30 meters away. Danger? Instantly, I crouched down and stealthily crawled from the road into the adjacent crops. I then discerned the nature of the enemy. It was a field beetle. Insect, level 4. This beetle was covered in sharp spikes and was roughly the size of a hound. Such a large insect was devouring the crops, destroying our guild's food supply. I must stop it. Yet I had no weapon, and being only level 2, I was at a disadvantage against its level 4 status, and there might be more than one. However, merely 200 meters away lay the shooting range. I could seek support there. I carefully circumnavigated the perilous beetle, which necessitated crawling into the farmland on the opposite side of the road. Do you wish to learn the farming skill? Do you wish to learn the invisibility skill? The sudden appearance of these new notifications startled me. No, I do not require the farming skill. It has no relevance to my profession. Invisibility? It is unnecessary for now. A mere few beetles do not warrant the acquisition of a skill. I declined both options. Once I was clear of the beetle, I sprinted towards the shooting range. The entrance was tightly shut, and peering through the wire mesh fence, I saw only darkness within. I called out several times, but no one emerged. Well, either there was no one here at night, or all had gone to the front lines to resist the onslaught of the Dark Guild. I did not wish to leave empty-handed. Peering through the mesh, I glimpsed the sharply defined structures inside. Warehouses, containers, and several unidentifiable signs. I squinted, attempting to discern the writing on the wall of the nearest building. Armory. There must be weapons there. Now, I needed to figure out how to get inside. The wire fence stood 3 meters tall, secured to porcelain-insulated posts, with warning signs about high voltage adorning the fence, making it look quite treacherous. I approached the locked gate, where a metallic keypad adorned with numerical buttons awaited. I hoped to guess the password. Perception detection successful. The 4 keys on the keypad, 1, 3, 8, 0, showed more wear than the others. Interesting. If these keys were the most frequently pressed and the digits in the password did not repeat, the total number of possible combinations would be 4 factorial, which equals 24. Not an overwhelming amount. I could try them all. When I pressed 3180, the lock clicked, and the gate slowly creaked open. Dio, you wish to learn the hacking skill? I chuckled. What kind of hacking is this? It's merely kindergarten level. Yet this time, I did not refuse. Instead, I carefully scrutinized the skill description. Hacking, a skill for breaching electronic and mechanical security systems, unlocking doors, and infiltrating computer defenses. Required attributes for learning this skill: Intelligence 15, Dexterity 15, Perception 15, a strange amalgamation of skills. Is this what the game collectively refers to as hacking? Regardless, it is a useful skill that I must master. Acquired Level 1 Skill Hacking. I eagerly stepped into the shooting range, hoping to find useful weapons. At that moment, the cooldown time for scanning had also elapsed, allowing me to quickly obtain a minimap of the complex, greatly facilitating my search. First, I was intrigued by the armory. It surely contained weapons. However, its metal door bore a massive lock, so I approached to examine it. Warning: your hacking skill level is insufficient to unlock. Required level 18. Warning: you lack the necessary tools for unlocking. I understood. There was no point in attempting further. I continued deeper into the yard and soon discovered a stack of crates covered with plastic sheeting. I glanced at the markings on the boxes. 82mm mortar. Landmines, 122mm howitzer. Energy cells, what are these? 20 boxes of grenades. It would be excessive to use them against beetles. Continuing onward, I arrived at the actual shooting practice area, where sandbags and shooting targets were positioned in the distance. Under the canopy, there was a table for assembling weapons and a locked cabinet. The cabinet's door lock was yet another numerical keypad, but this time only 3 relatively worn keys were present: 2, 5, 6. A 3-digit password. I swiftly checked 6 combinations, but none succeeded. It seemed more complex than anticipated. Perception detection successful. The 5 key exhibited more wear than the 2 and 6, if it were another 4-digit combination. Perhaps it appeared twice within the password. Indeed, after several attempts, I discovered that 2565 was the correct password. Hacking skill has upgraded to level 2. Level has upgraded to 3. Acquired 3 skill points to distribute freely. Another level up. I opened the heavy cabinet door to reveal a row of automatic rifles, several machine guns, and other weapons, along with a few boxes of ammunition. Chapter 8. Sudden death first. I wanted to see what would happen if I used an automatic rifle or a machine gun. Considering the survey specialist role restricts me from utilizing automatic weapons, I reached for a machine gun. 7.62mm KPP 6P41N machine gun, improved. Warning: this weapon incorporates technology from other cosmic races. To use this weapon, the machine gun skill must be at level 16, with class restrictions: Machine Gunner, Stormtrooper, Space Marine. Warning: your attributes of Strength and Constitution are insufficient to wield this weapon, which has the following attribute requirements: Strength 15, Constitution 16. Attention: due to the limitations of the survey specialist profession, you are unable to use this weapon. Wow! 3 notifications appeared at once. I can hold this rather heavy KPP machine gun, yet I cannot equip it in my weapon slot. I understand now. I set down the machine gun and examined several other models of automatic rifles, but the situation was similar. None could be equipped in either the primary or secondary weapon slots. After trying each one, I finally succeeded in equipping a shotgun, but it lacked a sight when aiming, only pointing in one direction, rendering it utterly imprecise. What is going on? Initially, I thought it was a problem with the shotgun. But after trying a carbine renowned for its accuracy, I discovered the same issue persisted. It was then that I realized that using weapons also requires mastery of specific skills. Each weapon has its descriptive information. In addition to the firearms skill, shooting accuracy is also influenced by dexterity, perception, and strength. While I was perusing these weapon descriptions, a message appeared before me. Would you like to learn the firearms skill? Firearms: the ability to operate various firearms, which can enhance shooting accuracy and expand the types of weapons that can be equipped, excluding restricted weapons. Of course, I want to learn it. I have acquired level 1 skill in firearms. At that moment, I suddenly pondered, how many skills can my character learn in total? Is there a limitation? I opened the character information to investigate, and indeed, there are restrictions. Below level 10, one can learn 8 skills. From level 10 to 24, 10 skills. From level 25 to 49, 12 skills. From level 50 to 99, 15 skills. From level 100 to 149, 18 skills. And above level 150, 25 skills. Oh no. How many skills have I learned so far? Scanning, electronics, and cartography are skills inherent to the survey specialist profession, I have also actively learned 3 skills: cosmic linguistics, hacking, and firearms. Now, only 2 skill slots remain available, and I have only just begun my journey in the game. It seems I cannot learn any more skills for the time being. I need to return and communicate with the guild, then select the skills most beneficial to my profession and team. However, since I am already at the shooting range, it would be best to practice and elevate my firearms level. I picked up an old-fashioned shotgun that requires only level 1 in firearms, grabbed a handful of ammunition, and walked to the shooting range. Now, when aiming, I could see a narrow fan-shaped area, but the accuracy remained exceedingly low. I continuously aimed, fired, and then checked the target. Not a single bullet hit the mark from 50 meters away. After several more attempts, I fired roughly 100 rounds before elevating my firearm skill to level 3, and only then did I hit a target for the first time. But then, I struck the target again on my next shot. And yet again, I decided to allocate all 3 available skill points to firearms, and at that moment, I could finally see a relatively stable sight. In the subsequent 10 shots, I managed to hit the target 7 times. It seemed time to switch to a different weapon. With level 6 in firearms, I should be able to wield other, more intriguing weapons. I discovered 2 available weapons: a lightweight 12mm double-barrel shotgun and a lightweight 6.35mm PCP air rifle. The double-barrel shotgun has a magazine filled with lead pellets, suitable only for close combat in critical situations. I attempted a shot and obliterated the target paper from 5 meters away. Such power is ample to eliminate the beetles that feast on crops. However, I harbored doubts about the air rifle's lethality. Its name suggested it was akin to a toy gun used at amusement parks to pop balloons. I utilized a special air pump to charge the air rifle and took a shot. Its accuracy was decent, but its penetrating power was evidently much weaker. Nevertheless, I had no better weapons at my disposal. I had to rely on them to eradicate the pest. I stowed the air pump and 2 boxes of ammunition in my pockets, slung both weapons over my shoulders, and embarked on my inaugural hunt in this game. I carefully secured the gun cabinet, closed the training ground gate, and returned to the road. The distant gunfire had not yet completely ceased, but it no longer sounded as intense. The firefight must be nearing its conclusion. I was uncertain who had triumphed in tonight's battle. The soles of my sneakers were nearly worn out, so I opted to remove my shoes and walk barefoot as I approached the area where the beetles had previously appeared. I grasped the air rifle tightly, peering into the darkness and crouching low as I advanced cautiously. A message suddenly popped up before me. "Would you like to learn the stealth skill?" My heart raced. Damn it, do not startle me like that. No, I do not wish to learn this skill, nor any other skills. I will not learn any skills until I have communicated with the guild members. Wait, where are the bugs? I recall they should be nearby. Why didn't I mark the specific location on the map earlier? I meticulously searched for traces, but found nothing. Perhaps that beetle had already fled? Just then, my scanning skill became available again. I executed scan. Scanning skill has reached level 4. A discovery has been made. Those pests have retreated further away from the road, almost beyond my scanning range, totaling 7 in number. After determining the direction of my targets, I advanced into danger. I halted 40 meters from one of the beetles, steadied my breath, and aimed the air rifle. Fire! With a click, the bullet sped toward the target propelled by compressed air. No effect whatsoever. That beetle continued to munch on the crops. I fired again, but still, it was futile. Was I missing my shots? Or did the beetle simply not care about such insignificant bullets? I moved closer, aimed once more, and fired. This time, the bullet penetrated its shell. The beetle's body turned red, and a health progress bar appeared above its head. The creature spread its wings, over a meter in length, and took to the skies. Turning to fly toward me, I had initially thought that if the beetle could only crawl slowly, I could whittle it down from a distance with the air rifle. I had indeed considered the possibility of it flying. I planned to lure it out and then blast it with the shotgun. However, I did not anticipate that not only would this beetle take flight, but others would swarm in as well. And there were not just the 7 I had scanned, over 30 of them. In a panic, I fired another shot at the injured beetle, but missed. I quickly stowed the air rifle and seized the shotgun. The beetles had already flown up to my face. Close quarters combat was necessary. The lead pellets from the double-barrel shotgun tore it to shreds. Level has risen to level 4. I have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. Yet, leveling up was a tragedy. My experience bar was now empty. Should I die now, my level would decrease. and I would risk losing some skill levels. Meanwhile, over 30 furious beetles rapidly approached me. In such a scenario, survival seemed nearly impossible, but I would not resign myself to fate. I still had time to accomplish something, like gaining a bit of experience, as long as the progress bar was not empty. The penalties for death would be negligible. This thought completely consumed my mind. I was not afraid of dying, only of dying foolishly. I sprinted toward the road, dodging the beetles that lunged at me. I successfully evaded 3 attacks and struck one with the butt of my gun, but then something jabbed into my back, feeling as though a searing knife had pierced beneath my right shoulder blade. My health dropped by half, poisoned, duration 180 seconds, reducing 5 health points per second, bleeding, duration 40 seconds, reducing 4 health points per second. Yes, death was imminent. I no longer had sufficient health to withstand these negative effects. Strangely, at that moment, I felt entirely calm and possessed a clear objective. I must take at least one enemy with me. I rolled abruptly, shaking off the beetle that clung to me, struck another aside with my gun, and attempted to reload the shotgun. Would you like to learn the dodge skill? Would you like to learn the sprint skill? Would you like to learn the melee combat skill? Would you like to learn the entomology skill? These annoying pop-up messages were infuriating. Must I endure these garbage notifications even in my final moments? I kicked another beetle away while simultaneously finishing reloading my ammunition. I raised the double-barrel shotgun, aimed at an approaching enemy, and fired. I struck true. My firearm skill has leveled up to level 7. My face was splattered with foul, sticky ichor, but that was of little concern. My experience progress bar was now a quarter full. Suddenly, my body felt a wave of comfort. The antidote has taken effect. Healing effects have stacked. Your wounds have healed. Just as I read the flashing message before me, the sound of gunfire roared in my ears. And on the minimap, a green circle appeared directly behind me. Allies. I turned sharply to find an armored robot adorned with the insignia of the 2nd Legion. This robot stood about 3 meters tall, unleashing a hail of gunfire from a large-caliber machine gun at the swarm of beetles. More accurately, it was not a robot. The one firing was a petite girl controlling the exoskeleton armor. This young, beautiful girl appeared to be no older than 18. Gear. Sudi Sheen, human, H1 guild, level 78 paladin. As she fired, she berated me, the beetles falling one by one beneath her gunfire. Newbie? Why do you appear here? The girl lowered her head to gaze at me, and before I could respond, the robot's sharp blade pierced my chest, delivering a fatal blow. My vision faded into darkness. Then, a crimson message appeared before me. Your character has died. You may respawn at the revival point in 15 minutes. Would you like to view the statistics for this game? I was so taken aback by the recent events that I failed to react to the prompt. The message quickly vanished, and I noticed the capsule before me opening. Yet, I remained lying on the soft bed for a while, staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. I had been slain by an ally, a member of the same guild. Why? What transgression had I committed in the game that warranted such immediate execution? Was I now a criminal within the guild? Initially, Sudi Sheen had rescued me from the beetle and even aided in my healing. What could have caused her sudden change in attitude? Moreover, her method of healing me was quite peculiar. Well, that is of little importance. The pressing question now is, what am I to do? After waiting for a while with no one coming to apprehend me, I decided to exit the capsule and made my way down the spiral staircase of Hive No. 15.it was now night within the dome. Most of the overhead lights were extinguished, and only a watering truck leisurely traversed the park's pathways. I exhaled in relief and hurried to the accommodation registration desk to inquire about my lodging. The serene-faced lady was not surprised by my appearance at 3 in the morning. She located my name on the newcomer list, handed me a key, and provided detailed directions to my block and room. My room was on the 3rd floor, a 4-person accommodation, with 3 beds already occupied. I instantly recognized the 3 individuals, Chen Guo, Yi Hongqiao, and Kang Qizheng. Grabbing a towel, shower gel, and toothbrush from my bed, I headed to the shower. Upon seeing my reflection in the mirror, I nearly dropped everything in my hands. A figure with black, tousled hair and sparkling blue eyes was staring back at me. Chapter 9. Career Aspirations 1470. Tang Qiufeng is waiting for you. The boy of around 15, bald-headed, gently nudged my shoulder. Are there children in the dome? I had not fully awakened, still believing I was in a dream. Yet, this was not the case. The bald boy remained by my bedside, persistently urging me to rise. I yawned sleepily. Sitting up and looking around, it was pitch black outside, and my roommates were still fast asleep. What time was it? Upon entering the dome, my phone had been confiscated, and I was not wearing a watch. It was just past 6 o'clock. The boy replied softly. Daylight was about to break. Hurry and get dressed to find Tang Qiufeng. He is quite stern, so do not keep him waiting too long. Who is Tang Qiufeng, and where do I find him? The boy shook his head, as if I had uttered something foolish. Yet, he elaborated on my inquiries. Tang Qiufeng is the second in command of Du Lanqing. He primarily handles personnel matters, devising personal plans for each guild member and arranging their roles within the guild. His office is in the administrative building, and he is currently very angry. You should hurry over. The boy did not divulge the specific reason for Tang Qiufeng's ire, leaving after confirming that I was awake and fully understood his message. I surmised it must pertain to my unauthorized entry into the game yesterday. To avoid further aggravating him, I reluctantly crawled out of bed and dressed quickly. While washing my face, I caught another glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. Indeed, my eyes still sparkled a brilliant blue, entirely uncharacteristic of a human. 10 minutes later, I knocked on the door and entered Tang Qiufeng's office. The personnel officer was a portly middle-aged man, and I found it curious, as everyone I had encountered in the dome thus far had possessed athletic, slender physiques. Have a seat. Tang Qiufeng gestured towards the chair before his desk. He scrutinized my face for a moment, as if examining my eyes, then grunted before diverting his gaze. I took a seat in the chair he indicated, uncertain whether I should admit my wrongdoing up front. Tang Qiufeng furrowed his brow and spoke in a more formal and stern tone. 1470, I have received a complaint from the 2nd Legion commander, Sudi Xin. She claims you were idling during the all-member battle and wasted precious ammunition. I would like to know how you ended up there. Please describe the events in detail. I had nothing to conceal. I believed my intentions were entirely honorable. Thus, I expressed my desire to assist the guild and explained how I had entered the hive and settled into the capsule. I recounted the process of modifying my appearance, then how I created my character and selected my profession. From now on, I require more detailed information. The corpulent man activated his computer to record my account, urging me to recall the initial base attributes of my character. I needed no recollection. I remembered clearly: Strength 12, Agility 15, Intelligence 17, Perception 19, Constitution 10. The total does not add up, the man remarked as he entered the data. Every newcomer starts with 75 points, yet you only have 73? And luck too, I added. Tang Qiufeng nodded. Well, that is still within the normal range. What is your profession? I could choose geologist or survey specialist, and I opted for survey specialist. The man's expression shifted dramatically. Incorrect, completely erroneous, he suddenly shouted, rising from his chair, which toppled over. Tang Qiufeng paced back and forth, visibly agitated. You should have consulted me first. What a pity. Your perception is exceptionally high, and your luck is good, ideal traits for a geologist. You could have had significant potential for development. We already have a starship pilot, a space trooper, and a paleobotanist. Now, our useless team has expanded to 4 members. You will only be relegated to menial tasks like garbage collection and drain clearing. I was taken aback by the intensity of the personnel officer's reaction, timidly inquiring, what is wrong with being a survey specialist? Everything is wrong. The man trembled with indignation, his voice raised. A survey specialist is a profession that specializes in using electronic scanners. We do not possess such technology. We lack the necessary equipment for survey specialists to use, and there are no developmental plans in place for it. Upon hearing this, I nearly toppled from my chair. What do you mean there are no developmental plans? This is disastrous. What am I to do? Am I now destined for work unrelated to my profession, below everyone else? Tang Qiufeng shared my frustration, his face darkening as he sat there, losing interest in further discussion regarding my situation. I felt disheartened as well, but the die had been cast. I could only remain calm. I proceeded to recount my experience navigating the maze and how I had subsequently gained 5 base attribute points. 5 points? Tang Qiufeng perked up slightly, silently listening as I detailed the allocation of those points, which he recorded in the database. I had expected him to scold me again, or at least comment on my distribution method. But he remained unresponsive. Next, I recounted my encounter with the alien diplomat, He, how I found the road, and my entrance into the shooting range. Throughout, Tang Qiufeng did not interrupt me once. He had no remarks regarding my study of cosmic linguistics. It was only after I described the battle with the beetles and my subsequent demise at the hands of the female paladin that Tang Qiufeng contemplatively remarked, "Gale's actions can be understood. She herself perished twice last night, and the Second Legion suffered at least one complete loss before repelling the Dark Guild's assault. Moreover, 2 members of her legion were captured, which fueled her anger." Gale. I recalled seeing this peculiar prefix before her name yesterday. What did it signify? Was it a title for legion commanders? The portly man shook his head. "You are woefully ignorant of the game. Gale is not a rank, but rather an achievement, signifying something between value and nobility. This accolade cannot be purchased or attained through elections. It is a recognition by the game system of the player, automatically appearing before their name. Are there higher accolades? I found this intriguing. Long as the next tier, typically reserved for guild leaders to attain, following that Iskalong, which represents the highest level. For Akalong, their actions are always deemed correct. For example, Tang Qiufeng hesitated, searching for an example, and I interjected, such as the ruler of the geckos? Precisely. This means you are obliged to respect Akalong. In conflicts between ordinary players and Akalong, the latter is always in the right. The same applies to Gale. She killed you because she believed it was justified, so she requires neither explanation nor apology. It is indeed a peculiar logic, but I understood that arguing would be futile. Rules are rules. Can I ascertain the reason behind her actions? If I could identify what I did wrong, at least I would not repeat the same mistake. The portly man fell silent for a moment, then gazed into my eyes. Your eyes? Humans do not possess such eyes. This is a mark of the Dark Guild's mages. Perhaps she acted on instinct upon seeing your luminous eyes. However, neither the duty officer from yesterday nor the boy from today reacted upon meeting my gaze. The portly fellow chuckled heartily and turned his computer monitor towards me. That's merely your imagination. Come, take a look at the report concerning you. The first report was filed at 2:30 in the morning yesterday. The second report came in at 6:10 this morning. What were you thinking while creating your character? You would do well to wear a pair of sunglasses. It would spare you some trouble. Very well. I then inquired about other players in the guild who, like Sudi Sheen, hold a position of high esteem, so that I might exercise caution when encountering them. Our guild has only 3 Jairs. The commander of the First Legion, the level 88 sniper Guansheng, is the highest-ranked player within the guild. The second is Sudi Sheen, whom you have already met, and the third is Ding Jifu, the head of the scientific laboratory, a level 77 scientist. Only 3? That is fortunate. I committed these 3 names to memory. At that moment, the world outside suddenly brightened, and the spotlights beneath the dome flickered to life, heralding the arrival of day. Tang Qiufeng's reaction was somewhat peculiar. He pulled the thick curtain shut to block the light. It's a habit, he explained. By the time I entered the dome, I was already in the late stages of diabetes. My retina deteriorating, unable to tolerate the stimulation of light. However, once I entered the game, the body within it replaced my physical form. My diabetes swiftly improved, my vision restored, yet I still prefer to avoid bright lights. I fell silent, realizing that there were indeed individuals suffering from terminal illnesses within the dome. Was the 15-year-old bald boy who woke me this morning also here for the same reason? At last, Tang Qiufeng steered the conversation back on track. Since the Geik diplomat supports you, and you have not caused any irreparable damage, it is clear that although you were supposed to carry 20 kilograms of supplies into the game world, under your circumstances, you would scarcely have managed to exit the labyrinth. I concurred with this assessment. Even without the additional burden, my stamina had long since dwindled to 0. When I emerged, only 6 seconds remained. And had I been tasked with carrying an extra 20 kilograms, I would surely have collapsed. Tang Qiufeng continued, your most critical error lies in your choice of profession. However, given the current situation, it is not devoid of hope. You still have 2 skills to learn. Select mineralogy and prioritize leveling it alongside scanning. Consider it a formal directive. As for your work assignment, you will serve as the assistant to our guild's sole geologist, Marulong. Regarding the scanner, I once spotted such a device in the equipment shop at the Geik base, though I cannot recall the cost. Our Geik currency is severely limited, so we can only procure the essentials. You may treat this objective as a dream. Save up to purchase a scanner, transforming yourself from an assistant geologist into a certified survey specialist. Chapter 10. Novice mission this morning. Fu Feng's guidance for newcomers was delayed due to my tardiness. Yet, this was not my fault. Tang Qiufeng had instructed me to first seek out the quartermaster for my novice equipment, and I spent considerable time locating the place. I had expected weapons or some high-tech gear. But the quartermaster, moving at a snail's pace, rummaged through the warehouse for quite some time, ultimately handing me several uniforms and sportswear, along with undergarments and other daily necessities. By the time I donned the uniform, I was already 50 minutes late. I had no choice but to sneak into the dimly lit hall and sit in the closest spot to the entrance. Yifu Feng was enthusiastically explaining a chart displayed on the large screen. Utterly oblivious to my presence, a classmate beside me leaned closer, and it was then that I recognized the girl in the lead seat as the stunning Li Ming, who whispered in my ear. "You were just mentioned. He used you as a cautionary tale. What did he say?" I was astonished not by my unexpected notoriety, but by the negative connotation attributed to my actions. Li Ming did not disguise her sardonic tone as she recounted Yifu Feng's narrative. Through her retelling, I had entered the game without any equipment, foolishly lost my way and stumbled into a farmland, nearly being devoured by insects, and was ultimately shot by a passing player out of pity. Sparing me from suffering, in summary, Yifu Feng's account of the entire affair distorted many facts, yet I refrained from offering explanations or corrections. Let the newcomers believe this story. It would only serve to preserve the guild's order. And I had nothing to lose, Lun. Let me see your eyes, Li Ming softly requested. I heard you made an incredible alteration to them. Why not? I removed the sunglasses provided by the quartermaster. Li Ming was not frightened. Rather, she was taken aback, her astonished gaze reflecting the shimmering blue light emanating from my eyes. It certainly looked somewhat intimidating, she conceded, but rather beautiful. I shall try it myself once I enter the game. Around us, classmates began to cast glances our way, visibly displeased by our whispered exchange, as though we had disrupted their attention on the important content Yifu Feng was presenting. I replaced my sunglasses and focused on the guild diplomat's introduction. Yifu Feng had just concluded another segment of his explanation, which primarily detailed the history of the human, one guild within the virtual game world. Regrettably, I had missed most of this narrative, yet the conclusion was still captivating. He outlined the current structural issues within our guild, noting an excess of warriors and a deficiency of players capable of working in scientific laboratories. The guild had acquired certain technologies and equipment blueprints within the game. Yet there was a dire shortage of talent for design and manufacturing. This was precisely why the guild leadership had decided to allocate the new batch of slots for recruiting scientific talent. In this game, the professions available for players correlate with their real-life expertise, and attribute distribution follows suit. Thus, among our cohort of newcomers, there were dozens of scientists, designers, and technicians who would employ their knowledge and skills to assist the guild. Previously, due to the pressure of warfare against rival guilds, the guild had recruited a substantial number of military personnel, all of whom possessed combat experience in reality. Now that the military talent pool was saturated, it had become exceedingly difficult for these soldiers to learn skills such as designer, chemist, or physicist within the game, and even if they managed to learn them, they would struggle to apply them effectively, as each profession has a systematic development path. I surveyed these young experts. They were all intently listening to Yifu Feng's introduction, eager not to miss a single word. Their faces displayed sincere, unfeigned enthusiasm, brimming with a desire to contribute to the work as soon as possible. It appeared that these individuals had voluntarily joined the dome, unlike the few of us who had been coerced by the police. This only deepened my confusion. I remained perplexed as to why they needed a few university students who played games. At that moment, Yifu Feng displayed an image on the large screen, capturing my attention. The image portrayed a series of hexagonal grids, each painted in different colors. Yifu Feng adjusted the microphone and continued. Now that we have grasped the history of the guild, I shall introduce the geographical environment within the game. He magnified the image, clearly revealing that these were hexagons superimposed on a topographical map, which depicted forests, rivers, and swamps. Yifu Feng explained, in the game, our planet is divided into hexagons with a side length of 9 kilometers. It is referred to by many names, but we commonly call it a base. Establishing a guild necessitates at least one base. Each base spans an area of 210 square kilometers, where the guild can establish an initial base and organize members to produce essential supplies within the game. Can a guild possess multiple bases? The man from yesterday resumed his inquiries. However, today the diplomat was in good spirits, promptly responding, certainly. Each base possesses unique climate, terrain, and resources If a guild's base lacks a certain vital resource while an adjacent base has it, expansion becomes imperative for development. Our guild currently holds 5 bases. The 5th was only captured 4 days ago, thus allowing for your entry into the game. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they exchanged glances, and the man posed yet another question. What is the specific relationship between the number of bases and the guild member slots? Yifu Feng addressed this inquiry with remarkable detail. In comparison to quantity, the guild slots are more closely associated with the developmental level of the bases. A level 1 foot base permits a guild to have 87 players in the game. A level 2 base accommodates 261 players, and a level 3 base allows for 783 individuals. We do not yet possess a level 4 base, which can accommodate up to 2,349 players. He paused before introducing the bases currently held by the guild. We now have a level 3 base, known as our Red Capital. Every newcomer to the guild appears approximately 1 kilometer west of the Red Capital. In addition to the Red Capital, we have 3 more bases to the south. 2 level 2 bases named Luss Hills and Mist Forest, and 1 level 1 base called Aegean Beach, while to the east lies the newly occupied Dungy Marsh. Therefore, our guild can currently support 1479 players. This information is of utmost importance. My identification number is 1470, while the upper limit is merely 1479, indicating that the guild has nearly exhausted all available slots. We shall not welcome any newcomers before we seize or upgrade the stronghold. The introductions are still ongoing, yet they delve into highly specialized topics, such as the resources required for constructing certain buildings at the base, the capacity of a laboratory, and the rewards that a scientific team can attain based on the leader's skills, among others. Such matters hold little relevance for me as a survey specialist, and I have endured this session while ravenously hungry. It is worth noting that the last time I had a meal was 24 hours prior, before that PvP finals. During breakfast, our small group of 6 convened around the same table. A few among us were intensely studying the labyrinth map. Attempting to memorize the official designated route, I refrained from offering my companions any advice, as I was uncertain of the game's reward mechanism. For the labyrinth's designer, an excessive pursuit of shortcuts may not be a commendable approach to gameplay. As we were nearing the end of breakfast, the short-haired girl from the 1st Legion, whom I encountered in the dome yesterday, approached our table. She surveyed the 6 of us and then turned to me, saying, "Lewin, since you have completed the labyrinth, you may directly participate in the daily tasks. At 10 o'clock, join Lu Tai's group for a 4-hour border patrol at Aegean Beach." Her words seemed nonchalant. Am I to embark on a 4-hour border patrol when I can barely handle beetles? The girl appeared to sense my apprehension and added, "Last night, the 1st and 2nd Legions battled throughout the night, so today they require rest. Aegean Beach is a safe location, perfect for newcomers. Moreover, Captain Lu Tai is a level 40 machine gunner, and he will ensure your safety." After her statement, the girl, with the number 343 emblazoned on her back, turned and left. At that moment, I felt a shift in the way my companions regarded me. A hint of envy, even respect, glimmered in their eyes. After all, they had yet to even see a capsule. While I had already become a formal player, and the guild needed me for task allocations, breakfast concluded swiftly, and after bidding them farewell, I prepared to head to the hive. "Yuan, come back and tell us what Aegean Beach is truly like," Wang Xin remarked, gazing at me. "Why is it called Aegean Beach? Could there be monsters from ancient Greek legends there? Would I have the chance to witness them with my own eyes?" Chapter 11. Preparing for patrol. Upon entering the game this time, I did not plummet from 3 meters high. Rather, I stood firmly on the ground. The location remained unchanged, situated before the Mongolian yurt of the Gek tribe diplomat, where he was engaged in conversation with Yifu Feng. Yifu Feng was not clad in his formal suit, but had donned a stained camouflage outfit, layered with heavy armor, and carried a sniper rifle on his back. I spotted the designation of an 80-level sniper above his head, which filled me with awe. I approached the 2 diplomats engrossed in dialogue. "Luan." The furry alien greeted me. "Esteemed Dihi," I bowed in return, eliciting a moment of pride from him. The skill Cosmic Linguistics has upgraded to level 3. Yifu Feng spoke a lengthy string of sentences in Gek, of which I comprehended nothing, save for the repeated mention of my name. He responded in Gek as well, then pointed at me and reiterated in Chinese, "No?" It was not my request. It was Lewin who insisted on learning Gek. Initially, I rejected his request. This skill is utterly useless for him. Lewin is a survey specialist. and he spends nearly all his time in mountains and swamps, with no opportunity to converse with aliens. The diplomats resumed their discussion in Chinese, debating the matter of my studying cosmic linguistics for about 3 minutes. I seemed to catch a few expletives in Gek. After which my skill leveled up once more. Cosmic linguistics has upgraded to level 4. Finally, Yi Fu Feng ceased the argument, shifting his gaze toward me and scrutinizing my attire. Luin, you should return to the base and change your equipment. Wait, time may be insufficient. I'll find someone to fetch you. He removed a radio from his belt and commanded, Liang Xiao, bring your starship to the Gek diplomat. A newcomer needs to be transported to the central base of Red Capital. The radio crackled with some indistinct sounds. After a while, an unusual whistling noise approached from a distance. From a side path in the forest emerged a peculiar vehicle, an assemblage of welded metal tubes, atop which rested 4 chairs and a steering wheel. It resembled an old-fashioned race car but lacked wheels. Instead, it had 3 metal discs at the bottom, allowing the entire vehicle to hover above the ground without contact. The young driver of this makeshift racer wore a motorcycle helmet and a leather jacket, his attire splattered with mud. Liang Xiao, human, H1 Guild, level 28 starship pilot. A starship pilot? Isn't that the individual that Tang Qiufeng mentioned earlier this morning? I suspected that since our guild lacked interstellar spacecraft, this fellow could only operate this tractor-like vehicle. Nevertheless, this tractor was quite remarkable, floating approximately 10 centimeters off the ground, possibly utilizing some form of anti-gravity technology intrinsic to this game world. Yi Fu Feng pointed at me and instructed the driver, take this rookie back to the base, then don't wander off. There will be a whole group of new recruits needing transport. Liang Xiao whistled and gestured to the seat beside him. I did not hesitate, leaping aboard, causing the vehicle to sway precariously. The driver yanked the steering wheel back, barely maintaining balance. Be careful. Don't you see we're hovering? If you don't want to be flung out on a turn, fasten your seatbelt. There are helmets in the back seat. Wear one. I heeded his advice, donned the helmet, secured myself in my seat, and fastened the seatbelt. At that moment, I noticed 2 hasty characters scratched on the front metal panel. Starship. Were those fellows jesting? Liang Xiao caught sight of my gaze and explained, I just painted over that yesterday. But someone wrote it again this morning. If I catch who did it, I'll kill them. Is it because of your profession in the game? I inquired, hoping this sensitive topic did not offend him. What else could it be? I graduated from Yinbei Aerospace Military Academy, majoring in spacecraft piloting. Before coming to the Dome, I had already passed the National Aeronautics Administration selection. Hence, when I saw the starship pilot and mech pilot professions, it was only natural for me to choose the former. Who knew our guild would lack starships? Liang Xiao gritted his teeth, suddenly yanking down the steering wheel, causing his starship to lurch forward. Pressing me firmly against the backrest, you're not in too much of a hurry, are you? Mind if we take a detour around the swamp? Liang Xiao asked without looking back, as the starship darted swiftly between bushes and rocks. I nearly got stuck in the swamp yesterday. The battery was running low, and the anti-gravity device was underpowered. It had just been recharging at the base. Mapping skill has upgraded to level 4. At that moment, I realized how rapidly my mapping proficiency was increasing as we moved at high speed. The route we traversed was being unlocked on the map. The rate of leveling up mapping aboard a starship is several times faster than on foot. After a few minutes, mapping leveled up once again. Mapping skill has upgraded to level 5. Scanning skill has upgraded to level 5. Level has upgraded to level 5. I have earned 3 skill points to allocate freely. Now, I possess a total of 6 points to allocate as I wished. I yearned to soar in this starship for several hours, continuing to level up. Alas, all too soon, we arrived at our destination. After a sharp turn and passing through a sparse grove, I beheld a towering reinforced concrete wall, complete with watchtowers. In front of the wall lay rows of barbed wire, trenches, and heavy weapon firing positions. The starship slowed down, crossed the bridge over the moat, and came to a halt before the open city gate. I removed my helmet, and a guard armed with an automatic rifle approached us, directing a device resembling a camera toward us. His partner carefully examined the images on a tablet. Clearly, they were verifying our identities through some scanning apparatus. A moment later, a confirmation notification sounded from his device. Safe. Permission granted to pass. Equipment warehoused. I gazed at the mountain of items accumulating rapidly on the table before me. Camouflage uniforms, helmets, goggles, military knives, boots, canteens, belts, knee pads, backpacks, tactical gloves. Do I have to wear all of these? Would you prefer light or medium armor? The burly warehouse manager turned around, awaiting my response. Who knows? Let us go with medium armor. Zhang Di placed a battle wolf jacket with steel plates on the table and inquired, have you learned the medium armor skill? If not, donning these few kilograms of steel plates 1T enhance your defense. His reminder was timely. Previously, I had learned mineralogy at Tang Qiufeng's behest, and now I had an empty skill slot, perfectly suited to bolster my defenses. Acquired level 1 skill medium armor. Here, the ammunition for my 12-gauge shotgun has run out, yet I still have plenty of pellets for my air rifle. The air rifle is of little use. I lamented, as it cannot even kill a beetle. Zhang Di disagreed. Not at all. Our guild is currently unable to produce bullet primers, and even the primary weapon of the First Legion is the air rifle. A quality 9mm PCP air rifle can blow the head off a black bear. However, using such a weapon requires a minimum of level 30 in firearms skill. Level 30. My firearms skill is only at level 7. I am still far from that. Thus, I inquired if he had any weapons that required a lower level. The warehouse manager eyed me askance and replied, listen, this is a serious weapon warehouse, not a kindergarten toy stall. Come back when you've raised your firearms skill to level 20, and then I may assist you. Captain El Tai. You're here as well. I turned around to see a short, bearded man approaching me. He was not tall, being half a head shorter than I, yet his shoulders were remarkably broad, and his arms were as thick as my legs. This captain's voice was as rugged as his appearance. Luin, why haven't you donned your gear yet? We are about to depart. They asked me to be ready by 11 o'clock, and now there are only 15 minutes left. I attempted to argue, but the captain reprimanded me. What nonsense about 11 o'clock? We are leaving immediately. Hurry up and put on your gear. I did not anticipate my speed in dressing would be so swift. In less than 2 minutes, I adorned myself with the array of items from the table. Standing before him, El Tai nodded approvingly but could not help but laugh. What are you performing? Did you hear your parents knocking while you were fooling around with your girlfriend? You simply need to open your inventory and place each item into your equipment slot. They will automatically appear on you. Blame it all on how real everything feels. It made me forget I was in a virtual game world. At that moment, a walkie-talkie on Zhang Di's belt crackled to life. The burly warrior with a full beard listened quietly for a moment, and after shutting off the communication, he vented his emotions. What do you think this is, a nursery? Luin, 2 more newcomers are joining you. The starship pilot is bringing them over, but you will need to wait for a few minutes. In the meantime, you should set your respawn point at the base. If you have skill points, you should allocate them as well. Aegean Beach is relatively safe, but you could still die there. I heeded his sage advice and began checking my respawn settings. Found it. There was a coordinate and a small image depicting the place where I first appeared in the game. Showing Hedizur.do, you wish to change your respawn point? I thought it prudent to set my respawn point at the safest location, thus selecting coordinates in the central open area of the base and resetting my respawn point. Next were the 6 skill points awaiting allocation. Tang Qiufeng urged me to swiftly enhance both mineralogy and scanning skills. However, upon reflection, I realized that my scanning skill was nearly full to the next level, and using a skill point for an upgrade seemed somewhat wasteful. Meanwhile, mineralogy was still at level 1. According to game experience, the initial levels upgrade rapidly, making it unwise to spend skill points at this juncture. Therefore, I decided to take a risk, allocating all 6 skill points to firearms, instantly elevating it to level 13. After all, the upcoming task involved patrolling the border, a perilous and weighty responsibility. Chapter 12. Hellbus. The vehicle transporting us was more cumbersome and peculiar than a starship. It appeared as a gigantic wooden container covered with metal plates, equipped with 8 wheels at the bottom. Inside the container were 4 fixed wooden benches, and the walls bore gaps patched with waterproof tarpaulin. Half of the interior space was filled with cargo. The windshield in front of the driver was obscured, resembling a layer of opaque slime. The 8 wheels of this hellish vehicle were not rubber but rather metallic wheels with a spring structure. Perhaps such wheels would not suffer from blowouts, but they offered almost no cushioning, and every jolt on the road sent sharp pains to my heels. I sat on the first bench, next to the driver of this vehicle. This curly-haired fellow was named Sankey, a level 63 mechanic who had been driving this rickety vehicle back and forth between the guild base and various outposts for the past 6 months. Sankey gripped the steering wheel, pressed the pedals, and occasionally shifted gears while tirelessly introducing us to this remarkable mode of transport. According to his account, the bus we were riding in was the guild's first manufactured automobile. Its engine and most parts were processed and assembled in the red capital, with only a small portion procured from the geckos or brought from the real world. The yellow clay hills are approaching, Sankey shouted, instructing the rear passengers to pull up the waterproof tarpaulin. In the forest ahead, there existed carnivorous plants that exuded acidic liquid. He pointed to the white spots on the windshield, explaining that the glass had been corroded by them, requiring me to replace it monthly. If one were to be sprayed by such liquid, even if not burned to death, the wound would not heal until they respawned. Sitting behind me, Li Ming began to sob again upon hearing this. The beautiful girl incessantly wiped her tears, now a level 2 medic. Throughout the day, her demeanor had been darker than storm clouds, alternating between sobs and complaints about her unfortunate fate. The reason was simple. No matter how much Li Ming wished to escape the medical profession, her career choices within the game were limited to 2 options, medic or veterinarian. Given her aversion to blood and distaste for animals, she had no choice but to accept being a medic. For the next 10 minutes, she lamented her distaste for this profession, believing it to be utterly useless. She argued that if death only required a 15-minute wait for a painless respawn, then why should there be a need for medics? Captain El Tai supported the girl's viewpoint, suggesting that if one was not far from the respawn point, it would be better to simply die on the battlefield and return with full health and ammunition. Another newcomer in the group was Kong Qizheng, a physical education student struggling to find work, now a level 2 gladiator. His spirits were notably high. According to Kong Qizheng, he could choose between the bodyguard and gladiator professions, and he even exited the game to consult Tang Qiufeng for guidance on making the right choice. Bodyguards excelled in using light weapons and close-range shooting, boasting high health points and the ability to absorb damage for their team. Gladiators, on the other hand, were experts in hand-to-hand combat, capable of swiftly closing the distance to enemies and dispatching them with lethal melee weapons. In addition to cold weapons and light arms, gladiators could also wield heavy weapons and missile equipment. Presently, Kong Qizheng's gear included a curved blade. Besides the 3 of us newcomers, there were 4 other soldiers on the vehicle, their levels ranging from 20 to 35, however. We were headed to different destinations, and they would disembark at another outpost. El Tai would maintain contact with them, enabling mutual assistance in emergencies. Mapping skill upgraded to level 7. Scanning skill upgraded to level 6. As anticipated, scanning quickly ascended to level 6. But I was surprised by the rapid progression of the mapping skill. While in the equipment warehouse of the Red Capital, I had declined the map Zhang Di offered me, which was intended as a basic piece of equipment for every newcomer. However, taking it would have prevented me from upgrading the mapping skill through exploration, making it unsuitable for me. Turned out my intuition was correct. Although not as swift as a starship, the bus journey had indeed contributed to the advancement of my mapping skill. The 8-wheeled bus navigated through the treacherous forest filled with acidic-spitting plants, its engine roaring violently as it jolted along the rocky road, ascending higher along the mountain path. Intense battles had occurred on this mountain 3 months prior. Driver Sankey continued to regale us with tales. Initially, we attempted to construct a fortress here, but the centaurs had obliterated it. It was only after the First Legion scorched another mountain with flamethrowers that we managed to establish a foothold. Ultimately constructing a fortress to secure this outpost, that moment, the bus entered a thick fog, rendering visibility through the windows nearly impossible. Why mapping skills progression halted as well. I could not fathom how Sankey was able to discern the road in such conditions. Perhaps he possessed some unique skill. The bus continued to jolt over rocks, while Sankey's chatter remained unceasing. We are disembarking here. The 4 soldiers in the vehicle lifted the waterproof tarpaulin at the back, leaping out into the thick mist. This is the highest point, Sankey explained, and now with the fog, one could see up to 30 kilometers on a clear day, even spotting the gecko's base across the bay. Perhaps on a sunny day, the view from here would be breathtaking, but at present, I could barely see 2 or 3 meters ahead. However, within minutes of the vehicle descending, we emerged from the fog. Look, the sea! So beautiful! Li Ming exclaimed, her foul mood seemingly evaporated. Before us, the cerulean sea stretched from the foot of the mountains to the horizon. The bus wound its way along the serpentine mountain road for over 10 minutes before finally coming to a halt by the shore. There, 4 soldiers, bare-chested and sun-kissed to a deep bronze, awaited our arrival. Get out, we've arrived. El Tai called out to us. Mapping skill has been upgraded to level 8. I glanced at the information that had appeared before me, then surveyed my surroundings. Towering waves crashed upon the shore in a symphony of sound, washing various shells and pebbles onto the beach. Further from the water lay a vast expanse of seaweed, washed ashore and emitting a pungent odor of iodine. Behind that, steep cliffs rose dramatically, extending from the mountain base and reaching toward the heavens. Standing on the beach and gazing up at the mountains, I found it hard to fathom how that bus had traversed such an insurmountable obstacle. Newcomers, listen carefully. That bunker is the 8th outpost. Eltai gestured towards the square structure behind him. Aside from this beach, the enemy can only infiltrate our territory from the high mountains. That is why we are stationed here. Moments later, our muscular captain donned a suit of heavy armor seemingly out of thin air. A second later, a heavy machine gun, aglow with blue light and adorned with an optical sight and a myriad of incomprehensible gadgets, materialized in his hands. This is my favorite toy. Eltai tenderly patted his formidable weapon with his large palm. This gun has been meticulously modified from the 89 model 12.7mm machine gun, reducing weight while enhancing penetration. I've taken down an 80-level Minotaur with it. Watching the bullet pierce through its horned skull was a true delight. Eltai slung the machine gun over his shoulder and turned towards the bunker, leaving the three of us exchanging glances. "Captain, what should we do?" Kang Chi called out to the departing gunner. "You." The captain turned back in surprise. "Principally, you may do as you please. Even in combat, you novices would be of no use. If you wish, you can go to the watchtower to scout for centaurs or stroll along the beach to collect shells. You often find pearls within them." He paused before adding, "but do not venture into the water to swim. Without the swimming skill, you will drown instantly. In 4 hours, we will take the bus back to base. I will report that you all performed admirably." "How wonderful!" Our captain candidly expressed that we were superfluous, a burden imposed upon him by superiors, without a hint of concealing his attitude. Perhaps it aligned with the reality of the situation. Yet it was still disheartening to hear. What could possibly be done in these 4 hours? I followed the gunner up the rocks, approaching the bunker. From here, I could see the barbed wire along the border extending into the sea. Though some sections had been damaged, the barbed wire cannot hold them back. Eltai shook his head. Minotaurs can tear it apart with their bare hands, and many centaurs can as well. Centaurs? Where are they? Li Ming, standing behind me, inquired curiously. I looked beyond the barbed wire, seeing only the desolate beach and rocks. Eltai pointed to the distant thickets and reeds. Centaurs are not fools basking in the sun all day. They hide in the forest, where there is a stream, the only source of fresh water on this beach. It was already hot and muggy, and I could scarcely imagine how sweltering it would become by afternoon. Moreover, my water flask was empty. I had forgotten to fill it at the base, being too rushed at the time. Though I could endure 4 hours without water, it would serve as a lesson. I gazed into the distance along the beach, spotting some buildings far off. "What is that?" I asked the captain. Eltai looked in the direction I pointed, making a grimace of disgust. "That is a dock." Though nominally our territory, it is effectively managed by the geckos. They transport our goods and tributes from the sea to their base. As vassals, we must pay 30% of all resources, crops, timber, minerals. Our diplomat Ifu Feng claims this is only fair, a protection fee, and only by doing so can we maintain our foothold. Yet, I find it deeply distasteful. It feels as though we are being occupied, openly plundered. Eltai spat onto the ground, expressing his disdain. But he continued, "If you wish, you can go to the dock. The geckos will usually oblige you by filling your water flask, as they do not typically refuse such trifles." Chapter 13. Aegean Beach. Each of us was quite intrigued by the suggestion to visit the dock. Kang Chi and Li Ming might have been driven by mere curiosity, but I had clear intentions. Firstly, the map along the coastline for 3 kilometers had yet to be explored. Traversing these areas would enhance my mapping skill. Secondly, I noticed many rocky slopes along the coast, which could provide an opportunity to improve my mineralogy proficiency. Thirdly, interacting with the geckos could bolster my cosmic linguistics skill. And of course, I also wished to take a stroll by the sea. Spending 4 hours in this stifling bunker was hardly appealing. Medium armor skill has been upgraded to level 2. Just as I intended to remove the steel-plated armor and store it, this notification appeared before me. It seemed that wearing the war wolf jacket could enhance my medium armor skill. I abandoned the thought of changing clothes. I would rather endure the heat for the sake of leveling up. However, Li Ming clearly had no such concerns. She immediately stripped off her gear, donning only a light tank top and shorts, topped with a sun hat. Her skin was a uniform wheat color, indicating frequent vacations to southern islands. Kang Chi, bare-chested, proudly displayed his sculpted physique, primarily for Li Ming's benefit. That moment, I noticed my hunger progress bar flickering. Earlier at the equipment depot, I had received some food. My backpack now contained compressed biscuits, jerky, bread, and some plant fiber crackers. While these were decent provisions, they were not easy to consume dry, so I planned to procure some water from the gecko's dock. Let's move quickly, I called to my companions, who appeared to have settled into the mindset of tourists on vacation, with two of them digging in the sand on the beach. Li Ming crouched by the shore, intently examining something, and upon hearing my urging, wiped her damp hands on her shorts. Wait! The waves have washed up so many shells, each one alive, and some even contain pearls. Yes, pearls, Kang Chi exclaimed, prying open a shell with his curved blade, extracting a round pearl over a centimeter in diameter. Seawater pearl, trade item. I approached them to closely inspect the pearls and shells they had found, and at that moment, the game system promptly informed me that shell meat could serve as food. Why not? I tore off a piece of flesh and placed it in my mouth. Ugh, why are you eating everything? Li Ming grimaced, turning her head to avoid witnessing this unpleasant scene. I chewed a few times and swallowed. Well, how should I put it? It's not fishy, and it actually tastes quite good. After consuming it, my hunger status improved somewhat. I then activated my scanning skill, hoping to locate more similar shells nearby. Scanning skill has been upgraded to level 7. Level has been upgraded to level 6. Obtained 3 skill points to allocate freely. Wow, this is fantastic. This skill is incredibly useful. However, before allocating my skill points, I first checked the scanning results. The outcome was quite delightful. The minimap not only marked the shells but also indicated which contained pearls. This meant that scanning could be directed. I could set parameters and then use scanning to search for them. This significantly increased the efficiency of my search for pearls, and within minutes, I found over 30 shells containing pearls, placing them before Kang Chi. The gladiator swiftly used his curved blade to open all the shells, and when I proposed to share them, he refused. No, these are all yours. Besides, I've already received my reward. Opening these shells has increased my cold weapon skill by 2 levels. My character level has also risen to 3. I did not press him to accept, instead beginning to collect the shell meat to consume. My character's satiety quickly rose to 80%, but then I could not increase it any further. Why was that? Kang Chi explained. You missed the introduction this morning. That tall diplomat. I forgot his name. He said food is divided into 3 categories: red, blue, and green. Red is meat, blue is carbohydrates, and green is plants. Well, just like in the real world, a balanced diet is necessary. This peculiar setting was quite intriguing, indeed, but Li Ming mentioned she was a vegetarian and had no intention of eating meat even in the game. We turned our heads simultaneously towards the girl, only to find that she too had reached level 3. She had climbed onto a high rock, enthusiastically poking at the stone's surface with a knife, as if digging for something. Kang Chi utilized his dash skill to ascend the rock in an instant, standing atop it and calling out to me. Sure, come over here. Li Ming has found gold ore. Gold ore? My level 6 surveying expert could not dash up like him, so I slowly climbed the giant rock, making my way towards my friends. Look, Li Ming proudly presented a shimmering crystal she had chipped off the stone. I could discern their errors without needing to be informed. It is a common mistake many make upon encountering iron sulfide crystals for the first time. This is merely pyrite, colloquially referred to as fool's gold, whose color and appearance indeed bear a slight resemblance to that of real gold. Are you certain? The beauty inquired, her expression reflecting a reluctance to relinquish her dreams of striking it rich. Yes, I am absolutely certain it is pyrite, I reiterated emphatically. At that moment, a miracle occurred. The mineralogy skill leveled up to level 2. Mineralogy skill advanced to level 3. Mineralogy skill escalated to level 4. Mineralogy skill progressed to level 5. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 6. Level increased to 7. I received 3 skill points to allocate at my discretion. How could this be? Was the game's reward system for mineral identification excessively generous? I was nearly overwhelmed by such a deluge of information. The only explanation I could conceive was that the game stipulated that pyrite could only be identified upon mastering level 6 in mineralogy. And since I had succeeded, I had evidently met that criterion. It turned out to be not gold ore, but mere refuse. The level 3 medic discarded the stone she had once prized, in an effort to console her. I explained that pyrite also holds value, being useful in the production of sulfuric acid, smoke bombs, and so forth. I marked the location of this iron sulfide deposit on the map, intending to report back to the guild upon our return, allowing them to decide if it was suitable for extraction. We frolicked for an hour and a half on our way to the dock. During this time, I stumbled upon another hematite and brass ore deposit, and I suspected there might be accompanying scale iron or present. I was uncertain of the accuracy of my assessment. Nevertheless, my mineralogy skill had now risen to level 11, which should suffice for reporting to the personnel supervisor. Concurrently, my cartography, scanning, and medium armor skills each increased by 1 level. Thus, before even arriving at the Gek dock, I had attained the status of a level 8 surveying expert. My 2 companions also made significant gains. Leveling up to 5 at Li Ming exhibited her expertise when Kong Qi miscalculated the distance during a practice dash, crashing into a granite boulder, leaving the gladiator bloodied with a fractured left arm. Without hesitation, Li Ming retrieved a large first aid kit from her equipment, and within half an hour, she had healed all of his injuries. Following the treatment, Li Ming evidently found a sense of accomplishment in her role as a medic. Declaring her acceptance of the profession, the gladiator expressed immense gratitude for her assistance, promising to occasionally injure himself to provide her with opportunities to practice her skills. Throughout this journey, I accumulated 9 skill points to allocate. I assigned 3 to firearms, 3 to scanning, and the remaining 3 to cosmic linguistics. After all, we were soon to meet extraterrestrials. Before we reached the dock, we encountered a 3-meter-high metallic fence blocking our path at a bend in the coastline. This barrier resembled those I had seen at the shooting range, complete with high-voltage barbed wire atop. The fence extended into the sea, with a cliff on the other end, rendering it impossible to climb over. As I hesitated on whether to halt our progress, Li Ming used the radio to contact the captain, inquiring how we might pass through. The only response from the radio was an annoying crackling sound. Rendering the message indecipherable, Kong Qi remarked, "How can our guild not even manufacture a proper intercom, yet claim to possess anti-gravity devices and other high technologies? It was merely 3 kilometers to the 8th outpost. Yet we could scarcely receive a signal." I also found it peculiar that, despite the substantial investment in the Dome project, guild members lacked even usable intercoms. Yet, we refrained from further discussion on the matter, perhaps acknowledging the inherent challenges of integrating real-world technology into the game. More importantly, I discovered a small door within the fence. The door was locked, and approximately 2.5 meters off the ground. There was a device reminiscent of an intercom, complete with a button and a microphone. Perched upon Kong Qi's shoulder, I examined the intercom. The text appeared somewhat familiar, seemingly not extraterrestrial script, but rather a product of some human guild. I pressed the button, attempting to explain who we were and our purpose for being there, and my companions also shouted towards the warehouse, striving to attract the attention of anyone inside. However, our efforts proved futile. No one responded, nor did anyone open the door. We shouted loudly enough that even a deaf person could hear us. Kong Qi concluded, "There may be no one inside right now." I had a spare skill available to learn swimming and circumvent the obstacle. Li Ming proposed a solution, but I deemed it somewhat wasteful to expend valuable skills on such a matter. As I attempted to utter a Gek greeting, a miracle transpired. Rather than receiving a response, a metallic column rose from the ground, approximately 1.5 meters high, topped with a square white touch panel, likely a device for identity verification. I leaped down from the gladiator's shoulder, approached the panel, and placed my right hand upon it, introducing myself, Luchin, Human, H1 Guild. Such a response did not satisfy the system, and the column retracted back underground. How disappointing. It seemed I lacked the necessary clearance to pass. Or perhaps it only permitted Gek entry? I then recalled the sole Gek I had encountered thus far, a diplomat by the name of Di He. His hand bore 4 fingers, and both the inside and outside of his palm were covered in fur, with each fingertip encased in a nail that enveloped the entire tip, suggesting that the scanner would not recognize fingerprints. I recalled the text on the intercom, which appeared to resemble Hindi, if it were indeed an Indian-made electronic device. Perhaps a simpler method of bypassing it could be employed. Thus, I scoured the beach for several suitably sized empty shells, cleaned them, and fitted them onto my 4 fingers. I uttered another Gek greeting, and as the touch panel extended, I placed my shell-clad hand upon it. Di He, Gek, Electronic skill leveled up to level 4. Cosmic linguistics skill advanced to level 8. Hacking skill escalated to level 3. Hacking skill progressed to level 4. Thank you, Indians. The door silently swung open, granting passage for the three of us into the Gek dock warehouse. Chapter 14. Trading with the centaurs, we traversed the passage for approximately 100 meters, rounding a rock to behold the harbor dock. The dock featured several hemispherical warehouses and numerous open-air stack containers. As we strolled along the dock, we found the warehouses locked, and the containers bore peculiar markings. We encountered neither Gek nor fresh water, and we were too apprehensive to attempt breaching the warehouses or opening the containers. Cameras were stationed everywhere, surveilling our every move. In our idle state, Li Ming made use of her spare skill to learn swimming. Joyfully frolicking in the bay, Kang Chi continued to practice with his scimitar on the dock, enhancing his cold weapons skill. By now, it was past noon, and the sun was scorching. I remained clad in my wolf jacket for the sake of my medium armor proficiency. And I successfully navigated through 2 additional Indian-made sensing systems, elevating both my hacking and electronic skills to level 6. Regrettably, my cosmic linguistics skill did not receive any advancement. At that moment, the voice of El Tai crackled through my intercom. Though the message was unclear, I surmised it was a call for us to return. Just as we prepared to depart the dock, we were suddenly met with the mechanical whirring of a silver aircraft skimming low over the ocean surface. Emblazoned with the words, "Shemaya, Get cargo ship. Should we flee?" Li Ming exclaimed in surprise, scrambling out of the water. Drenched, it was futile. They had undoubtedly already spotted us. Besides, where could we escape to? Kang Chi appeared unfazed. I felt that we had committed no wrongdoing, thus had no intention of fleeing. We watched as the aircraft soared over our heads, landing in the open area between the warehouses. And no sooner had the cargo ship come to a halt than a group of individuals clad in spacesuits descended from the side door. They were tall, seemingly Gek, yet curiously, they bore none of the identifying information that every player possessed. No names, guilds, professions, or levels. These individuals paid us no mind, as though we were invisible. They swiftly examined the markings on the containers. And while loading, one among them pried open a warehouse door, emerging less than a minute later with an opaque large bag in hand. In under 5 minutes, the cargo ship had retracted its loading arm, ascended vertically into the sky, and quickly vanished. Are the Gek always this efficient in their work? Li Ming remarked, now dressed. Perhaps they are pressed for time. Kang Chi agreed dully. Don't you think this resembles theft? I inquired of them both. As I posed my question, a swarm of combat aircraft approached from the direction of the beach, and minutes later, the dock was teeming with heavily armed Gek warriors. We 3 were encircled, and they rudely confiscated our weapons, employing some form of detector to scrutinize us. A Gek named Sisa shouted angrily at us, but my friends could not comprehend his words at all. Only I managed to catch a few phrases, yet I could not deduce any coherent meaning. However, I did enrich my vocabulary of expletives, and my cosmic linguistics skill ascended to level 9. Regrettably, I lacked sufficient vocabulary to elucidate the events that had transpired and how we had entered the warehouse. Fortunately, 15 minutes later, Yifeng and the Gek diplomat Dai arrived together in a small 2-seater anti-gravity vehicle. Their heated argument with Sisa lasted approximately 5 minutes. Subsequently, this Sisa, presumably the warehouse supervisor, suddenly drew a large-caliber pistol and pressed it to his forehead, pulling the trigger in a tragic act of suicide. The 2 diplomats nonchalantly stepped over his corpse and approached us. "You are in trouble," Yifeng remarked with a tone of dissatisfaction. "The surveillance data has been erased. The crystal-filled safe has been emptied, and there are human fingerprints on the intercom at the entrance. If it weren't for the 30 or so missing containers, I cannot fathom how you would justify your actions. I need to know what you witnessed." Dai spoke to us in a calm voice. We exchanged glances, and then I recounted in as much detail as possible how we entered the warehouse and what transpired thereafter. "Show me." The alien diplomat gestured towards the dock gate. I reiterated the process of hacking the Indian certification system. It was my first encounter with a Gek displaying surprise. His nostrils flared, and his eyes became mere slits. Reputation increased to 3. After a while, a heated argument erupted among the aliens gathered around us, possibly due to my recent upgrade in cosmic linguistics, as I grasped part of the contention. The warehouse supervisor Sisa had opted to economize on security systems by utilizing cheap Indian products. which evidently served no purpose, even failing to recognize species. At that moment, all the Geks disregarded us, and Yifeng seized the opportunity to pull us aside. Your suspicions remain unaddressed. Your description is insufficient to ascertain the identity of the thieves. The Geks comprise many tribes. Shemaya is not the name of a ship, but a common Gek cargo vessel. Furthermore, you need to alter your excessively reckless playstyle. This concerns not only you, but the entire guild. Now, return to Outpost 8 and remain there quietly until the mission concludes. On my way back from the dock, I had intended to take the path along the seaside rocky slope to enhance my mapping and mineralogy proficiency. However, the heat was unbearable, and there was less than an hour until the mission's end. Thus, I executed a few scans and discovered a dozen pearls, arriving at the outpost with my scanning skill elevated to level 12 and my character level raised to 9. I allocated all 3 newly acquired skill points to scanning to avoid being labeled as disobedient in addition to being criticized for my reckless gaming style. Liu Tai, clutching his most trusted machine gun, was seated at the bunker's firing port. Upon hearing of our encounter at the dock, he scoffed in dissatisfaction. I warned you not to go in. This is self-inflicted. Kang Chi was complaining about the crackling noise from the intercom, rendering the captain's orders completely inaudible. Liu Tai reluctantly concurred, acknowledging the dire signal. Everyone has complained about this. The capacitors and transistors our technicians manufactured in the game exhibit significant quality issues. While some equipment was brought into reality, it was all allocated to the 1st and 2nd Legions. At this point, the captain abruptly halted and turned to us. You haven't encountered centaurs yet, have you? 2 are approaching. Peering through the lookout hole, I indeed spotted 2 centaurs. One was large, likely male, with the muscular upper body of a human, while the other was relatively smaller, presumably female, adorned with zebra-like stripes. Liu Tai remarked about the centaurs. They haven't crossed the border. They are likely here for trade. They occasionally exchange goods with humans using fabrics, pearls, or berries. If you're interested, you could try your luck. Li Meng categorically refused, admitting her fear of their appearance. Kang Chi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against it, stating that he had already courted disaster once today and could not afford further risk. Thus, I had no choice but to venture alone. Do not draw your weapon, Liu Tai advised me. The centaurs are swift and strong. If they seize your weapon, you'll have to pay to retrieve it. Upon exiting the bunker, I quickly reached the border and discerned the information about my neighbors. NIS, Centaur, Ancient Guild, Level 66 Gladiator Philira, Centaur, Ancient Guild, Level 48, Archer. The centaurs eyed me warily, the male occasionally emitting loud snorts, while the female remained silent, sporting a friendly smile. They bore no weapons, likely having received the same instruction as I. I halted 3 steps from the gap in the barbed wire and bowed to them. Greetings, Shores, Philira spoke in Chinese. Do not fear. We are here to trade. I possess some fine pearls and wish to exchange them for your goods. Do you have ammunition? Or perhaps white liquor, Matai? I inquired. Philira nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Matai. I can trade a handful of seawater pearls for it, including 2 large ones. I had no surplus ammunition, let alone Matai. The only items I could offer from my backpack were the same pearls and a box of condoms. Would they have use for that? I produced a condom to show the female centaur. I have no Matai. This is all I possess. It can ensure a delightful night with the opposite sex without the risk of pregnancy. The female centaur glanced at her companion before turning back to me. Are you saying with any opposite sex? No risk of pregnancy? It seemed my proposition intrigued her, as the centaur did not conceal her interest. After assuring her of its efficacy, Philira smiled and handed me a handful of pearls, saying, Are these sufficient? They are all the pearls I have, if not enough. I can add my throwing knife. I declined her weapon, as trade should be fair. Excessive greed would jeopardize future opportunities. However, I requested the right to draw water from the small stream behind them. Water? Philira appeared astonished. That depends on NIS. He has the final say. The centaur's language was remarkably succinct, with words often consisting of 1 or 2 syllables. The male centaur expressed some displeasure at his companion's request, but Philira persisted, and NIS was ultimately persuaded. The 2 centaurs gestured that I could approach the riverbank, and I politely thanked them. NIS scoffed disdainfully and galloped off into the distance. We shall trade again next time. I will gather more pearls. Philira bid me farewell before hurrying to catch up with her companion. I walked approximately 300 meters into centaur territory and halted by a stream extending from the dense forest. This forest possessed an unnaturally eerie silence, devoid of insect chirps or birdsong. Upon careful observation, I indeed spotted a figure nearly blending with the leaves in the woods. It was a lurking elven archer. I then attempted another scan and discovered an entire squad of red dots within the forest. Wow! I had unwittingly fallen into their ambush. I quickly bowed respectfully in their direction and spoke in a calm voice. "Greetings, beautiful forest maidens. Please allow me to draw some water from the river." No one responded, only the rustling of leaves. Yet I noticed the red markers on the map beginning to retreat, save for the closest elven archer who remained fixated on me. Surely, this must indicate consent? I drew my water flask and filled it from the river, at which point my skill leveled up. Mapping skill ascended to level 10. Cosmic linguistics skill ascended to level 10. Reputation increased to 4. I secured the water flask to my belt and, after thanking the elven archer who had been watching me, I turned and began my slow walk back to our guild's territory. Upon my return to the bunker, Li Ming reproached me. "How could you cross the border without permission? The captain was ready to shoot you, to be killed by one's own comrades." Lu Tai explained his reasoning. "If you had been captured, the guild would have to pay a ransom for you. It would be more convenient to simply eliminate you." Chapter 15. A record-breaking opportunity. Li Ming, too, was thirsty and, disregarding her image, gulped down half of my water flask in one go. After I recounted my trade with the centaurs, Lu Tai chuckled. "You may find it quite difficult to trade with them again." "Why?" I inquired, puzzled. Lu Tai explained with a grin. "Did you not notice that male centaur? His human size is utterly incompatible. She will soon realize you deceived her regarding the pearls." "So what use are these pearls?" I questioned our captain. "They can serve as currency to purchase goods from the Gex. Although the Gex possess electronic currency, when trading with indigenous peoples like us, they utilize a type of red crystal. Every 30 pearls can be exchanged for 1 crystal, but the prices of goods sold by the Gex are exorbitant. An energy cell for an assault rifle costs 17 crystals, and the rifle itself costs 1,000 crystals. 1,000 crystals? That amounts to a staggering 30,000 pearls. Only 1 in every 10 shells yields a pearl. Even after a year of collecting shells, one couldn't afford a single assault rifle," I exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," LV concurred emphatically. "They are robbing us. A ton of timber is purchased for a mere 12 crystals. The last time we procured exoskeletal armor for the 2nd Legion commander, our entire guild spent a week felling trees just to gather the funds." "The 2nd Legion commander, Gu'er Sudishin?" I inquired. Given that this girl had claimed my first kill, I cautiously chose my words to ask the captain what made this Gu'er so special that the entire guild would pool resources to equip her. "You don't know?" The captain was astonished. Both Li Ming and I shook our heads. "Well, just don't say you heard it from me." We nodded in agreement. LV cast a glance around, then began recounting the tale. Her father was a judge who incarcerated a criminal gang. This gang held considerable influence locally, remaining untouched for many years, with witnesses either disappearing or refusing to testify. Authorities and high-ranking officers secretly protected them. Yet, Sudi Shin's father persevered against the pressure and ultimately managed to imprison several of their leaders. LV lowered his head in silence for a moment before continuing. One day, the remaining members of the gang broke into the judge's home and brutally murdered them. Jier had her arms broken, her eyes gouged out, and her heart stabbed multiple times. Miraculously, however, this girl survived. She lay in the hospital's hospice for several years until the dome appeared. Her mangled form upon entering the capsule was terrifying. Yet within weeks, she was reborn. She has been in the dome for 6 months now, becoming the fiercest warrior and leader, and the only one in our guild who possesses magic. Thus, when Du Longjing announced a fundraiser for her exoskeletal armor, the entire guild contributed. After hearing the Captain's story, I realized that if I openly complained about her killing me in the game, the entire guild would likely not stand by my side. This was not solely due to her identity as Gu'er. "The bus has arrived," Kang Qizheng, who had been observing through the lookout, called out to us. The captain glanced at his watch, stowed away the heavy machine gun, changed out of his armor, and ordered the 3 of us to line up outside the bunker. "I believe your mission was quite successful," the captain announced to us. The enemy did not cross the border. None of the newcomers perished, they even leveled up their skills, and the mission was executed smoothly. At that moment, our familiar bus emerged from the winding descent. "Excellent. Get on board. Let us return to base. If we hurry, You might still catch lunch. We were having lunch at that same restaurant from the morning, even at the same table, but unfortunately, there were too many people around, and I felt too shy to ask whether the food in the game had any benefits for our real-world bodies. In the restaurant, we encountered Wang Xian, Yi Hongqiao, and Chang Guo once again. They had been assigned to the research base, with Wang Xian in the chemical laboratory of the Misty Forest, while Cheng Guo and Yi Hongqiao worked in the Prometheus laboratory of Crimson City. We synthesized explosives in a remote area of the forest, and I was assigned to conduct experiments with mercury fulminate. Today, I even got blown up once. Wang Xian boasted, as if being blown up was something to take pride in. Unlike Wang Xian, who was a level 4 chemist, Cheng Guo and Yi Hongqiao refrained from discussing their work in Prometheus, citing confidentiality. I could only see their personal information. Cheng Guo, human, H1 Guild, level 5 designer. Yi Hongqiao, human, H1 Guild, level 5 engineer. It seems the higher-ups arranged our tasks primarily based on our professions. Just as in the morning, we had barely finished our lunch when that short-haired girl from the First Legion approached our table again. Dressed in loose camouflage attire. It was then I noticed her information. Wei Na, human, H1 Guild, level 64 assassin. An assassin? Truly a thrilling profession. Wei Na announced to us. Everyone must gather at the sports field in 10 minutes. Fortunately, we were almost done with our lunch. Li Meng, being a vegetarian, had only consumed a vegetable salad. When we arrived at the sports field, a large crowd had already assembled, consisting of newcomers ranging from level 3 to 5. Must we engage in physical training right after a meal? Kong Qijing, who had overeaten, openly expressed his confusion. The instructor glanced at his muscular frame and smiled kindly. That may not work in the real world. But this is still a game, so no need to worry. Both Li Ming and Kong Qijing had reached level 7, making them stand out in the crowd. As for me, I was at level 9. A truly formidable veteran. Luan, I have been keeping an eye on you. Wei Na approached me, her voice dripping with mockery. I hear you have a knack for stirring up trouble, so stay close to me and don't leave my sight. The distrust stung, but I concealed my feelings. The other 50 newcomers began to jog, and Wei Na and I fell in at the back of the line. Once we had created some distance from the main group, the assassin whispered to me, Ifu Feng is quite displeased with your performance. He is consulting with Tang Qiufeng to draft a specific work plan for you. Damn. How could I have attracted the attention of the guild leadership in just one morning? But I was curious. Would this plan include separate physical training? I heard you have pearls at hand? The instructor's expression suddenly turned cunning. It must have been LV Tai who revealed my transaction with the centaur. However, I did not deny it. I have 140, including 2 large ones. 25 pearls in exchange for 1 crystal, with the large ones counted separately. What do you say? This is far more advantageous than selling to the Goku people. Why not? I allowed her to appraise the 2 larger ones first, and in the end, Wei Na offered a total of 8 crystals for all my pearls. I possess the trade skill, which allows me to exchange with the Goku people at a better rate. She explained that I agreed, and the assassin seemed quite pleased with the transaction. After stowing the pearls in her backpack, she suggested we hasten to catch up with the main group. That moment, I received several notifications. Mapping skill upgraded to level 11. Medium armor skill upgraded to level 4. Level increased to level 10. Congratulations. You have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 new skill slots. Wei Na, who was 2 steps ahead, somehow noticed my level up. She suddenly halted, nearly causing me to bump into her. You leveled up 10 times in less than 24 hours? The assassin remarked approvingly. Impressive. You could attempt to break the guild record. Currently standing at level 13. If you succeed, the guild leadership might be more lenient with your actions. I caught my breath and asked, who was the previous record holder? Wei Na smirked with pride. That would be me. I was the first, and 3 others have also reached level 13 after me. You have 6 hours left to break this record. Chapter 16. The Dark Guild compared to Ifu Feng's dissatisfaction with me. I was more concerned about what bizarre work plan they might devise. As long as there was a way to avoid such unpleasantness, I would strive to find it. With 6 hours remaining until I hit the 24-hour mark in the game, I needed to level up 4 more times within that time frame. Although leveling up became progressively more challenging, I felt it was still within reach. What methods did I have at my disposal to gain experience points? Firstly, there was scanning, which could be executed immediately after each cooldown. Mapping was also straightforward. I merely needed to visit new locations. Medium armor progressed more slowly, but simply wearing the werewolf jacket would suffice for leveling up. I felt confident about these three, but relying solely on them might not be adequate to elevate my character by 4 levels in 6 hours. My other skills included electronics, cosmic linguistics, hacking, firearms, and mineralogy. But they all required specific conditions to be met. The ideal scenario would be to hack a security system at a mining site while blasting away at boisterous aliens with a shotgun. The thought of this image made me chuckle. "Lun, is there something amusing about what I said?" The instructor shouted at me. She was explaining the importance of physical training to the lined-up newcomers. Beyond May's rewards, a character's foundational attributes can also grow through training, albeit with great difficulty. For instance, 8 hours of physical training can enhance constitution by 1 point from the starting value, but to increase the second point, training would need to extend over 3 weeks. So far, no one has managed to raise any foundational attribute by 3 points. "Instructor, may I pose a question?" I immediately recognized the voice of the man who frequently questioned in the newcomer's briefing. "My profession is physicist, and I spend nearly all my time in the laboratory. What necessity is there to enhance constitution and strength?" Wayna did not turn to him but scanned the group before responding. "Do you know why there is no player number 224 in the guild? He is also a physicist, working in the Prometheus laboratory, who from the first day in the game has saved all his skill points, claiming he would allocate them later in the game. This strategy is indeed sound." Yi Hongqiao interrupted Wayna's discourse, asserting that as one progresses in levels, the challenges intensify, thus making the allocation of skill points far more efficient. The female assassin shot him a glare. I initially believed misfortune awaited him. However, Wayna refrained from reprimanding him and continued her narrative. 3 months passed in this manner, and 224 consistently lagged behind all his colleagues in research and output. Despite his persistent assurances of future compensation. One fateful day, a sabotage team from the Dark Guild assaulted the laboratory, resulting in the deaths of several scientists, including 224 himself. By that time, he had reached level 39, and all 114 unallocated skill points were wiped clean. That very night, he hanged himself in his room. It was only then that Wayna turned to the boy who had posed the initial question. "Therefore, whether you are willing or not, the guild explicitly mandates that skill points must be allocated within 24 hours. Furthermore, every member is required to undergo basic physical and military training, at the very least. When faced with danger, you must be able to hold out until the arrival of the 1st or 2nd Legion. For the next hour and a half, we engaged in weighted runs, push-ups, and pull-ups. The most grueling was the weighted run. I bore a heavy log upon my shoulders, running laps around the track. Throughout this ordeal, the system incessantly inquired whether I wished to learn new skills. But after reviewing the skill descriptions, I declined each time, needing to weigh the demands of my profession against future prospects. Seizing a moment of respite as my endurance waned, I sought the female assassin's counsel regarding her recommendations for skill selection. The 2 new skill slots at level 10, Wayna instantly guessed. For my assassin class, priority skills include danger sense, insight, and wind listening, which should also prove advantageous for a scouting specialist. Additionally, I would advise everyone to acquire precision, as it enhances the accuracy of ranged weaponry and increases critical strike chances. I expressed my gratitude for the instructor's advice and summoned the description for the insight skill. It enhances visual range and the probability of detecting items and creatures under adverse conditions, fog, smoke, darkness, camouflage, etc. Base attribute restrictions, perception 18, intelligence 15, probability of item discovery. This was precisely what a scouting specialist required. I acquired the level 1 skill insight. After careful consideration, I chose precision as my next skill, as recommended by the instructor. Although I desired to learn trade, enhancing combat prowess was evidently more critical. Moreover, my base attributes featured high perception and luck, which would synergize splendidly with precision. I acquired the level 1 skill precision. Before the conclusion of the physical training session, I received 2 additional notifications. Medium armor skill upgraded to level 5. Scanning skill upgraded to level 17. The final half hour of the training course was arduous. Had I not been intent on breaking the guild record, I would have relished the opportunity to rest on the grass for several hours. With only 4 hours remaining, I found my experience progress at level 11 to be a mere quarter filled. The distance was substantial, yet I had devised a plan, allocating all 3 skill points to scanning to elevate it to level 20. As soon as Wei Na announced the end of class, I hurried towards the guild base. "Luchin, wait. Where are you headed?" A drenched in sweat Kangchi called out to me. I in the physical training session. This gladiator had already risen to level 8, indicating that such training suited him well. I had no time to explain, so I hastily fabricated an excuse. I need to find the guild's geologist. Tang Xiufeng arranged for me to work with him. After a quick farewell to my friend, I aimed to locate the starship pilot. Fortunately, I found him in a garage, struggling to erase the 2 hasty characters on the spacecraft, Starship. The soldiers standing nearby laughed as they observed him, and judging by their expressions, it wouldn't be long before new scratches would reappear. What do you need? Liang Xiao appeared to comprehend the futility of his task, thus wearing a sullen expression. I extended my hand, revealing 8 crystals in my palm. I would like you to pilot the craft for a spin. Are these crystals sufficient? I'm not a taxi driver. Liang Xiao complained unenthusiastically, but his gaze remained fixated on my crystals. I realized we would soon reach an agreement, so I remained silent, merely displaying my open palm in anticipation. I need to pick someone up at the outpost by 6 o'clock. Liang Xiao scratched the back of his head. Then from now until 5:50, before he could respond, I leapt onto the craft, settling down beside the pilot's seat. Is your vehicle fully charged? Or are you preparing to crawl like last time? When did I ever crawl like a turtle? The starship pilot indignantly took his seat, donned his helmet. Where to? First, circle the guild's border, then traverse all the main and secondary roads. We won't finish that before 6. Liang Xiao retrieved a tablet and displayed a map for me. Moreover, my vehicle can't ascend the Lus Hill Mountains. We can first take a roundabout route, then either stop in the eastern marsh or conclude near the hot spring lake by the central base. I can conveniently pick someone up there, no problem, as long as it's a place I haven't visited before. It seemed my comment about crawling like a turtle had struck a nerve, as the starship pilot endeavored to prove otherwise. We sped off at a frantic pace, the sharp turns causing my vision to blur. I had heard that untrained individuals often lose consciousness during their first ride in a Formula racing car. And my current experience was not far from that. Had I not allocated the base attribute points acquired from the maze to Constitution, I might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, every moment was worth it. My experience progress bar was steadily filling, and notifications of level-ups for mapping and insight frequently appeared. In just 10 minutes, I broke through to level 11, and I was on the cusp of reaching level 12. At that moment, we had flown into a marsh, startling frogs and wildlife into frantic flight. One frog leapt directly onto Liang Xiao's helmet, causing the starship to careen uncontrollably into the mud. Fortunately, we overturned not far from the shore. Our bodies and goggles coated in muck, prompting me to remove my helmet. Stop sitting there. Come help drag the craft out, or we'll be stuck. Liang Xiao shouted at me, equally filthy. I quickly unbuckled my safety belt and went to assist. And together we labored to pull the mud-clad starship to the shore. I've never encountered such an incident before. I'm sorry, I got distracted earlier, Liang Xiao sheepishly explained. However, since I hadn't yet reached level 12, it was not the time to blame him. I promptly waved my hand dismissively. It's all right, such situations are quite normal. Time is of the essence. Let us continue. Meanwhile, I noticed numerous red markers on the minimap, indicating the area was perilous. Indeed, many marsh creatures are venomous. We must hasten our departure. We resumed our reckless speed, racing through forests and fields, navigating both roads and off-road paths. The starship encountered no further mishaps. Liang Xiao provided insights about the locations we passed, detailing various fortifications and sites of past battles. I listened with a degree of skepticism, occasionally responding. After 2 hours of exploration, I found myself enjoying the exhilarating sensation of speed, the thrill of sharp turns and the rapid passage of trees. With 10 minutes to 6, Liang Xiao deposited me by a small forest lake, the water a deep green, emitting a faint odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. We successfully completed our transaction as agreed. The marsh was an accident. I hope you aren't upset, but it provides an excellent opportunity for a bath here. The starship pilot gestured toward the hot spring lake. Not at all. You've been a tremendous help. Once we return to the dome, I shall treat you to a drink. I shook hands with Liang Xiao in farewell. He pointed to the northeast. The base is that way? There's little danger in this vicinity. If anything arises, use the radio to call for support. We will arrive promptly. He needn't have pointed out the base's direction. I had already marked all important locations during our journey, ensuring I wouldn't lose my way at any of them. After our parting, I sat by the lake and opened my attribute panel. What was my current status? Luchin, human, H1 guild level 15 scouting specialist base attribute strength, 12 agility, 15 intelligence, 18 perception, 20 constitution, 12 luck, 3 status health, 480 stamina, 8285 magic, 0 carrying capacity, 24 kilograms reputation, 4 skills electronics, 6 scanning, 20 mapping, 26 cosmic linguistics, 10 hacking, 6 firearms, 16 medium armor, 6 mineralogy, 11 insight, 19 precision, 1 excellent. Moreover, I had an additional 15 skill points awaiting allocation. Throughout this marvelous journey, insight upgraded even more swiftly than mapping. I had shattered the guild record, surpassing 2 levels in one go, and there remained 2.5 hours until the 24-hour mark. I reclined on the grass, breathing in the fresh air, despite the faint scent of hydrogen sulfide wafting from the nearby hot spring. Suddenly, I heard a commotion not far from me. Sometimes, having heightened perception can be quite troublesome. With my head bowed, I nonchalantly brushed aside the undergrowth with my hand. Before me stood 3 strangers clad in peculiar, deep gray armor resembling scales, draped in camouflage cloaks. I focused on the one nearest to me, Tulin. A human, a level 32 warrior of the Dark Guild. The mere mention of the Dark Guild sent a chill down my spine. Instantly, all 3 figures on my minimap transformed into vivid crimson, signaling their classification as foes by the system. They were a mere 30 meters away, advancing in my direction. I pressed myself against the ground, slowly sliding down the slope until I concealed myself within the bulrushes by the hot spring lake. Chapter 17. Pursuit. My heart raced violently, my mind a tempest of confusion. What should I do? It was likely too late to flee. Any slight movement would surely betray my presence. Engaging in confrontation? That was absurd. My shotgun had but a single shell left, and it wasn't even chambered. My air rifle barely had the power to fell a level 4 beetle, and these individual scaled battle attire boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Fortunately, my experience progress bar was not empty, and the 15 skill points I had earned had not exceeded 24 hours. Thus, theoretically, the loss of life would not be too severe, merely the forfeiture of my current level's experience. In such circumstances, death might indeed be the most prudent choice. I recalled Human Resources Supervisor Tang Chiofeng mentioning that the Dark Guild had captured 2 warriors from the 2nd Legion in the last skirmish. These captives could be indefinitely imprisoned, preventing their demise. Moreover, in this game, there was no Geneva Convention, so they could very well resort to various torturous methods against their prisoners. Now that was truly terrifying. As I succumbed to fear, one of the Dark Guild enemies approached to within mere 5 steps of my hiding spot. I lay still among the foliage, praying that they lacked high perception or any scanning abilities to detect my presence. The individual before me was named Meng Leifin, also human, a member of the Dark Guild, and a level 48 cartographer. She was tall and slender, her skin a pallid gray, and her short silver hair framed a visage that, even as an adversary, one could not deny was strikingly beautiful. Unlike her companions, Meng Leifin's armor was distinct, featuring minuscule scales that clung closely to her skin, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. The young cartographer extended a finger, gesturing towards the direction in which Liang Xiaoxing's ship had departed, signaling to her comrades. A man beyond my line of sight uttered a string of incomprehensible words, followed by raucous laughter. Clearly, they were mocking the peculiar contraption. I found little humor in the situation. If they advanced just a few more steps, I would have nowhere to hide. Above all, I had to avoid capture. My heart raced as I contemplated the notion of suicide. Was there truly no other option? I glanced at the minimap, noticing 2 enemies seemingly departing, moving upstream along the brook. Meng Leifin remained by the lakeside, donning what appeared to be a monocle, gazing intently at the distant forest. It seemed they had yet to discover my presence, so I opened my attributes window, hastily allocating skill points. 5 to firearms, 5 to precision, and 5 to medium armor. I silently lamented not having chosen stealth earlier. It would have made hiding significantly easier. In the distance, an enemy called out, and Meng Leifin stowed her monocle, donning her cloak's hood, and hurried in their direction. That moment, my cosmic linguistic skill leveled up to 11. The thought of taking my own life fled. The priority was to prevent these individuals from infiltrating our base and wreaking havoc. I trailed the 3 red dots on my minimap from a distance. I crawled along the grass, scanning the leaf-strewn hillside. Insight skill leveled up to 20. I had located them. To avoid leaving traces, the trio was navigating the brook. Leaping from rock to rock, I marked their position on the map. And when they moved further away, I activated the radio. "This is Lugan, ID 1470. I've spotted 3 members of the Dark Guild near the hot spring lake." A response came almost immediately from the other end of the radio. Despite the considerable interference, I recognized the fragmented voice of Captain Eltai, his words barely discernible. "Repeat. Coordinates." I reiterated my message, describing my location and the enemy's direction based on the map. "The team is responsible for the Legion. Stop. Switch channels." The signal remained disrupted, and I may have misheard, but the last voice seemed to belong to Gu Air. Suddenly, my radio signal was completely cut off. I glanced at the handheld device. Microphone, speaker, activation button, volume control, and switch. How to change channels? My radio lacked that functionality. Damn it. At that moment, the 3 red dots were nearing the edge of my minimap's visibility. Fearing I would lose their trail, I set off in pursuit, maintaining a cautious distance. On several occasions, I noticed one of the red dots pause, but fortunately, I managed to conceal myself behind cover in time. Insight skill leveled up to 21. I tracked them for approximately 7 minutes as they ascended the mountain, the forest growing increasingly sparse and my options for concealment dwindling. Abruptly, they all halted. Whether my skill had faltered or they had activated some form of invisibility, the 3 figures suddenly vanished from the map. I quickly marked their last known coordinates. Unsure of my next move, I found myself in a nearly open area where my movements might easily be detected by the enemy. After waiting a few minutes, when the scanning skill's cooldown concluded, I attempted another scan, but again found no trace of foes. With no other choice, I reluctantly retraced my steps as I neared the hot spring lake. Several soldiers clad in camouflage emerged from the underbrush and rocks. I quickly discerned the 2nd Legion insignia and H1 Guild markings on their uniforms. The minimap displayed green markers. "My comrades," the foremost soldier inquired. "Lugan, where have you been? Why didn't you connect to the radio?" I unfastened my non-military radio from my belt to show them, indicating its lack of channel switching capability. "What of your appearance? Where did the enemy go?" Nearby, a towering humanoid mech materialized from stealth mode. Through its helmet's visor, I glimpsed the face of the black-haired girl I had not misheard. The voice on the radio had indeed belonged to the 2nd Legion commander, Sudishin. Recalling the harrowing lesson from our last encounter, I resolved not to repeat my previous mistakes. I briefly explained my fall from the starship into the swamp, then reported to her. I lacked communication devices, saw them about to depart, and hastily followed until they vanished, likely activating some form of cloaking device. To avoid exposing myself, I refrained from advancing closer, but I noted their final coordinates. I provided the marked coordinates on the map. Sudishin glanced at them, pondering for a few seconds before pointing to her 4 subordinates: 1 level 70 destroyer, 1 level 65 scout, and 2 level 60 assassins, instructing them, "You 4 go investigate. If you spot the enemy, do not engage. Wait for the other team members." These 4 players donned cloaks similar to those of the Dark Guild, and upon receiving their orders, immediately set off towards the coordinates I had provided. Moments later, Sudishin's mech silently vanished, but the footprints in the grass indicated she was heading up the mountain, followed by other soldiers preparing to depart with their commander. What should I do now? Hesitantly, I queried the departing soldiers. A level 55 storm soldier named Lupo turned to respond, "You can return to base, or stay here and wait, but it's best not to follow. The Legion commander dislikes having inexperienced newcomers in the team." Thus, I returned to the lakeside, resting while awaiting news from them. Bubbles incessantly rose from the lake's bottom. Yellow-gray deposits clung to the stones and aquatic plants. It appeared to be a sulfuric hot spring. This area likely harbored abundant metal sulfides. Perhaps a geological survey in the future might uncover mineral veins nearby. At that moment, my radio crackled to life. "Lugan, this is Lupo. We've located the enemy. I've called for 2 transport vehicles from base. If you wish to see for yourself, you can accompany them." However, regarding Gu Air, I was uncertain whether Sudishin would welcome my presence as a newcomer on the battlefield. I approved. Reputation increased to 5. I could scarcely believe my ears. That voice belonged to Sudishin. The 2nd Legion commander permitted me to join the fray against the Dark Guild. Before she could change her mind, I hastily contacted the base to inform them of my coordinates. Soon after, 2 transport vehicles arrived at the hot spring lake. I boarded one and climbed to the mountaintop from earlier. Wow, from this vantage point, the entirety of the guild territory lay before me. Even the distant Luss Hills, misty forest, and structures in the eastern marsh were clearly visible. Cartography skill leveled up to 27. Cartography skill leveled up to 28. Cartography skill leveled up to 29. Insight skill leveled up to 22. Insight skill upgraded to level 23. Level upgraded to 16. Earned 3 skill points to allocate freely. I was utterly astonished by the deluge of information that surged over me. Besides the rapid enhancement of mapping and insight skills while aboard a vehicle, surveying the expansive terrain from a high vantage point proved to be an excellent method as well from here. I could observe all territories belonging to the H1 Guild. It was no wonder that the mapper from the Dark Guild sought this location. Chapter 18. Spoils of War. Regrettably, the battle had already concluded. The female mapper and her 2 companions lay stripped of their garments, bound and prostrate on the grass, each having their mouths gagged and eyes blindfolded. Nearby, a stone was piled with the spoils of war: an invisibility cloak, scale armor, boots, helmets, various weapons and ammunition, walkie-talkies, grenades, and first aid kits. Sudishin had already exited her exoskeletal power armor, examining a confiscated optical telescope in her hands. She adjusted some settings and peered northwest through the telescope. Their equipment was extraordinarily advanced. From this vantage point, I could see the 4th outpost. The fellows of the 1st Legion were neglecting their duties, engrossed in a game of cards. Secretary, jot down these names: Luo Wei, He Lily, Wang Dong. Damn, there's another one obscured by the wall, and one possibly named Gu Bin, their sniper, the tall secretary added. It's likely him. All right, you lot, keep your distance from her. Su Dishin shouted angrily at the soldiers who were gawking at the naked Monlafin on the ground. The commander of the 2nd Legion also caught sight of me and gestured for me to approach her. I am perplexed as to how you manage this. I have encountered Monlafin a few times. She possesses over 20 points in perception and the danger sense skill. How could she not have noticed you? Perhaps I had no intention to attack her. Moreover, I was concealed in the muddy grass by the lake while she was occupied with that device. I pointed at the monocle among the seized gear. That is an infrared goggles. Regardless, you have rendered a great service to the guild this time. More importantly, you have aided the 2nd Guild. Monlafin is a highly valuable captive, and the Dark Guild would be willing to trade my warriors for her. I heard that Tang Qiufeng and Yi Fufeng harbor grievances against you. I can intercede on your behalf, despite my efforts. I ultimately failed to reach level 17 within the 24-hour window. This was entirely my fault. I had not thought to use the confiscated optical telescope to observe farther afield. By the time I realized it, it was too late. While conversing with Sudishin, the soldiers had already loaded the spoils onto the transport vehicle, then wasted another 20 minutes exchanging words with the soldiers of the 2nd Legion. But this was not without merit, as I gleaned further essential knowledge about the game. For instance, capturing an enemy allows one to seize all their gear and inventory, but if they are killed outright, the chance of acquiring items is minimal. Additionally, one cannot always return to the real world from the game. Depending on the security level of the player's area, the delay in exiting varies. If returning to the real world from a green safe zone, the character remains in the game for only 30 seconds. In a yellow non-safe zone, this delay increases to 10 minutes, during which any opponent could easily dispatch the immobile character. In a red danger zone, even if the player logs out, the character does not disappear, effectively rendering the character abandoned. While I conversed with the 2nd Legion, Sudishin was also distributing the spoils of this battle among her soldiers, handing out scale armor, invisibility cloaks, laser pistols, and more to those in need. The remaining item on the stone was the female mapper's infrared goggles, which had special skill and attribute requirements that none of the 2nd Legion's warriors could meet. Lu Han, come over and give it a try, Sudishin said to me. This gear is quite rare and of considerable value. I hesitated not, approaching to inspect closely. Infrared goggles, helmet attachment, visibility range, 3,500 meters. Target identification range, 1,800 meters. Perception 2 attribute requirements. Perception 20, Intelligence 17 skill requirements. Mapping 25, Insight 20, Electronics 8 note. Your electronic skill is insufficient to utilize this equipment. Fortunately, I had just leveled up to 16 and received 3 skill points, which I allocated entirely to electronics, Bringing it up to level 9 to meet the equipment requirements, I cautiously donned the goggles over my right eye, and my vision immediately sharpened. I even spotted a fox in the distance, hiding in the underbrush, warily observing our group of humans on the hill. Insight skill upgraded to level 24. Very well, it is yours, Su Dixin declared, then turned to shout at her subordinates. Everyone, board the transport vehicle and return to base. The captives were also hoisted onto the transport vehicle to be taken away, but I did not leave with them, as I had other plans. With my newly acquired infrared goggles, I surveyed the surroundings from the mountaintop for several minutes. But my skills did not increase as rapidly as before. Thus, I decided to climb a nearby higher peak to see if I could further enhance my insight and mapping skills. Ultimately, I failed. I underestimated the distance between the hills and the difficulty of navigating through the swamp in the canyon, and I encountered a level 30 forest wolf. Fortunately, I detected them in advance using the infrared goggles and avoided combat. The result was that I was unable to reach the summit within the time limit. The only gain from the entire endeavor was leveling my intermediate armor to level 1-2. BY this time. The sun had set, and I had to return to the base. Half a kilometer from the base, I witnessed a breathtaking sight. Approximately 40 soldiers from the 1st Legion stood in a line by the roadside. Seemingly preparing to welcome an important figure, I was halted and forced to stop at the roadside as well. Chapter 19. The second death before long, an anti-gravity spaceship flew in, not a mere imitation like Liang Xiao's starship, but a genuine vessel. It glided silently through the evening sky, ultimately landing in the clearing surrounded by the 1st Legion soldiers. The door on the side of the ship slid open soundlessly, and a man dressed in an orange uniform leaped to the ground, identified by the information above his head as a member of the Dark Guild. The soldiers of the 1st Legion did not draw their weapons. Yet their faces betrayed a sense of tension and vigilance. What was happening? I stood still, refraining from making any sudden movements to avoid disrupting something significant. At that moment, the man in the orange attire set up a folding staircase at the ship's exit, respectfully bending at the waist as if awaiting the arrival of a person of great importance. A tall elder clad in a black robe, with a graying beard, solemnly descended from the ship. Wielding a staff intricately engraved with patterns, the top adorned with a skull. Minglamer, human, Dark Guild, level 108, illusionist level 108. This was the highest level monster I had ever encountered. His name also began with Ming, and he bore a resemblance to Monlafin. Could he be her father? Suddenly, the illusionist turned his head towards me, his blue eyes ablaze with magical fire scrutinizing me, even from 20 to 30 meters away. His gaze sent a chill down my spine, as if emanating from the depths of the cosmos. His eyes lingered on the infrared goggles I wore, and they began to burn with intensity. Simultaneously, a hypnotic voice echoed in my mind. I do not require such a formidable foe. I must kneel before him and return what rightfully belongs to his granddaughter. Intelligence resistance successful. I awoke from the trance. Granddaughter? I had assumed Monlafin was his daughter. The thoughts racing through my mind moments ago were certainly not my own. I wondered if they were the result of this illusionist's attack, though it evidently failed to ensnare me. I smirked derisively at him, removed the goggles, and displayed my own blue eyes, similarly alight with fervor. Then, I removed my left glove and made a provocative gesture towards him. This was not a prudent decision. But after successfully resisting his mental assault, I deemed it necessary to respond. The level 108 mage witnessed my actions. The skull atop his staff glimmered, and the surrounding light began to dim. What is he up to? At that moment, Su Dixin, clad in her exoskeletal power armor, emerged from her cloaked state, raising a large-caliber machine gun aimed at the high-ranking mage. No magic is allowed during the prisoner exchange. It was unclear whether this illusionist comprehended her words or was simply cowed by her threat. But the light from his staff extinguished. He then pointed at me and muttered a few words. The irate commander of the 2nd Legion turned to me, roaring like an enraged cat. Lu Han, if you continue to disrespect Lang and disrupt the negotiations, I will personally kill you. Reputation increased to 6. Can being publicly berated actually enhance reputation? Nevertheless, I resolved to respond to this hot-headed girl. It was that lecherous old man who first attempted to mentally assault me. Dante spin me fairy tales. If Lang Minglamer were to attack you, you would have been dead long ago. It seemed Su Dixin did not believe me in the slightest, and as for the lecherous old man, Her machine gun swung towards me in an instant. I hadn't even noticed the moment she fired. Your character has perished. You may respawn at the designated point in 15 minutes. Would you like to review the statistics for this game? What on earth? I've been slain by the same player from my guild twice in a single day. This has become a rather unfortunate tradition. Aside from being dispatched by that hysterical girl. Can I exit the game in peace? I must admit, they did indeed caution me against arguing with gear, particularly this impatient 2nd Legion commander. This time, I decided to check the game statistics. Game duration, 11 hours 43 minutes. Level increased by 12, skills enhanced a total of 124 levels. Earned 19,407 experience, eliminated 0 players and 0 NPCs, and the game session was interrupted due to character death. Very well, that shall suffice for today. I opened the capsule and emerged, and my muscles and joints ached subtly, and my limbs felt utterly unresponsive. Descending the high staircase of the hive proved to be a torment, my legs quivering with each step. Evidently, the exertion in the game had taken a toll. The guild diplomat Ifufing awaited me at the hive exit. I anticipated a reprimand, yet he merely inquired about my well-being, to which I responded with a pained expression. I can imagine that most newcomers would struggle to acclimatize to such a burden upon exiting the game. But fret not, your body will soon adapt. The diplomat escorted me 200 meters to his office located within the administrative building. Finally seated in a chair, I exhaled with relief. He personally brewed a cup of coffee and placed it on the table before me. As far as I know, you shattered the guild's record today? What an exhilarating conversation starter. I began to realize he was not inclined to chastise me. Indeed, Ifufing refrained from condemning my actions in the game, instead expressing keen interest in my rapid ascension in levels. I explained to him the method of swiftly leveling up on the starship using the mapping and insight skills. IT was an intriguing strategy, eschewing the readily available full territory map in favor of crafting one's own. However, this necessitates a high perception attribute, which may not be suitable for every player. Regardless, our starship pilots will have much more work ahead of them. By the way, I recalled my promise to Liang Xiao. I had vowed to treat Liang Xiao to drinks. Asked there a place to procure some within the dome. Ifufing appeared somewhat taken aback at first, but then smiled, stating, "Clearly, you did not hear my introduction this morning. In the coming days, you will receive a savings card for use within the dome. We will distribute salaries each month, the amount determined by your level and contributions. Furthermore, delivering valuable items and resources within the game will also yield rewards in reality. You can use this card at the terminals in the dome to purchase anything." As he spoke, the diplomat approached a storage cabinet, opening the door to retrieve a bottle of expensive red wine. Placing it on the table. "Here, take this. It was given to me by someone. Do not hesitate." I hesitated momentarily before picking up the bottle of red wine, and Ifufing continued, "To be frank, the geek diplomat holds you in high regard, specifically mentioning you to me, and moreover, Gear Sutishin also spoke highly of you." She just killed me again. I could not help but interrupt him. The diplomat erupted into laughter. Firstly, you cannot argue with Gear, especially in public. Secondly, matters are not as straightforward as you perceive. The Dark Guild proposed 2 additional conditions in the final stages of negotiation: the return of her granddaughter's belongings and the punishment of those who have brought her shame. Although Sutishin's methods are radical, they have also secured leverage in negotiations, a rather unconventional perspective, yet I felt compelled to raise a question. I understand I possess Ming Leifen's glasses, but I am not the one who stripped her of her clothing. Indeed, Ming Lammer has gleaned this information from your mind. So all present were members of the 1st Legion, none of whom participated in capturing Ming Leifen, aside from Sutishin, who was the only other participant. This is why you caught his attention from the very beginning. I bear all the consequences. How wretchedly I have been ensnared. However, Ifufing disagreed, asserting that no one forced me to attend the prisoner exchange, and the infrared glasses were my own request. Everything had been arranged, and my presence was merely an unforeseen occurrence, attributable to my remarkable talent for attracting trouble. In any case, the guild also benefited from this incident. Though Ifufing declined to disclose the specifics, citing confidentiality, he then abruptly informed me, "If I were you, I would retire to bed after dinner tonight. You must rise at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow." "You have arrangements." "What arrangements?" I inquired warily. "Nothing clandestine. Tomorrow morning, you are to report to the 8th outpost at Aegean Beach, which you can find on the duty roster." Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the dome. Attention. I am the commander of the Dome. Today brings two pieces of good news. First, Gear Guanshang has become the first member of the guild to reach level 89. Congratulations on this remarkable achievement. Additionally, another record has been broken today. The 24-hour game level up record has been updated to 16 levels. This is a new record established by Luchin. Your record has now been officially documented. Keep up the good work. If Yufeng patted my shoulder, stating, but do rest early tonight. We will have opportunities to converse tomorrow. Chapter 20. Ambush rise and shine. Luchin, it is time for your duty. The voice that roused me was that of the bald lad from yesterday. I stifled a yawn, surveying my surroundings. Dawn was just breaking, and Chenghua, Yi Hongqiao, and Kang Qi were still fast asleep. I noticed on the duty roster that Kang Qi was also assigned to the 8th outpost. Though not on the same shift as mine, while Li Meng had been dispatched to the more distant Dongyi Marsh, did not see Chenghua and Yi Hongqiao's names. They were likely still engaged in secret projects at the Prometheus laboratory. After a brief wash, I hurried towards the hive, while muscle soreness remained unabated, forcing me to pause several times on the stairs to massage my calves. If only it were as if Yufeng claimed that I would soon adapt. However, the physical state does not seem to carry over into the game. It appears to be a one-way street, as events in the virtual world affect reality, rather than the reverse. Thus, I once again opened the capsule and entered the game. Reputation increased to 8. Upon entering the game, I immediately received this notification. My reputation surged by 2 points, likely a consequence of yesterday's record-breaking performance. This time, I materialized at the guild's central base, a newly established respawn point from yesterday. However, my experience progress bar was reset to 0, which vexed me greatly. I needed to promptly engage in activities to recover. I immediately executed a scan, revealing a panoramic view of the guild base on the minimap. Buildings, fences, stacked crates, roads, trees, players. As my skill level increased, the scanning results grew more detailed and expansive. Additionally, I could observe familiar player information on the minimap. Although it was still early, the warehouse manager was already online. I recalled him mentioning that upon reaching level 20 in firearms, I could seek him out for more precise and powerful weapons. And I was now level 21. The bleary-eyed Zhang Di seemed incredulous, refusing to believe I had elevated my firearms skill to level 21 in such a short span. Skill levels are not public knowledge, so I had to resort to great lengths to persuade the skeptical administrator, even mentioning that I had broken the guild record. Although he remained somewhat doubtful, he ultimately agreed to help me search the warehouse. Zhang Di was away for quite some time, returning about 6 or 7 minutes later, disheveled and carrying a package. He opened the package on the table, revealing a rather short air rifle that appeared to have been modified. I have very few non-automatic weapons that meet your requirements. This rifle is a bullpup modification. Though it is an old gun, it performs as excellently as a new one, with a magazine that can hold 10 rounds, a caliber of 6.35 millimeters, and significantly greater power than your current weapon. Although I merely glanced at it, I could discern signs of repair on the weapon. Its compression pump had evidently been replaced, and the stock bore signs of cracks and regluing. Angel's Dust, 6.35 mm standard PCP air rifle, modified. Note: the weapon has the following modifications: projectile velocity 20, critical hit rate 3, critical hit damage 40. The name Angel's Dust cannot be altered. Attribute requirements: agility 13, strength 12. Skill requirements: firearms 20. The weapon's damage decreases by 17 after repaired. I expressed skepticism regarding the repaired weapon, picking it up for a closer inspection. Sensing my doubts, the warehouse manager continued to assure me, classic bullpup body, bolt, trigger, and heavy components have been shifted backward, reducing the size. Despite its repairs, its power remains uncompromised. Moreover, this was a weapon previously used by Yufeng. Why is this gun named Angel's Dust? I had already decided to take it. Even if it was not new, it might be my best option at present. How do I know? Zhang Di grumbled unhappily. All weapons are named by their first owners. Do you want it or not? I have nothing more suitable for level 20 in my warehouse. I carried the Angel Dust upon my shoulders and returned the discarded air rifle to the warehouse manager, simultaneously requesting an air pump and several boxes of 6.35 millimeters ammunition to stow in my backpack. Might I also procure a few fragmentation grenades? I inquired, observing the displeasure etched upon his countenance, prompting me to hastily add, yesterday, I narrowly escaped capture by the Dark Guild. With grenades in hand, I could at least evade being taken alive, and perhaps eliminate some foes along the way. Lu Hai, it seems you have matured. For the first time, a note of respect tinged Zhang Di's tone. He swiftly returned with, "Here you go. For RGD, 5 grenades, all procured from the real world. I've also managed to gather some ammunition for your shotgun. This box contains 25 rounds. Don't squander them. Our guild still cannot manufacture them within the game." I expressed my gratitude, and at that moment, the familiar bus came to a halt near the warehouse. The waterproof tarp was lifted, and machine gunner El Tai waved to me from within the vehicle. "Lu Hai, hurry up. We must head to Aegean Beach." I leapt onto the bus as the captain secured the waterproof tarp once more. The diesel engine of this 8-wheeled behemoth roared to life, propelling us rapidly down the highway. I felt a twinge of confusion. If this was merely a routine beach patrol, why had the diplomat spoken so mysteriously yesterday? Indeed, as the bus traveled a few kilometers away from the base and entered a fog-enshrouded forest, El Tai ordered Sang-Chi to stop. "Lu Hai, disembark. Do not question why. I've been instructed to set you down here." I refrained from posing any inquiries, fully aware that answers would be scarce from him. I jumped off the vehicle and sulked to the roadside. Before me lay a fork in the road, with signs pointing towards Crimson Capital and Luss Hills, while another path, seemingly seldom traversed, bore no indication. The bus had sped away, leaving me solitary in the early morning forest. 5 minutes passed in silence, the dawn gradually illuminating the surroundings. The birds within the woods began to stir, and grasshoppers in the underbrush emitted tremulous sounds amidst the mist, while a woodpecker in the distance drilled into a tree. Yet, all of these sounds seemed distant. An eerie stillness enveloped me. Successful perception detected movement. I discerned a slight motion from a leg several meters away, successfully capturing this subtle gesture. I turned to face him. Smiling at his camouflage, Luo Wei, human, H1 Guild, level 71 scout. This name seemed familiar. Indeed, he was the soldier from the 1st Legion whom Su Dixin had discovered playing cards yesterday. He likely was not the only one lying in wait here. At that moment, my scan cooldown concluded, prompting me to set parameters to search for similar entities in the vicinity. Sure enough, I uncovered 3 more players from our guild concealed within the woods. All high-level warriors from the 1st Legion. Scan skill upgraded to level 21. Insight skill upgraded to level 25. Donning my infrared goggles, I was astonished to find these soldiers completely invisible in the infrared thermal spectrum. They must be clad in temperature-controllable garments. I was curious as to why they were so heavily armed. Was I to serve as bait? Were they targeting foes or their own comrades? Recalling Yi Fufeng's enigmatic demeanor, I seriously doubted the latter. With that thought in mind, I feigned ignorance towards the concealed soldiers. Time ticked away, yet nothing transpired. Just as I was being mercilessly bitten by mosquitoes in the forest. An unusual whistling sound emanated from the road leading to Luss Slopes. I quickly concealed myself behind a large tree at the roadside, loading my weapon and retrieving a grenade. Through the infrared goggles, I discerned 3 glowing points in the misty forest ahead, evidently some form of machinery. They approached, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal. After a moment's contemplation, I stowed away the unnecessary air rifle and held only the grenade in hand. Lu Hai, put away that grenade. Those are our allies. Luo Wei stood up, shaking off the leaves of camouflage from his attire. How was I to know they were our allies? I retorted indignantly, yet begrudgingly stowed the grenade. Seeing how well the 4 of them had concealed themselves, I had assumed they were targeting enemies. You spotted us? How did you know there were 4 of us? The scout appeared genuinely astonished. I smiled, realizing these seasoned warriors had not expected me to be aware of their presence. My role was that of a survey specialist, capable of uncovering all. Moreover, I had heard of you. Su Dixin discovered you playing cards yesterday and had her scribe record your names. That wretched woman? Level 69. He Lily no longer concealed herself, rising to reveal that she was the one who had caused us to be penalized with 4 hours of cross-country running yesterday. I dared not engage with the ire of this furious girl. I had learned enough lessons. He Lily was tall, and even clad in camouflage, her perfect figure remained unblemished, her beautiful face adorned with paint of green, yellow, and black hues. Just then, a mechanized armored vehicle appeared around the bend, its form a hybrid of truck, armored vehicle, and hovercraft. Not 1, but 3. I had not anticipated that, aside from the crudely fashioned transports, our guild possessed such legitimate equipment. with steel plating, tempered glass windows, for bulletproof tires on each side, and a rotatable rapid-fire cannon atop. Its undercarriage featured anti-gravity devices, serving both as auxiliary propellers and to alleviate the vehicle's weight. Jungle One. An all-terrain cargo armored vehicle. Although also produced within the game, unlike Shang-Chi's bus, this was a highly refined military apparatus. I observed the leading vehicle bore the number 8, indicating our guild possessed at least 8 such armored vehicles. Of course, unless it was to mislead adversaries, causing them to misjudge the strength of the H1 guild. At that moment, a Jungle One halted beside me. The door swung open, and our guild's diplomat gestured for me to enter. Come aboard. Luhai, we've captured the Dark Guild team that was preparing to ambush you. Unfortunately, Shang-Chi's bus has been destroyed. The bus is burnt. Just as I prepared to climb aboard, the diplomat's final statement stunned me. Only half an hour prior, I had been aboard that very bus with other warriors. They had fallen into an ambush, Shang-Chi was shot, Eltai's entire squad was lost, yet he had fought valiantly. His machine gun claiming the lives of 3 enemies. Upon our arrival at the scene, we eliminated another 6 and captured 2 alive. Hurry aboard. We must head to the gate base. Du Longjing has allocated funds for you, and we intend to procure a scanner for you. We shall converse on the way. I am certain you have numerous questions. Chapter 21. Guild Trader. I indeed had a multitude of questions, yet did not know where to begin. I noted that the 4 soldiers from the 1st Legion had boarded 2 other vehicles, so I resolved to ascertain the current situation. Had the guild dispatched 3 armored vehicles solely to procure a scanner for me? Upon hearing my query, both the driver and Yi Fufeng could not suppress their laughter. Certainly not, the diplomat replied, appearing in good spirits. The guild has made a substantial deal with the Gake, and we have a shipment to transport, including alloy steel, high-strength glass, primarily platinum, a level 54 mechanic and driver interjected, only to be silenced by a glare from the diplomat. Yes, and platinum, Yi Fufeng admitted after a moment of silence. The precious metals in this shipment are classified. However, many are now aware of it. This cargo is valued at 55,000 crystals, marking the guild's largest order to date. The Gake have already prepaid for the goods, thus our responsibility is immense. We must deliver the cargo to the buyer. Wouldn't it be more convenient to travel by sea? I posed a new question, envisioning a direct route from the dock at Aegean Beach to the Gake's base. Yi Fufeng shook his head. It is not that simple. How should I explain this? The Gake, like humans, are merely a collective term for a race. They possess diverse social structures and leaders. Likewise, not all of them are necessarily amicable. Therefore, the Gake managing the docks and our buyers. I understood. It was akin to how, if Americans intended to transport goods to Europe, they could not traverse the Red Sea. The diplomat appeared amused by my analogy. Roughly speaking, yes. Thus we must navigate around the bay, passing through 3 neutral outposts. This will also serve as a test for our Jungle One. It is our first time executing such a significant mission. At that moment, the diplomat abruptly halted the conversation as a figure clad in camouflage appeared ahead on the road. From my minimap, I recognized him as an ally, a scout from the 1st Legion. The driver acknowledged him as well, pulling over to shake hands with the scout through the armored vehicle's window. The scout handed the driver a tablet, stating, "The route is generally safe, but Hobbit Cliff is impassable due to a landslide. I have marked an alternate route on the map." While speaking, the scout also noticed Yi Fufeng in the vehicle, saluted and continued his report. At 22:40 last night, we spotted a human jeep at the Gate dock, containing the driver, 4 H5 guild soldiers, a diplomat, and 2 bodyguards that I surmise that it is the Indians who are extending their apologies to the Gate people. For the substandard security systems they provided are utterly ineffectual. The drivers and scouts erupted into laughter, but the diplomat swiftly admonished them. There is nothing amusing about this. The Indians have made significant strides in recent years, particularly in the realms of semiconductors and electronic technology, and we must not underestimate their advancements. The scouts' expressions grew solemn as they saluted us, wishing us a safe journey. Moments later, Jungle One plunged into a thick fog. Yi Fufeng glanced at a slanted tree trunk and remarked to me, "We have now crossed the boundary into the neutral zone. This Man Yuan Nan holds immense strategic significance, as it represents the shortest route to the Gate base. Our guild is fortunate to be relatively close to the Gate base and to have established trade relations with them. Without the technology we acquired from them, our foothold in this world would be precarious." Perception has risen to 21. This unexpected announcement left me astounded. Why would a fundamental attribute suddenly increase? I hastily checked my attribute sheet, confirming that perception had indeed risen by 1 point. I recalled that during training yesterday, Wayna mentioned that an 8-hour physical training session could enhance one's physique by a point. Could it be that my cumulative application of perception in the game had reached 8 hours? At this moment, the diplomat was in communication with the first outpost, and after relaying the scout sighting of the H5 Guild Jeep, he shut off the radio and continued. In fact, we have unofficially occupied Manu and Nan. It borders our 3 southern outposts, and we have personnel patrolling here year-round. Our guild's geographer, Marulong, is also conducting research in this area. No other guild has constructed defensive fortifications here. The only threats are the man-eating wolves, black bears, and venomous snakes. Why do we not seize it? I queried, perplexed. Lewin, our guild currently comprises fewer than 1,500 members, and we struggle to defend our existing outposts, often being breached by enemies. Expanding our territory at this juncture is far too risky. Upon seeing my disappointed expression, the diplomat reassured me. However, in a few weeks, our Aegean beach will level up to level 2, allowing us to recruit an additional 174 players. Of course, we will also need to construct 2 more hives in the dome. Initially, we considered abandoning Dong-E Marsh to occupy this area first, but upon discovering oil in Dong-E Marsh, our guild ultimately decided to expand eastward. Cartography skill has upgraded to level 30. Scanning skill has upgraded to level 22. Excellent. Whenever I venture into unfamiliar territory, these 2 skills invariably improve, and I anticipate that by the end of the journey, cartography could rise by 1 or 2 more levels. However, I was more curious about the task arrangements, so I posed my inquiry to the diplomat. You see, Lewin, I sensed that Ifyufing was carefully choosing his words, seemingly apprehensive of misspeaking. We have long suspected that there are individuals within the guild working for the Dark Guild. For otherwise, it is challenging to explain the recent series of issues concerning intelligence and military operations, not to mention the enemy's astonishing insight into our technological advancements and negotiation strategies. Observing my perplexed expression, the diplomat elucidated. This world is brutal, and it pertains to the survival of all humanity. Everyone resorts to unscrupulous means against the enemy. During interrogations of prisoners, we have also uncovered significant information, such as the fact that the enemy was aware of our Prometheus 152mm howitzer's specifications even before its construction was completed, and they even knew precisely where it was to be deployed. I gazed at him in astonishment. Such high-level intelligence is not accessible to every H1 guild member. Recently, rumors have circulated within the guild, claiming that the Dark Guild is rapidly growing and has far surpassed us technologically, rendering us incapable of resistance, and that all outposts will eventually be occupied. Those who align themselves with the Dark Guild will receive protection and may even leave the dome to completely switch allegiances in reality. Indeed, I have heard such rumors on several occasions. Our driver slammed his hand against the steering wheel in anger, asserting that these thoughts are nothing but the enemy's insidious implants, attempting to undermine us from within. Historically, we have experienced such events, where the enemy used spies and propaganda to erode societal foundations, subsequently fracturing and dividing our nation. This time, the diplomat did not interrupt the driver but waited for him to finish before continuing to address me. Lewin, I have heard that you publicly humiliated Lang Monlamore, using derogatory language to deride him, claiming that his magic is merely ineffective tricks. You even stripped his granddaughter of her clothing and seized her precious infrared goggles. Did you not? That is a gross exaggeration. Whether or not this is true is inconsequential, yet the rumors persist, and even our enemies are saying the same. Monlamore is one of the 3 governors of the Dark Guild, and he certainly cannot treat this as if nothing has occurred. He must defend his reputation. What do you suppose he will do next? An answer immediately formed in my mind. So you intend to use me as bait to draw out the traitor? Most of the guild believes I have gone to Aegean Beach, yet only a select few high-ranking members are aware that I am en route to the Gate base in an armored vehicle. If I were to be ambushed, it would signify that there is a traitor among the guild's upper echelons. Stop. Stop. Ifyufing interjected. My decision to bring you to the Gate base was entirely spontaneous, and my reason for having you disembark in the forest was to encourage you to explore the caves there. Absurd. Who would believe such nonsensical claims? Yet the diplomat countered my thoughts. There do indeed exist some caves there, which may harbor dangerous creatures. Just days ago, our engineering team was attacked. Moreover, The Dark Guild's infiltrators are not high-ranking guild members, merely ordinary players, which is why the enemy targeted the bus heading to Aegean Beach. Chapter 22. Ambushed our jungle. One first traversed a forest, then circumnavigated a marsh, and finally forded a shallow stream. The off-road capable armored vehicle effortlessly overcame the diverse terrains of the wilderness. Throughout the journey, my skill levels were continually on the rise. Cartography skill upgraded to level 31. Insight skill upgraded to level 26. Everything proceeded smoothly. With each new expedition, I reaped abundant rewards, and this time, I acquired a wealth of knowledge along the way. Ifyufing incessantly introduced me to various aspects of knowledge, particularly regarding the social structure of the Geik people. He devoted considerable time to studying the Geik, who possess vast territories in space and command numerous, formidable interstellar fleets. He is the only Earthling who has visited the Geik homeworld, Hika, and he even laid eyes on Lang, Kelpie, the Geik who claims dominion over Earth. Yet I found myself more intrigued by another question, one that had long puzzled me. Who exactly are the Dark Guild? They are evidently not a nation from Earth. They wield magic, speak a unique language, yet are still human. They are indeed human, the diplomat replied. They inhabit a parallel dimension of Earth, I struggle to explain. We share the same history, yet centuries ago, we entered different temporal realms. We can encounter one another in the game, which appears to be a unifying entity for all timelines across the universe. Events occurring within the game not only impact our world but simultaneously affect theirs. Wait, I was confounded by this grand revelation. Was this game not designed by the Geik? No, it was not. According to our time frame, the Geik merely discovered it over 1,000 years ago. This game also features numerous other races, such as the Tririans, who have wandered through space for ages, and the Malefacians, a warlike race that delights in invading and enslaving others. Over the past millennium, the Geik have encountered even older races and learned much from them. Yet even now, their understanding of this game remains but the tip of the iceberg. The one certainty is that they introduced humanity into this game. Our conversation drifted back to the Geik, yet I remained more captivated by the Dark Guild, urging Ifyufing to share more information about them. We only encountered them 4 months ago, as they had recently entered the game and were actively expanding their territory. 2 months prior, we began to share adjacent territories, and since then, our conflicts have escalated into a life-or-death struggle. In reality, Dark Guild is not their official designation. For us Americans, Chinese, Russians, and Indians within the game, they are indistinguishable. The term Dark Guild serves merely as a unifying label for them. So how many nations comprise the Dark Guild? We do not know the precise answer. The Geik claim to maintain neutrality and refuse to answer this question. Perhaps the Monlamore we captured yesterday knows, but before we could interrogate him, he was ransomed back. However, 3 months ago, we observed 2 Dark Guild units engaged in combat in the northeastern region of Manyuanan, suggesting that they may not be unified internally. That may not be the case, the driver interjected once more. The Pugan Shan Kingdom outpost is rife with hallucinogenic plants, making it highly likely that they were experiencing delusions. Indeed, such a possibility exists. The diplomat did not contest this notion. However, the strife between human guilds is not solely confined to the Dark Guild. Take, for instance, the infrared goggles of Menglefin. May I take a look? I removed this precious equipment and handed it to Ifyufing, who squinted at the small text upon it. I had scrutinized it yesterday, and the inscriptions were entirely unfamiliar to me. This object is peculiar. The diplomat returned the infrared goggles to me, noting that the text was not of the Dark Guild, yet its design evidently catered specifically to human use. Su Tishin had also remarked yesterday that this item was crafted by humans. I had never encountered such hieroglyphs. They were neither Geik symbols nor Malong language. After traversing this stretch of road, we shall exit Manyuanan and enter the Hobbit Cliffs, where sheer cliffs extend for several kilometers. Inhabited by numerous hobbits, creatures that are part human and part bird, I spotted several of them in the air moments ago. Perception detected successfully. The insight skill has upgraded to level 27. Indeed, I witnessed at least 100 strange winged beings swirling above the cliffs. Though they appear to be startled by something, I promptly reported this situation to my companions. It appears so, yet we shall not take that route. The driver also cast a glance at those large black birds. The scout had already informed us of a landslide ahead, necessitating a detour. This is fortuitous. I despise those creatures. They constantly hurl stones and shoot crossbow bolts at us. The hobbits are quite clever. The diplomat interjected. They wield simple weapons and can learn the languages of other races. However, one must remember a crucial rule when communicating with them. Never trust what they say. They hold disdain for all flightless races. And to them, deceit and broken promises are sources of pride. Their favorite pastime is to prey upon the wounded and the weak. Our armored vehicle altered its course 300 meters from the cliffs, veering left along a brush-covered ridge. To my astonishment, a large flock of winged hobbits followed closely behind us. Though they did not attack our armored vehicle, the scene was undeniably eerie. I remained acutely observant of my surroundings. And upon witnessing this, deep doubts began to surface regarding their behavior. They possess intelligence yet lack any weapons capable of threatening our armored vehicle, yet they still trailed us. Something clearly amiss. Thus, I executed a scan. The scan skill has upgraded to level 23. The minimap displayed a multitude of markers, most of which pertained to the hobbits, revealing that we were traversing a narrow passage between a ridge and a large lake. However, at the narrowest point ahead, a string of red markers appeared in the center of the road. I hastily zoomed in on the map to scrutinize the text. Anti-tank mines. Mines ahead. Halt immediately. I shouted urgently to the driver. Yet, the driver remained inexplicably calm, expressionless as he replied, I know. Then he pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding toward the mines. It's he first. I was taken aback, assuming he intended to maneuver around them. But at that moment, the diplomat lunged toward the driver to seize the steering wheel, turning his head to shout at me, Fool! Come help. He is under an illusion. Perhaps I should have pulled the handbrake or removed the ignition key. But I opted for a more decisive course of action. I drew my shotgun and aimed it at the driver's temple, pulling the trigger. The precision skill has upgraded to level 7. The firearm skill has upgraded to level 22. Blood splattered across the windshield and door. The driver's nearly decapitated body slumped to the side. Yet my objective was achieved. Ifyufing successfully jerked the steering wheel, and the armored vehicle veered toward the hillside. Colliding with a large tree just a few meters from the mines, my head struck the armored vehicle's bulletproof glass, causing me to lose half my health instantly. Bleeding, duration. 20 seconds, with a loss of 3 health points per second. I breathed a sigh of relief, still possessing 310 health points. The bleeding was insufficient to claim my life. Despite being injured, the diplomat was not gravely harmed. Ifyufing covered his split lip with his right hand, gazing at the bloodstains between his fingers, uttering in pain, I fear this is not all. The enemy's illusionist must be nearby. Illusionists do not operate alone. We must leave at once. The diplomat reclined his seat back and instructed me. You operate the rotating rapid-fire cannon while I find a way to reverse the vehicle. Yet, my class restrictions precluded the use of automatic weapons. I recalled this just in time, realizing I was also unable to operate aircraft or anti-gravity devices. Damn it! Ifyufing's anger was palpable as he saw me open the car door. Stop! Where are you going? I leaped out of the vehicle. Ifyufing was right. We could not remain stationary. I had sensed the main force of the enemy lying in ambush. Concealed behind the rocks along the main road of the Hobbit Cliffs, I suspected the hobbits were in a state of panic due to their presence, though the enemy had not anticipated our sudden change in course. If I were not mistaken, a large contingent of enemies would soon appear. With this thought, I ascended the steep gravel slope, intending to observe the enemy's movements from the summit in order to relay information to my comrades. At that moment, a deafening gunfire erupted behind me. Our second Jungle One suddenly opened fire at the third vehicle at close range. Clearly another illusionist assault from the enemy. 2 soldiers from the second Jungle One leapt from their vehicle, racing toward the one I had just vacated, with Ifyufing pulling the first one aboard. As the second was about to board, a spark flashed across him, and he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, I followed the direction of the shot and spotted a dense thicket approximately 60 meters away, where a sniper was likely concealed. However, I could not detect the enemy's presence through the infrared goggles. Yet, a more pressing discovery caught my attention. Not far from me, atop the hill, stood a tall elder clad in dark robes. Wielding a staff, positioned upon a rock, he remained completely exposed, casting illusions upon the soldiers in the second Jungle One. Long Minglamer, human, dark guild, level 108 illusionist. He was the very individual I had encountered during the prisoner exchange ceremony. My heart raced. Chapter 23. The Turnaround. The situation was dire. The third armored vehicle in our convoy was ablaze, emitting plumes of black smoke. The few surviving soldiers leapt from the vehicle, fleeing into the adjacent woods. After sweeping the area with its rapid-fire cannon, the second Jungle One began to pivot toward the lead armored vehicle. If this continued, we would all perish. I had to take action. The best course of action now was to eliminate that illusionist. I was uncertain if Minglamer possessed the danger sense skill, but I endeavored to conceal myself from his view. This fellow was a level 108 monster, and I had no confidence in the lethality of my gas-powered rifle. However, I still had 4 fragmentation grenades on my person. Without further deliberation, I hurled a grenade with all my might, landing it perfectly at the old man's feet. With a resounding explosion, the level 108 illusionist dropped his staff. Plummeting down the cliff like a great bird, I had no knowledge of his health points, but 1 RPG-5 was certainly insufficient to finish him off. Thus, I threw 2 additional grenades in the direction of his descent. And after 2 more thunderous explosions, the red on the map vanished. Had that old rascal perished? My level has risen to level 17. I have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. My level has risen to level 18. I have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. I had leveled up twice in succession, nearing level 19 experience. This was the reward for slaying him. With the illusionist's demise, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. The fire on the third Jungle One was swiftly extinguished, the gunner in the second armored vehicle regained his senses, and all surviving soldiers opened fire on the enemies concealed within the woods. From my current position, I could not see the enemy, but the circling hobbits in the sky provided a rough indication of their location. I rushed to the spot where Minglamer had stood. The rock littered with shrapnel and bloodstains, and his staff lay undamaged upon the ground. This staff appeared to be crafted from twisted wood, entirely black, with a human skull adorning its top. Staff of the Furious? Caution, you cannot identify the attributes of this weapon. Minimum requirement, Intelligence 22. Caution, you cannot equip this weapon. Minimum requirements, Intelligence 25, Constitution 16. Caution, due to the survey expert class restrictions, you cannot equip this weapon. I had not expected to be able to wield such a fearsome item. I stowed it in my backpack, occupying 3 slots immediately. From this vantage point, my line of sight was expansive, allowing me to observe the entire battlefield. The enemy had sustained heavy losses and was in a frantic retreat. A dozen corpses lay upon the hillside, while 6 or 7 individuals fired at the approaching hobbits as they withdrew. Perception detected successfully. Insight has upgraded to level 28. My level has risen to level 19. I have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. At this moment, I finally spotted the sniper concealed in the bushes. Targeting our soldiers, he lay in ambush there, not alone but accompanied by 2 others, 3 familiar faces in total. Montlefin and her 2 subordinates. They refrained from firing their weapons, evidently wishing to remain concealed. I was somewhat distanced from them, making it difficult to accurately throw a grenade. However, positioned above them while they were below, all I needed was to attract the attention of our machine gunners. Thus, I pulled the safety pin and hurled the grenade with all my might. It landed approximately 5 meters from them, rolling down the slope before detonating. My objective was achieved. The rotating rapid-fire cannons of the 3 armored vehicles swung toward the explosion. And in an instant, Montlefin's 2 subordinates were gunned down. Yet, the moment I threw the grenade, Montlefin nimbly sprang from her hiding spot and dashed up the slope, taking cover behind a rock. Her danger perception skill was evidently in play, allowing her to evade the barrage of the rapid-fire cannons. Nonetheless, she remained within my line of fire, and I raised Angel's dust, firing 2 shots in quick succession, but missed. Hearing the gunfire, the enemy immediately sought refuge in the nearby thicket. I fired 2 more shots, and this time, I struck true. Montlefin was hit in the knee, stumbling to the ground, yet she quickly rose again. Limping away, I aimed and emptied the entire magazine in her direction. Unfortunately, I only managed to hit her once, grazing her shoulder. The girl clutched her wound, her weapon tumbling to the ground as she staggered into the underbrush. My precision skill leveled up to level 8. I would not allow her to escape. Montlefin was an exceedingly valuable captive. She likely possessed knowledge of the traitor within the guild, someone who had tipped them off to the ambush. Consequently, I exchanged Angel's dust for a shotgun, running toward her hiding place while loading it. We were merely 100 meters apart, and with a bullet in her knee, I was certain she couldn't have gone far. Yet, Upon reaching the thicket, I found no trace of her. How could this be? She couldn't have escaped so easily. I remained vigilant, scanning the dense thorns and shrubs surrounding me, convinced she was concealing herself nearby. However, despite employing my scan skill and infrared goggles, I made no discoveries. Had I truly missed this prey? I examined the ground meticulously, seeking blood or footprints, but found nothing. After 5 minutes of relentless searching, just as I was about to concede defeat, a winged figure suddenly swooped down from above, landing about 40 meters away. Almost simultaneously, I heard a woman's anguished scream. I immediately raced toward the sound with my shotgun, struggling through the thorns until I reached a clearing where I spotted them. Callie, the Hobbit, Ancient Guild, level 68 warrior. This massive hobbit had unfurled its wings, pinning the girl's uninjured left arm to the ground with one claw, while the other mercilessly tore at her clothing. Her invisible cloak and a belt with a sheathed dagger had been shredded and discarded, and the creature was now using its sharp claws to slice through Montlefin's scaled armor. I recalled what Ifyufing had told me about hobbits' habits. They delight in attacking injured or weaker beings. This winged tormentor was entirely engrossed in its cruel pastime, failing to notice my presence. "Get away!" I shouted, firing a shot into the air as a warning. The hobbit, startled, flapped its wings and took flight, but it did not flee. Instead, it circled above, observing my movements. It likely perceived me as another feeble opponent, merely armed with a dangerous weapon. While remaining cautious of the hobbit, I made my way toward the injured girl. Upon seeing me, Montlefin reached for her waist, only to realize her belt was gone, leaving her defenseless before the enemy. Her eyes, unlike her grandfather's fiery blue, glimmered with a rich emerald hue, harmonizing beautifully with her ashen skin. She uttered a coherent plea, albeit in a language not our own, the tone imbued with an air of desperation. Why universal linguistics skill upgraded to level 12. I surmised she was imploring me to end her life rather than capture her. However, I could not acquiesce to her request. Before me stood not merely a wounded, frightened girl, but a perilous and unpredictable adversary, one with significant value to our guild. Thus, I resolved not to kill her. I approached and tightly bound her hands, preparing to escort the captive back to Jungle 1 to present her to my comrades. As I secured her wrists, tears streamed down her green eyes, cascading down her gray skin. Damn it! Just moments ago, she had been shot twice and captured by a hobbit, yet now she wept. Was being taken captive truly so terrifying? This was difficult for me to comprehend. To be honest, I too feared the repercussions of being captured by the enemy. Fine, consider it a debt owed to me. If I were to be discovered having missed such a crucial captive, I would be in dire straits. I pressed my weapon against the girl's chest, aiming for her heart, and fired. Firearm skill upgraded to level 23. Precision skill upgraded to level 9. Before collapsing, Montlefin cast a meaningful glance at me with her dilated pupils, then fell sideways, slowly closing her emerald eyes. Reputation increased to 9. Before I could fully process the moment, the circling hobbit suddenly descended nearby him. My double-barreled shotgun had already fired twice and was now out of ammunition. Nevertheless, I remained composed, lifting my weapon and directing it at the creature. Snarling, "What do you want?" It evidently understood my words. Its wings lowered slightly as it revealed a laser gun it had scavenged from the battlefield. Rasping, "No fighting, trade." I had little to offer at the moment. I did not lower my weapon but casually produced 2 pieces of jerky from my backpack. "Food. Quite delectable. Do you want some?" I flaunted my wares. "Not enough. Not enough." The hobbit spread its claws wide, extending 4 fingers. "4 pieces. Are you mad?" I feigned outrage. There were plenty of those broken guns scattered across the battlefield. At most 3. Reputation increased to 10. The giant bird pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. I placed 3 pieces of jerky on the ground and stepped back. This dangerous traitor set down the laser gun, picked up the jerky, and flew off toward its comrades in the sky. I hurriedly collected the laser gun and Montlefin's discarded belt and cloak, rushing to reunite with my comrades. Chapter 24. The opportunity to enter space. Why comrades treated me with marked hostility. Evidently, Ifyufing believed I had cowardly fled during the battle and communicated this sentiment to the others. They refused to heed my explanations, much less believe that I had slain Montlemore. "You didn't kill him. He fell to Gel Guanching's sniper rifle," a soldier pointed out, indicating the illustrious commander of the 1st Legion. Gel Guanxing, human, H1 Guild, level 89 sniper. This highest-ranking leader of the guild was of short stature, broad-shouldered, and a bald middle-aged man. He donned standard camouflage attire and held a sniper rifle, appearing unremarkable. Gel, I took a deep breath. Calming myself, I had learned my lesson twice from another Gel. Clearly, now was not the time to question his claim of having killed Montlemore. I gathered my thoughts, choosing my words carefully, and said, I'm not certain whether I was the one who killed him. But after I threw the grenade at him, I leveled up twice, and I also obtained his staff. I retrieved the staff adorned with a skull from my backpack to showcase it. The soldiers of the 1st Legion exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the staff, yet they found it hard to believe that a novice who had only arrived 2 days prior could have slain such a formidable enemy. I restrained my impulse to continue boasting about Montlefin's belt and invisible cloak, narrating how I ascended the mountaintop, discovered the illusionist, and how I had thrown 3 shrapnel grenades to obliterate him. If Yufeng gestured to a soldier, signaling him to climb the hill to verify my account, but was halted by Guanxing. No need. I believe my experience did not significantly increase after firing, so my bullets could not have been the cause of his demise. Upon hearing this, the demeanor of my comrades shifted instantly, converging around me to celebrate. Luchin, well done. You saved us all, If Yufeng praised, patting my shoulder. Guanxing also congratulated me on my debut performance on the battlefield, smiling as he remarked, Kid, join the 1st Legion when you reach level 60. I heard that the woman from the 2nd Legion has a conflict with you? Laughter erupted from those around me, and I joined in, realizing that rumors had already circulated within the guild regarding my complex relationship with Sudi Xin. Reputation increased to 12. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the ground beneath me. A swarm of hobbits took to the skies in terror as a plume of black smoke billowed from behind the distant rocks. If Yufeng's radio crackled with a hoarse voice. This is Qiaoma. We were unable to seize the Dark Guild's transport plane. Its security system triggered self-destruction. However, there were no casualties. Copy that, If Yufeng replied. Return immediately. Once the engineers finish clearing the mines, we shall proceed. Initially, I worried that my spoils would be confiscated due to my inability to equip them, but neither the soldiers of the 1st Legion nor If Yufeng mentioned the matter. Moreover, they did not inquire about the whereabouts of Minglefin, who had fled up the hillside, which brought me a sense of relief. Upon the return of Qiaoma and his quartet, we all boarded the vehicles to continue our journey to the Gate base. The diplomat and I remained seated in the lead vehicle, Jungle One, with the driver now replaced by the individual previously under the control of the illusionist, a doctor by profession who had regained his senses, albeit still somewhat tense, likely influenced by the recent skirmish. As we proceeded, it was evident that everyone was markedly more cautious. The 3 vehicles maintained frequent communication via the intercom, synchronizing our updates. We paused for half an hour at a suspicious stretch by the lakeside, only resuming our journey after a thorough safety inspection. During this interval, my cartography skill elevated to level 33, insight to level 30, and scan to level 24. I anticipated that my level would rise to 20 before we reached our destination. Beyond the Habi Cliff lay the Takisha Desert, devoid of forests and lakes, presenting only a barren expanse of lifeless sand. The temperature within the Jungle One cabin steadily increased, yet I felt reassured that there were no threats lurking in such terrain. I sighed in relief and recalled that angel dust was once a weapon used by If Yufeng, prompting me to inquire about the origin of the name. He chuckled and asked, Do you know what PCP stands for? Pre-charged pneumatic, the English abbreviation for air rifles. Additionally, PCP refers to the chemical compound pentachlorophenol, a potent hallucinogen that we colloquially call angel dust. Its addictive nature is exceedingly strong, rendering it nearly impossible to quit. However, just before it completely destroyed me, I was sent to the dome, which provided me the chance to escape this nightmare. So, ahead lies a Gate warship. Our new driver interrupted the diplomat's reminiscence. I gazed ahead to see a crescent-shaped vessel approaching us. Sindalo, Gate ground interceptor, If Yufeng stated, pulling out binoculars to scrutinize the ship before informing us, the buyer of the platinum has arrived. It seems they are unwilling to allow us entry into the Gate base and plan to receive the cargo in the desert. Smuggling business? I speculated. Sort of. We need the money, and they offered a generous price. We offloaded the platinum in the desert to complete the transaction, and the convoy continued towards the Gate base with the remaining cargo. Just as we were crossing the Takesha Desert and nearing the Gake base, an armed patrol team obstructed our path. Ifyufing exited the vehicle to converse with the soldiers who had intercepted us for an extended period, and I repeatedly heard the terms Sindalo and Wandim. The former referred to the interceptor we had seen earlier, while the latter was the Gake term for platinum. Your cosmic linguistic skill has upgraded to level 13. Your level has increased to 20. You have earned 3 skill points to allocate freely. The diplomat returned to Jungle 1, expressing dissatisfaction and instructing the driver to follow the lead Gake off-road vehicle closely, urging everyone to maintain silence, as the Gake personnel in the base would likely not understand our language. Especially you, Lu Hai. Now is not the time to flaunt your cosmic linguistics. This lack of trust stung. Yet I understood the necessity of discretion. What if the Gake diplomat Dai came to interrogate us? A wave of concern washed over me. However, Ifyufing assured me that such a scenario was improbable. He won't come. In fact, he is the buyer I introduced, and he is partially involved in this transaction. We were escorted to an area the size of a soccer field, enclosed by tall walls, and the gate sealed automatically upon our entry. Ifyufing remained composed, using a radio to notify Guansheng and instructing him to establish a perimeter around the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. Subsequently, the diplomat disembarked, retrieving a box from the vehicle containing a dozen transparent glass bottles labeled H1 Guild Handmade. Pure grain fragrance, he asserted he was going to greet a familiar Gake official. Ifyufing was absent for a considerable duration. As the sun climbed higher, the heat intensified, and we took turns maintaining the perimeter to deter anyone from nearing our armored vehicle. Approximately 3 hours later, the diplomat finally reappeared, accompanied by a dozen Gake individuals. Their unsteady gait and expressions of joy indicated that the greeting had been quite successful. Ifyufing showcased the bullet marks and burnt sections on our armored vehicle, then climbed aboard to hand a sealed box to one of the Gake representatives. After the Gake delegation departed in satisfaction, the diplomat called us together, announcing, "The matter is resolved. We have cleared up the alleged smuggling misunderstanding with the Gake. They will dispatch 2 robots to unload the cargo, during which time you are free to move about. Afterwards, we will load the necessary composite materials and solar panels and take the ferry back home before nightfall." The soldiers erupted in cheers, and I felt elated at the prospect of taking an alternative route, which would further enhance my cartography skill. However, my joy was premature. Ifyufing found me amidst the crowd and pulled me aside, saying, "Lu Hai, I have an opportunity that requires a bit of risk, yet it aligns with your style." "What opportunity?" I inquired, and I just encountered a Gake named Urazu 2, who was the captain of a Shemaya cargo ship. He is set to depart for the asteroid belt in an hour and a half, where he possesses an automated mining facility that is currently yielding increasingly less valuable minerals. He seeks a survey expert to help him locate a more lucrative vein. Entering space in an hour and a half. That sounds incredible, but how will I return? Before I could voice my concern, Ifyufing quickly clarified, this is merely routine transport. The fastest return to the Gake base should be tomorrow. Urazutu is willing to try this. If you assist him in finding more valuable minerals, he will cover the costs of your scanning equipment. What costs? I asked, perplexed. I only just discovered this myself. Initially, I believed a survey expert merely required a scanner. But utilizing the scanner itself, Ifyufing produced a rectangular device from his inventory, resembling a laptop. Basic scanner, detection tool, detection range, 1,600 meters, battery life, 3 years. Attribute requirement, perception 18, intelligence 15. Skill requirement, scan 20. Electronics 16. Warning, your electronic skill level does not meet the requirements for using this item. Warning, geological analysis is required to obtain scanning results. This is the most basic model, yet even so, its price is exorbitant. Do your skill levels meet the requirements? The diplomat inquired with some hesitation. Absolutely, I replied confidently, having accrued 12 skill points through my upgrades along the way. Upon seeing the scanner's description, I had already opened my skill window and allocated 7 points to electronics. Raising it to level 16, I chose not to touch the remaining 5 points for the time being, in case I encountered any unexpected situations later. Aside from the scanner, do we also need a geological analyzer? What is that? Ifyufing nodded, explaining, the scanner is merely the operating panel. True detection necessitates a geological analyzer, which is a one-time use device about 1 meter in length. When inserted underground, it employs magnetic fields or other technologies to uncover minerals hidden deep below the surface. each costing 50 crystals. 50 crystals for a single scan. If Yufeng halted my further musings, adding, "It is indeed costly, but Urazutu will cover your operational expenses, including lending you a spacesuit for human USE.in any case. If you're interested, you can find him at the spaceport restaurant in the base." What do you mean by if you're interested? Who wouldn't be interested in such an opportunity? How many people in this world get to venture into space? Especially aboard an alien vessel? Thus, I wholeheartedly agreed. I knew your adventurous spirit would not let this chance slip away. The diplomat suddenly turned serious, but this matter concerns not only you. It is crucial for our guild as well. Apart from the Geik, everyone else around us belongs to lesser races, such as centaurs and hobbits. The Dark Guild's development is evidently outpacing ours, so if we have the opportunity to enter space, we must seize every chance to bring new knowledge to our guild. If Yufeng glanced around to ensure our conversation remained private. Luhai, our current situation is quite dire. The Dark Guild is advancing at an alarming rate, and the pressure of war is mounting. We must alter our development strategy and engage more proactively with other races in the cosmos. Our guild is relatively unknown among the Geik, and our treatment and interactions is quite poor. Therefore, I entrust you with another task. Establish connections with Urazutu and his team, proving yourself as a reliable partner, ideally fostering a long-term collaboration. Do you understand? I felt the weight of the mission upon my shoulders and nodded solemnly. Repeating the diplomat's directives, indeed, I must also strive to avoid trouble and refrain from any conflicts with the Geik, as they are notoriously impatient. Most importantly, under no circumstances should you alter your respawn point, as it guarantees your return home. Chapter 25. The Noble Captain. What does the term spaceport evoke in your mind? A high-tech future world, intricately designed interstellar vessels, a plethora of alien races and robots, such as the vision I too long to behold. Yet here I stand on a mundane conveyor belt, making my way towards the towering control tower. The control tower's architecture consists of 5 enormous discs stacked atop one another, with the uppermost disc, progressively larger, the slender base merely a tall column. This inverted pyramid structure defies conventional architectural wisdom, likely employing some form of anti-gravity technology for stability. Irving is not accompanying me, as he must oversee the loading and unloading of cargo. Thus, I must seek out the alien captain in the restaurant by myself. After winding through a circular corridor for what felt like a dozen loops on the escalator, I entered a round hall adorned with 360-degree panoramic windows. Mapping skill has advanced to level 34. This is the spaceport restaurant of the base, though at present it is nearly deserted, devoid of throngs of aliens or robots. In the center of the hall stands a cylindrical pillar, atop which is a metal door, possibly an elevator or a maintenance access point. Beside a table, a Geik alien clad in a spacesuit languidly dozes on a sofa. However, my interest lies not with him but rather with the view outside the spaceport. Approaching the glass window, I am met with disappointment. Aside from the launch area, a rectangular expanse of concrete measuring approximately 2 square kilometers. The surrounding terrain is a patchwork of uneven wasteland, with parched grasses and shrubs. Insight skill has advanced to level 31. Within the launch area rests a solitary vessel, presumably the Samian cargo ship mentioned by the diplomat. This ship resembles an aircraft with a truncated tail, shorter wings, yet a broader fuselage. The craft tilts precariously, its right wing nearly grazing the ground. A group of Geik technicians is busily inspecting something around the ship. I fervently hope that the vessel I am to board is merely undergoing routine checks and not suffering from technical malfunctions. Disembark? The alien's voice reverberates in the empty hall, prompting me to whip around. Uraz-2, Geik race, Vedic Guild, level 51 Noble. Noble? Is that even a profession? Why not starship pilot or captain? I refrain from voicing my bemusement and instead greet my employer politely. In the ensuing conversation, I comprehend only a handful of words. Seemingly expressing dissatisfaction with my mere level 20, I am left wondering how Irving managed to communicate with him, but it appears this captain desires to employ a more seasoned survey specialist. Finally, I catch his inquiry, clearly expecting my affirmation of something. Though I am uncertain of the specifics, I nod in agreement, hoping it does not pertain to becoming a slave or a subject for vivisection. Urasta does not rise from the sofa but instead gestures towards his ship, uttering more unintelligible words, seemingly suggesting I board his vessel. Though I cannot be certain. This cannot continue. I open the skill window and allocate my remaining 5 skill points entirely to cosmic linguistics, elevating it to level 18. With this enhancement, I find it easier to understand his next question. He wishes to know if 2 geological analyzers will suffice or if he should procure 3. Naturally, I advise him to opt for the latter, extending 3 fingers in response. These devices cost 50 crystals apiece, quite the extortion. However, since my employer bears the expense, I see no need for frugality. Yet, this raises concerns. What must I uncover to justify such exorbitant expenditures? Urasta nods and utters something further. He evidently believes the conversation has concluded. Rising from the sofa and heading towards the spiral staircase, I gather he intends to purchase the geological analyzers himself, instructing me to descend the elevator from the center of the restaurant to await him by his ship. While I am inclined to explore the Gek shops, I ultimately resolve not to defy my employer's wishes. Standing before the elevator, I find myself perplexed by the wall panel, which lacks both up and down buttons, featuring instead a small card slot. Perhaps a specific card or key is required for operation. What should I do? With the restaurant now empty, I feel hesitant to pursue the alien for clarification on such trivial matters. Gazing at the panel, I survey my surroundings and swiftly draw a small knife. Gently prying it from the wall, the internal structure is not overly complex. Electronic skill has leveled up to 17. This system merely requires reconnecting the severed lines to be bypassed, an exceedingly simple task. I link the contacts with the blade, and immediately hear the elevator mechanism whirring to life. Success. Hacking skill has advanced to level 7. Hacking skill has advanced to level 8. Level has increased to 21. I have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. Reassembling the panel, I step into the elevator. Though there are no floor buttons within, an operating lever is present. Pulling the lever down to its lowest position, the elevator begins its descent, swiftly arriving at the lower level of the launch area. Everything proceeds smoothly. Upon reaching the ship, I had anticipated an enthusiastic reception from the crew, yet their response is markedly indifferent. Upon learning I am the survey specialist hired by Urasta, their interest wanes entirely, and they resume their tasks. The technicians are conducting final pre-flight checks, busily manipulating something on the inclined right wing. Armed guards do not impede my entry onto the ship. The cargo vessel's interior is exceedingly cramped. Even at my height, I must stoop in the corridor, and in certain areas, I must turn sideways to pass through. I wonder how these towering Gek manage to navigate such confined quarters. The corridor features 4 small rooms, each accommodating 4 individuals. One end leads to a locked cargo hold, while the other opens into the captain's quarters. Pausing in the corridor, I am uncertain of my next move. Disembark? Here? Obstructing. A crew member has noticed my predicament. I surmise he is either inviting me into his room or requesting I not block the passageway. Bashatuka, Gek Race, Basha Guild, Level 62 Heavy Machinery Operator. This Gek in a spacesuit shifts slightly, creating space, seemingly inviting me into his quarters, which I promptly accept. Once seated inside, I observe another Gek identical to him. Seated opposite me, polishing his helmet. Bashatan, Gek Race, Basha Guild, Level 63 Heavy Machinery Operator. Twin brothers? In the room is also a relatively shorter Gek, with yellow eyes and black hair streaked with white, appearing dyed rather than natural. Woolantar, Gek Race, Wooleen Guild, Level 56 Merchant. The room is scarcely larger than a train sleeper carriage, and the 4 of us are crammed together. This will be my dwelling for the next 24 hours. Glancing around, I note the dim lighting, walls and ceiling adorned with clutter, 2 foldable beds stowed away. While the remaining 2 beds are crammed with miscellaneous items, I greet my roommates in Gek, suggesting we introduce ourselves. The smaller Gek merchant grits his teeth, barely concealing his ire. 20. Last chance. Cannot locate veins. Leaving. Fed up. It appears I am not the sole source of Woolantar's dissatisfaction with our new survey specialist. From the merchant's account, our captain is a failure. While I do not grasp the entirety of his narrative, I glean that Urasta is a traditional member of Gek nobility. According to their family customs, he must either prove himself in a certain field or serve in the military before inheriting the family estate. Thus, Urasta has chosen the path of a free merchant and explorer, securing initial capital from his family to purchase this cargo ship, hiring several crew members, and embarking on adventures across the vast star systems. However, he has faltered amidst fierce competition and has arrived in this remote region of the universe, hoping to find success in this newly discovered star system. Yet trade with the indigenous populace has proved less lucrative than anticipated. The local guilds lack sufficient currency to purchase high-tech products, and what they can offer is limited to inexpensive raw materials. They're small vessels ill-suited for transporting substantial cargo. Over the past 20 days, Urastu acquired automatic mining factories, attempting to exploit asteroids, yet he has unearthed no valuable minerals. The cheap metals extracted barely cover the costs of maintaining the ship, which elucidates why Urastu is in dire need of a survey specialist. Cosmic linguistics skill has advanced to level 19. Prepare for departure. Navigator, establish coordinates. This time we shall seek a more favorable extraction site for our mining operation. The captain's voice emanates from the intercom, and this time I comprehend every word he utters. Chapter 26. Navigational mishap. The ship emits a thunderous roar. The walls of the room tremble, and I glance at the Gek beside me. Bashatin remains unfazed, diligently polishing his helmet, while Wulantar continues his incessant complaints, and why back presses against the wall, feeling the intense gravitational overload as the ship accelerates. The acceleration of the spaceship caused several items hanging on the walls to plummet to the floor. The merchant, unperturbed, grumbled, "Our captain is a miser." In a bid to conserve energy, he neglected to activate the gravity compensator. He damaged one during our last landing. At this point, Bashatin finally ceased polishing his helmet and joined the conversation. I warned the captain against overloading the ship, but he disregarded my advice. More importantly, Yolinter discovered yet another reason to express his dissatisfaction. The refuse he was transporting barely covered the repair costs. As I listened to my roommates' grievances, I felt a surge of joy within. I could finally comprehend their words. Moreover, the gravitational overload soon diminished and ceased altogether. The situation was not as dire as I had anticipated. Seizing the opportunity as the ship stabilized, I activated the scanner to begin my research. What was this? My level 19 skill in cosmic linguistics was utterly ineffective against the text. Not a single word on the screen made sense to me. I attempted to advance my cosmic linguistics skill to the next level, yet it proved futile. It seemed this skill had no bearing on written language. I had no choice but to seek assistance from my roommates. Yolinter displayed no hesitation in exhibiting his unfriendly demeanor towards me, the novice, and declined my request for help. However, the twin brothers agreed to instruct me in their script, though I suspected their motivation stemmed more from boredom than a genuine desire to assist me. For the next 5 hours of our journey through space, I diligently studied this intricate form of writing. The Gek script was not phonetic. It was a form of pictorial writing, where each sentence comprised a sequence of lines, curves, or spirals. Cosmic linguistics skill upgraded to level 25, level increased to 22, acquired 3 free skill points. Perhaps inspired by my diligent efforts, Yolinter eventually joined the teaching endeavor. It was at this moment that I realized the Gek's name for Yolinter was identical to that of a beautiful woman. You guessed it. Indeed, I am female. Yolinter stood up and strode towards the corridor, seemingly irate why failure to promptly discern her gender appeared to have wounded her feelings. It was quite apparent. After all, Bashatuka lowered his voice. Remarking that the proportions of a woman's hands and body differ, she is shorter, her ears are positioned further back, and the patterns on her attire indicated femininity. How could I have overlooked such details? I refrained from apologizing or defending my ignorance, as that would only come across as more discourteous. Yolinter returned, carrying 3 folding metal stands and a silver package. The captain asked me to bring you the geological analyzer and the spacesuit for use on the asteroid. The Gek merchant informed me. The spacesuit was entirely different from what I had envisioned. It was significantly lighter, with a rectangular metal container attached to the back, presumably an oxygen tank. Lightweight spacesuit, suitable for operation in thin air. Vacuum or non-corrosive gases, radiation protection 12, armor 1 tank inflation time. 12 minutes tank endurance, 2.5 hours attribute requirements. Body 6, strength 6. Its attribute requirements were remarkably lenient, making it suitable for nearly anyone. And the fabric exhibited excellent elasticity, imposing no special requirements regarding height or physique. I placed the spacesuit directly into my equipment slot, instantly donning it. I was now prepared to venture into the cosmos at any moment. However, I noticed an awkward detail. The suit prominently featured 2 protrusions on the chest. It was unmistakably a woman's spacesuit. Upon sharing my confusion with my roommates, they erupted into loud, uncontrollable laughter, their mirth echoing throughout the ship. The other Gek in nearby rooms were drawn in by their laughter, peering curiously from the corridor. Soon, the entire crew was aware of my embarrassing predicament. Reputation increased to 13. What does that mean? Am I merely a jester for their amusement? I changed out of the spacesuit and turned my attention to familiarizing myself with the geological analyzer. I picked up one of the tripods. Weighing it in my hands, it felt somewhat heavy. If Yufeng had mentioned this device needed to be inserted into the ground, yet I saw no probe, only 3 ordinary metal rods intended for support. They folded neatly into a rectangular case. Was this a different model? Or was there a switch? How does this apparatus connect to the scanner? I attempted to unfold one, examining it for any activation buttons. Suddenly, with a sharp click, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging not only my chamber but the corridor and nearby rooms into darkness. The Shemaya cargo ship then shook violently, beginning to spin around its longitudinal axis. I was thrown against the wall by the abrupt rotation, the only source of light being the scanner's screen, which displayed signal source detected, data collection in progress. Scanning skill upgraded to level 25. The ship was filled with the shouts of crew members, all bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the cause of the incident. Only the captain's thunderous voice pierced through the chaos. Land ho? Reputation increased to 14. Chapter 27. Landing on the asteroid. Fortunately, the ship's backup power activated swiftly enough to spare me from being unceremoniously ejected from the vessel. The Shemaya cargo ship gradually stabilized under the adjustments of the automatic control system. However, I was still subjected to an extensive tirade of reprimands and insults from Alaz-2. Yet, he did not attribute the mishap to my intentional sabotage. Rather, he believed the entire human race, particularly my own intellectual shortcomings, were to blame for this outcome. The captain's greatest ire was not directed at the ship's sudden malfunction, but rather at the perceived waste of an expensive geological analyzer. He even threatened to seek compensation from our guild for the losses I had caused. Under such a threat, I shamefacedly retrieved the Dark Guild's laser pistol from my backpack, attempting to offset Alaz-2's financial losses. However, the captain did not even glance at it, stating that the sole purpose of such a primitive weapon was to blow apart my foolish head. Ultimately, the storm subsided. I was not cast off the ship, and I prepared myself for the inevitable revelation of this incident to the guild leadership. Throughout this entire ordeal, however, no one was aware of what I had gained. By inadvertently triggering the scan, I had acquired a detailed 3-dimensional blueprint of this interstellar vessel. Upon returning to my room while my roommates dozed off, I activated the scanner, meticulously reviewing the saved results. It encompassed every detail of the Shemaya cargo ship, including its control systems, power units, and spatial structure. Almost every rivet was visible within the 3D model. I even discovered a safe embedded in the wall of the captain's quarters, which, according to the scan, contained approximately 1.5 kilograms of platinum and iridium. Naturally, I did not disclose this discovery to Yolinter or any other crew members. I feared the GEC would demand I erase this precious data. During this process, I also made a surprising observation. The GEC did not exit the game even while sleeping. I had assumed the cramped design of the ship was due to their minimal spatial needs, allowing them to leave the game and return to the real world at will. Yet my 3 roommates remained present, which was rather peculiar. I mentally noted this question, determined to inquire further when the opportunity arose. The Dark Guild's laser pistol posed no stringent attribute requirements, but it necessitated specialized skills for operation, rendering it unsuitable for me. I stored it in my backpack. Monrathan's belt was unremarkable, crafted from synthetic leather, featuring 2 small pockets, one containing a fork and a roll of very fine thread, while the other held a spare battery for the laser pistol. In contrast, her invisibility cloak piqued my interest. Dark Guild invisibility cloak detection probability, while moving -23 detection probability, while stationary -77 duration 18 hours, attribute requirements, agility 18, intelligence 15 skill requirements, invisibility 16, electronics 16 warning. Your agility attribute is insufficient, warning. You lack the invisibility skill. Well, this equipment, while undoubtedly useful, was not suitable for me, even if I could acquire the invisibility skill at level 25. I would still require an additional 3 points in agility. That seemed rather daunting. After securing all the spoils of war, I attempted to divert my attention by continuing my studies of the GEC script. The scanner presented numerous settings I could not comprehend, yet I did not dare to experiment further aboard the ship. I suspected I had already botched the task entrusted to me by Yufeng. to befriend Alaz and his team and establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Now, not only had I failed to earn their trust, but I had also successfully aroused doubts regarding my capabilities as a surveying expert and the intelligence of the entire human race. At that moment, a series of urgent, sharp signals interrupted my self-reproach. Had there been another incident? I glanced at my roommates. They had all awakened but showed no signs of panic. It soon became clear what the signal indicated. The ship was nearing its destination, prompting the crew to prepare for arrival. Captain Alaz suddenly appeared at our door, scrutinizing the four of us for an extended period before selecting the Gek merchant. Yolinter, take care of our newcomer. Teach him how to inflate the spacesuit and operate the communication device. With gravity nearly non-existent on the asteroid, floating in space should pose no challenge. However, it would be a pity to lose our spacesuits and equipment. My three roommates emitted satisfied gurgles, chiming in with the captain's jest. I could only endure their renewed mockery of my intellect in silence. I refrained from arguing. I must counter this distrust with actions and the truth. At last, the captain turned to me and declared, "Luchin, your task is to survey the mineral veins while we load cargo and shut down the mine. This asteroid exhibits distinct traces of heavy metal radiation. You must pinpoint their exact locations. I have a premonition that they could be worth a fortune." Urazutu, brimming with anticipation for the new mineral deposits, muttered something before retreating into the captain's quarters. Once he departed, Yolinter voiced her skepticism. "Every time he utters such words, misfortune befalls us. We either fall prey to competitors or encounter space pirates. Do not trust his hunches." Nevertheless, Yolinter complied with the captain's orders, assisting me in donning my spacesuit and ensuring my oxygen supply was full. Observing her deft maneuvers, I had to concede that had I attempted to figure it out on my own, it would have taken an inordinate amount of time, for the suit was laden with various devices and buttons. As Yolinter readied my spacesuit, I also checked my angel dust, which required a boost for its air pump. "Do you possess any more modern weaponry?" Bashatuka inquired, astonished as I manually inflated the air pump, while his twin brother questioned whom I intended to shoot at on the asteroid. Regardless, I managed to fill the air pump of the angel dust. I then inspected my laser pistol and spare batteries. Although I lacked the skill to aim it effectively, it was prudent to be prepared. The absence of portholes in the room meant I could only gauge the ship's landing by the sound of the engines. The landing was jarring, causing me to lose my balance and sit down abruptly, while my Gekian companions hastily donned their helmets. They listened intently for a moment, only exhaling in relief once they discerned no signs of a catastrophic incident. Yolinter resumed her habitual complaints. "If Urazuta cannot pilot the ship, he should hire a professional astronaut. Every landing torments my nerves. This will be my last flight with him. I can no longer endure such landings." The announcement interrupted her tirade. "Technical personnel, disembark first, secure the ship, and open the cargo bay. Next, the loaders. Finally, Yolinter and Luchin. Before commencing the scan, ensure you are at least 2,000 meters from the ship. Luchin, do you understand?" "Yes, Captain, I comprehend," I affirmed clearly. After a few minutes, the Gekian twins exited the room, hastening down the corridor toward the ship's airlock. I couldn't resist peeking through the door to observe how the tall Gekians maneuvered through the narrow passageway. Their movements were surprisingly agile, clearly indicative of their extensive experience aboard the Samia vessel. "Luchin, it's our turn." Yolinter's voice rang through my spacesuit helmet. Just as I prepared to step outside, a gloved hand in a spacesuit halted me. "Wait. Secure your safety tether." I struggled to suppress an expletive. It felt demeaning to be tethered like a dog, especially with a towering Gekian woman trailing behind me. This somewhat marred the exhilaration of my first venture into space. However, as I crossed through the airlock and emerged from the cargo ship, all negativity evaporated. Insight skill upgraded to level 32. Cartography skill upgraded to level 35. Chapter 28, Ancient Relics. The vista before me was breathtaking. The asteroid's surface was dotted with reddish-brown craters and towering peaks, beneath a backdrop of black space and a vast sea of shimmering stars. Our ship had landed on the asteroid's dark side, with the primary light source being the spotlight of the Samia cargo vessel, and 50 meters away stood a tall cylindrical structure, what they referred to as the automated mining facility. The thermometer on my suit indicated a current temperature of -88 degrees Celsius, with pressure below 1.5 pascals, rendering the asteroid's surface nearly a vacuum. As I stood on the ladder, admiring the extraordinary beauty of space, Yolinter urged me to disembark quickly. She pointed to a crescent-shaped, surfboard-like metallic device, instructing, Luchin, once you step onto the hoverboard, secure your feet. Once you leave the ship, there will be no artificial gravity. I carefully positioned myself on the space surfboard and secured my shoes with the provided fasteners. Yolinter joined me and inquired, where do you intend to go? Where will you scan? This question caught me off guard. I had assumed they would directly escort me to a specific location for scanning or soil collection. It appeared they intended to place complete reliance on me. Thus, I confidently pointed toward a distant peak and declared, let us go there. Yolinter leaned slightly forward, and the hoverboard began to glide smoothly. The hoverboard maintained a low flight altitude, approximately 1.5 meters. After we had traveled about 15 meters from the ship, I began to feel less as though I were standing on it and more as though I was tethered by the fasteners. Yolinter explained, this isn't true weightlessness. This asteroid possesses some mass, and the current gravity is roughly 1/100th that of your planet. However, I relish this sensation of flying. Upon leaving the artificial gravitational field, the hoverboard accelerated, darting like a race car, veering left and right, skimming past sharp rocks. It reminded me of the exhilarating speed aboard Liang Zhao's starship as the excited screams of the Gekian businesswoman echoed in my helmet. Incredible. Luchin, this is flying. After mere seconds, we arrived at the peak I had indicated, which was essentially the summit of a colossal rock, affording a view of much of the irregular asteroid's terrain. Insight skill upgraded to level 33. Cartography skill upgraded to level 36. Level increased to 23. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total accumulated 8 points. For my visual assessment, this asteroid measured approximately 30 kilometers in length and 12 kilometers in width. Resembling a yellow bean, its surface marred by numerous meteorite craters, fissures, and uniquely shaped peaks. The Samia cargo ship was now 5 kilometers away, and even with my perception and insight skills, I could not discern what the crew was doing. Cautiously, I unfastened the tether from my feet, stepped off the hoverboard, and onto the asteroid's surface. Yolinter clutched my safety line tightly, as if I might drift off into outer space at any moment. Once reassuring my partner, I commenced examining the rocks and soil, as I had anticipated. The rock composition here closely resembled that of the meteorites that had fallen to Earth, consisting of peridotite encapsulated pyroxene, rich in iron and nickel, interspersed with iron-magnesium silicates. Based on the asteroid's volume, it could potentially yield 800 billion tons of iron and 15 billion tons of nickel. This indeed represented a substantial fortune. But when considering transportation costs, it might prove economically unfeasible. The situation with the peridotite was no better. Its crystals were quite small, lacking any value as gemstones. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 12. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 13. Currently, there appear to be no valuable discoveries. Urizuta's mine was already extracting nickel and iron, yet he mentioned the presence of heavy metals and radioactive materials, necessitating further exploration on my part. This mountain was formed from the solidification of magma ejected from the asteroid's interior, and I intended to conduct a scan here. I proposed this to my partner, who offered no objection regarding my expertise. Yolinter pressed several buttons on her spacesuit's belt, then stood steadily on the asteroid's surface. Her suit seemed equipped with a device that facilitated walking on a weightless planet, a feature my suit unfortunately lacked. I activated the scanner and sought her guidance on the meanings of some text on the panel. This is a general metal search, utilizing nuclear gamma resonance detection for metals. This one is also for metals, employing gravitational response, suitable for super-heavy materials. This is a temperature differential search, neutrino scanning, beta radiation search, non-protein organic nuclear magnetic resonance search, spatial detection, motion detection, intelligent heuristic search, echolocation, structural analysis, electromagnetic field source detection, cosmic linguistics skill upgraded to level 26. Hearing these explanations did not enhance my understanding of the scanner's functionality. Rather, the complexity of the terminology left me feeling dizzy. I adjusted the metal search intensity higher, and other sliders began to drop, indicating the scanner could not support simultaneous high-intensity searches for all materials. Nonetheless, I was currently only interested in precious metals. Upon seeing me retrieve the geological analyzer, Yolinter hastily shut off the hoverboard. Evidently, everyone had learned a lesson from the ship's recent incident. I cautiously unfolded the tripod, affixed the geological analyzer firmly against the asteroid's surface, and with a click, it was ready. Scanning skill increased to level 26. Once the scanner completed its detection results, I promptly approached to examine the findings. A plethora of iron, nickel, magnesium, and silicon pulse signals emerged, with cobalt and aluminum being less abundant, yet still measured in hundreds of millions of tons. Beneath this mountain, there were also antimony and bismuth, along with copper, and even trace amounts of gold and other elements, albeit in exceedingly scarce quantities. It appeared there was nothing precious to be found. Yolinter summarized Luchin, "Shall we attempt a higher peak?" I declined, believing a complete change of approach was necessary. I intended to forego scanning the elevated portions of the asteroid's surface and instead try my luck in the meteorite craters and the fissures of the surface. The scanning device boasts a detection radius of merely 1,600 meters. However, when deployed in a concave location, it can approach the core more closely. I gestured towards a canyon approximately 5 kilometers away. "Fly there and attempt to land within." Wolantar rebooted the hovercraft, and I stood upon it to secure my footing. This time, she refrained from erratic acceleration, exhibiting a commendable caution. We had reached the sunlit side of the planet. Either she had been dazzled by the star, or she had lost faith in the likelihood of uncovering anything of value in this vicinity. As we soared above the canyon, Wolantar aligned the hovercraft parallel to the canyon's fissure and began a descent into its depths. She activated the headlamp on her helmet, and we glided smoothly down the reflective rock walls for 300 meters, arriving at the canyon's floor. "Scan quickly," I urged, as my partner appeared inexplicably tense. I felt an ominous foreboding that we might be entombed here. How could that be? This canyon had formed over a millennium ago. Anything that was meant to fall had long since done so. There was no cause for concern. After uttering this reassurance, I hesitated. After all, I was but a novice in the vastness of space compared to her. Yet Wolantar remained unresponsive, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Did she perhaps suffer from claustrophobia? One would expect that a being accustomed to life aboard an interstellar vessel would not fear confined spaces. I retrieved my final analyzer. This was indeed my last chance. Failure meant ruin, though I concealed it well. An undercurrent of anxiety coursed through me. A failure would render my inaugural space mission a complete disaster, leaving behind naught but a record of folly. A most disgraceful outcome. I opened the skills window and allocated all 8 accrued skill points to scanning, elevating it to level 34. I was in dire need of results. There was no point in hoarding these points any longer. I closed my eyes and offered a silent prayer for several seconds. And just before pressing the button, I altered the scanner settings, disabling the option to search exclusively for metals and adjusting all sliders to a balanced midpoint. Ignoring the astonished exclamations from the female gate merchant, I exhaled deeply and activated the final geological analyzer. Various signals erupted on the screen, pulses of iron, nickel, and other metallic elements. Yet my focus was drawn to something entirely different. What could that be? Wolantar also observed the three-dimensional scan results, her attention captured by a yellow on the display that appeared to be some form of anomaly. I responded uncertainly, reciting the information relayed by the scanner. With a heart laden with trepidation, I magnified that particular area on the scanner. Rooms, corridors, sources of electromagnetic fields. Further magnification revealed an underground complex, and its entrance was perilously close, right at the bottom of this canyon. This was no mere anomaly, an ancient civilizational remnant, Wolantar exclaimed excitedly. This is a veritable treasure trove. I recalled having seen similar underground complexes discovered by the Melon people in the news during my childhood. I must contact the captain immediately. Our fortune has finally arrived. Chapter 29. The courage of man. Our discovery sent ripples of excitement among the crew. Uraztu urgently halted the loading of iron nickel ore and even ordered the cargo hold to be cleared to make room for potential spoils from the relic. The captain, navigator, and a senior engineer engaged in a lengthy debate over the schematics displayed on my scanner. According to their assessments, the canyon's opening was unlikely to be an entrance to the underground site, but rather an emergency exit or escape corridor. Regardless, we had yet to uncover any other viable means of accessing the relic apart from the current passage. This corridor bore a 12-meter collapse, and the obstructions within were not mere rocks but rather hard metallic minerals. Initially, Uraztu's assistants proposed utilizing explosives. However, this suggestion was swiftly dismissed due to concerns that it might trigger a collapse of other sections of the passage, or even the entire underground base. The ensuing cleanup would necessitate the removal of billions of tons of iron nickel or to excavate the site. The Gake ultimately decided to dismantle a drilling rig from the automated mining machines to open the passage through drilling. The twin brothers Bashatuka and Bashatin first transported the rig to the canyon via a heavy loader, then utilized a winch to lower it to the canyon floor. Everyone was bustling with energy. While Wulantar and I found ourselves somewhat at leisure, we were not permitted to remain on site, so we could only glean progress through intermittent updates over the communication channel. My spacesuit's oxygen supply was rapidly depleting, prompting me to request that Wulantar pilot the hovercraft back to the ship for a replenishment. However, the female Gake merchant informed me that she lacked the authority to open the ship's airlock and thus had to consult the captain for assistance. Just then, a new message crackled through the communication channel. "We have breached the obstruction." The excited voice belonged to the drilling operator. "There is a stone door within the tunnel. Drill it open," Uraz to command it. A cacophony of drilling ensued, followed by the operator's astonished exclamation. "The airflow is strong. There is air inside the relic, Captain. Something is moving, The ensuing chaos left both Wulantar and me stunned, as we could only hear a barrage of gunfire, explosions, and the anguished cries of crew members. Amidst their terrified shouts, our comrades struggled to articulate what had transpired or what kind of monstrosity they encountered. Perhaps they were slain before they could even comprehend their adversary. The tumult subsided swiftly, returning to an eerie calm. "I warned you. Every time Uraztu is on the verge of a stroke of fortune, calamity strikes." Wulantar began to complain anew, but I interrupted her, inquiring where our crew's revival point might be. "It should be at Castiu 3 space station. At least mine is there. Your homeworld is too remote. Setting it on the ship is far too perilous. If the ship were destroyed in space, it would be the end." "What is Castiu 3 space station?" I inquired. "It is the Melon base, a center of the most advanced civilization on the fringes of the galaxy. Our ship jumped from there into your star system. It would take 2 to return. We are doomed. I lack access to the Shemaya spacecraft, and the oxygen in my suit is insufficient. You will suffocate first, and then I will." The linguistics of the Cosmos skill has been upgraded to level 27. Is a unit of time for the Gake, approximately equating to 5.5 hours. Thus, 2 signifies that they would not return for at least 11 hours, a duration far beyond the oxygen supply in my suit. At that moment, a familiar voice crackled through my earpiece. "This is Bashatin. My brother and I are together. We are en route back to the mine." "What just transpired?" "The crew at the relic excavation site is dead." Wulantar replied despairingly. "We must commit suicide to reunite with the others. Otherwise, they will abandon us on their next trip." The 3 Gake calmly deliberated on the prospect of suicide, as if it were merely a routine ritual. This notion unsettled me. They could indeed reunite in death to excavate the priceless treasures here, having learned their lesson and surely preparing adequately next time. But what of me? Upon my demise, I would return to the guild base. They would not come searching for me again, nor would they share any spoils. At most, I could salvage this spacesuit, a meager consolation compared to the treasures within the relic. Therefore, I must change the course of events before they choose to end their lives. "Hey, what are you all discussing? You are the proud Gake. How can you waver in the face of a little adversity? The entire universe looks up to you. How can you so easily relinquish hope? Have we conceded defeat without even laying eyes on the enemy?" Perhaps my tone was excessively forceful, as the female Gake merchant turned to unleash her ire upon me, only to suddenly deflate. Her shoulders drooping as she replied, "Luchin, what more can we do? None of us are combat specialists. I am a merchant, and they are both pilots. How can we fight against formidable foes? Moreover, we are on the brink of exhausting our oxygen supply." Yet, at that moment, I gained an unexpected ally. "I am Bashatin. Luchin is correct. It is not over yet. The cargo bay of the ship is open, and we can find a way into the living quarters from there. We possess tools. We can attempt it. If we gain entry to the ship, we may wait for their return there. Indeed, it would be splendid if we could survive." Bashatuka concurred. "I have just leveled up to 63. If I die now, I will lose my skill levels." Thus, we made our way to the ship's depressurized cargo bay, where the 3 Gake watched patiently as I examined the magnetic locks on the door leading to the ship's living quarters. I endeavored to disregard the red warnings on the oxygen concentration gauge and the nausea brought on by oxygen deprivation, focusing intently on disconnecting all the circuits with the electronic probe. Done. The circuits for the 4 magnetic locks have been severed. Now, we must find a way to disable the mechanical apparatus within. I stepped aside, allowing the twin brothers to take my place. The 2 tall Gake wielded crowbars, diligently following my instructions. After several minutes of strenuous effort, they successfully dismantled the internal mechanical latch, and the door to the ship's interior swung open. Hacking skill upgraded to level 9. Hacking skill upgraded to level 10. Hacker skill upgraded to level 11. Hacker skill upgraded to level 12. Electronic skill upgraded to level 18. Level increased to 24. Earned 3 skill points to allocate freely. Soon, we found ourselves back in the familiar corridors of the Shemaya spaceship. I removed my foggy spacesuit helmet, inhaling the oxygen-rich AT that moment. I realized how simple happiness could be. The mere act of breathing left me feeling lightheaded, akin to intoxication. I wandered into a room, casually lying down on someone else's bed, still dressed. Reputation increased to 15. I hope this increase in reputation stemmed from positive factors, like having saved everyone, rather than merely taking over someone else's sleeping space. Regardless of the reason, I had no intention of getting up anytime soon, as its owner would not return for quite a while. I decided to fetch some food for everyone, and Yulinther volunteered. After we ate, we would discuss our next course of action. It was indeed timely, for my hunger had reached a critical point. It was high time I consumed something. Alas, my backpack was devoid of food, and the last of my jerky had been traded for a laser gun with a hobbit. After Yulinther left, the Bashar brothers pulled a small folding table from the wall of the room. A few minutes later, the merchant returned, carrying a tray with 4 metallic bowls filled with a dark red, thick soup. I dipped a spoon in and tasted it. The alien concoction was both spicy and hot, igniting my mouth with a fiery sensation that brought tears to my eyes, nearly robbing me of breath. Initially, I thought I had been tricked, but upon observing the contents of the other bowls, I realized they too contained the same dish. The twin brothers chuckled happily, seemingly amused by my predicament. This was the traditional vegetable soup of the Gake people, which contained a root vegetable known for its searing spiciness. Yulinther explained sympathetically. Most of the Gake's food featured this ingredient, and while I did not particularly enjoy it, the men relished it. You do not understand the culinary delights of men, Bashar Tukka interjected. Only by consuming such fare can the Gake's spirit sing, fatigue dissipate, and strength be restored. The female merchant huffed in dissatisfaction. This is merely a barbaric habit you have yet to abandon. If you truly seek nutrition, I could recommend hundreds of alternatives. The 2 brothers contentedly mumbled in agreement and did not continue the debate, instead diving into the thick soup. I took another sip. I realized my initial reaction had been due to my lack of preparation. As a native of Yunnan, spicy food was not foreign to me. In fact, it was rather palatable, primarily due to the burning sensation that could be acclimatized to. Moreover, I had a jug of water. Whenever my throat felt parched, I took a generous swig. Constitution increased to 13. Such an effect. That was splendid. I finished the entire bowl of soup, and my hunger progress bar turned green. This Gake food was indeed nutritious. My drowsiness vanished, leaving me feeling invigorated. I mirrored the actions of the others, flipping my empty bowl over to show my complete acceptance of this dish. Reputation increased to 16. You are remarkable, Lewin. Bashar Tukka bellowed in approval. I had no idea you were so formidable. Even some Gake cannot tolerate this food, let alone other races. Previously, we had a human woman on our ship. The spacesuit you are wearing belonged to her. And after she tried it once, she left a human woman? I keenly seized upon this information, eager to learn more about this mysterious figure. However, Bashar Tukka's response was vague. Who knows? I do not concern myself with such matters. Your race may be few in number, yet they can be found scattered throughout the galaxy. I have encountered them among the Millifart and Myron. She is a Telekin, Yulinther informed me, a girl capable of wielding magic. She was accompanied by a human bodyguard and a beast capable of invisibility. I am uncertain why the captain brought them aboard. That was a long time ago. They had little interaction with me. I continued to inquire about human information in the cosmos, but these Gake seemed to know very little. However, one thing was certain. There existed entirely different humans in the universe, neither from Earth nor from the Dark Guild. Following this, we engaged in idleness, with the twin brothers beginning a game of checkers while Yulinther lay down to rest. I did not feel fatigued at all. After consuming the earlier food, I felt as though I had ingested a stimulant. Brimming with energy, I wandered around the spaceship, even entering the control room, where all the panel screens were dark, revealing no interesting discoveries. The captain's quarters were locked, although the electronic lock did not appear overly complex. I was not inclined to invade Urazda's private territory. What else could I do? Wait idly for 10 hours aboard this cargo ship? Or perhaps return to reality, report my findings to my superiors? And then return? I pondered whether Urazda might bring hundreds of Geik with him, and after they conquered the ruins, leave nothing behind for me, a mere human. The likelihood of such a scenario was high. If that were to occur, I would gain nothing, rendering all my previous efforts meaningless. Or should I take the risk and explore the ruins? I doubted I could persuade the 3 Geik to embark on such an adventure. They seemed quite content to await reinforcements after being well fed. What if I ventured alone? I could perish and then respawn at the guild's base, which would not be a viable solution. I would still have nothing to show for my efforts. I hoped I had not committed an irrevocable error, opened the character settings, and designated the respawn point to be the Shemaya cargo ship. Then, I announced to my companions that I intended to witness firsthand what had slain the other crew members. Chapter 30. Facing risks, the Geik were surprisingly calm regarding my decision. No one attempted to dissuade me, nor did anyone question my reasoning. The twin brothers, engrossed in their checkers game, remained silent, while the female merchant remarked, "Do as you wish. I am not your babysitter." Bashar Tuka opened the door leading to the cargo hold for me, waved goodbye, and promptly turned away. Clearly, none of them believed I would achieve a favorable outcome. Of course, I held little confidence myself, but this was the only opportunity available. The scientific legacy within this space station was not only vital to me but to all of humanity, and I had to take the risk. Furthermore, even if I perished, the loss would merely amount to returning my experience to 0 upon reaching level 25, which was not significant for my current low level. I traversed the cargo hold, carefully stepping onto the surface of this small asteroid once more. This time, without Yelinther's assistance, my spacesuit lacked the capability for walking in a zero-gravity environment, while there was an artificial gravity field near the spaceship. Venturing further posed the risk of floating into space due to weightlessness. The distance from the Shemaya cargo ship to the canyon was approximately 3 kilometers. I stepped onto a hoverboard, attempting to activate it, but received a disappointing prompt. Warning, due to the surveyor profession limitation, you are unable to use this vehicle. What did that mean? It was merely a floating skateboard. In the real world, I could handle skateboards, and surfing posed no issue. Was I not allowed to utilize skills I had mastered in reality? Yet, the game's rules were uncompromising. A surveyor could not pilot interstellar ships or various flying devices, which included hoverboards. I felt utterly disheartened. The asteroid's surface was uneven, riddled with craters, and more critically, there was nearly no gravity, making it all too easy to float off into space with the slightest lapse in attention. How was it possible to walk 3 kilometers in such a place? Just as I was lamenting, my gaze fell upon the heavy loader parked beside the ship, belonging to the Bashar brothers. I cautiously approached, climbing onto the front wheel to examine its controls. Electronic skill upgraded to level 19. Electronic skill upgraded to level 20. It seemed less daunting than I had imagined. Operating it appeared easier than driving an ordinary car back on Earth. There was a start button, a joystick to control direction and speed, a small gravity generator, and a mechanical arm for loading cargo, which I would not require. What remained were the driving requirements. T-62 heavy loader, standard equipment of the Shemaya cargo ship, requires profession, heavy machinery operator, mechanic, or meat attributes, intelligence 16, dexterity 10, strength 12. Warning, loader has been heavily repaired after damage. Movement speed reduced by 4. Excellent, I could drive it. The driver's seat had no door, so I climbed inside and settled into the driver's seat. I pressed the power button, but nothing happened. I held it down for 5 seconds, yet still no response. After a few punches to the dashboard, the instruments flickered to life. Hacker skill upgraded to level 13. Hacker skill upgraded to level 14. Hacker skill upgraded to level 15. Electronic skill upgraded to level 21. Level increased to 25. Earned 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total 6 points. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 free skill slots. The sudden influx of rewards left me somewhat flustered. What did this have to do with my hacking skills? What exactly had I hacked? The only explanation that came to mind was that I had just forcefully bypassed the vehicle's anti-theft system. Was this considered theft? The Bashar brothers might not appreciate my actions. But there was no time to dwell on that now. I was already driving the loader swiftly over the uneven surface of the asteroid. A few minutes later, I beheld the canyon I had seen earlier. Beside the canyon lay a colossal winch that had just lowered the drilling machine. This winch was equipped with a formidable electromagnetic device designed for the loading and unloading of metallic minerals. Thus, I halted the loader 10 meters from the precipice, securing one end of the safety rope to the metallic frame of the winch while fastening the other end to my spacesuit's belt. I then proceeded, step by step, towards the abyss. The canyon was engulfed in darkness, revealing only the uneven walls through reflections. It seemed there was some movement at the canyon's base. Insight skill has been upgraded to level 34. I glanced down, met with silence, and took out my infrared goggles. However, the thermal imaging was worse than the naked eye, prompting me to stow them back in my backpack. After concentrating for a few minutes, movement re-emerged. Thanks to the enhancement of my insight skill, I spotted it darting past the drilling machine before swiftly navigating into the passage. It was a metallic sphere the size of a basketball. Moving rapidly back and forth, I remained still, waiting for a few more minutes until it reappeared, this time presenting its information. Small guard drone was the sole designation, with no additional attributes visible. This could only imply that it was artificial and that this location was indeed the remnants of a base belonging to some race. Moreover, it confirmed its purpose was to guard this area and eliminate intruders. I had no idea how many such drones were present. It would be foolish to shoot at it now. Even disregarding the lethality of a space rifle, I could not expect my weapon to breach its metallic shell. Furthermore, once exposed, my demise would be inevitable. After pondering for a moment, I acknowledged my inability to handle this alone and resolved to seek the assistance of the Gate people. I activated the communication system and relayed everything I had observed to Yolinter, yet she still advised me to return to the ship and await reinforcements. The twins concurred with her opinion, with Bashatin adding, "Simply seeing it is not enough, unless we can lock onto it, but if it is as swift as you say, locking on will be quite a challenge. Do you wish to learn the lock-on skill?" It had been a long time since I had received a prompt to acquire a new skill due to the absence of available skill slots. Lock-on? This would undoubtedly prove invaluable in combat. Yet I refrained from making an immediate decision and continued to confirm with Bashatin. "Wait, are you suggesting that as long as we can lock onto it, you have a means to destroy it?" "Indeed," Yolinter interjected. "As long as we can lock onto the target, the Gake's plasma cannon can obliterate any armor. At that moment, an idea struck me. If I utilized the magnetic field generated by the winch, would the drone decelerate as it passed through? This simple question lingered unanswered for so long that I began to doubt the wisdom of my inquiry. But just then, Yolinter responded, her excitement unmistakable. "Land? You are a genius. The magnetic force produced by the winch can lift tons of minerals. It could not only slow down the aircraft, but might even bring it to a halt. Do not move. I will come to you immediately." The voice of Bashatuka echoed in my earpiece. "And we have already set our respawn points to the ship, and we will head over together." The Bahat brothers showed no concern for my commandeering their heavy loader. Their focus was entirely on the impending battle. Each towering Gake bore a device akin to a backpack, from which a hose as thick as an arm extended, connecting to a cannon affixed to their right hands. This must be the plasma cannon they had mentioned. "Can you utilize this? The survey specialist should meet the professional requirements." Bashatin handed me a piece of equipment resembling a telescope, which featured a laser rangefinder for illumination and a retractable antenna. Target locking device. Accompanying equipment for Gake Ava's infantry plasma cannon can lock onto a maximum of 6 targets simultaneously. Time required to capture target, 4 seconds. Maximum target lock duration, 180 seconds. Guided distance for grenade launcher, 1,700 meters. Guided distance for plasma cannon, 250 meters. Professional requirements: destroyer, scout, sentinel, grenadier, stormtrooper, survey specialist. I could use it. And I didn't even need to learn the lock-on skill. Yet, I took the time to thoroughly read its descriptive information. Skills for locking, illuminating, marking, and capturing targets. Teamwork in destroying targets allows for shared experience. Leveling up enhances lock-on speed and accuracy. The ability to share experience during team operations made this skill perfectly suited to me. It was a must-learn. Acquired Level 1 Skill Lock-On. Chapter 31. Entering the ruins. I lay at the edge of the canyon's cliff, using the laser rangefinder to indicate the path the drone would traverse. Bashatuka cautiously aligned the center of the magnetic field with my indicated position. According to my estimations, the drone would appear in 3 minutes. And we had to prepare during this interval. Approximately a minute and a half later, a metallic sphere suddenly emerged in the vicinity illuminated by the rangefinder. It was the drone. How was it here so soon this time? Perhaps the laser rangefinder's bright spot had caught its attention, yet it did not initiate an attack, instead hovering around the bright spot. Just a moment, Bashatuka, do not rush. Wait until it enters the center. Then move in a little closer. This thrill felt akin to witnessing a bobbing float while fishing. However, unlike the leisurely pastime of angling, the tension I experienced far exceeded normal thresholds, my heart racing wildly within my chest. Prepare. Maximize the magnetic field. Reputation has upgraded to level 17. Lock-on skill has upgraded to level 2. The drone struggled under the immense magnetic field, using all its power yet remaining suspended in midair. The earpiece was filled with the exuberant cheers of the geek, and I too shouted with exhilaration. We had succeeded. We waited for another 2 minutes, and the drone continued to oscillate at the canyon's bottom. Unable to escape the magnetic field's grasp, at this point, we had regained our composure, and Yolinter assisted me in adjusting the synchronization signal between the locking device and the 2 plasma cannons. I crouched at the cliff's edge and reactivated the laser rangefinder. The drone was 176.5 meters away, with a target diameter of 46 centimeters. The countdown commenced, and various colored boxes locked onto the spherical drone. Target locked, fire. The 2 brothers almost simultaneously launched a projectile. The plasma cannon fired at an astonishing rate, and I barely caught a glimpse of the shell's trajectory before a series of explosions erupted at the canyon's base. Lock-on skill has upgraded to level 3. Lock-on skill has upgraded to level 4. Level has increased to 26. Acquired 3 freely distributable skill points. Cumulative, 9 points. Experience surged rapidly, indicating that the target had undoubtedly been destroyed. I gazed towards the explosion site at the canyon's bottom. The spherical drone had been reduced to a heap of tiny fragments. I shall go first. Yolinter stood on the floating device and nearly plunged vertically downwards, attempting to rush into the passage leading to the ruins. This impulsive merchant soon paid the price for her recklessness, having forgotten that the winch's powerful magnetic field was still active before she could react. A scream of pain and despair echoed, followed by her disappearance into the winch. "What shall we do? Land?" Bashatan inquired. I replied. "Our actions now would lack dignity, since she wishes to be the first to enter the ruins. Let us wait for her return. A remarkably noble decision," Bashatuka praised me. "The 4 of us should collaborate and share the spoils." Bashatan climbed into the winch's cabin and deactivated the magnetic field generator, awaiting Yolinter's resurrection and her subsequent rush from the ship. Just then, there was commotion at the canyon's base. Another drone appeared. Had we ventured down just now, we might have already been slaughtered by it. Thus, the fishing game commenced once more. I activated the laser rangefinder for illumination, enticing the drone to approach while Bashatoon aligned the magnetic field center with my locking position. Wait for it to come closer. Don't rush. Here it comes. Activate. Lock-on skill has upgraded to level 5. Insight skill has upgraded to level 35. This time, we refrained from firing. Scientists would undoubtedly be intrigued by this ancient high-tech artifact, and its research value far outweighed the experience rewards gained from its destruction. We resolved to capture it as a lavish gift for Captain Uraztu. Bashatuka drove the loader towards the ship, and 10 minutes later, he returned to the canyon with a large metallic container alongside the resurrected Yolinter. This time, we waited even longer, gradually drawing the drone up towards the canyon's apex once it had entirely lost power, and carefully stowed it into the metallic container. Yet, we still did not dare descend. No one knew if more drones lay hidden within the ruins besides these 2. Although the canyon remained silent, it did not signify anything. They could very well be lurking within the passages or crevices of the rocks, awaiting our approach. Now was the time to utilize the last available skill slot. The Dark Guild's Minglefin had thoroughly demonstrated the utility of this skill, Danger Sense, which now held immense value for me. Acquired level 1 skill Danger Sense. I attuned my senses to the dangers within the canyon, finding no particular discoveries, yet I remained uncertain whether this indicated an absence of danger or if my skill level was too low to discern it. Thus, after spending over half an hour, I had Yolinter carefully transport me along the edge of the canyon with the hovercraft. exploring for several kilometers. With each segment of distance traversed, I would pause to conduct thorough inspections, continuing only upon confirming the absence of danger. During this time, my lock-on skill advanced to level 7, insight to level 36, scan to level 35, and cosmic linguistics to level 28. However, my danger sense remained unyielding at level 1, yielding no discoveries. My experience progress bar was nearly full, with only a mere fraction remaining before reaching level 27. The 3 Gekians were reluctant to take risks and awaited my decision. Ultimately, I gestured to indicate my choice, and the 4 of us descended into the canyon's depths aboard 2 hovercraft. The deceased crew members had long since vanished, leaving only scattered equipment to suggest the dire circumstances that had unfolded. We refrained from taking these items, intending to allow their rightful owners to reclaim them upon their return. A perfectly circular hole had been drilled into the canyon's rock face, extending into the dark passage of the ruins, its walls comprised of white stone. Just as we prepared to enter, Yolinther halted us, stating, "Let us not rush. It is imperative that we document this historic moment, capturing the first arrival of life into this prehistoric relic since tens of thousands of eyes." She retrieved a camera, securing it to her shoulder while adjusting the helmet-mounted spotlight. Under the bright illumination, we discerned a series of incomprehensible symbols adorning the walls. Once the drill breached the ruins, the air within began to dissipate, and my spacesuit barometer now indicated less than 4 pascals. With her preparations complete, Yolinther's solemn and resonant voice echoed in my headset. For tens of thousands of eyes, the secrets and knowledge of ancient races seemed forever lost to the cosmos. Yet now it resurfaces. 4 brave explorers enter their base ruins. Remember the names of these heroes: Yolinther, Bashatuka, Bashatin, and Luchin. What secrets and dangers await them ahead? Reputation increased to 18. Reputation increased to 19. Level ascended to 27. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Chapter 32. A blessing in disguise. We proceeded with utmost caution, ever vigilant for traps and the sudden appearance of drones. Following the lengthy underground corridor, we entered a partially collapsed circular chamber, cluttered with piles of iron, nickel ore, and remnants of damaged equipment. It seemed that everything that transpired here was linked to the canyon's formation. As the Geki merchant examined the crumbling walls, suggesting that perhaps an asteroid impact had obliterated this underground base, we cleared the stones obstructing the passage, intending to delve deeper into the ruins. At that moment, Yolinther suddenly gasped, pointing towards something in the darkness. Following her gesture, I directed the spotlight in that direction. Beneath a collapsed slab of stone lay the remains of a humanoid creature, nearly completely weathered, rendering its original form unrecognizable, save for a vague outline and some shattered exoskeleton. Or perhaps its bones. I approached for a closer inspection. The listener's remains. It appeared this ruin belonged to the listener. But what precisely was a listener? There was no name inscribed upon the remains, nor any profession or level information. However, I noted several items upon its person. A metallic disc adorned with various symbols. Attention! Your character's intelligence is insufficient to identify this item. Minimum requirement: Intelligence 22. The bracelet seemingly crafted from bronze. Attention! Your character's intelligence is insufficient to identify this item. Minimum requirement: Intelligence 28. A silver stick resembling a pin. Attention! Your character's intelligence is insufficient to identify this item. Minimum requirement: Intelligence 24. And another item. This one can be identified. I nearly held my breath. It was either a spacesuit or armor. Listener energy armor, universal combat armor, radiation protection 32. Defense 54, energy shield 2800 units, inactive, built-in filtration system, inactive, oxygen duration, 6.5 hours. Attribute requirements: Constitution 13, Strength 13, Intelligence 19. Skill requirements: Medium armor 40. Attention! Your medium armor skill level is insufficient. Attention! This equipment is exclusively for the listener. Humans cannot equip it. Attention! This equipment's nuclear battery power is critically low. Please replace the nuclear battery. I read through this information repeatedly. Racial restrictions? I could enhance my medium armor skill level, and I could improve my base attributes through training, or even find a suitable nuclear battery for it. But there was absolutely no way to alter my race. Meanwhile, my companions were not idle. They too had discovered other items within the chamber, clutching the ancient alien armor An unfamiliar Geki voice suddenly resonated in my headset. I am Rong. Wade. All crew members of the Urazatu team. Heed my command. Your captain has sold the excavation rights to the ruins to me, and I command you to vacate the ruins immediately and return to the Shemaya cargo ship. The twins exchanged glances before turning their attention to me and Yulinther. The Geki merchant silently cursed under her breath, then replied loudly, Esteemed Rome, we have received your orders and will promptly leave the ruins and return to the ship. Yulinther and the twin brothers swiftly stowed their findings into their backpacks. While other metallic components, symbol-etched fragments, and remnants of damaged instruments lay scattered on the floor. In light of this, I too secured the armor, my backpack nearly full, and I also stashed the only other item that could fit, the bracelet, before tossing the disc and silver stick to Yulinther. The Geki merchant silently placed her items into her own backpack, then rested her palm at the level of her helmet and mouth, likely signifying, "We shall discuss this later." The Gekians were eager to depart. As they claimed Rome, Wade had a notoriously volatile temper, and we could not afford to give him any leverage. Thus, we hastened towards the exit of the ruins together. I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. We had only managed to explore a single chamber of such an expansive ruin. It was entirely my fault for being overly cautious, wasting too much time assessing potential risks. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly search the entire ruin in the shortest time possible, securing the most valuable items. Upon reaching the ruins exit, we beheld a throng of Geki warriors clad in vivid red heavy assault armor. Each fully armed, some even shouldering equipment cases. As the four of us emerged, they immediately assumed a defensive stance, dozens of weapons aiming at us, with at least half regarding us as targets. That moment, I felt an intense sense of threat, certain that any unexpected movement on our part would result in immediate execution. Danger sense skill has leveled up to level 2. So, it is only upon encountering peril that it enhances. I stood frozen in place, my three companions equally immobile. Following a brief report, a Geki soldier lowered his rocket launcher, commanding us to vacate their territory at once. Both hovercraft remained in place, so we boarded them and ascended towards the canyon's summit. Upon reaching the surface, we spotted a colossal disc-shaped interstellar vessel hovering in the sky, mere kilometers above the ground, nearly obscuring the light of the stars. Tinkaloo, Geki strategic cruiser, my companions appeared exceedingly tense at the sight of the warship. Hastening our hovercraft's speed as we directed ourselves towards the cargo ship. As we approached the Shemaya cargo vessel, we observed a group of crew members preparing for takeoff, folding away the automated mining equipment and stowing it in the ship's cargo hold, as if they were about to depart imminently. What would become of the drill down in the canyon? And what of the winch and the heavy loader parked by the canyon? I inquired about this uncertainty to Yulinther, but she did not respond, gesturing with her palm near her mouth. Very well, we shall discuss it later. Everything unfolding was rather abrupt, yet I felt powerless, left only with the patience to wait. Upon boarding the ship, Yulinther stowed the hovercraft and instructed me to remain in the room while she sought out Captain Urazatu to clarify what had transpired, necessitating such a hasty departure. Back in the ship's quarters, I removed my spacesuit, donning the Guild's camouflage military uniform and the Warwolf medium armor, settling onto a stool to await the news Yulinther would bring back. Within 3 minutes, she returned, dejectedly informing me, Urazatu is in a furious state. I have never seen him like this. He instructed me to procure another batch of equipment, as Rome. Wade has prohibited the removal of anything surrounding the canyon. He must be concerned about us taking items from the ruins. Yet, curiously, if he distrusts us so deeply, why did he allow us to leave the ruins alive? Did Rome Wade truly purchase the excavation rights to the ruins from the captain? I inquired. Yulinther waved her hand dismissively. Luchin, I have told you numerous times, Urazatu is a complete failure. The foolish individual, upon being resurrected at the Castiu 3 space station, devised the ludicrous plan of seeking assistance from his distant relative, Long Hueda, who coerced him into selling the coordinates for a staggering sum of 6 million crystals. After Alastu and the crew landed on the asteroid, they were commanded to vacate the premises within a quarter of an lest his vessel be destroyed. With this revelation, the captain had no choice but to abandon the site immediately. While 6 million crystals represented a significant fortune, the artifacts, equipment, and technology within the ruins were undoubtedly worth several magnitudes more. A quarter of an equated to approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. leaving scant time to dismantle the automated mining facility and prepare for takeoff. Long's demands were clearly a display of his authority. At that moment, Bashatuka and Bashatan returned, causing the room to become increasingly cramped. Suddenly, I recalled my earlier confusion and inquired why they did not return to the real world while traversing space. "It is futile," Yolinther replied. "Space belongs to the red zone." At this juncture, returning to reality would not cause the characters to vanish, but rather heighten the risk. The captain's voice echoed through the intercom, interrupting the conversation with the merchant. "Prepare for departure. Navigator, set coordinates for the spaceport of departure. We will procure new equipment there and return the landers to their home planet." The roar of engines filled the air as the cargo ship's hull began to tremble, followed by a pronounced gravitational overload that persisted for over a minute. Suddenly, I felt a distinct jolt as the ship lurched, sending items crashing from the walls and ceiling. The lights flickered and extinguished rapidly, switching to backup power after a few seconds. Amidst the blaring alarms resonating within the cabin, the captain's furious voice rang out, "Lander, Yolinther, get over here, now. What does this have to do with us?" I and the merchant hastily rushed to the cockpit, where we beheld a scene that left us utterly astounded. The asteroid we had just departed had vanished, replaced by a colossal fireball in space. With countless fragments hurtling outward in all directions, the Tinakuro battlecruiser had also disappeared, while our Samiya cargo ship had miraculously survived. "What have you done?" the captain demanded, gesturing towards the fireball we were distancing ourselves from. "Did you tamper with anything in the ruins?" Yolinther and I vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Yolinther explained that we had not ventured far into the ruins and had only glimpsed a pile of rubble collapsed by rocks. We had been on the verge of advancing when we were ordered to return. I added that I had seen Long Hueda's soldiers carrying extensive equipment, and they must have penetrated the depths of the ruins, triggering the self-destruction protocols. Alasta pondered for a moment before suddenly perking up. "This explanation is quite plausible, indeed. Long Hueda has no reason to blame me. I shall assure the esteemed Long that my team had absolutely no involvement in this explosion. However, we are indeed fortunate that we took off in time to survive." I concurred that we were exceedingly fortunate, yet I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that Yolinther, the Bahat brothers, and I had all set our resurrection points aboard the ship. If this vessel were to be destroyed, we would merely resurrect in space, meeting an instantaneous demise, an ultimate death indeed. At that moment, I vowed to myself that I would never again set a resurrection point on any interstellar craft. Chapter 33. The first transaction after receiving my and Yolinther's responses, Alasta's mood began to brighten significantly. He reclined in the captain's chair, his legs resting on the ship's control panel, and began inquiring with the merchant about the value of the discarded equipment on the asteroid, as well as the time required to procure new gear. He also requested a list of parts needed to repair the ship's gravity compensator from the ship's mechanic, collaborating with Yolinther to calculate the costs. They seemed to entirely disregard my presence. Finally, Alasta proclaimed with pride, "This is the first time my financial situation has shown improvement since acquiring this Samiya. The previous failures nearly devastated me. This occasion deserves a proper celebration." He activated the intercom to announce to all crew members that he was now capable of repaying all accumulated debts. Furthermore, every crew member involved in this voyage would receive double wages. Cheers erupted in the corridor, and upon hearing the praises directed at him, the captain contentedly emitted a satisfied hum. He then switched off the intercom and turned to me and Yolinther. "The footage you recorded in the ruins can be sold to the Galactic News Agency for a tidy sum. However, it must be stated within the video that I am your captain and that we all serve Long Hueda. This loss of prey will undoubtedly infuriate Long, who will need some honor to compensate. This is crucial for a politician of his stature." I surmised that not only did that Long require glory, but my employer also needed to prove himself as a successful captain. Yolinther seemed to have recognized this as well. "No problem. I shall include that in the video." Yolinther readily agreed. "Now, show me what you discovered in the ruins," Alasta continued. "I refuse to believe you emerged empty-handed. Rest assured, I acknowledge that this is rightfully your loot. Though be frank, I felt exceedingly anxious." But the merchant unhesitatingly opened her backpack and produced the assorted items before the captain's desk. A disc, a short staff, a gun with 7 holes in its grip, a fragment of a circuit board, and a desiccated skull. The disc and staff belonged to the lander, and Yolinther set these 2 items aside. requesting me to safeguard them. Alas, to glance disinterestedly at the disc, staff, and circuit fragment before weighing the gun with the hole-riddled grip. Quickly setting it back down, however, he expressed keen interest in the skull, carefully cradling it for closer examination after obtaining Yulinther's consent. I seized the opportunity to scrutinize the visage of this ancient race. Its elongated jaw bore no teeth, yet two severely worn bones suggested they were used for chewing. The skull lacked nostrils and had sunken eye sockets, proportionally resembling the compound eyes of an insect. Nevertheless, these bones were quite thin, and it was entirely possible that it was not a skull at all, but rather some form of exoskeleton, a priceless treasure. "Congratulations, Yulin," the captain declared, gently placing the skull back down before asking, "Lander, do you have anything of interest?" Noticing my hesitation, Yulin smiled and addressed me. "Lander, you evidently do not comprehend the Jek's nature. Our captain is of noble lineage, a member of the ruling family. This is not merely a title, but a constraint as well. Nobles never renege on their word. If he promises that the loot belongs to you, he shall not infringe upon your property, so rest assured." Well, this reasoning was quite persuasive, and I placed the armor and bracelet upon the table. Earlier, in the dim light of the ruins, I had not had the opportunity to thoroughly inspect my spoils. Now I discovered that the armor was crafted from a black matte material, neither metallic nor leathery. This suit was designed with a pair of upper limbs and 2 pairs of lower limbs. If there were no tail at the back, its owner must have possessed a substantial abdomen. Judging by the helmet, its eyes must have been quite large, and the gloves featured 7 fingers. Alas, to scrutinize this relic of an ancient race for an extended period before finally remarking thoughtfully, "I believe I now understand where Millifart's finest armor originated. They must have discovered similar ruins and subsequently modified them to suit their needs. Alas, this item is too small for the Jek, but with some modification, it may fit a human." This statement excited me, and I eagerly inquired of the captain, "Are you suggesting that this armor could be modified for human use?" "Indeed, a skilled mechanic should be able to accomplish that," the captain confirmed, "but the complexity of such modifications will be substantial, and the cost will be quite high." Alas, to refrain from elaborating further, instead rising to pace the cabin, deep in thought for a considerable time before finally reaching a decision, he addressed me, "Lander, I have a proposition. You have proven yourself to be an exceptionally capable survey specialist, and your collaboration with us has been commendable. Yulinther believes you bring good fortune. Therefore, I intend to offer you 2 complimentary flight opportunities, during which whatever you discover will be yours to keep. If you agree, I will also arrange for the finest mechanic aboard the ship to modify this armor, with the costs covered by me. The condition is that you exchange it for the 2 items you have secured with Yulin. What do you think? Is this a dream?" I had successfully completed the task assigned to me by the diplomat, proving my worth to the Jek and even joining their ranks. Though I felt immense joy within, I maintained a faade of calm, feigning contemplation. After a moment, I responded, "I agree, but I have a small request. For the next flight, you must come to our guild to fetch me, as the journey from our territory to the spaceport is both lengthy and perilous. Also, my geological analyzer has run out, and I need you to procure a new batch." "Of course," the captain casually acquiesced to my requests. As we stepped into the corridor, Yulin suddenly lunged towards me. "Lander, what are you doing? You have been deceived. You are nothing but a naive, illiterate native. Do you not realize that every profession has its ceiling? How arduous it is for non-combat roles to gain experience when they are deprived of exposure to new elements." I was initially perplexed by her words. To me, the attributes required for those 2 artifacts appeared insurmountably high, rendering any chance of utilizing them utterly improbable. It would be far more prudent to exchange them for something of value. Yulin Tal roared in frustration, gnashing his teeth at me, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure before he elucidated. "You must understand that many mechanics would vie fiercely, even to the point of injury, for the opportunity to engage with that ancient armor. You could find the finest mechanic willing to modify it for you at no cost, or even have him charge you. For this represents a rare chance for them to garner experience. Furthermore, you have foolishly gifted the captain those 2 precious artifacts. As a merchant, I find myself immensely disappointed in you. Do you truly believe such opportunities abound? On your next flight, you might be fortunate to receive merely a scrap of iron or a piece of nickel." "Very well, Yulin. I concede that I indeed lack understanding in this regard. I admit it. Yet I shall nonetheless agree to the free flight, for I must venture to new locales and acquire new knowledge in order to foster my own development. I have traversed most of our guild's territory, and we lack the consumables necessary for the scanner, which we cannot afford. Speaking of scanner consumables, the female merchant interjected. The captain had me order a batch of geological analyzers before our discussion. Even if you had not mentioned it, he would still procure them. These devices are merely 8 crystals at the Castillo 3 space station, and even more favorably priced at 6 crystals at the Wanata space station. Thus, the Gek merchant firmly patted my shoulder. I have resolved to temporarily refrain from resigning from Urasta's team. Although I still regard him as a failure, your presence brings fortune, and I am eager to witness the outcome. Chapter 34. The second transaction on our return journey, I resumed my studies of the Gek language. With little to occupy my time aboard the cramped spacecraft, even the crew from the adjacent cabin joined in my education. My Gek colleagues explained the subtle variations of curves and angles, showcasing examples and special usages. I absorbed the knowledge rather swiftly, mastering complex grammar and idiomatic expressions at an astonishing pace. The Shemaya had now entered autopilot mode, granting the navigator some leisure. The level 98 navigator, Yuha, intrigued by the commotion from our cabin, came over to join us. Among the Gek, Yuha was relatively diminutive, with hair as black as night. Bashatin respectfully relinquished his seat to the esteemed navigator, who took over my lesson. With Yuha's arrival, the difficulty of the course escalated dramatically, yet my progress accelerated remarkably. This navigator possessed the skill of education, enabling him to impart knowledge with greater efficiency. Consequently, for the next several hours, my mind felt nearly on fire, and my cosmic linguistics skill surged 3 levels, while my character level ascended to 28. My intelligence increased to 19. At this point, my head buzzed, and I found it increasingly challenging to concentrate on the graphic symbols before me. Thus, I requested a brief respite from the navigator. Certainly, Yuha replied, rising from his seat. We shall resume with new content once you have absorbed this and feel ready to continue. Your learning efficiency and duration far exceed those of my previous students. The other crew members, upon hearing this, emitted appreciative murmurs. Receiving praise from this stringent and perpetually dissatisfied navigator was nothing short of miraculous. Reputation increased to 20. The meal served was still that spicy, hearty soup, and I caught glimpses of many crew members casting spiteful glances my way. Nevertheless, I calmly finished my portion and, like them, flipped my empty bowl over. After dinner, the fatigue from studying dissipated, and I felt invigorated, even wishing to commence lessons in Gek writing. Yet, at that moment, a sudden tightening in my chest gripped me, and a wave of fear washed over me. I quickly grasped the armrest as I sensed a change in the engine's sound, followed by a jarring roar. Danger perception skill leveled up to 3. It appeared that the second gravity compensator had also malfunctioned. Bashatin remarked impassively, fastening his seatbelt and donning his space helmet. I mimicked his actions, securing my seatbelt and putting on my helmet. This maneuver nearly saved my life. Mere seconds later, I was subjected to a violent impact. The floor beneath me tilting to a staggering 40 degrees, and all suspended objects plummeted to the ground. Amidst the relentless shaking, my health points dwindled by half. Such a hard landing should have drawn the attention of a black hole. Yulental groaned, rubbing his battered body. We were not the only ones injured. The furious curses of other crew members echoed from all directions. Despite this, Urastu assured everyone over the intercom that no significant accidents had occurred, merely that the Shemaya's rear stabilizer had slightly grazed the ground during landing. Another expense for repairs. The rear stabilizer would cost no less than 40,000 crystals, Yulental remarked, already aware that 3 crew members intended to seek new employers at a nearby spaceport. Renewing a contract with this failure was my gravest regret. Urastu evidently sensed the team's discontent, and in an effort to mend the unpleasantness and celebrate the bountiful rewards of our last mission, he announced a celebratory feast at the spaceport's restaurant. Yet this time, the crew did not respond with enthusiastic cheers. Come, Gek, let us commemorate your inaugural journey through the cosmos. I did not decline Bashatin's invitation. I struggled to descend from the tilted Shemaya cargo ship. The vessel left a long trail of flames and smoke upon the launch pad, yet neither the crew nor the airport staff paid much heed. Evidently accustomed to such occurrences, aside from a few technicians who remained to rectify the tilted ship, the rest merrily made their way towards the control tower. Unlike airports on Earth, there were no customs or security checks here. We, a large group, reached the base of the control tower without obstruction and crammed into a large elevator. Ascending, at that moment, my sense of danger resurfaced. Danger perception leveled up to 4. Danger perception leveled up to 5. I scanned my surroundings, attempting to discern the source of the threat, yet found nothing, even as the sensation intensified. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the other Gek in the elevator, I donned my armor, secured my helmet, and readied my shotgun. I understood that my actions might appear ludicrous and difficult to justify, yet I felt compelled to accede. To my surprise, the crew members did not question me. Upon witnessing my actions, they too donned armor and brandished their weapons. When the elevator doors opened on the restaurant floor, I was uncertain who was more astonished, myself, upon encountering the formidable illusionist Minglemo and his entourage, or Minglemo, faced with a dozen Gek aiming firearms at him. I regained my composure first and even bowed politely, recognizing that despite being adversaries, he remained a figure of considerable stature, a Lang. Lang Minglemo did not respond immediately. He first displayed his empty hands to the Gek emerging from the elevator before addressing me in nearly accentless Mandarin, saying, "Gek, it appears you are here. We have been searching for you for 3 days." "What is going on?" the captain inquired. "He is our guild's enemy." I pointed my shotgun at the illusionist, explaining to Uraz and the other crew members aboard the Shemaya. "This is Gek territory, and any subordinate conflict is strictly forbidden." Uraz bellowed. Minglemo seemed to comprehend his words, once again showcasing his empty hands, then uttered a brief statement, prompting his followers to sheath their weapons and depart. The elder fixed his blazing blue eyes upon me. "I am aware of Gek customs. You shall be safe within the spaceport. Our issues will be resolved elsewhere, and I trust it shall not be long before that occurs. I seek you for another matter. I know you possess it. That item is of great significance to me, and I am willing to offer a good price for it." I maintained an expression of indifference, yet inwardly mocked my opponent's naivety. This old fool believes I would return that powerful weapon to him, enabling him to attack us once more? Yet I could not outright refuse in such a setting. After all, he was a Lang. Therefore, I would propose a figure that was economically reasonable yet would also deter him from pursuing it. An assault rifle costs 1,000 crystals. Surely his staff would be worth even more. 1,005, 3,000, or perhaps 5,000. No, 5,000 seemed a tad excessive. I am willing to pay 5,000 crystals. The illusionist read my thoughts effortlessly. "Gek, this rod is of no use to you, and no one else would bid for it, not even at a tenth of that price. 3,000, plus your withdrawal from pursuing me." I countered. "No, my granddaughter's honor and my reputation are worth far more. 5,000, and the hunt shall continue. But first," he smiled, revealing unexpectedly neat and full teeth for an elder, "change your respawn point." A cold sweat broke out across my brow. How could he possibly know my respawn point? If I were to perish now, would I be resurrected in the cabin of the Shemaya, or at the coordinates where the spacecraft is currently stationed near the asteroid? Regardless, I shall abstain from conducting such an experiment. I promptly designated the spaceport restaurant as my new respawn point, which should be far safer than any previous locations. Observing my evident anxiety, Yolinter approached me to inquire if I required assistance. I retrieved the enigmatic staff from my backpack and requested the merchant to act as an intermediary, ensuring that my transaction with Monlamer would be equitable. The illusionist nonchalantly presented Yulint with 5 crimson gemstones. I had never encountered such items before, yet to avoid revealing my ignorance, I maintained my silence. The merchant Gek examined the gemstones, scrutinizing the light through them, then nodded at me, stating, "No problem, each is worth 1,000 crystals." Totaling 5,000, I expressed my gratitude to the intermediary, returned the staff to Monlamer, and stowed the gemstones in my backpack. Monlamer offered me a slight nod before entering the elevator with his entourage, then turned to me and said, "Thank you for your actions concerning my granddaughter at Habby Cliff. However, on the shore, you must not fathom how earnestly I anticipate our next encounter." Chapter 35. The plan to return Monlamer had departed half an hour ago, leaving me amidst friendly Gek, yet I remained unsettled. If previously his attack was merely a matter of honor, it now seemed we might have developed a genuine personal vendetta. I was almost certain that the Dark Guild had dispatched agents to surveil me nearby, and the moment I stepped outside the Gek base, I would be captured. Throughout the banquet, I could not relax, my mind preoccupied with strategizing my next steps. Firstly, I had no means of contacting the guild. The rudimentary radio I possessed was utterly useless here, and I was oblivious to the guild's communication channels and codes. Secondly, the Gek base imposed a strict 24-hour limit on the stay of indigenous individuals, which prevented me from lingering for days until the guild's members arrived for the exchange. Were I an official crew member of the Shemiya, equipped with astronaut credentials, perhaps I could negotiate with local officials. However, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of obtaining permission was non-existent. Leaving the base on my own would be tantamount to suicide. There was a small inn in the Gek settlement not far from the base, theoretically allowing me to stay for a few days, but it lacked armed guards and was not entirely secure. Exiting the game to return to the dome and consult with the guild's management seemed a plausible option. Yet the spaceport was classified as a yellow zone, necessitating a 10-minute delay to log off. Everyone had just witnessed Monlamer hand me gemstones valued at 5,000 crystals. Thus, it was imperative that I sought assistance from the crew of the Shemiya. I surveyed the jubilant Gek around me. They had procured several crates of H1 Guild's homemade brew, a pure grain beverage, which evidently proved effective for the Gek as well now. These inebriated Gek were loudly engaging in critiques of cosmic racism and profound philosophical dialogues. Only the Gek merchant remained unaffected by the revelry, seated alone at a table, sipping a cocktail while perusing something on a tablet. Consequently, I resolved to seek Yolinter's counsel. As I approached, she first shielded her screen, then growled at me. However, upon hearing my plight, her demeanor instantly shifted. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "Of course, I will assist you. Just wait here while I inquire on your behalf." Yolinter departed for 40 minutes. And just as I began to worry she had forgotten, she finally returned, plopping down in the chair beside me. "The spaceport and outpost here are in utter disarray. The person in charge knows nothing. I had to run to the port myself. There are cargo ferries making round trips, although technically they are not supposed to carry passengers, but for just 50 crystals, the crew will turn a blind eye to strangers. I've already covered your fare. One ferry departs in a quarter of an so do not be late." Indeed, if Yufeng had previously mentioned they would return via ferry along the sea route, a quarter of an amounts to merely 1 hour and 20 minutes. I expressed my gratitude to Yolinter for her help and promised to repay her once I exchanged the gemstones for crystals. Yolinter suddenly grew serious again. However, on my way to the port, I spotted a group of humans. I cannot discern whether they are foes or allies. Damn. They cannot possibly be friends. They are most likely Monlamer's minions, blocking all routes out of here, waiting for my appearance. I attempted to inquire with Yolinter about the possibility of the Gek escorting me to the port, but the merchant refused. "Luchin, you must understand. While we sympathize with you personally, Gek law explicitly forbids us from participating in any forms of vassal disputes. This could lead to unpredictable political risks and even incite warfare between different Gek tribes. A lesson learned from historical experience. I comprehended her stance, yet I lacked an appropriate weapon. "Could you teach me how to utilize your stores?" I asked, knowing Gek merchants would likely not refuse such a minor request. I followed her up the spiral staircase to the restaurant's upper level, where the so-called store turned out to be a few self-service terminals mounted on the wall. Through these terminals, one could browse product catalogs, order various items and equipment, and then pay with crystals or electronic currency. Essentially, it bore a close resemblance to JD, TB, and PDD in reality, and I could manage it on my own. The most powerful weapon I possessed was still the shotgun I had picked up during shooting practice at level 4, which needed to be replaced. The array of available weapons was dazzling, featuring various models of semi-automatic rifles, railguns, plasma launchers, and tungsten wire grenades. Aside from the variety, the prices were astonishing. Even the cheapest semi-automatic rifle cost 800 crystals. However, what intrigued me most were the lines of text beneath each item, the meanings of which I could not comprehend with my current reading ability, prompting me to consult Yolinter beside me. "This means your planet is out of stock, and orders can only be placed from nearby star systems. To be frank, this place is exceedingly remote, lacking even fixed flights. All goods are brought in on an ad hoc basis, which is why the prices are so exorbitant. Personally, as a merchant, I find it hard to accept such prices. Why not use my weapon for now? You can return it to me when we meet again." I could scarcely believe my ears. Yet Yolinter truly unclipped a holster from her belt and pressed her assault rifle into my hands. I solemnly thanked her, but had to return the weapon to its owner. The survey expert was incapable of wielding automatic weapons. "Oh, I almost forgot," Yolinter grumbled. retrieving another item from her backpack. Look at this. But remember, it's not a gift. It's merely a loan. If you lose such a precious weapon, you shall compensate with that set of armor from the ruins. I glanced at the weapon, instantly astounded. This was indeed the gun Yolinter had extracted from the ruins. The Annihilator, melee weapon for hearers, required attributes, Agility 15, Intelligence 15. Skill requirements, Firearms 40, Precision 15. Warning. Your firearms and precision skills are insufficient. Accuracy is reduced by 59. Warning. This weapon is designed specifically for the hero race. When used by other races, firing speed decreases by 25, and range is reduced by 25. Warning. The nuclear battery's charge has fallen below 7. Please replace the nuclear battery. So many penalties. I opened the skills window and allocated 6 of the 15 available skill points to precision, reducing the accuracy penalty from 59 to 43. With 9 skill points remaining, should I invest them in firearms? I had initially intended to allocate them to medium armor, waiting for that energy armor from the ruins to be modified and meet its skill requirements. However, that armor also demanded strength attributes, making preparation for it premature. Thus, I decisively allocated all remaining 9 skill points to firearms, raising it to level 32, thereby reducing the accuracy penalty to 15, which should suffice. Wait, am I truly planning to wield this Annihilator alone against a horde of Dark Guild enemies? Yolinter chuckled. You finally see it clearly, Luchin. Aside from carving a bloody path through your foes, there exists a simpler solution. NO1 has prohibited the Gek from assisting humans in transporting goods. You merely need to order a batch of items and accompany the cargo vehicle to the dock as the owner. Fully compliant with all regulations. How did I not think of such a straightforward solution myself? I could even take this opportunity to bring back some supplies the guild lacked. Well, pure silicon is essential for manufacturing radio intercoms. What else? High-temperature superconductors, molybdenum steel springs, reflective coatings, powerful magnets, optical cables, various ready-made radio components, diodes, transistors, resistors, connectors, geological analyzers for scanners. I selected all reasonably priced and potentially useful supplies from the product catalog. Although many items were out of stock, the majority of the categories I chose were available. These supplies cost me 2,000 crystals. I received the cargo almost instantaneously. Upon completing the payment, a door on the shop wall swung open, revealing 2 well-sealed large boxes being transported from the conveyor belt. The subsequent process was straightforward. We loaded the 2 boxes into the cargo hold of the remaining vehicle of the Shemayat. I concealed myself within as well, instructing Bashatuka to ferry both me and my goods to the dock. We remained hidden in the ship's cabin for a considerable duration, only daring to step onto the deck once the ferry had distanced itself sufficiently from the quay. The evening sea was tumultuous. Waves crashing against the freight ferry, while dark clouds loomed overhead, signaling an impending downpour. The Gek people's dock had vanished into the distance, nearly out of sight. Mapping skill has been upgraded to level 37. Insight skill has been upgraded to level 37. Medium armor skill has been upgraded to level 13. This ferry was not propelled by underwater propellers. Rather, it was equipped with anti-gravity devices on its sides and bottom, creating peculiar vortices and effervescent bubbles akin to cola as it navigated. I stood at the rail, admiring the tumultuous waves, swirling eddies, and thick fog. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, all Gek had retreated to the cabin, leaving the deck devoid of crew members. Yet, at that moment, I caught sight of a fleeting shadow at the bow, but upon closer inspection, I found nothing amiss. Naturally, I did not let my guard down. I promptly activated the scan skill. Scan skill has been upgraded to level 36. Level has increased to 29. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. I paid no heed to these notifications, instead concentrating on the minimap, which clearly displayed 3 red dots aboard the ferry. One was at the bow, concealed behind a pile of waterproof cloth-wrapped equipment, while the other 2 were merely 3 steps behind me. Danger perception skill has been upgraded to level 6. I swiftly retrieved the Annihilator from my inventory and concealed it within my garment. That moment, the map also revealed the names of 3 enemies I recognized, particularly the one at the bow. Menglefin? A level 50 mapper. Another familiar face. Chapter 36. The ferry battle. During my time hiding in the cabin, I had utilized scans several times, yet had failed to detect them. Perhaps the obstructions within the cabin were too numerous, or they had been too distant. In any case, now I stood alone on the deck, While they believed the moment had come to launch a surprise attack from both sides, their intentions were unmistakable. Since conflict was inevitable, I should take the initiative. I slowly turned, feigning movement toward the opposite side of the ferry, then suddenly raised the concealed annihilator halfway through and fired a shot at the head of the nearest Dark Guild soldier behind me. The weapon's accuracy currently suffered a 15 degradation, yet it should not have caused me to miss from a distance of merely 1.5 meters. Firearm skill has been upgraded to level 33. Precision skill has been upgraded to level 16. The weapon's power exceeded my expectations, achieving a literal headshot effect. The opponent's head was obliterated, and the decapitated body toppled backward. This exaggerated force startled the enemy further back. Before they could regain their composure, I immediately fired a second shot, a miss. A 15-centimeter hole appeared in the wall behind them. Astonishingly, I had shot wide from a mere 3 meters at that moment. The enemy raised their weapon. I did not take aim again, instead pulling the trigger toward their direction once more. Even with a 25 reduction in firing rate, the Annihilator far surpassed human neurological responses, penetrating the enemy's chest before their bullet could be fired. Precision skill has been upgraded to level 17. As I fired the second shot, I executed a forward roll, narrowly avoiding a sticky substance that whizzed past me from behind. Danger perception skill has been upgraded to level 7. I was unaware of the weapon Minglefin wielded, yet I rolled over and pointed my gun in her direction. No sign of her. I caught a glimpse of the weapons dropped by the 2 fallen Dark Guild warriors. Revealing tranquilizer guns. They intended to capture me alive. This was 100 times worse than being killed. I refrained from retrieving the tranquilizer gun, as the cooldown for scanning had not expired, and there were no signs of diminished danger perception. Minglefin must still be nearby. I lunged toward a nearby container, and a green glow immediately appeared on the ground where I had been crouching moments prior. Once again, I evaded an attack, taking refuge behind the container. I gazed at the weapon in my hand. The Annihilator had only 1 battery left. Perhaps it could still fire once more. I chose not to take the risk. I stowed it away and drew out angel dust. On shore, have you learned my danger perception? She taunted. Then by all means, continue hiding. You shall have great fun, Minglefin. Have you learned my cosmic linguistics? You couldn't speak our language before. I retorted haphazardly, tightening my grip on angel dust warily. She possessed danger perception and an invisibility cloak. I was uncertain whether angel dust could penetrate her scales. Given the current situation, my chances of victory were slim. I needed to lure her into a confined space and then dispatch her with a shotgun. At that moment, I heard the sound of a grenade pin being pulled. Danger perception has upgraded to level 8. My position was compromised. I immediately sprang up and dashed toward the cabin door on the deck, choosing not to take the stairs but to leap directly inside. I nearly broke my leg, losing 10% of my health, yet it was a small price to pay to evade the primary attack. As the explosion of the grenade resonated on the deck, the blast illuminated a figure at the hatch. I raised my gun to aim and activated the lock-on skill. Reputation increased to 21. Reputation increased to 22. Reputation increased to 23. What was happening? Distracted by the information before me, I failed to fire, and that figure vanished in an instant. It took me a few seconds to realize that this might be the effect of Yolinther's footage being broadcast throughout the galaxy. Not the right time for this, however. I had already locked onto her. This skill possessed a remarkably useful feature. Even if the target left my line of sight, I could still see their marker for a limited time. Another pin-pulling sound. This woman intended to toss a grenade into the cabin. I turned and sprinted toward the end of the cabin corridor, where another exit to the upper deck awaited. A tremendous noise erupted behind me. I did not look back, running while switching my weapon to the shotgun. As I reached the stairs, I was met with a shocking sight. The corpse of a Gek crew member lay on the floor. Did the Dark Guild dare to kill a Gek? I harbored serious doubts about this possibility, for until now, there had been no signs of other Gek crew members aboard. You are late. Minglefin's face flashed above me at the hatch. I had intended to circle around to her rear from this position. This woman had predicted my movements. Damn that mapper. She must possess numerous abilities to track my actions. This was terrifying. Minglefin was over 20 levels higher than me, wielding more and higher level skills, along with more advanced weaponry. In comparison, my scanning and locking skills hardly conferred any advantage. Why did you kill the Gek? I shouted from behind cover toward the deck. No, I did not. It was you who was captured by the Gek while smuggling and killed them. Bang bang. I raised the shotgun and fired 2 rounds in quick succession. She once again attempted to speak to me as she darted past the hatch. At least one shot had hit, for I heard her curse in pain. Lock-on skill has upgraded to level 8. Cosmic linguistic skill has upgraded to level 33. Level has increased to 30. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Groans and the sound of a medical kit opening resonated from the deck. I did not ascend but calmly reloaded the shotgun. Then, I opened the skill window, allocating the 3 skill points to medium armor and firearms. I was uncertain of her condition post-injury, yet she surely had not lost her combat capabilities. At this distance, the shotgun's lethality was limited. I could not allow her to regain her composure. I needed to provoke her into making erratic decisions for a chance. I began to chatter incessantly toward the deck. The freighter will soon dock at the Gek port at Aegean Beach. The bodies of the 2 Dark Guild soldiers on the deck will not have time to disappear. And the traces of grenades and gunfire will provide ample evidence of who killed the Gek. The Dark Guild will bear full responsibility. This time, Minglefin did not respond. Her marker began to move. Was she intending to destroy the evidence? I rushed up the stairs but halted at the last moment. I did not wish to court death, but to prove that she could indeed anticipate my actions. My suspicions were confirmed. A beam of laser pulse whizzed past my head. Oddly, this time danger perception registered no reaction, perhaps because I had never intended to expose myself. The opponent's marker vanished. The situation was no longer in my favor. On one hand, she might be lying in wait somewhere on the deck, poised to deliver a lethal blow as I ascended. On the other, if she eliminated all evidence and then departed the ship, I would be the sole suspect present. However, I devised a brilliant plan. Just as I had done aboard the Shemaya, if I scanned the current ferry's 3-dimensional layout, I could at least prove that Minglefin and her accomplices had been aboard this vessel. I hurried down to the lower cabin, seeking my 2 boxes. The boxes bore no inventory list. Where was my geological analyzer? Moreover, these containers are sealed with remarkable sturdiness, requiring tools for access. I surveyed my surroundings, hoping to find the common firefighting equipment typically present in human transport vessels, where one might usually discover an axe or a crowbar. However, all I encountered on the wall was a panel adorned with a red button, beneath which intricate GEC language inscriptions read, "Cabin sterilization, caution. The gas is toxic. Please wear isolation suits while operating." My linguistics of the Cosmos skill has advanced to level 34. This might be one of the most complex GEC texts I have independently deciphered thus far. Yet it serves no purpose, as it cannot assist me in opening the container. Perception detection successful. Just as I was still attempting to locate a tool, I caught a faint movement in the distance of the cabin. I stared into the shadows. It was Minglefin. This girl had somehow sneaked into the cargo hold. She was crouched on the ground, securing a circular metal device to the cabin floor, with similar devices spaced a few meters apart behind her. I believe I understand what she is doing, destroying corpses, erasing traces of battle. But that is far from perfect. The most thorough method of obliterating evidence is to make this ship vanish. Very well. Since she intends to play big, I shall surprise her in return. I retrieved a spacesuit from my backpack and forcefully pressed the red button on the wall. Chapter 37 Minglefin. A faint groan caught my attention as I stepped away from the distribution box and turned towards it. Minglefin had regained consciousness and was looking around. We were now in the distribution room of the ferry, devoid of portholes, with the only illumination emanating from the device in my hand. This was still Minglefin's equipment. Mine had likely been left behind at the asteroid's remnants. The girl squinted at me, then gasped, as if recalling what had just transpired. "Luchin, what do you intend to do?" My captive was once again stripped and bound to the ground. Writhing in an attempt to challenge my binding skills, I did not conceal the truth from her, detailing everything that had just occurred. While you were deploying explosives in the cabin, I activated the sterilization equipment, and you were rendered unconscious by the toxic gas. Out of kindness, I carried you here and disarmed you in the process. Furthermore, to preserve evidence of your crimes, I scanned the 3-dimensional images of you and those 2 corpses aboard the ferry. You actually photographed me naked. Among all that I had said, this detail particularly struck the girl. Far from just that, I inwardly chuckled, though I refrained from voicing why scanning settings were biased towards organic matter, rendering every biological structure, bones, muscles, and internal organs crystal clear. more than sufficient for anatomical studies of both humans and GEC. Additionally, I noticed signs of healed fractures in Ming Leifin's left arm and a lead pellet embedded in her right shoulder. The lead bullet was likely inflicted by me, yet her skin bore almost no scars. Such a healing rate was astonishing. Ming Leifin had resurrected just the day before yesterday, so her left arm had gone from fracture to healing within these mere 30 hours. This could only suggest either her remarkable self-healing ability or that the Dark Guild's medical prowess had far surpassed our own. The scan revealed more intricate details about the female form, but I had no intention of discussing such matters with its owner. Whether or not she was naked was irrelevant. What mattered was that I now possessed ample evidence. Aboard the ferry, besides myself, were you and your two subordinates, and you are the prime suspects. However, the side effect was that all electronic devices on the ferry had shut down. I would rather die than be humiliated this way, she shouted angrily, beginning to struggle once more. Why stripping her of clothing was not an act of humiliation, but rather a precaution due to the advanced nature of her equipment. I was uncertain if there were any microweapons, poisons, or self-destructing bombs concealed within that attire. Thus I emulated the methods used by Su Dixian. My binding technique mirrored that of the Second Legion, firmly securing her wrists and calves to 4 metallic pillars, though I did not blindfold or gag her. After observing the writhing captive for a while, ensuring she could not escape her restraints, I returned to the distribution box, attempting to restore power. In the silence, I could distinctly hear Ming Leifin's labored breathing, but I endeavored to disregard those extraneous sounds, focusing intently on the intricate circuitry. Moments later, a voice tinged with a hint of pleading emerged from the darkness. Luchin, please help me untie this. I am a noble princess. I cannot endure such disgrace. What? A noble princess? I did not cease my work. I recalled that when I last captured you, your hair was unkempt. Was this appearance specially prepared for this occasion? A sound of anguished rage erupted behind me, followed by a series of lengthy, emotionally charged sentences I could not comprehend, undoubtedly laced with profanity and insults. I chose not to respond to Ming Leifin's indignation, which only incited her further fury. Linguistics of the Cosmos skill upgraded to level 35. After a while, my captive finally calmed down, reverting to a normal tone as she spoke in my language. Luchin, you cannot insult me. Come here. Let us talk. I fear the dark. Fear the dark? It was rather peculiar for a warrior of the Dark Guild to fear darkness. Nevertheless, I approached her and sat down on a box beside her. After the girl had exhausted her tantrums, pleas, and declarations of her royal status without receiving any response, she eventually composed herself. Luchin, how much ransom would it take to secure my release? How about 3,000 crystals? This price was utterly ludicrous, and I laughed. Your grandfather just spent 5,000 crystals to purchase a broken stick from me. Do you value yourself at less than that? Moreover, this is not merely a matter of money. I have already released you once, yet you have evidently learned nothing from that experience, hence you must remain my captive. I cannot be captured. You cannot treat me this way. Ming Leifin began to weep once more. This time, I did not relent, continuing. You must understand, you hold great value to our guild. Your identity, the knowledge you possess, the information in your mind is worth far more than 3,000 crystals. The girl resumed struggling, attempting to bash her head forcefully against the metal floor of the cabin. I finally comprehended why the Second Legion had insisted on binding them face down with their mouths gagged that day. I placed my undergarment beneath her head and threatened, "Do not attempt to take your own life. I possess a first aid kit that can heal you. Furthermore, should I discover you biting your tongue, I will stuff your panties in your mouth. Do you understand?" Ming Leifin glared at me in silence, her anger palpable. Upon witnessing me crumple her underwear, she quickly capitulated. Very well, I swear by my title as a princess. I set aside my belongings, preparing to continue repairing the ferry's power distribution equipment or switch to the backup power source. Luchin, I do not possess as many military secrets as you might believe. My value lies in my status as a princess. If you humiliate me and continue to bring shame upon my grandfather, I shall be stripped of my title, rendering me of no use to you. This was a plausible rationale, and the Second Legion's binding techniques were indeed excessively ostentatious. The image of my flashlight illuminating the girl's body was somewhat difficult to resist. Thus, I opted to bind her hands behind her back and helped her don her undergarments. Meng Leifin appeared quite astonished by my concession, yet she did not refuse. Luchen, you are noble. Are you of noble birth? A rather peculiar question. I candidly informed her that our nation no longer recognized such titles, and that a person's character bore no direct correlation to their status. I was merely an engineering student. How can this be? She queried. Somewhat astonished, I heard you have won numerous championships. Numerous championships? How could she possibly know this? Even within the H1 Guild, few were aware of my accomplishments in reality. Meng Leifin evidently began to lower her guard, inadvertently divulging some secrets, and my heart raced, but this time not out of a sense of danger. Rather, I contemplated a possibility. I concealed my emotions and casually shifted the topic, requesting her to remain quiet for a moment so I could concentrate on restoring power. Thus, the long-legged beauty, clad only in her undergarments, sat quietly on the box with her hands bound behind her, while I continued to examine the distribution box. Before long, I finally located the switch for the backup power source, and the fairy's power was restored. Electronic skill upgraded to level 22. Electronic skill upgraded to level 23. Excellent. Now I can activate the fairy's engine and proceed onward. At that moment, Meng Leifin inquired what I planned to do next. Particularly concerning her fate, I will hand you over to the guild. They will determine your fate. Perhaps Ming Lamo will offer a handsome price to secure your release, or perhaps you will be turned over to the GEC. However, considering that the GEC are our mutual overlords, I suspect the latter is more likely. I do not understand why the Dark Guild would wish to kill the GEC. This has nothing to do with the guild. It was my servants who did it. Even if the GE seek retribution, it should fall upon them. Let us hope the GEC are so naive. I scoffed. Your servants killed them, and you are a princess. Your grandfather, as the ruler, cannot possibly be unaware of this plan, and the GEC cannot fail to hold the Dark Guild accountable. No? Long Ming Lamo was unaware. I agreed to the revenge plan proposed by my servants. Is this truly how you seek vengeance? I chuckled mockingly as you repeatedly bestowed upon me equipment, to the point where my backpack is nearly bursting at the seams. Moreover, your actions render Long Montlemore a fool in comparison. Why? What nonsense are you spouting? Montlefin now appears genuinely terrified. I have never witnessed her in such a state. Today, in the spaceport, Long Montlemore threatened me before numerous Gek people. Yet, not only did I successfully depart from the spaceport, I have once again captured her granddaughter. This will only serve to make him a laughingstock once more, perhaps even utterly disgraced. I have never seen Montlefin so openly display fear. Her trembling voice uttered, "No. I would rather be stripped of my title than face his wrath." After intimidating her, I decided to offer her some reassurance. Of course, I personally have no intention of bringing this matter to the guild, so rumors need not circulate among humanity. On the shore, the girl choked back her tears, declaring, "I truly loathe you, yet you are also someone to be admired. Once your guild loses the war, I shall speak in your favor. You could come to our side. Your radiant blue eyes would be welcomed here, and you could live happily in our world." Perhaps Montlefin genuinely cares for me, but I do not appreciate her perspective. "No, that is absolutely impossible," I declared with utmost seriousness. "Montlefin, I will assist my guild in overcoming yours. As for you." At this point, I wrapped my arms around her waist and gently kissed her lips. My sudden transgression took her by surprise, and she stood frozen, eyes wide in astonishment for several seconds. Danger sense skill leveled up to level 9. I effortlessly dodged her knee strike and laughed as I distanced myself from the girl. It was merely a deposit. Our encounters always conclude with you disrobing, and if you continue to create such opportunities, I shall suspect ulterior motives. Well then, let us proceed to the control room. It is time to activate the fairy engines. Chapter 38. Night Report. Although night had fallen, upon my return, the guild dispatched Jungle One to retrieve me as the news reached Crimson City. They seemed to be aware of my journey to space aboard the Gek vessel as a survey specialist, surrounding me with curious inquiries. Reputation increased to 24. While I was delighted to receive the attention and kindness of my comrades, I could not linger in idle chatter. For the Dome Commander, Long Dulinking, and his 2 deputies, Tang Qiufeng and Yifu Feng, were awaiting me. Thus, I hurriedly made my way to their office, disregarding my fatigue. Accompanied by 2 senior officers of the 1st Legion, I took the elevator down to the Guild's underground command center, the hub managing all Guild outposts and coordinating various combat units. After passing through several guard posts and armored doors, I entered a brightly lit hall. At the center stood an oval table, its surface shimmering with light. As I approached, I realized it was not a table but a screen. The screen was segmented into numerous hexagons, illustrating all our guild's outposts and surrounding structures, defenses, mountains, forests, roads, armies, vehicles, and even a few individuals. I immediately turned around at the fastest speed, avoiding imprinting this information in my mind. Haha, Lewin, you nearly compromised your cartography skills upgrade plan, remarked Tang Qiufeng, who, in the game, appeared less portly than in reality, donned in a set of tattered exoskeleton armor with a laser rifle at his hip. Standing beside him was diplomat Yifu Feng, who bore a striking resemblance to his real-life self. However, I was more intrigued by Dome Commander Dueling, as this was my first encounter with our guild leader. Long Dueling, human, H1 guild, level 84 commander. I knew not his appearance in reality, but in the game, he appeared as a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing the typical visage of a scientist, slender and somewhat stooped. He wore neither armor nor military garb, but rather a casual jacket and shirt. Complete with a tie. Report, 1470 has completed the mission. I have successfully accomplished space travel with the GEC. I have gained the recognition of the sovereign state members and secured new flight opportunities. On the asteroid, I discovered remnants of an ancient civilization. Furthermore, I repelled an ambush by the Dark Guild on my return journey. Well done, Lewin. Please take a seat. Dueling gestured towards the edge of the table. The hall lacked chairs or stools, and now he wished to know all the details. It took me 2 hours to recount the events, interrupted repeatedly by questions, necessitating me to reiterate certain scenes multiple times. The guild leaders showed great interest in everything. The relationships among the GEC, the crew size and professional composition of the spaceship, flight duration, human tolerance to gravitational overload, and the internal structure of the spacecraft. The detailed scan results of the Samia cargo ship caused quite a stir. The three leaders spent half an hour examining the three-dimensional schematics, meticulously analyzing and discussing the key facilities. They even summoned Ding Jifu, the head of the scientific laboratory attending the night meeting, who successfully copied the three-dimensional schematics onto another computer. He then hurriedly returned to Prometheus with the schematics and other equipment I had brought back. Ding Jifu also took my lightweight spacesuit, despite my repeated assertions that it was merely a temporary loan from Alaz 2. However, the three leaders and the scientists insisted on taking it for research. Vaguely promising to refrain from using destructive analytical methods, I then continued to narrate my tale. Landing on the asteroid, exploring the veins, the automated mining factory, the hovercraft, the ruins base, the sentinel drones, the winch, and the artifacts within the ruins, such as the bracelet. I presented the bracelet, but the intelligence requirement of no less than 28 stumped everyone. Our guild simply did not have anyone with such high intelligence. And they returned the bracelet to me. I did not mention the Annihilator, a truly priceless treasure belonging to Yolinter, and I had no desire to compensate her with my energy armor. Regarding the asteroid explosion, Long Dueling questioned me extensively, particularly concerned about whether Long Huai's strategic cruiser had survived. However, I could not provide a definitive answer. I had neither seen it nor witnessed its destruction. This question was of great importance to us, Dueling explained, as Long Huaida had recently become the regional governor of the galaxy, having acquired management rights from Long Kelpie, encompassing our home planet. His ship, the Tenakuru, was the flagship of the GEC fleet, and if foreign enemies invaded, it would be expected to participate in the defense of humanity. Yifu Feng also concurred on the significance of this strategic cruiser, taking on the task of inquiring about news from GEC diplomat Diha. I then continued recounting the subsequent events: the return journey, landing at the spaceport, the malfunctioning gravity compensator, encountering Montlemore in the restaurant, placing an order at the GEC shop, and boarding the ferry to the dock. At this juncture, Gear Suti Shin also joined the meeting, the paladin standing motionless in her exoskeleton power armor, attentively listening to my account. Then came the battle with the Dark Guild on the ferry. Here, I replaced the Annihilator with a shotgun, witnessing the slain GEC, exchanging fire with Montlefin as she attempted to detonate the ferry. I activated the gas, captured her, and scanned the ferry. Everyone listened intently to each detail, though they seemed disinterested in the ferry's scan schematics, likely having acquired such technology long before. However, one detail sparked a storm of discussion: Montlefin's knowledge of my numerous championships in the online game prior to my entry into the dome. Even Dueling himself was unaware of this, let alone others in the guild. The most suspicious were Tang Qiufeng, responsible for personnel matters, and the external supervisor of the Dome project. The second deputy's face turned pale as he stammered, declaring he had absolutely not leaked any information, vowing to identify the culprit. Dueling King sternly addressed him. That is merely a self-serving statement. I grant you 2 days to ascertain the identity of the traitor. During the investigation, you are prohibited from leaving Crimson City. Finally, I recounted the last segment of my journey. With Montlefin's assistance, we restarted the ferry engines. Although we damaged the Gek Docks pier upon docking, this paled in comparison to the ferry being destroyed and sunk. After I ceased speaking, Yifufeng remarked, "This is our first opportunity to embroil the Dark Guild in trouble. Killing 4 Gek is an exceedingly serious crime, and they will undoubtedly face severe retribution." At this moment, Su Tixin, who had remained silent until now, interjected into the conversation. If it were an official action, it might be different. Montlemore can easily evade suspicion regarding this incident. Ultimately, the blame will likely fall on those insignificant pawns. From what I understand, these individuals will soon face execution in reality to demonstrate their allegiance to the sovereign state. The commander of the 2nd Legion continued. Do you remember our previous incident involving the accidental killing of Gek diplomat Diha? In the end, we merely compensated with 80,000 crystals. These individuals are merely ordinary Gek, and the compensation may even be less. Even if the price remains the same, 320,000 is trivial for the affluent Dark Guild. Tang Qiufeng and Yifufeng also concurred with this viewpoint. After a moment's contemplation, Yifufeng remarked, even if evidence were to surface implicating Meng Leifin in the murder of the Geik, her grandfather would undoubtedly find a way to exonerate her. If we were to hand her over directly to the Geik, we would gain nothing in return. Du Lanqing remained silent for an extended period before reaching a decision. Let us contact Meng Lammer and negotiate terms. We can refrain from mentioning Meng Leifin to the Geik, but he must provide 40,000 crystals for her release. Furthermore, all troops must be withdrawn from the pagan Shan state. Until then, we shall offer Meng Leifin the most dignified hospitality possible. Thus, I propose we conclude today's meeting here. Upon hearing this, I could not help but raise a question that I deemed both logical and necessary. Shall we not interrogate Meng Leifin? She must possess valuable information. We would be missing a significant opportunity. Danger perception skill has upgraded to level 10. As the female paladin began to turn towards me, I realized what was about to unfold. Su Tixin held that heavy machine gun, one I was all too familiar with. Luan, I have admonished you more than once about challenging gear, and you must never question Lang's decisions. Damn it. Are you addicted to this behavior? As I uttered these words, I equipped the Annihilator into my primary weapon slot. Firearm skill has upgraded to level 37. Level has increased to 31. You have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. Level has increased to 32. You have gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total, 6 points. Reputation has risen to 25. Relying on the firing rate of the Annihilator, I unleashed its remaining power to deliver the final blow, eliminating her before the 2nd Legion commander could fire upon me. Chapter 39. A reasonable explanation gear. The quiet scene of Su Tixin's death evoked memories of a performance by a certain stand-up comedian from Shaogua culture. Everyone in the hall stood frozen in tension, motionless for several seconds. I could almost guess their thoughts. Luan has gone mad or allied with the Dark Guild. He intends to massacre the entire H1 Guild management and obliterate the control center of the Red Capital. Before they could react, I calmly set down the Annihilator and stowed it in my backpack. Luan, you have 1 minute to explain your actions. Langed. Du Lanqing instantly donned armor that shimmered with an energy field and spoke to me in a chilling and stern tone. How should I respond? Using gear Su Tixin's repeated personal bias against me as a reason would certainly not be the right choice. The game rules dictate that gear supersedes ordinary players. If she decided to fire upon me, it could certainly be interpreted as a pedagogical measure, but the reverse. Or perhaps I could explain that my respawn point was set in the Geik Spaceport's cafeteria. And if death were to plunge me back into a perilous situation, that might be a viable option, but then I would have to justify why I disobeyed orders by not keeping the respawn point at the guild base. No, presenting another act of insubordination is not the optimal choice. A different strategy must be employed. What if I cited the game rules? After the video showcasing the exploration of the ruins aired, the entire galaxy became aware of my service to Lang Wide, a formidable Geik chieftain who now possesses ownership over Earth, yet he is also known for his volatile temperament. I intervened to prevent Gear Su Dixin from challenging Lang's authority, averting the potential for severe retribution. Should Gear commit such a grave political error, the powerful Geik would surely seek to vent their wrath upon our guild. What does that statement have to do with your firing upon me? Tang Qiufeng scoffed, laughing derisively. I suspect this is merely your attempt to vent personal grievances. However, the Dome Commander gestured to interrupt his subordinate's remarks. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the guild diplomat. Yifeng, do you believe Luan's justification is sufficient? Yifeng shrugged, uncertain, and replied, I do not know Lang Wide. I have only heard rumors of his vengeful nature, and it is true that he would not tolerate challenges to his authority. Yet, I doubt Lang Wide is aware of every planet under his dominion, nor does he personally inquire about the lives of those inhabiting them. It is most likely that he remains oblivious to the existence of a surveyor named Luan. However, this also depends on Luan's reputation to Luan. What is your current reputation? Du Lanqing inquired. I answered honestly, stating that it was previously 25, but had just risen to 26, and after slaying Gear Su Dixin, it increased by another point. The three guild leaders appeared visibly astonished by this figure, seemingly surprised that a newcomer could amass such reputation so swiftly. Tang Qiufeng and Yifeng glanced at Du Lanqing, who hesitated for a long while before rendering his final judgment. 26. Indeed remarkable. It is possible that Lang Wide has heard of such an individual. I believe it unnecessary to escalate the matter. Thus my decision is, Luan shall compensate for the armor repair costs of the 2nd Legion commander. Additionally, I wish to examine the weapon you employed earlier. Su Dixin's exoskeleton armor bore a hole approximately the size of a football, and the repair costs could exceed 100 crystals. Yet, I nodded in agreement. This outcome was undoubtedly the most lenient resolution I could hope for. The matter regarding the Annihilator would prove far more troublesome. I retrieved it and reiterated that it was not mine, and I intended to return it to the Geik. Reputation has increased to 27. Another increase in reputation? Why? This effect should not stem from displaying the weapon. As they had already seen it moments at Geo, it was likely that others within the guild had learned of Su Dixin's death at my hands. I began to feel a twinge of fear. My concerns regarding the Annihilator were not unfounded. If it still had power, I suspected they intended to test its might on me. However, with the nuclear battery's charge depleted, and the guild unaware of how to procure such a battery, they swiftly returned the Annihilator to me. Luan, you must be quite fatigued after today. It would be wise to rest early. The guild commander gestured for me to leave, expressing a hope that I could submit a written report on space travel by tomorrow, and that there would be no further oversights akin to this weapon. Girding Jifu will calculate the costs of all items you have retrieved, and the guild will transfer the funds to your real-world account. Of course, minus the armor repair expenses. Thus concluded the nighttime meeting, and I was escorted from the underground command center to the surface. The first thing I did was reset my respawn point to the guild base of the Red Capital to avert any unforeseen incidents. Then I allocated all remaining 6 skill points to medium armor, elevating it to level 22. After meticulously reviewing to ensure nothing was overlooked, I located the exit game icon within the menu and activated it. This marked my first normal exit rather than one through death. I declined to view the game statistics message, having already spent 3 days within the game and feeling thoroughly exhausted. Upon opening the capsule, the first thing I saw was a shadow looming over me, followed by a metal-clad fist striking my face, plunging me into darkness. Chapter 40. The invitation from the 2nd Legion upon waking. I found myself lying in a small room, the bright lights emanating a distinct scent of disinfectants, alcohol, and medicinal mixtures characteristic of a hospital. Previously, I had glimpsed this medical center from afar on my route from the dormitory to the hive. But now I must be lying within it. I knew I had been attacked upon exiting the capsule, yet remained unaware of what transpired afterward. My entire body ached, particularly my right cheek and chest. As I attempted to turn, I discovered my right leg was encased in a cast from the ankle to the knee. What had I endured? Luan, you are finally awake. I recognized Li Ming's familiar voice, but the bandages on my face obscured my vision, forcing me to turn my head slightly to see her with one eye. How long have I been unconscious? My throat felt parched, and my voice was hoarse. 30 hours, not solely due to your injuries, but because you were utterly exhausted. The doctor administered a sedative painkiller to ensure you slept for an extended period. Your nasal bridge is fractured, Li Ming informed me. When they brought you in, your face was covered in blood, and your nose had collapsed? Quite horrifying. The surgeon has performed a repair operation, but you are currently unable to breathe through it as your nasal cavity is still filled with fixtures. What happened to my leg? I gestured toward the cast. Your right leg has a torn meniscus and a fractured fibula. Your left knee also sustained a contusion, though it is not severe, and you fractured 2 ribs on your right side. Clearly, it was the work of someone highly experienced, inflicting grave injuries yet not fatal. Did you see your assailants? I shook my head, only aware that there was more than one person, and one of them wore metal claws. Beyond that, I knew nothing, Li Meng sighed. The entire ordeal lasted only 8 minutes, and the cameras at Hive were interrupted during that time. It is evident that someone deliberately orchestrated this opportunity. Lang Du Lanqing has already ordered an investigation and punishment for the perpetrators. He has even dispatched personnel from outside to investigate the dome. It is said that internal security is the responsibility of the Second Legion, and they are a tightly knit group, unwilling to divulge any information. Of course, it must be them. The Second Legion, led by Su Dixin and her subordinates, are the only ones who have a motive to attack me. Li Meng diverted her gaze from me and continued, many people currently harbor a dislike for you. Both the Second Legion and others within the guild have sought you out, expressing a desire to engage in a conversation between men to discuss your reasons for murdering the guild's legendary maiden. Fortunately, Kang Chi has been stationed at the hospital's entrance to obstruct them. He is a competent bodyguard. Later, Du Lanqing also arranged for the First Legion and external investigators to safeguard you. Although the situation has stabilized now, nearly 2/3 of the guild still harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you. Li Meng paused at this juncture, as some commotion in the corridor drew our attention. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Meng's complexion turned ashen. She stood up from beside my bed, and I turned to see a delicate girl, seemingly between the ages of 15 and 17, standing at the threshold. Her expression was devoid of emotion, exuding an air of calm. I had never encountered Su Dixin in reality. She appeared somewhat different from her in-game persona, yet I recognized her instantly. Behind the girl stood 2 soldiers, their robust physiques accentuating her frailty. Wait in the corridor. The girl instructed the flustered Li Meng, don't worry, I merely wish to speak with Luan. I won't devour him. You two should also wait outside for me. Su Dixin's voice was soft and her tone tranquil, yet it possessed an irresistible authority and confidence that Li Meng could not reject. The girl approached to within a step of my bedside, gazing at me for an extended moment. I felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of the purpose behind this formidable paladin's visit. However, her subsequent words took me by surprise. Your eyes are quite beautiful. Why would she suddenly mention this? The peculiar blue eyes I had chosen for myself had long ceased to be a novelty within the guild. The first time I laid eyes on you, I knew you were not human, or rather, that you were different from the others on Earth. I am certain that you emanate a strange and dangerous aura. What was she implying? Did she suspect me of being an enemy spy? How should I interpret her words? The girl continued, your ancestors were sorcerers or shamans, and you have inherited this gift in another world. You might have become a wizard, but in our realm, magic has long since faded. This gift manifests in peculiar forms such as adventurous spirit or luck. Despite my personal biases and suspicions towards Su Dixin, I found myself intrigued by her words, naturally inclined to believe her. This was not an illusion or hypnotism. Rather, it was the speaker's confidence and conviction that resonated from her very soul. You may have heard of my past. She paused, seemingly awaiting my reaction. I nodded. It was true. I had spent several years in darkness, oscillating between unconsciousness and madness. I could neither see nor hear, nor could I move, yet I was not alone. A voice in my mind had persistently urged me on. A voice? I spoke for the first time, as it seemed she was alluding to some form of hallucination. Yes, a voice. I know this may sound unbelievable, but it is true. This voice has given me strength, urging me to wait. My life is not over. It narrated the history of my family. Centuries ago, my ancestors were witch hunters, and I possessed the same abilities. I am not only immune to magic, but can also shield my companions from magical attacks. Though this may sound boastful, had it not been for this ability of mine, we would have long been defeated by the Dark Guild. I had indeed heard that when Su Dixin stood beside you, you would be granted protection. I had previously believed this referred to moral support, not actual magical resistance. Was this great protector of the guild? Gu merely here to convey her significance to me? Luan, For many, I am a glimmer of hope, though I never aspired to play such a role. I merely happened to become a member of the guild, or rather, more like an idol. Perhaps due to my youth, some warriors even regard me as a daughter, projecting their parental affection onto me. This I could believe. For many in the Second Legion, Sudishin was not merely their commander. These brawny men would willingly fight for her in the real world. Yet every situation has its flip side, Eluan. I can empathize with their sentiments. You have shot down their idol, their protector. And their daughter, I can swear to you with my strength that I was not involved in the attack against you. Nor did I issue such orders. Regardless, the reason for your injury lies with me. I have already compiled a list of the 3 soldiers who assaulted you and submitted it to Du Longjing. They will be expelled from the Second Legion. At this point, the tone of this Second Legion leader grew serious. However, I cannot guarantee that everyone in the guild will cease their hostilities. Thus, there is only one course of action. Luin, I hereby formally invite you to join the Second Legion. Let all within the guild know that I endorse your actions, and that you are under my protection. This invitation took me by surprise, yet I did not hesitate for even a second before firmly declining. Gu Er, I have always acted on instinct, rarely adhering to common sense or logic. It would be challenging for me to adapt to military orders and constraints. Joining the army would only disrupt team discipline, so my rejection seemed to displease her slightly. However, you may be right. Placing you in a strict military camp might not be the best choice. The leadership above values you precisely because you do not conform to the norm, and you have genuinely benefited the guild. This sets you apart from others. Was this lofty yet exacting praise from Gu Er Sudishin? Despite the pain etched on my face, I attempted to muster a smile. The girl gazed calmly at my grimace and then said, "The bandage is seeping blood. If I were you, I would enter the capsule as soon as possible. In a few hours, you will be fully recovered. Trust me, I am quite experienced in this regard." The girl turned to leave but paused at the doorway, suddenly pivoting back. "Luin, thanks to the supplies you brought back and the ransom for Ming Leifan, Aegean Beach has been upgraded to a level 2 stronghold ahead of schedule. Our guild has welcomed 174 newcomers. Moreover, after the Dark Guild withdrew from Big and Shangua, we have decided to occupy Manyu and Nan. I and the Second Legion will depart for there immediately. All of this is your achievement. Once you enter the game, be sure to visit the warehouse manager, Zhang Di. I have a gift specifically chosen for you." Chapter 41. Guild arrangements. No sooner had the leader of the Second Legion departed than a flustered Li Ming and Kang Chi burst into the ward. The athletic student elbowed past Li Ming, beaming as he leaned against my hospital bed. "It's good to see you awake. You startled me yesterday, brother. Do be more careful next time." This muscular giant was cautious not to harm me. Lightly patting my shoulder without making contact, then stepping back to allow Li Ming to approach. "What did Sudishin want with you?" She glanced back at the door, then inquired in a hushed tone. Seeing her furtive demeanor made me want to chuckle, but I quickly suppressed the urge. She said she identified the individuals who attacked me. She shared some stories about herself and ultimately invited me to join the Second Legion. She even mentioned my eyes. Speaking of your eyes, Li Ming seemed to have tuned out my previous words, fixating solely on my eyes. They are truly remarkable. The blue flames are quite intimidating at first glance. But upon closer inspection, they seem almost magical, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. How wondrous in her pupils, I saw the reflection of myself. A young man with bandages wrapped around his head, disheveled black hair. A swollen and bruised face, his nose and cheeks swathed in gauze, with some blood seeping through, and a chin adorned with stubble, all framed by a pair of burning blue eyes. How had this occurred? I had scoured every character creation option and found no such selection. Luin is quite the intriguing fellow. Though he may not be the most handsome, he is certainly unique and fortunate. Or perhaps it is not fortune but rather cleverness. Just as during the finals, I have yet to fathom how he saw through my disguise. I asked the guild's assignment for me to care for him a boon or a bane. Suddenly, Li Ming's thoughts startled me. I quickly averted my gaze, and that peculiar mental connection severed instantly. I was sweating. What was happening? Haha. Luin, you lost to me in the staring game. Li Ming laughed heartily, seemingly flustered by my appearance. It seemed this beauty was entirely unaware of what had just transpired. While I too was puzzled, I was certain I had heard her inner thoughts. This may not be the most pleasant way to interact with friends, so I kindly admonished her. Li Ming? There is a saying that if a man and a woman gaze at each other for too long, They will unveil each other's innermost thoughts. Are you not afraid? Li Ming scoffed, indicating she had never heard such a foolish notion. Yet she refrained from attempting the staring game again. Having regained my composure from the earlier panic, it was now imperative to verify the information I had gathered. I inquired of Li Ming, who had previously expressed a desire to select a pair of luminous eyes. Why she ultimately refrained from doing so? Was it due to a lack of preference? Are you feeling smug? The beautiful woman responded with evident displeasure, stating that she had searched for half an hour without encountering any similar options. Such choices simply did not exist. But one option did match. To ensure accuracy, it would be prudent to verify further details, such as arranging care for him. I sighed and lamented. It turns out I have been unconscious for 30 hours. Wait, have you all been here with me the entire time? Have you evaded participating in daily tasks and training? The girl hesitated, failing to respond immediately, instead casting a glance at Kong Qijing. The gladiator pondered for a few moments before replying. Tell him that I believe that is the right course of action. Li Ming settled beside my bed, stating, Well, Luan, we returned from patrolling Huangtu Hill around 3 in the morning, only to hear of the commotion at Hive No. 15 that the guards informed us that you had been attacked, and we followed you to the hospital. Then, Du Lanjian summoned us. He said little, but there was a psychologist in his office, whose name escapes me. Kong Qijing stepped forward to continue her narrative. Her name is Jean Yilin, a renowned psychologist. Her doctoral dissertation focused on gaming addiction and collective behavior within games. She is now responsible for the psychological well-being of the Dome members. The psychologist stated, Li Ming continued, that our group of students joining the Dome was not mere coincidence. Rather, the project planners aimed to soften the rigid collective. Previously, players operated under strict rules, making their actions too predictable. Now, there is a need to cultivate a spirit of variability and adventure. As she put it, we possess differing personalities. For instance, Yi Hongqiao has clashed with other colleagues in the lab, but not to the extent of your situation. Li Ming sighed at this juncture, falling into silence. Kong Qijing felt compelled to interject. Commander Du Lanjin remarked that you are a player of considerable potential. Your contributions to the guild over the past few days surpass those of many others over 6 months. Yet, not everyone is aware of this. They harbor a negative attitude towards you, not solely due to Gu Air's issues. We have heard numerous rumors suggesting that you avoid patrols, evade training, and neglect geological surveys for the guild. Maintaining ties with the Dark Guild while possessing a mysterious fortune, I could discern Kong Qijing's concern, which warranted vigilance. Previously, aside from the mention of Lu and breaking the newcomer record, few in the guild knew of me. With so many negative rumors now circulating, it was undoubtedly abnormal. But who had initiated this? Furthermore, aside from Du Lanjin and his 2 deputies, I had not disclosed to anyone that I possessed 3,000 crystals. Yet this information had somehow leaked. Kong Qijing continued, the management is exceedingly worried that you might wish to withdraw from the game after this incident, potentially resenting the guild. Even Du Lanjin fears you may leave the guild to join the Dark Guild or embark on adventures with the Guku People's fleet into space. What? The Dome Commander believes I would betray the guild, align myself with the enemy or flee. This revelation is indeed surprising. This is precisely why we have been assigned to watch over you. Li Ming interjected once more. The psychologist suggested that you would prefer to see friends at this juncture. It is crucial for you to understand that not everyone in the guild opposes you, which would facilitate your recovery. The leadership is also concerned that the Guku fleet may soon arrive, and should you be absent from the game at that time, it would be a considerable regret, and it would tarnish the reputation of our H1 guild. The girl lowered her voice to a whisper. Moreover, your growth is remarkably rapid. At this rate, you may one day become Gu Air. Gu Air possesses a team, which is why Kong Qijing and I have been assigned to your side. The guild believes this arrangement is beneficial for both you and us. However, Kong Qijing added during Li Ming's silence, we have an additional task, to monitor you. Should you side with the Dark Guild, we are to apprehend you immediately. Chapter 42. Mission. After delivering these forthright remarks, we fell into an extended silence. My friends had candidly divulged everything, including the most confidential aspects of their mission. They now awaited my reaction. I lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. The psychologist, friends, superiors, their understanding of me was tragically limited. Flee, betray. Such notions were utterly unfathomable. I believed that the brutal war with the Dark Guild had caused us to forget our original purpose for entering the game. The Earth faced an external invasion crisis. And the Goku could only protect us for a limited time. The clock was ticking away, yet we were ensnared in endless infighting. My motivation for joining the Dome was not to assist the H1 Guild in colonizing further territories, nor to inflate the numbers in my bank account. My paramount objective was to safeguard all that I cherished and held dear in the real world. Friends, nation, Earth, and humanity, from enslavement or even total annihilation. Yet I struggled to articulate these sentiments. My words seemed either overly grandiose or insufficiently credible. Moreover, I could conceive of no means to alter the present situation. Attention! I am the commander of the Dome. The Dark Guild has breached the toxic swamp and entered the Dongi Marsh stronghold, with over 1,000 enemies launching this offensive. The 10th and 12th outposts are under simultaneous attack. The 2nd Legion is ambushed in Man Yuanan. Requesting support, the situation is dire. All members immediately enter the capsules and prepare for battle. My initial thought was that this was not a genuine enemy assault, but rather a test of my loyalty. Gauging how I would respond under such circumstances, would I feign injury and lie in the hospital bed? Like Wu Sangue, who passively observed the Qing forces enter the capital due to his grievances against the court? After all, the term all members refers to every guild member, and entering the capsule would not affect my physical condition. Furthermore, by the time I exited the game, I might be fully healed. Outside, the sirens blared continuously, and I could even hear the sounds of people shouting and footsteps echoing. As those within the dome surged towards the hive, everything seemed increasingly less like a drill, and I was not significant enough to warrant such a performance by all Luan. We must go. You heard, my friends urged, anxious to depart hastily, but I stopped them. Wait. Help me get dressed. Take me with you. With Kong Qijing's assistance, I donned sweatpants and then the jacket emblazoned with the number 1470 on the back. Li Ming helped me tie my shoelaces. However, they could not find a wheelchair, so they had no choice but to carry me out. In the hospital corridor, 2 soldiers stationed outside observed us but did not intervene. They bore neither the guild's emblem nor identification numbers, possibly summoned by Du Lanjin from outside. With my friend's aid, I exited the hospital, stumbling towards the hive. As we passed the newly renovated Hive No. 16, we witnessed an unusual scene. The guards were preventing a few individuals from entering. By their numbers, they appeared to be newly arrived members of the Dome. There were 6 of them, all looking quite young. One of whom was a girl. The alarm indicates a crisis. We can help, the newcomers pleaded. Yet the guards remained diligent. You cannot enter. You have not undergone training and are unaware of how to navigate the maze. As we approached, they ceased their argument, recognizing that the 3 of us appeared somewhat distinct. A bandaged individual supported by the other 2. Let them in. I requested of the guards, do not stifle sincerity and impulsiveness in their infancy. Yes, Luan. The guards saluted me respectfully for reasons unknown, then stepped aside, granting the newcomers access to the spiral staircase. The newcomers seized the opportunity and rushed inside, and after a short distance, I could still faintly hear their voices. That's Luan. Yes, it's him. He is the one mentioned earlier. I was uncertain of what Ifu Feng had conveyed to them, but it was evident that my reputation had spread among the newcomers, which made me somewhat anxious. We arrived at Hive number 15 and requested the strong guard to assist in lifting me to the 14th floor. Why don't they install an elevator here? It took us 7 minutes to ascend. Precious time slipping away. Expressing my gratitude to my friends and the unfamiliar guard, I stifled the intense pain in my fractured leg as I stretched out my limbs, lying back into the soft capsule. I await you in the warehouse of Red City, Zhang Di. I called out to Kong Qijing and Li Ming, who were hastily making their way to their own capsules, before sealing the cover. On the shores, humanity finds itself amidst the H1 Guild, level 32 survey expert. Attributes: Strength, 12, Agility, 15, Intelligence, 19, Perception, 21-2, Constitution, 13, Luck, 3. Status, Health, 873-873, Stamina, 500-500, Magic Points, 0, Carrying Capacity, 24 kilograms, Reputation, 29. Skills, Electronics, 23. Scanning, 36, Mapping, 37, Cosmic Linguistics, 35, Hacking, 15, Firearms, 37, Mineralogy, 12, Medium Armor, 22, Insight, 37, Precision, 17, Targeting, 8, Danger Sense, 10. Yes, I may not yet be a formidable and awe-inspiring warrior, but I possess sufficient capability to assist the guild in battle. During my absence from the game, my reputation has increased by 2 points. There could be many reasons for this, yet I have chosen to disregard such trivialities. The most pressing matter now is, our guild is under attack. The outpost in the eastern marshes is at risk of occupation. Time is of the essence. We must move swiftly. Chapter 43. The Imre plan. The chaos and commotion within the dome are but a trivial reflection of the game's enormity. The base of the Crimson City Guild is in a state of uproar. Sirens wail incessantly as a communications officer's rugged vehicle rushes past me. Hundreds of disoriented armed soldiers dash about, forming ranks as they prepare for battle. They align according to their unit numbers, hastily boarding several Jungle One armored vehicles and other transport crafts. The vehicles are clearly insufficient, for the soldiers require a plethora of equipment. Industrious engineers are loading boxes brimming with ammunition onto heavy trucks, with long-barreled anti-tank artillery trailers in tow, alongside an escort vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun. The current state of urgency is justified. As combat rages a mere 12 kilometers away, the sounds of artillery echoing within the guild's base, a thick plume of black smoke rises on the eastern horizon, a testament to the destruction of drilling platforms and refineries. The entire eastern marshes is now engulfed in flames, both literally and metaphorically. But what am I to do now? Should I queue for equipment like the other soldiers, exchanging my shotgun for a more lethal weapon? A long line has already formed in front of the armory, filled with hurried, unfamiliar faces. The distribution of weapons is organized by military unit, and having never undergone military training, I am oblivious to which unit I belong. Unsure if I have even been assigned to one AT this moment, I find myself utterly bewildered, uncertain of my next course of action. Fortunately, I soon spot a familiar face. The commander of the 1st Legion, Gear Guanxing, suddenly emerges in an open area nearby. I hurriedly approach him to extend my greetings. "Ah, it's you, Lu Shan. How delightful to see you rejoin us." The level 90 sniper recognizes me and extends his hand in greeting. Witnessing the resurrection of the 1st Legion's commander, several others gather around to inquire about the situation. Guanxing addresses the players encircling him. The situation is dire. 15 minutes ago, outpost number 10 fell, and I am the last defender. Outpost number 12 is still holding out, but they are surrounded and their endurance is uncertain. If that outpost falls as well, we shall lose our stronghold, along with our oil production. However, it is not time to despair. At least 40 seasoned veterans remain in outpost number 12, having faced real combat more than once, and we still have hope. Moreover, the scientists from the chemical laboratory have taken refuge in the fortress and can offer support. Before Guanxing can finish his statement, a freshly revived scout from the 1st Legion, Luo Wei, appears merely 10 paces away. It seems the situation has worsened since then, and the two high-ranking warriors exchange a few terse words before decisively pushing through the throng towards the armory for weapons distribution. I swiftly follow suit, catching glimpses of Luo Wei quietly reporting. Both routes leading to the eastern marshes have been cut off by the enemy, arriving at the armory with the 1st Legion soldiers. I present 3 laser pistols, 2 cloaks of invisibility, and a set of Dark Guild scale armor on the table, stating, "These are my spoils of war. I require 2 weapons suitable for a level 37 firearms specialist." Having said that, I lay my shotgun, the Angel's Dust PCP air rifle, and my remaining ammunition before Zhang Di.It is a moment of emergency mobilization. The warehouse manager begins to speak. Weapons are only allowed, but is abruptly interrupted by Guanxing. "Give him whatever he needs. This is our shared battle. Furthermore, these spoils will be sent to the 1st Legion's warehouse. Our intelligence officers require them." Zhang Di, not daring to argue with the esteemed Guanxing, retrieves a brand new weapon that still carries the scent of machine oil, unblemished by any scratches, along with 2 boxes of ammunition and 4 RGD, 5 fragmentation grenades. The disheveled warehouse manager apologetically spreads his hands before me, saying, "There are very few non-automatic weapons in the warehouse. This is the best we have right now. For anything better, we must place an order with the Geik people. Though merely a hunting rifle, its lethality is twice that of an air rifle. It may not penetrate armor, but it suffices against the Dark Guild's mages and centaurs. 9mm caliber semi-automatic hunting carbine aiming distance. 150 meters damage to unarmored targets. 74. Critical hit rate, 2 damage to armored targets. -36 magazine capacity. 10 rounds attribute requirements. Agility 15, Strength 12 skill requirements, Firearms 35, Precision 12 notice. You are the first user of this weapon and may name it. Additionally, you have 2 stored packages. One is from Gear Dingjifu, and the other is from Gear Sudishin. He hands me 2 thick cardboard boxes, and I promptly unwrap them. The first package contains my lightweight spacesuit, and I am overjoyed that it has been returned undamaged. The second package holds a high-quality military radio intercom and 2 geological analyzers. With a multitude of people crowding the warehouse, I quickly exit after retrieving my belongings. Finding a more open space to equip the carbine into my primary weapon slot, I do not linger, hastily naming it Spear Falcon. Upon naming it, an additional attribute suddenly appears. When the character dies, the chance of the weapon dropping is reduced by 40. How advantageous it is to name a weapon. Next, I examine the vacant secondary weapon slot. The Annihilator has run out of energy, leaving me no choice but to equip the tranquilizer gun I previously seized on the ferry. I scan the crowd for Li Ming and Kong Qizheng, but neither is in sight. However, I spot another acquaintance, Starship pilot Liang Xiao, who is piloting his ship, ferrying 2 seemingly inexperienced newcomers to the base. Suddenly, a plan forms in my mind, albeit vaguely, and I rush towards the Starship pilot. Liang Xiao, are you unaware that we are in a state of emergency? Why are you still playing taxi driver? I chide him as his passengers disembark. Lushan, I was ordered to pick up newcomers from the maze and deliver them to the guild base, a total of 30 newcomers today. I have been there since morning and have received no further orders. The situation has changed, the eastern marshes are under attack, and the Second Legion is surrounded. Your superiors have no time to manage you. We must prioritize more critical tasks. Forget about the newcomers. Let them find their way here on their own. It's less than 2 kilometers from the maze to the base. Liang Xiao removes his old motorcycle helmet, wiping the mud from his goggles as he questions me. I do not belong to the combat unit. Do you know what to do? Of course, I do. Have you heard of the Emden cruiser? Liang Xiao beams with pride. Are you joking? I graduated from military academy. Of course, I know about that classic case from World War I. This German cruiser wreaked havoc on trade routes in the Indian and Pacific Oceans for 5 months. Sinking over 30 Allied vessels, with its incredible maneuverability, it evaded a concerted effort from 5 national fleets, appearing and disappearing at will. Wait a moment. Liang Xiao suddenly turns to his starship. Lushan, are you suggesting? Chapter 44. Starship, you guessed it. The Dark Guild is not invincible. Their elite 1,000 warriors are besieging the eastern marshes, while another unit is targeting the Second Legion. I am certain that these 2 battles have drawn the majority of their forces. At this juncture, if we strike from the rear, we can become a dagger thrust into their heart, capable of obliterating their warehouses and laboratories, sabotaging infrastructure and farmland, drawing their attention away from the front lines, forcing them to withdraw troops. This could turn the tide of battle. But if the enemy retreats, they will encircle us, and my ship's energy is limited. If we become trapped, we will be captured. Here, I hand him a fragmentation grenade. You will always have a chance to return home. Liang Xiao kneels before his ship, gently caressing the 2 gleaming starship inscriptions on the fender. I wrote this myself, so it will not be defiled by others. I just wrote it yesterday. Who would have known it would embark on its final journey today? It will let everyone know what a true starship is. I will detonate it with me. I won't let the enemy seize it. Lushan, you are right. This is far better than being a taxi driver. Let us depart. Wait a moment. We might still have 2 companions. I finally spotted my friends in the crowd and waved to catch their attention. The gladiator has reached level 18, and the medic has ascended to level 17, which is quite commendable. When they beheld my level 32 with a mixture of reverence and a hint of melancholy, I briefly shared my plans with them. The gladiator immediately expressed his excitement. We lack vehicles, and our superiors have commanded us to walk 14 kilometers to the Misty Forest outpost for reinforcements. Luchin, take me with you. I won't let you down. I pointed to an empty seat in the back, and Kangi promptly jumped in. Li Ming hesitated, stammering, Yes, the troops believe we won't be of much use. However, if we act independently, there will surely be repercussions. But it was Lang who assigned me to accompany you, so I am merely executing orders. Luchin, I'm joining too. The medic took the last available seat, and the driver immediately revved the engine, propelling the spacecraft swiftly forward. I suggested entering the territory of the Dark Guild through the neutral outpost at Bagan Shan, as it does not directly border us. And the defenses there should be less stringent. Liang Xiao did not object. He simply informed me that the nearest enemy outpost was the Silent Tomb. If we traveled from Bagan Shan, we would enter their Golden Plains, a primary source of food for the Dark Guild. Subsequently, our starship sped northwest. The guild's border outpost flashed by, and 2 soldiers cast us bewildered glances. Moments later, Liang Xiao's radio crackled to life. This is the 3rd outpost. Liang Xiao, please respond. We have not received clearance. Do you possess a permit to the neutral outpost? The starship pilot was entirely focused on navigating through the thickets and trees, so I seized the radio from his waist and responded on his behalf. This is Luchin. Number 1470. We are on a special mission and will report the details later. My reply evidently did not satisfy the border guards. After a while, Liang Xiao, Kangyi, and Li Ming's radios erupted with angry shouts, ordering them to return immediately, threatening punishment for disobedience. Reputation increased to 30. Upon seeing this message, I heard a voice from the girl in the back. I noticed a strange message regarding reputation. Do you all see it? I see it too, Kangyi confirmed. Reputation has increased to 1. I have reached 3. Liang Xiao boasted, indicating that we had accomplished something commendable and received rewards in the game. I did not join their conversation, as I was contemplating another issue. Why had my radio not sounded? I had returned the old makeshift radio to the warehouse, yet the one Su Dixin provided me with inexplicably refused to power on. Though the spacecraft had been making sharp turns at high speed, I had not had the chance to investigate, but I ultimately needed to establish contact with the guild. Thus, I devised a way to open the back cover of the radio to check the battery. Aha! A piece of paper had been wedged beneath the battery, preventing the contacts from closing. I extracted the paper, and the radio powered on normally. Electronic skill upgraded to level 24. Just as I was about to discard the paper, I noticed some writing on it. Upon unfolding it, I discovered a message left by Su Dixin. Luchin, I worry that all conversations beneath the dome are being monitored, so I am conveying this message in this manner. I suspect that someone at the highest levels of the guild is working for the enemy, either Du Lanjing or his deputy. Remember, do not disclose your true plans to them. Otherwise, the Dark Guild will be immediately informed. Do not mention this note to anyone. Destroy it. Su Dixin. This aligned with my own suspicions. The Dark Guild seemed to know us inside and out. The 2nd Legion had just headed to Man Yuan and Nan, and Dongyi Marsh had already come under attack. Such troop movements might have been orchestrated by the enemy, keeping this elite force as far from the battlefield as possible. Rather than destroy the note, I tucked it into my backpack. One day, it might serve as leverage to expose the traitor. Cartography skill upgraded to level 38. At last, we arrived at an unfamiliar territory. I instructed Liang Xiao to avoid approaching the Dark Guild's border and to continue westward. Here lay vast fields of poppies, and we held our breath to avoid inhaling the toxic pollen. Next, the overloaded starship struggled up a steep slope, the clay on the incline slick and muddy. The vibrant flower fields extended to the horizon below. Without gas masks, traversing this flower field was utterly impossible. Though I could don a spacesuit, my companions lacked similar gear. Liang Xiao halted the starship, awaiting my next command. Cartography skill upgraded to level 39. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 13. Insight skill upgraded to level 38. As I gazed into the distance, I spotted a narrow path amidst the grass and poppies on the eastern ridge. This path must have been forged by the Dark Guild, who likely mined clay in these mountains for pottery or as building material, possibly even as a source for extracting aluminum. We shall head there. Let us proceed eastward along that path at maximum speed. Liang Xiao, this is the crucial moment. Push your starship to its limits. The pilot adjusted his visor and oriented the anti-gravity device, and the ship's acceleration intensified. Compared to our current speed, my previous flight that shattered the guild's upgrade record seemed trivial. The immense acceleration pressed me firmly against the seat, and I relied on the safety belt to keep me from being thrown out during each turn. I strained to glance at the dashboard to my left. The speedometer indicated we had reached a staggering 400 kilometers per hour. Li Ming has fainted. Kangyi's panicked voice echoed from the back seat. Yet I commanded the pilot not to slow down as we were nearing the border. Danger sense upgraded to level 11. Turn left sharply, I shouted. After cresting a hill, a structure suddenly loomed directly in our path. At my command, Liang Xiao miraculously reacted. Our spacecraft veered off the road and soared over an artificially dug river. Meanwhile, I caught sight of 2 Dark Guild soldiers in the outpost ahead. astonished at our sudden appearance. Do not stop. Keep moving. Chapter 45. Infiltrating enemy territory. We continued racing through enemy territory. Although it was the border, the Dark Guild had developed it remarkably well. Here, fields of wheat flourished, alongside wide roads, residences, and various inscrutable signs. Let us set fire to the wheat fields. Liang Xiao slowed down, bringing the starship to a halt. While Kangi assisted the unconscious medic in regaining consciousness, Liang Xiao and I gathered some twigs and ignited them with flares. We then piloted the spacecraft at low speed through the farmland, tossing the burning branches into the wheat fields, leaving a trail of thick smoke behind us. We did not harm the unarmed Dark Guild farmers, nor did we seize their communication equipment. Our objective was to compel them to report the invasion to their superiors. Onward, we advanced deeper into enemy territory, conducting a series of destructive activities under the watchful eyes of many. Subsequently, we set fire to several fields, demolished a warehouse, and blew up a mechanical factory. For a duration of 40 minutes, we encountered no obstacles and were not pursued by any military forces. I began to worry that the damage inflicted was too trivial to warrant the enemy's attention. Luchen, look behind you! Li Ming and Kangi simultaneously shouted at me. I turned back to see an aircraft diving towards us from the sky, its shape reminiscent of a hovercraft, clearly powered by anti-gravity technology. The Middle Lili Dark Guild Amphibious Anti-Gravity Fighter Danger Sense skill upgraded to level 12. Liang Xiao abruptly swerved right, and the starship began to accelerate. The fighter swept over our heads, leaving scorch marks on the ground below. The enemy aircraft circled above, preparing for a second dive attack. Liang Xiao, upon hearing my signal, stopped immediately and shut down all electronic devices. Let us surprise the enemy. I devised a plan and resolved to test it. The advantage of being a professional soldier is that one merely needs to execute orders upon receiving them without questioning. Thus, although Liang Xiao was unaware of my intentions, he simply nodded in agreement. I retrieved the scanner and placed it on my lap, then unfolded a geological analyzer. That moment, the enemy's fighter completed its turn and pursued us from behind. 3, 2, 1, stop. The emergency brake nearly tipped our spacecraft over. But I was well prepared. Holding onto the scanner tightly as the dashboard lights extinguished, I activated the switch on the geological analyzer. With a sharp click, the enemy aircraft above us instantly lost control, spiraling down to crash over 100 meters ahead of us. Danger Sense skill upgraded to level 13. Scanning skill upgraded to level 37. Level increased to 33. Awarded 3 skill points to distribute freely. Level increased to 34. Awarded 3 skill points to distribute freely. Level increased to 35. Awarded 3 skill points to distribute freely. I wiped the sweat from my brow, relieved that I had barely made it in time. The adversary employed an electronically controlled laser cannon, and under the interference of the scanner, both the launch apparatus and the aircraft engine were simultaneously disabled. Nevertheless, against all odds, I triumphed. I ascended 3 levels in one fell swoop. Kong Qijing, scour the debris of the downed enemy aircraft. First, seize any usable equipment, and then eliminate them. The gladiator revealed a faint smirk as he grasped his sharp curved blade, dashing twice in rapid succession, arriving instantaneously at the site of the enemy's crash. Whether it was due to scanner interference or the emergency brake, the starship could not be activated. After Liang Xiao's futile attempts at repair, he dismantled all the electronic devices from his cherished possession and smashed every anti-gravity device. Although our swift assault could no longer proceed, we were still alive and could continue the fight. We bore the spoils of war salvaged from the wreckage of the enemy aircraft, walking in search of a location suitable for combat. Soon, we discovered a tall tower nearby, unoccupied by any personnel. Judging by its numerous antennas, it appeared to be some manner of control console or signal relay tower. We hoped to sever the enemy's communications by destroying it. Liang Xiao believed we could also establish contact with the guild from this location. The entrance should be barricaded. Kong Qijing surveyed the area and noted that the tower had but a single entry point, with windows positioned high enough to deter enemy ingress. Thus, we gathered every movable object within the tower and piled them at the door. Strength increased to 13. The exercise of hauling the spoils and moving heavy objects proved exceptionally beneficial, and my strength attribute rose by 1 point at that moment. After establishing a basic defense, we ascended to the top floor. While my comrades inspected and distributed the seized equipment, I seized the opportunity to survey our surroundings. To the east of the tower lay what appeared to be an oil refinery or petrochemical plant, characterized by several massive gas storage tanks and towering distillation columns. From another window, a small military airfield came into view, albeit devoid of any aircraft on the runway. Finally, approximately 3 kilometers to the north, atop a hill, stood a military fortress, presumably the main bastion of this stronghold. Lun, communications are ready, Liang Xiao reported to me, indicating the antenna that connected to the outside, the interface, and the radio now set to channel 25, the emergency communication channel of the guild. After expressing my gratitude to Liang Xiao, I spoke into the radio. Attention. This is Lu on ID 1470. We have occupied a control tower behind the Dark Guild, from where we can pinpoint the Golden Plains stronghold, military airfield, and oil refinery. Requesting long-range artillery fire support. Reputation increased to 31. After an extended period, all I could hear was the crackling of electrical interference, but soon a voice broke through. You're insane, Luin. Yet, this voice was swiftly interrupted by the familiar tone of the guild leader. This is Du Lanqing. Luan, switch to channel 18 and report your coordinates. The Lus Hills, 152 mm howitzer battery, priority target is the enemy fortress. Even if we cannot completely obliterate it, we aim to reduce the Golden Plains level from 3 to 1, thereby directly diminishing the enemy's numbers by 522. Good luck, everyone. The initial barrage of artillery was intensely concentrated, yet it fell 200 meters short of the enemy fortress. I promptly recalibrated the coordinates. And the second round of shells struck true, sending a multitude of rocks and debris soaring into the air. Lock-on skill upgraded to level 9. Lock-on skill upgraded to level 10. Lock-on skill upgraded to level 11. Precision skill upgraded to level 39. The artillery subsequently unleashed several more volleys, yet I perceived little damage inflicted upon the formidable fortress. Dismissing Du Lanqing's directives, I insisted that the target be shifted to the oil refinery. A round of shells descended. The refinery erupted in a colossal explosion, flames soaring skyward, with one of the gas storage tanks rupturing and shooting forth like a rocket, leaving a fiery trail across the heavens, transforming the entire facility into a blazing inferno. Lock-on skill upgraded to level 12. Level increased to 36. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total 12 points. The Dark Guild did not overlook our presence. Explosions erupted around the tower, shaking its very structure, shattering all the glass. From below, Kong Qijing shouted anxiously, Dark Guild infantry. There are many of them. Armored vehicles are approaching from the airfield. Do not let them near the door. Prepare hand grenades. The tower trembled once more, severing our radio communications. As Liang Xiao endeavored to restore contact, I hastened downstairs, cautiously peering out the window. The enemy numbers exceeded my expectations, at least 300 strong. Excellent, we had successfully drawn a portion of their forces. Danger sense skill upgraded to level 14. As I stepped away from the window, several blinding beams of light pierced through. It was then that I heard Kong Qijing's anguished voice. Li Meng has been killed. I glanced back to see our beautiful and brave medic sprawled on the ground. A gunshot wound to her head, still clutching a seized laser rifle. Chapter 46. Gu Eard. Do not mourn. She shall revive at the guild base in 15 minutes. I reassured the gladiator. At that moment, a cacophony of noise and banging resonated from below the tower. I refrained from approaching the window and hurled 2 fragmentation grenades outward. Level increased to 37. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total 15 points. The enemy's retaliation came swiftly, as several grenades were simultaneously thrown through the window. I quickly dove behind the staircase, yet one shard embedded itself in my left wrist. Next came the smoke grenade. Medium armor skill upgraded to level 23. Danger sense skill upgraded to level 15. No, this was not merely a smoke grenade. Before I could ascertain its nature, I swiftly changed from my battle wolf jacket into a lightweight spacesuit. A gray haze filled the room, and Kong Qijing clutched his throat in agony, writhing on the floor, yet I was powerless to assist. In 5 seconds, he lay still. That moment, I noted that the gladiator had now reached level 23. Having gained 5 levels in this assault, truly a remarkable warrior. The room was once again engulfed in a deafening explosion, shrapnel ricocheting off the walls with a piercing shriek. The tower door had been breached, and I heard numerous footsteps ascending the stairs. I unleashed the entirety of my spear's ammunition towards the staircase. tossing down 3 seized grenades. However, these were mere noise grenades, lacking significant lethality, serving only to temporarily suppress them. Seizing the moment, I ascended to the top floor. Liang Xiao sat in a corner, using the damaged equipment as cover, yet he was bloodied from the blast. With trembling hands, he twisted a wire, biting down on another. Upon my arrival, he initially reached for a grenade, but upon recognizing me, he resumed his efforts to repair the radio. At this point, his health had turned red, with less than a quarter remaining, just a little longer. A few seconds more. Do you have a first aid kit? I shook my head, gesturing towards the staircase to indicate that the enemy was about to storm in. Just then, the radio came to life. And I took a deep breath, shouting, "This is Lewin, ID 1470. The enemy has breached the tower. I have over 300 foes in my vicinity, requesting artillery fire." I relayed my coordinates, but another voice interrupted. "Ceasefire immediately. Lang commands to halt all fire. The Gakrin ship is in the combat zone. We cannot risk friendly fire." Reputation increased to 32. Who on earth is this person? Liang Xiao raised his automatic rifle and unleashed a volley of bullets down the staircase before staggering back. Likely hit, he then set down his weapon, lifted his hand wrapped in a tourniquet, pulled the pin on a grenade, and I too grasped the last grenade, preparing to face death together rather than surrender. "Lewin, can you hear me?" The voice on the radio belonged to the diplomat Yi Fufeng, stating that the Gakrin from the Samia ship had come to find me, and he had given them my coordinates. "We have reached a ceasefire agreement with the Dark Guild. They are withdrawing from the eastern marshes, and we will cease bombardment of the Golden Plains. Your current location has been negotiated as a safe zone. No combat is to occur for the remainder of the day. The Gakrin diplomat is en route to oversee the ceasefire agreement. Reputation increased to 33, level increased to 38, acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total 18 points." I shook my head, not in doubt of the level information, but in skepticism regarding the ceasefire with the Dark Guild. This news arrived too opportunely, as if too good to be true. Especially after reading Gu Er's note, I did not trust Yi Fufeng at this moment, even suspecting that this treacherous diplomat was attempting to deceive me into capture by the enemy. However, as seconds ticked by, the enemy did not charge nor continue their assault. Liang Xiao climbed to the window and confirmed that the enemy was indeed withdrawing. I also heard the unmistakable sound of the Samia ship landing. I could never mistake it, and upon hearing it, my hands instinctively sought something to grasp. "Yuan, are you there?" I heard the voice of Captain Walaztu in my spacesuit's earpiece. Is what Yi Fufeng said true? I felt a twinge of remorse for my doubts about the diplomat. I immediately responded to him in Gake language with a loud voice. "I am in the tower, and I will be out shortly." Smoke, explosions, and flames surround me. I find it utterly unsurprising. "Luchin, have you broken something again?" This was Wulantar's scathing sarcasm. The engine noise of the Samia gradually diminished, and this time the cargo spacecraft had finally landed safely. I extended my hand to Liang Xiao, helping him to stand. We supported each other as we stepped over the bodies of our enemies and descended the stairs. Outside, numerous soldiers from the Dark Guild lingered, but they kept their distance from the tower, forming a surrounding circle. The center of this circle was the Samia, with armed Gake people creating a second circle around the ship. "What is that? A genuine interstellar spacecraft?" Excitement gleamed in the eyes of my injured companion, who had just been unable to stand but now seemed almost ready to dash forward. "Yes, an interstellar spacecraft," I replied calmly. "Come on, I will introduce you to the captain. I won't let you face the enemy alone. Your profession is starship pilot, and for some reason, I suspect the crew will support your joining the ranks." I had anticipated that convincing the captain would be arduous, yet he showed no intention of refusing. "Let your friend come. He can try his hand at being the co-pilot and fly once to see how it goes." The starship pilot from that useless guild team could hardly believe what was happening, being invited to work on a true interstellar spacecraft. Wulantar approached me, initially embracing me tightly, then said, "Luchin, it's a pleasure to see you. Your armor has been upgraded, and the power is fully charged, just waiting for your return. However, you must return the Annihilator to me first." We completed the exchange, and at last, I obtained that sleek matte black armor. I glanced at the equipment requirements. My heart raced even faster. I nearly met all the requirements, except that the medium armor needed level 40, and I was only at level 23. But that was hardly a concern. as I still had 18 skill points to allocate. Without wasting time, I immediately invested 18 points into medium armor, donning the listener energy armor. Reputation increased to 34. Attention, you have met the requirements to become a GUR. You have gained 8 freely allocatable base attributes. Attention, you have activated the authority attribute, current value, -8. Attention, your profession can be changed from survey specialist to listener. I nearly forgot about my surroundings, completely engrossed in the information before me. No one had ever mentioned the possibility of a job change to me before. I hadn't found any description regarding listener. What kind of profession is that? I must find a way to fully ascertain what it entails before making a decision. Woolentar patted my shoulder, drawing me back. Congratulations, GUR, Luchin, but we must take off now. The engines of the Samia were already warming up, so I hurried into the ship. As I turned around at the door, I glanced at the distant enemies of the Dark Guild Eye in the crowd. I spotted Ming Lammer. He seemed to know I was watching him and gave me a slight nod, to which I returned the gesture. Just as my intercom crackled to life, the ship had already started, and I heard Ifyufing's voice. Luchin, tell me honestly, will you return? Or will you fly off into space for adventures? I laughed joyfully, sincerely replying, don't expect me to be sent away so easily. The guild has no chance of getting rid of me. I will return. I will return. Chapter 47. Into space again upon boarding the Samia. The first change I noticed was the presence of vacant spaces in the rooms. During the last flight, every bed and chair had been crammed with furry geek people now. As I walked down the corridor, I saw several rooms with empty upper bunks, and even a few lower bunks where unoccupied. 6 crew members had not renewed their contracts and resigned. Woolentar explained to me that although the captain did not show it, he was quite displeased about this. We can discuss that later. Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to accelerate. What about my injured friend? I hadn't seen Liang Xiao. He had just boarded this ship and couldn't understand Geek at all. But Woolentar reassured me. Don't worry, the captain arranged for a doctor to take care of him. He was assigned to the room of the navigator and senior engineer, which is a premium room. What about Bashatuka and Bashatuan? I noticed those 2 former roommates were absent, but just as I finished asking, the ship's engine roared to life, and Woolentar seemed to have not heard me at all. However, I had already spotted the pair of burly twin brothers in the opposite room. Judging by their moving lips, they were likely greeting me. I attempted to wave at them, but the ship's gravity overload was so severe that I could hardly lift my hand. Moreover, the intensity was still increasing. I was pressed into my chair, and I could almost hear the creaking of my bones. I remembered it hadn't been this severe last time. It must be due to the extensive bleeding from my injuries. My vision darkened, and I felt faint, hearing the pounding of my heart. No, this won't do. Before losing consciousness, I quickly opened the attribute menu and allocated one of the 8 unassigned attribute points to Constitution. This made me feel slightly better, but the relief didn't last long, so I added another point, raising it to 15. At this moment, I felt a wave of ease, not solely due to my actions. The extreme gravity overload had begun to gradually alleviate. Woolentar's curse followed. Our dim-witted captain has forgotten to activate the gravity compensator again. Otherwise, his clumsy paw wouldn't have reacted so slowly. I sighed in relief. That meant it wasn't solely due to my injury, and such extreme overload was not the norm for space travel. I didn't close the window. The 8 base attribute points from earning the GUR title still left me with 6 points. How should I allocate them? Strength. With the increase in Constitution, Strength had now become my lowest attribute at only 13. It affects carrying capacity, throwing, and combat ability, and weapon requirements apply to it as well. But I'm uncertain if a survey specialist or listener requires high strength, dexterity. From the moment I entered the game until now, it was the only attribute I hadn't improved, and equipping light weapons would require a certain level of this attribute. Currently, using the Spear Falcon and Annihilator had nearly reached the dexterity requirements limit. If I didn't improve it, I might not be able to equip better weapons in the future. Thus, I invested a point into dexterity, raising it to 16. Intelligence. For a survey specialist who often uses complex electronic instruments, intelligence is undoubtedly a crucial attribute. Moreover, I suspect that my high intelligence is why I could swiftly level up cosmic linguistics and mapping. Although I didn't know if the listener profession required high intelligence, I had no intention of changing professions before my contract with Urastu expired. Our purpose for flying was to search for valuable minerals or treasures. If I changed my profession midway to become I don't even know what a listener is. It would lead to a rather awkward situation. Therefore, I allocated a point to intelligence, raising it to 20. Then, I was astonished to discover that with the increase in intelligence, another status I had never focused on changed as well. Magic value 114. A blue status bar appeared beneath my life. I had mana. That was certainly wonderful, but why? What is its use? I had no spells and didn't know how to learn relevant skills initially. I had only intended to add 1 point to intelligence. But due to this unexpected occurrence, I couldn't help but add another to see what would happen. Intelligence rose to 21, and magic value increased to 119. Alright, let us not be reckless. Before I figure out how to use it, it's not worth allocating too many points. Next is my most crucial attribute, perception IT. Somewhat irked me that after donning this listener energy armor, I could no longer wear the infrared goggles. So this equipment, which offered 2 perception, could only be stowed away in my backpack. I must inquire with the ship's mechanic if it's possible to modify the helmet to install the infrared goggles onto this armor. However, that's a matter for later. I still had 3 points to allocate. I added a point to perception. At this moment, it should rise from 21 to, why is it 23 instead of 22? An increase of 2 points at once. Just then, I noticed a prompt indicating that to enhance the character's specialization, for attributes exceeding 20, every 2 points raised would reward 1 point. This was indeed fantastic. But it also put me in a dilemma. Should I continue to invest the remaining 2 points into perception, raising it to 26? Or should I allocate them both to intelligence to elevate it to 23? After much contemplation, considering the relevance to my profession, I ultimately decided to boost perception, bringing that attribute to an astonishing 26. Now, I was an exceptionally sharp creature. Nothing could escape my eyes. Woolentar beside me unfastened his seatbelt, stood up, and walked over to me. One day, the captain will get us killed with his lousy piloting skills. If we lose half the crew after this flight, I won't be surprised at all. The only solace in this situation is the reduced number of people. As the sole woman aboard the spacecraft, I am eligible to request a private cabin. Now, I must change my attire with that. The businesswoman drew the cabin door closed. This marked my first encounter witnessing someone shut a door on the ship, as typically, all rooms remain ajar. Just as I hesitated whether to step into the corridor, Yolinter pressed down on my shoulder and spoke towards the door. Luchin, you may remain. You are not a Gek, you have nothing to fear. Her voice was loud, evidently intended for the ears of neighboring rooms. Simultaneously, she made that familiar gesture to me, placing her palm over her lips. I had previously interpreted this gesture as a signal to discuss matters later, but it now appeared to signify silence. Linguistics of the cosmos has reached level 36. I waited with curiosity for what would follow. Yolinter extracted a folding table from the wall and arranged 16 red gems upon it, the very currency Monlamer had used to redeem the staff from me. Luchin, this is your share from the sale of the relic videos. The businesswoman whispered almost inaudibly, a total value of 16,000 crystals, a substantial sum indeed. Conceal it in your backpack, ensuring no one sees. Many in the galaxy would kill for a lesser amount. The Bashar brothers received an identical share, and as far as I knew, they intended to depart the Shemaya after this journey or the next. I heeded her advice and inquired with the seasoned Gek merchant about the possibility of depositing this sum in any Gek bank. There exists but one bank within the entirety of Gek civilization, the Shahasu Bank. Yolinter subsequently provided a vague response. What I gathered was that Malorians, Trilarians, Millifatians, and other spacefaring races were prohibited from engaging with Shahasu Bank, thus safeguarding the Gek financial system from potential adversaries. However, whether Gek vassal races could maintain deposits. Honestly, I remained unaware and needed to delve into the relevant laws. Yet, these synthetic crystals were designed for trade with vassal races, which led me to suspect that it was highly unlikely. Now, please turn around. I truly must change my clothing, and I also need to apply some makeup. Despite my confusion regarding the significance of Gek clothing, I quietly turned towards the wall. I opened my backpack, having previously neglected to examine the spoils acquired during the raid on the Dark Guild's territory. I recalled possessing a fine set of armor, an invisibility cloak, and a technologically advanced laser assault rifle. Naturally, due to the restrictions of the survey specialist profession, the laser assault rifle would be unusable. Kangchi had also handed me some trinkets he found at the wreckage site of the Damalai fighter. I had yet to inspect them. Carrying them had brought me perilously close to my load limit, which was quite inconvenient. First, I checked the scanner's data. At that moment, the enemy's amphibious anti-gravity fighter was alarmingly close, affording us a chance. I anxiously opened the scan results. Success. It contained detailed three-dimensional schematics of the Damalai amphibious anti-gravity fighter. This would make for an excellent gift for Gel, Dingjifu, and the other scientists in the guild. Then I retrieved the armor, a dark coat made of dual-layer synthetic fabric, reinforced with some robust protective components at the chest, back, and shoulders. I had selected this armor for myself, unaware that I would soon don the listener energy armor. I had intended to use it to replace the Warwolf jacket. Dark Stormtrooper Assault Suit, Chemical Protection 12, Radiation Protection 12, Armor 34. Attribute Requirements, Constitution 14, Strength 14. Skill Requirements, Medium Armor 30. Warning: your strength is insufficient to equip this item. This suit weighed 8.5 kilograms, nearly a third of my carrying capacity. Furthermore, its attributes paled in comparison to the listener energy armor, compelling me to devise a means of disposing of it. Discarding it seemed wasteful, as it surpassed our guild's standard armor. Perhaps I could inquire with Liang Xiao to see if he could equip it. While still contemplating, I heard Yuliner behind me say, "By the way, Luchin, no, don't turn around yet. I just remembered that you can entrust the crystals to the captain for safekeeping. He possesses a safe. However, in doing so, you would need to explain where you acquired such a substantial amount of money, and neither I nor the Bashar brothers have yet mentioned this to him. Don't the Gek utilize electronic transactions?" I inquired. The merchant chuckled in response. "Generally, yes, but your homeworld is rather backward. Over half the services in the galaxy are unavailable there, including electronic transactions. Do you intend to borrow his safe?" I expressed my gratitude for Yolinter's kind offer, but ultimately declined. I preferred not to expose my companion's earnings, and having the money on my person was far more convenient. "Suit yourself, you may turn around now. Please assist me in spraying the pattern on my shoulder." I cannot reach it. I turned around to find the Gek woman had changed from her spacesuit into a vibrantly colored short robe. She was in the process of dyeing her hair, spraying some sort of dye in various places, possibly even ordinary hydrogen peroxide. I had first noticed those light-colored patterns upon meeting her. Naturally, I assisted her, even applying the same pattern to her back. While I felt little about it, this Gek woman seemed quite embarrassed. According to her, such actions were deeply personal among the Gek, only to be requested from other females. However, due to the absence of women on the ship, she sought assistance from me, a member of an alien race. In return, Yolinter permitted me to store my belongings in her room and even provided me with several bags. Our conversation was abruptly interrupted by a voice emanating from the Uraz to broadcast. "Luchin, hurry to the captain's quarters. Your assistance is urgently required." Chapter 48. Co-pilot. Upon arriving at the captain's quarters, I was met with a surreal and horrifying scene. The room was strewn with shards of glass and overturned chairs. A Gek crew member, bloodied and bruised, lay on the ground, clutching his jaw and howling in agony. Starship pilot Liang Xiao was inexplicably naked from the waist down, his body smeared with some green viscous substance. He leaned against the wall, waving a handgun between the captain and the navigator, hysterically demanding to be returned to Earth. His left hand was raised high, tightly gripping a grenade, its pin already removed. Insight skill has upgraded to level 40. "Liang Xiao, what on earth are you doing?" I whispered urgently. The man huddled in the corner turned his head sharply at the sound, but then reacted peculiarly. Aiming his gun at me once more, it seemed Liang Xiao did not recognize me. Clad in armor, I had no choice but to remove my helmet, revealing my face to him. "Luchin? Luchin?" Liang Xiao lowered his weapon. Sliding down the wall, I was deeply concerned he might inadvertently trigger the grenade. However, my danger sense did not indicate any immediate threat, so I presumed we were safe. Indeed, the seasoned soldier calmly holstered his handgun, retrieved the grenade's pin from the ground, and reinserted it into place. "Where have you been? Luchin, where are we?" Liang Xiao's voice trembled unnaturally, betraying his intense anxiety. What a bizarre question, particularly the second one. I asked him if he did not recall being hired as the co-pilot of the Shemaya. "Hired? Co-pilot? I don't remember," Liang Xiao admitted honestly. "The last thing I recall is emerging from the tower of the Dark Guild, surrounded by corpses. Everything thereafter is a blur. I was bleeding. My health was nearly depleted. There was no first aid kit, and that female medic was dead then. It seemed there was an interstellar ship. I'm not sure. Then I was taken to a place, and a message appeared. Character has lost consciousness. I lay there for a long time without recovering, returning to the dome with no one present, everyone still in their capsules. Then I went back into the capsule, suddenly experiencing a powerful gravitational overload, akin to the simulator in flight school. When I opened my eyes, I saw a monster with fangs hovering over me, one hand wielding a knife and the other pouring some green condiment over me. I kicked it in the chin and bolted into the corridor, only to find you were not there. Just these. Liang Xiao gestured animatedly, indicating the captain, navigator, and other Gek gathered at the door. They were all roaring at me, baring their teeth. At that moment, I perhaps should have endeavored to calm Liang Xiao down, patiently explaining the situation, but I could not contain myself and burst into laughter. After elucidating the peculiar behavior of the starship pilot to the assembled Gek, the entire crew erupted into fits of laughter. I had never seen so many Geks simultaneously howl with closed mouths, their expressions grotesque. Were I unaware that they were laughing, I would have found the scene truly terrifying. Go be prudent. I promptly reassured my human companion that the Gek did not intend to frighten him. Liang Xiao appeared somewhat sheepish. Well, now I have established a reputation as a madman aboard the ship. Even my reputation has increased to level 4. Luchin, could you apologize to that fallen Gek on my behalf? I patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right, no need to worry. These Gek are naturally easygoing. They are not upset with you in the slightest. Previously, I inadvertently disrupted all the electronic devices aboard the spacecraft. And in the end, everyone simply forgot about it. They even invited me to continue flying with them. Your most pressing concern now is to prove yourself as an exceptional pilot. Additionally, you should endeavor to master Gek language. Once you acquire the requisite skills, it is imperative to study cosmic linguistics to eliminate any communication barriers. Thus, Liang Xiao nervously settled into the co-pilot seat, which felt somewhat oversized for him. I stood beside him, acting as the translator between him and the captain, diligently interpreting the functions of the various buttons, joysticks, and indicator lights on the spacecraft's control panel. The left handle controlled the engine's fourth cycle inertia breakpoint. This device would be utilized when the Shemaya was maneuvering horizontally to the right near the space station, as the primary operations of the station were managed by the gravitational winch, necessitating the establishment of a motion vector. Moreover, it is crucial that the direction of the crank's movement is opposite to that of the rotation. I found myself struggling to translate. I could only hope that Liang Xiao could grasp the captain's intent. Cosmic linguistics skill leveled up to level 39. Electronic skill leveled up to level 26. The co-pilot gripped the control handle, mechanically memorizing each position of movement before nodding. Although Liang Xiao appeared somewhat uncertain, even fearful, Uraz contentedly murmured and continued his explanation. I immediately resumed translating. Next is lateral deviation in low-gravity conditions, used when flying near Class 6 satellites, comets, and asteroids. Increase the gear count, skip the 4th gear, and pull directly to the 5th gear. The lateral deviation of the controller determines the direction of the spacecraft. In this scenario, both the first and second engines must be switched to the middle position. Let us stop here for now, Lewin. I can't retain any more information. Liang Xiao despaired. My mind is already overwhelmed. Gear count, compensatory thrust, distortion during gravitational engine operation. Too much new information. Please inform the captain that I need a moment to rest. My starship control skill has increased by 8 levels. It's a pity, after all. The captain was currently explaining the workings of the spacecraft scanner and radar, a topic that deeply intrigued me, as it could potentially enhance my capabilities as a surveying specialist, and perhaps even improve my cartography and electronic skills. However, having studied for 3 hours, Liang Xiao appeared utterly incapable of absorbing any further knowledge. While I felt no fatigue whatsoever, merely grateful for the opportunity. Very well, let us take a break. Uraz consented, and we would reconvene in half an hour. To bolster your motivation for learning, I now formally inform you. This descent onto the asteroid will be conducted independently by you, and your success will determine your continued position aboard the spacecraft. Upon translating the captain's words, the most genuine expression of terror spread across Liang Xiao's face. Has he lost his mind? This is my first encounter with an interstellar spacecraft, and I can barely comprehend the text on it. What if I crash? I, along with the entire guild, cannot bear such a cost. Chapter 49. News from the guild. I was acutely aware that should any mishap occur, the captain could assume control of the spacecraft and rectify any errors at any moment. Appointing a novice to oversee the landing was not excessively risky. Liang Xiao understood this as well. His apprehension stemmed more from this unexpected evaluation. Nonetheless, Urastu successfully ignited the competitive spirit of the starship pilot. Liang Xiao requested that I inform the captain he would reduce his rest time by half and then continue the lesson. Splendid. The geek smiled contentedly at me. This fellow is making swift progress, having advanced 2 levels within half a and he should be prepared by the time we reach the asteroid. However, Luin, you too must prove yourself once more. That asteroid belt is vast, containing billions of celestial bodies, most of which are mere useless ice chunks, rocks, and iron-nickel alloys. We have previously conducted 30 flights and 200 landings there without uncovering anything of significant value. If you can discover an asteroid rich in high-value minerals within 1 or 2 flights, I would consider offering you a permanent crew position. This is the first time I have been given specific conditions for passing the probationary period. Upon succeeding, I would become an official crew member of the Shemaya. I even began to mentally calculate the odds of success, including those I purchased from the geek shop, those gifted by Su Tishin, and those acquired by Urastu. I currently possess 8 geological analyzers. To prove myself, I must succeed at least once in these 8 attempts. Exiting the captain's quarters, I encountered Liang Xiao waiting for me in the corridor. Luin. We left without permission, and the guild leaders are completely unaware of our situation. They might think we have been captured or even defected to the Dark Guild. I reassured my friend and informed him that I had already communicated with Yifeng via radio before leaving. The guild diplomats are aware that we departed alongside the geek. Yet the starship pilot remained anxious. This is unacceptable. Even afterward, we must obtain formal permission from the leadership and be assigned a mission objective before proceeding. I must return to the dome immediately to report everything. I understood fully that it was unwise to argue with a soldier who had long adhered to the law and strictly followed the charter. Acting independently without superior orders was inconceivable to them. Thus, I could only remind him that he had a mere quarter of a which meant he had to return in 1 hour and 20 minutes to resume classes. I asked him to bring back news regarding the ceasefire with the Dark Guild. What is the situation at the front? Have we suffered heavy losses? Has the Dongi Marsh been held? Did the 2nd Legion manage to break through from Manuanan? I was deeply interested in these matters. Liang Xiao nodded, and then he stood still in the corridor, blocking the already narrow passage. Goodness! Does he not realize he can log off after returning to his room? In space, the red zone means leaving the game character does not result in disappearance. Before he could cause any trouble, I enlisted Bashatuka's help to move Liang Xiao's rigid body onto an empty bed in his room. I had no intention of logging out of the game to report to anyone just yet. I had been in the game for less than 6 hours, and I worried that my physical body in reality had yet to fully heal. Moreover, there was still much to accomplish within the game. During this time, I sought out the mechanic aboard the spacecraft. I had work for him. An hour later, my wallet was lighter by 2,600 crystals, most of which covered the cost of installing infrared goggles onto the listener energy armor helmet. I seriously suspected that the disheveled mechanic charged me 3 times the fare rate, for he had only taken 10 minutes and used no extra materials. Yet I had no choice. He was the only high-level mechanic aboard the spacecraft, and my armor was his handiwork, so others might not manage this unique modification as well. In any case, I could now don my new armor while wearing the infrared goggles, which granted a 2 perception bonus, a formidable attribute of 28. As an added service, the spacecraft mechanic also upgraded my weapons. First, he enhanced the Spear Falcon, increasing the magazine capacity to 14 rounds, boosting its lethality by 15, and reducing its weight by 1/3. Furthermore, he modified the laser rifle from the Dark Guild, which I could not use due to occupational restrictions, adjusting it to fire single pulses, replacing the batteries with superior ones, and lowering the operational noise of the rifle components. Dark Pulse Laser Rifle improved damage range, 550 meters damage output, 1300 to 2800 rate of fire, 11 rounds minute silenced attribute requirements, agility 15, strength 13 skill requirements, firearms 45, precision 20 battery charge, 100 attention. Your firearm and precision skill levels do not meet the requirements to equip this weapon. Indeed, my skills currently do not satisfy the equipment conditions, but I should be able to use it in the near future. What attracted me to this weapon was its futuristic design, and the fact that it can fire silently from 500 meters away. While my current armor provides excellent defense, I cannot remain passive and merely absorb damage. I need an equally lethal offensive capability to arm myself. Upon Liang Zhao's return, he immediately sought me out. Seeing his anxious demeanor, I surmised that something troubling had likely occurred. The starship pilot's first words sent a chill down my spine. Tang Qiufeng has defected to the Dark Guild. He broadcasted to us from enemy territory, stating that the battle at Dongyi Marsh was merely a ruse to divert the guild's attention, allowing us to commit more troops to the border. He declared that the H1 Guild has lost this war and urged us to follow his example. Before the guild could jam his signal, this traitor uttered many other incendiary remarks. This revelation was profoundly shocking. It was no wonder that for the past few months, the Dark Guild had been intimately aware of our movements. Understanding our strengths and weaknesses, codes and signals, minefield maps, defensive lines, and coordinates of structures, and so forth. However, there was also good news, and 3 pieces of it. First, the Dongyi Marsh stronghold ultimately held firm, albeit at a tremendous cost. When Gu Er Guanqing led reinforcements to the fortress, only 5 defenders were still alive. After all the commanders fell, he Lily led the defense, and she is now hailed as a heroine. Furthermore, the Second Legion triumphed over the Dark Guild forces that had been sniping them in Manhua Annan, capturing over 30 enemy combatants. These individuals will be interrogated and subsequently utilized as a means to exchange for our warriors who have been captured by the enemy in the Dongyi Marsh. Most crucially, our aerial mission has received the formal endorsement of Lang Delenjin himself, who has assigned us the task of gathering information regarding the customs and culture of the suzerain state, while also endeavoring to comprehend the technologies of other races in space. After conveying these 3 messages, he continued to add, "Furthermore, Luchen, the Guild wishes for you to compile a report on the raid against the Dark Guild Esrir, detailing the acquisition of the gear identity and the new armor. What does the raid report entail? Did you not inform them?" "I certainly did, yet they still wish to hear your account." Liang Shao lowered his gaze to the ground, clearly feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Yi Fufeng expressed confusion over our ability to traverse the enemy's borders with such ease. Previously, the Guild had organized numerous experienced reconnaissance teams, whether in the Tomb of Silence, the Golden Plains, or the Eastern Caverns of Woe, and every infiltration ended in failure. Naturally, the insinuation that we have connections with the Dark Guild is utterly unfounded. However, following the incident of Tang Qiufeng's defection, the entire guild has been rife with suspicion, scrutinizing every individual. My spirits plummeted at this realization. The 4 of us have selflessly dedicated ourselves to the guild, and yet we are met with distrust. Had we not taken the initiative to lure away 300 enemy troops, would the last 5 defenders of Dongyi Marsh have been able to hold their ground? I highly doubt it. Chapter 50. The asteroid belt. 3.5 hours later, the cargo spaceship Shemaya hovered 100,000 kilometers away from an infinitely extending asteroid belt. I stood before the captain's cabin screen, observing the feather-like pattern composed of countless specks. The ship's scanner recorded billions, even trillions of celestial bodies, ranging from minute fragments to rocks several dozen kilometers in diameter. "ITS, your turn, Luchen." Captain Urizuta sat in the main pilot's seat, holding a cup of bubbling purple liquid. His demeanor relaxed, signaling that he granted me ample freedom to make decisions. After contemplating for some time, I requested the captain to filter out all small fragments, leaving only celestial bodies large enough to land on the Shemaya. Urizuta swiftly completed the operation, yet the number of specks on the screen did not significantly diminish to the naked eye. "This is the result of volume scanning. Let us overlay the density calculations and see." "Why not take the lead yourself?" the Geik suddenly suggested to me, recalling that you translated my explanation of all the ship's equipment. "Surely you didn't merely translate without retaining any of it?" I assured him that I was not merely translating. I was genuinely intrigued by the ship's scanner, and during the captain's explanation, my electronic skill had risen 5 levels, now reaching level 31. Moreover, cosmic linguistics had also advanced by 2 levels, elevating my character level to 39. My intelligence attribute of 21 is not merely for show. I smiled slightly, approached the control console, swiftly adjusted the parameters, and recalculated a few images to merge them together. A completely different pattern appeared on the display, showcasing celestial bodies in only 2 colors, one primarily composed of iron-nickel alloy, and the other mainly consisting of iron-magnesium silicate. Scanning skill upgraded to level 38. Mapping skill upgraded to level 40. Electronic skill upgraded to level 32. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 14. Level increased to 40. Earned 3 free skill points, totaling 7 points, after filtering out all celestial bodies within the normal density range. I magnified the screen and pointed to 15 asteroids, saying to Urazu 2, "These particular asteroids are quite unique. They are either too light, indicating the presence of hollows, or too heavy, suggesting the existence of materials denser than iron, silicon, and nickel. If we are to seek thorium, uranium, actinium, these precious metals, we can further refine our search using radiological analysis overlays." The captain propped his chin on his hand, turning to glance at the equally astonished navigator. Yet he merely pondered without uttering a word. Is it truly possible to do this? Urazu finally expressed his astonishment. Squinting his eyes and breathing heavily. It seems I have accomplished something quite extraordinary in their eyes. Achieving this is no simple feat. The ship scanner demands high proficiency in scanning, mapping, and electronics. I calmly addressed them. Yet now we face a new dilemma. We have 15 potential targets. Yet I possess only 8 geological scanners. Authority decreased to -7, though I do not understand why the initial value is negative. Since acquiring the gear title, this is the first time I have managed to improve this attribute. Do you have any suggestions, Gear Luchin? Urazu set down his drink, turning to me, awaiting my response. If the captain does not mind, I suggest we first explore the asteroid closest to us, pointing to a significant celestial body situated only 200,000 kilometers from the Shemaya. Located at the edge of the asteroid belt, with a light core that either contains hollows or ice-rich and heavy hydrogen isotopes, we could attempt to approach it and establish a three-dimensional model using density gradients. If remote assessment proves insufficient, we could land and determine the core's properties with the scanner. Although the debris may complicate our approach, I removed the size filter, gesturing to the millions of rocks along the flight path. "Let us head there," the captain agreed, gesturing to the co-pilot, indicating that we would land directly without pausing midway. The short distance would make it challenging to control the ship's acceleration, and Liang Zhao's first landing practice required a simpler task. I wished my friend luck and handed him the armor from the Dark Guild along with a lightweight spacesuit. Liang Zhao initially displayed a look of surprise, then declined, saying, "I cannot accept these. They are far too valuable. Take them, don't be modest." I insisted, forcing both pieces of equipment into his hands, though the spacesuit was not mine. It was borrowed from the captain, and you will need it while working on the ship. In the future, you can also purchase it from the captain once you have the funds. Liang Zhao began preparing for landing, and I hurried back to my cabin. Now, with 11 kilograms less to carry, I found my movements considerably lighter. Upon encountering Yolinter in the cabin, I informed her that this would be the co-pilot's first time piloting a spaceship to land on an asteroid, prompting the Geek woman to immediately fasten her safety belt in emulation of me. 10 minutes later, I heard the engines grow louder, yet surprisingly, there was no shrill screech or noise as experienced during previous landings. Previously, such sounds had filled me with dread. Moreover, the danger perception skill did not issue any warnings. Subsequently, our ship landed safely. This marked the smoothest landing I had experienced thus far. Let us congratulate Liang Zhao on his successful first landing. The captain's voice resonated over the intercom, and the entire Shemaya echoed with approval. Yolinter beamed with satisfaction, unfastening her safety belt and instantly changing from her colorful robe into the spacesuit. "Tell your friend, this is an excellent opportunity to apply for formal crew membership. If he continues to perform so admirably, he will soon become the primary pilot of the Shemaya." The captain's voice echoed again over the intercom. "Technicians, exit the ship and secure it. But do not open the cargo hold. Next, it is Luchin and Yolinter's turn. Luchin, remember not to scan near the ship. Use the hovercraft, flying at least 500 meters, ideally 1,000. The remaining personnel will stay aboard the ship on standby." I double-checked the configuration of the listener energy armor. It has an oxygen reserve for 6.5 hours, with shoe soles equipped with a miniature gravity system suitable for spacewalks, and a jetpack that allows me to leap great distances. This, however, is not the full extent of the armor's capabilities. There are numerous electronic devices embedded in the chest and backplates, and the only one I can identify is the energy shield. I have yet to fully comprehend how to activate all the functions of this armor. Luchin, focus your attention. The ship is secured, and it is now time for us to embark. I hurriedly followed the tall Geek woman along the corridor, the airlock. I calmly accepted her fastening the safety line for me. There was no offense taken, as this is a standard safety measure in space. When the outer hatch slid open, a vast expanse of ice appeared before me, the millennia-old frozen rocks reflecting the Shemaya's searchlight like millions of lamps. Chapter 51. The second target, I did not immediately depart from the artificial gravity zone created by the ship, but instead crouched nearby, prying off a piece of ice with my knife. And then crumbling it between my fingers. It was water-formed ice, though subjected to intense radioactive irradiation for millions of years, containing a slightly higher ratio of heavy hydrogen isotopes and even trace amounts of tritium. However, this is of little use. We cannot extract nuclear materials here due to the lack of necessary mining equipment and refining plants. I broke off another piece of rock covered in ice. Similar to the most common chondrites found on Earth, primarily composed of iron magnesium silicate. At this point, I realized that this asteroid would yield no further rewards. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 15. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 16. Having achieved 2 consecutive upgrades in mineralogy, the game algorithm confirmed that my conclusion was indeed correct. However, Yolinter was already preparing the hovercraft, appearing noticeably impatient. I knew this geek woman relished space surfing, and perhaps I should not deny her the opportunity to enjoy her pastime. Moreover, I stand to gain significantly. In this environment, my cartographic skills can be honed rapidly. I resolved to candidly share my findings with Yulin, inscribing in Gek language upon the icy surface with the tip of my blade. There is nothing of value here. If you wish to soar, let us take a leisurely flight. Yulin gazed at the Gek characters I had pinned for a moment, then silently erased them with the sole of her shoe, gesturing toward the hovercraft with an inviting motion. Luchin, where do you intend to conduct the scan? She activated the microphone, evidently addressing the captain and the other crew members. That ice-covered peak. I pointed to a towering iceberg 5 kilometers away. Excellent. We shall reach it swiftly. Yulin was serious. She accelerated the hovercraft to a frenetic pace, weaving between the jagged ice formations, intentionally executing sharp 90-degree turns to evade the rocks. Cartography skill upgraded to level 41. Upon reaching the summit of the iceberg, I beheld the shadowed side of the asteroid. Under the faint starlight, the jagged, menacing outline of the planet appeared ominously. Cartography skill upgraded to level 42. Insight skill upgraded to level 41. Fortunately, the space surfing enthusiast had not yet lost her sanity and refrained from flying in such perilous conditions. After ensuring we were entirely out of the Shangmia's line of sight, she halted the hovercraft, drew a laser pistol from her waist, adjusted it to a stable pulse mode, and inscribed a line of red text upon a nearby rock. Thank you, Luchin. You are the only one among the crew who understands me. If one day you acquire your own starship, please invite me to join your team. I would certainly accept. My judgment proved sound, as the geological analyzer's scans yielded no valuable findings, merely reaffirming my suspicions. However, I could not say it was a complete waste of a consumable. My scanning skill was thus elevated to level 39, and mineralogy rose by 2 levels, reaching level 18. I also gained the genuine friendship of Yulin, marking my first friend among the Gek. Her words prompted reflection, and on the return journey, I inquired about the cost of an interstellar spacecraft. The merchant's response left me astounded. The most dilapidated vintage crafts could be acquired for a mere 4 million crystals. Yet no one was willing to risk their life aboard such wreckage. Our Shangmia had cost the captain 6 million crystals. In contrast, a combat-class vessel's construction alone amounted to a staggering 12 million. Excluding the expense of armaments. As for strategic cruisers like Langahuetas, they commanded exorbitant prices ranging from 4 to 500 million. In summary, spacecraft were priced beyond reach, compelling me to set aside such thoughts and shift the conversation. The crew was already aware of the scan results, and upon our return, we promptly set off for the next destination. This new target was a mere 700,000 kilometers away in a straight line. However, the ship could not risk traversing the dangerous asteroid belt. The captain had charted a route that would take us on a wide detour, first flying to clear space and then landing on the target asteroid from the periphery. I explained the captain's instructions to Liang Xiao, by this time. He had donned the dark guild armor and confidently piloted the ship along the captain's newly devised route. Aside from the captain's quarters, the other crew members had once again succumbed to idleness. Yulin locked herself in her room. I refrained from disturbing her and instead engaged in light conversation with the Bash brothers. The twin siblings had confirmed to me that they planned to leave the crew of Uraz-2 after the next voyage. Feeling that following this captain offered limited opportunities for growth, they hoped to find work aboard another starship. While chatting with me, the brothers began playing a 3-dimensional gambling game known as Nadiu. This game involved moving pieces within a glowing holographic space, with the pieces representing ships, planets, restricted zones, space pirates, and other dangers. When the game concluded with Bashatin's victory and his brother lost 30 precious crystals, I requested they teach me how to play. It did not take long for me to grasp the rules, and I even managed to acquire a rudimentary understanding of some basic winning strategies. The game resembled a blend of three-dimensional chess, backgammon, and dice. Suitable for multiple players, participants could form alliances or dissolve them at will, even betraying allies. As the game progressed, I unexpectedly won a round against the Bash brothers. Despite their initial alliance against me, I had struggled to keep up. Yet, driven by some instinct, I constructed a remarkably effective defense system with all my pieces, only to roll the dice at a critical moment and achieve a stroke of luck. Crew members flocked into our room, the hallway brimming with spectators, fervently discussing the board's situation and cheering my victory with enthusiastic roars. Reputation increased to 35. Authority decreased to -6. Level rose to level 41. Earned 3 free skill points. You merely triumphed over the ship's loaders. Their intellect hardly extends beyond counting to 4 with their fingers. Come, play around with me. Merchant Yulin also emerged from her cabin to observe the commotion, offering us a scathing critique. Although I was eager to play again, time was of the essence. That moment, the ship's intercom announced that we were about to land. We all returned to our seats and fastened our seatbelts. This landing was exceptionally smooth. I scarcely felt any jolt before it was over. Liang Xiao's performance was unparalleled, earning him a fresh round of accolades. Next, it was my turn to work. Unlike the previous asteroid, I held high hopes for this target. The celestial body possessed a remarkably high density, suggesting that its core might harbor something more intriguing than iron or nickel. Consequently, before embarking on the exploration journey, I allocated all my available skill points. Besides assigning 3 points to precision to meet the requirements for equipping the Dark Pulse laser rifle, I allocated the remaining 7 points to mineralogy, elevating it to level 25, then exited the Shangmia alongside Yulin. This asteroid exhibited a most peculiar topography, as if it had been cleaved in twain. One half was entirely cloaked in ice and snow, while the half beneath our feet resembled a smooth, brown metallic surface, as if it had melted and solidified. The asteroid was relatively small, shaped like a potato, with a longest diameter of approximately 3 kilometers and a shortest of merely 1.5 kilometers. Over there, I pointed to a visible depression, likely a crater left by a meteorite impact, from which scanning could yield proximity to the core. Cartography skill upgraded to level 43. Yulin swiftly maneuvered the hovercraft to the depression. Just as we were about to descend to the lowest point, a kaleidoscope of colorful electric light flashed around us. My vision blurred, and I completely lost my sense of direction. Yulin must have felt the same. As the hovercraft lost its balance, danger sense skill upgraded to level 16. I quickly crouched down, unfastened the restraining straps on my feet, and executed a forward roll, leaping off the hovercraft to crawl on the ground. Oddly enough, I did not bounce back up or float into the air. There was gravity in this section of the asteroid. Even more astonishing was the sudden brightness that enveloped us, as if illuminated by searchlights. When I attempted to rise and survey my surroundings, the slack safety line suddenly snapped tight, flipping me onto my back. Yulin tumbled from the hovercraft, rolling several times upon the ground, and I heard her pained groans through the headset. I think my right hand is broken. The hovercraft is damaged too. Luchin, where are we? Why are there no stars in the sky? Chapter 52. Platinum I too noticed that overhead, rather than the millions of stars I had just seen, there was an opaque, murky white veil, the inner surface of which flickered with currents and sparks. What on earth was this? I activated my scanning skill, revealing some intriguing information on the minimap. Millifate automated processing plant, drilling rig, small loading robots, automated screening workshop, finished product storage containers, shielding devices. It appeared that this planet had already been claimed by someone, and they had been mining for some time. I was extremely curious about what they had extracted from here. Luchin, Yulin Tar, what is happening with you? The crew aboard the Shangmia heard our voices. Just as the merchant prepared to respond, I suddenly waved my hand to halt her, making a gesture to press my palm against my lips. I beckoned Yulin Tar to come over and observe the finished product container I had discovered. I lifted the lid and examined its contents. Mineralogy skill upgraded to level 26. What is this? The female Gek looked puzzled and slightly apprehensive at the sight of the container filled with gray powder. Does this substance emit radiation? I reached in and grasped a handful of fine gray powder. Even with the reduced gravity compared to Earth, I instantly deduced what this material was. However, it was best not to announce such a finding aloud. I carefully returned the substance to the container, then withdrew my laser rifle, using the barrel to inscribe a lengthy message in the ground. This is sponge platinum, a form extracted from or through chemical methods. There are approximately 300 kilograms here, but I do not know who its owner is. After I finished this inscription, I realized that the weight unit familiar to the Gek might not be kilograms, and I wondered if she would comprehend the quantity of this material. However, my concern was clearly unwarranted, as the Gek reached out to touch the heavy powder, contemplated for a moment, and then inscribed on the ground. Luchin, why does it matter who its owner is? I possess an intimate understanding of our captain. He would undoubtedly never relinquish such a precious trophy. I can even foresee him facilitating my discovery of a market, subsequently selling these treasures. Thus, the moment has arrived for you to claim your share. Take as much as you can carry. Observing my avaricious expression, Willeen hastily added, your contract with the captain permits you to take your share, which corresponds to the standard weight capacity of your character's backpack. I can assist in safeguarding your other belongings, provided this portion of platinum is divided equally between us. Your skill in cosmic linguistics has ascended to level 42. Upon receiving this information, I nodded in agreement to the arrangement. I began to extract all items from my backpack to hand over to her. Willeen erased the words we had just inscribed and activated the communication device, reporting, Captain, I bear both bad news and good news. The unfortunate news is that our hovercraft has sustained irreparable damage. The good news is that we have discovered something you must see in person. I assure you, it will delight you. The captain did not arrive alone. He came accompanied by a senior engineer in a heavy loader. As anticipated, our find elicited a vigorous reaction from him. Urazita dashed around the entire automated mining area, his joy almost propelling him into a leap. The captain summoned a senior loader operator from the spacecraft, instructing him to bring the signal jammer to prevent our conversation from being overheard by other crew members. Willeen's judgment proved astute. The captain was not contemplating whether or not to take the platinum. Rather, they were discussing the dismantling of the entire facility to transport it, including the drilling rig, loading robots, and shielding apparatus. The senior loader operator voiced his objections, asserting that such substantial objects could not fit within the cargo hold of the Shemaya, which was already two-thirds occupied by the previous automated mining machine. Yet, once the captain set his mind on such a notion, nothing could deter him. We cannot abandon such a valuable prize. This facility and its equipment are worth at least $1 million. Perhaps we could conceal it on a nearby asteroid and return later to transport it. This is impractical. The senior engineer hesitated. Once the owner of the facility realizes it is missing, they will undoubtedly search the vicinity first. Their spacecraft could easily scan the surrounding celestial bodies. Willeen interjected at that moment. Those capable of affording such a facility must possess advanced surveying equipment. The senior engineer concurred. A good spacecraft scanner can detect a functioning facility from one end of a star system to the other, let alone nearby asteroids. Furthermore, this facility likely has security systems in place that may have already transmitted a signal alerting its owner of an intrusion. With this revelation, the debate abruptly ceased. The Gekians fell silent, casting fearful glances at one another. I had expected the captain might reconsider, but I was mistaken. This only fortified Urazita's resolve. Listen, I have made my decision. We shall fold the equipment and drag it into the cargo hold, while the larger facility will be mounted externally on the spacecraft. The captain gestured to halt the impending outburst of the senior engineer and loader operator. I am fully aware. Just as you are, that landing on any planet with this setup is impossible, and docking at any space station would result in immediate interception, with news spreading throughout the galaxy. Therefore, I intend to fly to a completely free location where no one will concern themselves with who we are or what we carry. I hope you are not referring to the Meduro 4 pirate station. Willeen's tone was laced with evident worry. Indeed, the captain affirmed. Willeen, do not dwell on it. That place is not a pirate station. It merely belongs to free captains. The laws of Gekians and other space races do not apply there. Although we encountered troubles last time, it does not imply that the outcome will always be the same. Consider this. We have struck it rich. We can tell the other crew members that we only discovered this facility, omitting any mention of the platinum. We are entirely entitled to this, as these are the devices of the Millifat people who illegally encroached upon Gek territory. We are justified in confiscating them. Chapter 53. Meduro Space Station. Upon returning to the spacecraft, I inquired of the sullen Wallin regarding the troubles associated with Meduro Space Station. The silent Gekian merchant initially declined to respond. I surmised that the subject might not be particularly pleasant for her and refrained from pressing further. Just as I was about to depart, Wallin suddenly changed her mind and resolved to enlighten me. You see, Urazida hails from nobility. Even now, he occasionally displays arrogance, though it was far more pronounced in the past. The inhabitants of Meduro are unlikely to indulge him. As most are descendants of the Melron people, using their language and currency, my suggestion to seek repairs at Meduro after the crash was largely my fault. Urazida's piloting skills were far inferior at that time, and crashes were commonplace. In any case, we lacked local currency to cover the repair costs. Had Urazida been a bit more courteous to the Melrons, they might have been lenient, but the captain mistakenly invoked his noble status. Wallin paused for a moment, seemingly deliberating whether to continue, before ultimately deciding to divulge further. Urazida believed his honor was at stake and challenged two Melrons to a duel. The Melrons, known for their prowess in combat, defeated him soundly in both encounters, not killing him but torturing and humiliating him in the arena to entertain the audience. Subsequently, Urazida was imprisoned, and the Shemaya was detained until a distant relative, Long Hueda, intervened to resolve the situation. Indeed, it is an unpleasant tale, particularly for Urazida. This left me perplexed as to why he would choose to return to Meduro. If it were me, I would feel humiliated by that place. However, I am not of noble blood, and perhaps I cannot fathom the complexities of such a class. It is also possible that Urazida seeks to reclaim some semblance of authority or wishes to demonstrate to his adversaries that he has become a respected captain. Nevertheless, within Wallin's narrative, I found another point of interest. You mentioned earlier that Melron currency cannot be directly exchanged for Gekian crystals. On the shore, as you learn more about advanced civilizations in space, you shall understand. Any great civilization, upon reaching a certain stage of development, crosses a threshold beyond which it becomes entirely capable of self-sufficiency, surviving at the expense of its own markets and resources without the need for external investment. For a completely self-sufficient civilization, external funding is not only unnecessary but poses a significant threat to the financial system. In the cosmos, all civilizations' financial systems rely on stringent protectionism to maintain stability. To be honest, I did not grasp her meaning. Why would investment be unnecessary or even perilous? Wallin endeavored to clarify this intricate issue. If external free investment is permitted, what could possibly prevent the Melrons from acquiring resources and enterprises of strategic significance within Gekian civilization? This would be quite effortless for the Melrons, as they can create boundless currency at will. By the time the Gekians realize what is transpiring, the Melrons will possess everything. Do you understand? This is why currency exchange must be centralized at the national level, tightly controlled by the financial sectors of both parties, with severely limited quantities. Unauthorized currency exchange is a grave offense. Wallin lowered her voice, continuing, of course, this is merely the official narrative. In reality, the exchange rate at Meduro 4 is 7 crystals for 1 Melron currency. Almost every merchant there engages in this kind of illegal exchange. Although it is not public knowledge, one must first earn their trust to enter into transactions. And you, Wallin, are you able to exchange currency there? I inquired. The merchant scoffed at my question. That inquiry is rather provocative, Lonan. I have little reputation at that space station, so no one trusts me. Yet, where there is profit, there will always be someone willing to conduct business. Though the amounts tend to be relatively small, those with a certain level of prestige have countless lucrative opportunities there. Smuggling, black market dealings, money laundering, and fraudulent transactions. This is the work of free captains. Meduro Space Station is the largest trade hub in the galaxy, frequented by various races. It is also where space hunters sell their spoils, including those sought by the entire galaxy's bounty hunters. After Wallin's detailed explanation, I began to comprehend why this space station would attract our captain. However, I had one final question. I inquired of this seasoned merchant regarding the price of platinum there. Refined and minted platinum, coupled with certification from a reputable trading house, is valued at 15,000 crystals per kilogram. The semi-finished products we possess would likely fetch only half that price. Additionally, I informed Wallin that I had communicated to Urazida that I had already taken my share, to which he did not object. While Wallin spoke, I keenly observed her expression. I was certain she had not used the word kilogram earlier, and the amounts appeared different. Although I had learned Gekian and understood their units of measurement, the game had automatically converted this information for me. I overheard the captain express his reluctance to forfeit half of his earnings, leading him to contemplate enlisting assistance at the space station for the purposes of refining, smelting, and certifying the platinum. Perhaps I might consider doing the same. What about you? In my possession lies 14.5 kilograms of platinum, which, even in its raw form, could yield over 100,000 crystals. While I too am averse to losing half of its value, I harbor grave doubts that Urastu will find anyone trustworthy at that pirate station. Hence, I prefer to forego the venture for the time being. Chapter 54. In transit, the 22-hour flight proved to be of little concern to me. As I had a multitude of tasks to attend to, initially, I assisted the captain as a translator, guiding Liang Xiao in piloting techniques, after which I arranged for myself a lesson in Gaikuan. Once again under the tutelage of that navigator, Yu He. The elderly Gaiku elder was particularly stern today, assigning increasingly challenging tasks and introducing a barrage of complex vocabulary, especially in the realms of mathematics and space terminology. Ecliptic plane, retrograde crossbar, heading angle, glide angle, vector flow rate, the coupling systems of ion and gravity engines, shell stress tensor, the applicability of graph theory in the coordinate system. Grappling with these perplexing concepts yielded substantial gains. As my cosmic linguistics advanced rapidly, particularly bolstered by the old navigator's educational skills. Despite the esoteric and tedious nature of the material, which left my mind buzzing, I compelled myself to maintain focus, diligently inscribing these intricate characters composed of curves and angles onto my writing tablet. For a time, Liang Xiao expressed interest in joining our lessons, but soon he quietly departed, his face betraying a mixture of sadness and fear. As the class progressed into its third hour, I was poised to suggest a break when two notifications suddenly appeared before me. Intelligence has risen to 22. Intelligence has risen to 23. How could this be? My astonishment did not stem from the 2-point increase in intelligence, as I was already aware of the reward for surpassing the threshold of 20 attributes, which grants an additional point. What bewildered me was the fact that everyone had previously informed me that attaining the second point in any attribute necessitated 2 to 3 weeks of training. Had I been misled? Or were they simply unaware that increasing training intensity could expedite the process? Regardless, this revelation invigorated my mind, filling it with clarity and energy, enabling me to absorb new knowledge like a sponge. Half an hour later, I received several new notifications. Cosmic Linguistics has reached level 45. Level has risen to 42. 3 skill points available for allocation. This was truly marvelous, and I was eager to continue my studies. However, the weary old navigator had resolved to surrender. Luowen, you are still young, like a computer that does not tire. Yet I have grown old. Let us conclude today's lesson here, for I can no longer think. Authority increased to -5. Upon witnessing this, Yulin squinted in disbelief, her breath becoming heavy and rapid. After the old navigator departed, the merchant expressed his admiration. Incredible. You outlasted Yu He. By the way, Luowen, you missed an exciting moment during class. Your friend just had his first meal aboard the ship, and of course, it included that spicy soup. After the first spoonful, Liang Xiao turned red and sat there for quite a while, then unleashed a torrent of expletives he had learned, revealing that he had mastered over a dozen Gaiku words. Nevertheless, he ultimately finished everything and even asked for more. When I sought out Liang Xiao, I discovered him asleep in the second cabin's recliner. This starship pilot, clad in armor, had also ascended to level 42. I recalled that prior to our raid on the Dark Guild's territory, he had only been at level 32. Now, merely 24 hours later, my friend had gained 10 levels. This exemplifies the joy of pursuing a beloved profession. At that moment, Liang Xiao's roommate, a senior engineer, advised me, Luowen, you ought to remind him not to leave the game while in space. He just froze at the door, and I had quite a struggle pulling him onto the chair. This is but a minor issue. In space, unforeseen incidents can occur at any moment. Those who leave the game are utterly unprepared for any danger and become a burden to others. If he feels the need to rest, he can simply sleep within the game, allowing his physical body to recuperate as well. This was invaluable information, and I vowed to remember it. I promised him that I would speak with my friend, while also deciding that I would not leave the game myself until the ship reached the space station. I was awakened by Yulin, who was perched on the adjacent bed, engrossed in a book while donned in a fluffy short nightgown. It was evident that she had stumbled upon something amusing, as she emitted a loud purring sound akin to a snoring cat, her mouth closed. The moment I stirred, my roommate hastily shielded her tablet screen and switched it off. I refrained from making things awkward for the fluffy girl, pretending not to notice. I slept soundly, and when I checked the time, I realized I had rested for 9 hours. There was still ample time before our arrival at Meduro 4, so I could afford to sleep a little longer. Yulin was somewhat displeased with my early awakening, I replied. When there are so many fascinating things to do in life, one cannot squander all their time sleeping. My words sparked a realization in Yulin, and she eagerly set up the table, producing a set of Nadiu. Come, Luoin, let us play a round. No one aboard this ship can rival me. They are either too dim-witted or simply unlucky. Why not? However, I did not wish to merely spend several hours engaged in chess, so I proposed a condition to Yulin. You must have noticed that I am still a novice, virtually ignorant of the world around me, and I have accumulated countless questions regarding space civilization and game rules, yet I have yet to find anyone suitable to inquire. Let us play Nadiu while you provide me with answers to these questions. Shall we? The merchant agreed, and as she initiated the game's map generation, I posed my first question. I have heard that players can completely change guilds. I mean, not just in the game, but also in the real world, transferring their physical selves to another location. Is that true? How is this achieved physically? Yulin was prepared for the game's initialization and suggested I make my move first. As I contemplated how to position my pieces, the merchant informed me. This is indeed true. While I am not an expert in electronics, I am aware that such real cases have occurred. Over a century ago, a war transpired among the Gaika tribes. Invaders breached the enemy's base in reality and opened fire on their capsules, only to find broken circuit boards within, devoid of corpses. It turns out those individuals had come to an agreement with another tribe within the game, collectively joining them, and had also relocated their physical bodies to their space in the real world. However, I am not privy to the exact mechanics of how this was accomplished. Indeed, it appears that traitor Tang Qiufeng not only pledged allegiance to the Dark Guild within the game, but also transferred his physical body to another realm. How did that corpulent figure fit into the capsule? That scoundrel. Reputation increased to 36. Authority decreased to -6. Authority decreased to -7. What on earth transpired? Engaging in casual conversation and chess with Yulin clearly could not have resulted in such outcomes. I speculated that perhaps something negative had occurred within the H1 Guild regarding me, leading to this decline in attributes. But what could it be? Chapter 55. Arrival. Due to my distraction, I made a foolish mistake in Nadiu, which was promptly seized upon by Yulin Tard. I watched the ship breach my defenses. I had no choice but to concede and began the next game. Yulin, why is there magic value in character status? What purpose does it serve? Do you possess magic value? She did not respond immediately, opting instead to question me. Yes, I currently have 144 points of magic value. I am uncertain if that is a significant amount. Yulin contemplated for a moment before replying. Certain professions can wield magic from the outset, such as shamans, illusionists, and various types of mages. Conversely, some professions are entirely devoid of magical capabilities, like merchants, mechanics, scientists, and warriors. However, there are specific circumstances under which some professions may possess magic value, such as healers. Generally, they employ medical skills and medicines from their first aid kits to treat, although some healers do utilize magic for healing. Our ship's healer should be more knowledgeable on this matter. You might consider speaking with him. This round of Nadiu extended for quite some time. There were moments when it appeared I was on the verge of victory, yet Yulin skillfully turned the tide with her experience and sound strategy. I suggested we play another game. I have another question, Yulin. How long can a player remain in a capsule? I mean, if they eat and sleep entirely within the game, how long can their physical body endure? Why do you ponder such things? Yulin inquired, somewhat perplexed. You wish to test the limits? I implore you not to do so. The longest I have ever stayed in game was during my incarceration at Meduro 4, which lasted 4 days. The cell was in a yellow zone, surrounded by untrustworthy individuals, and I remained vigilant, fearing to log out. However, I have heard that the longest recorded duration is 8 days, determined by the physical constitution of the race. But every race has its limits. I strongly advise against exploring what those limits might be. I emerged victorious in the subsequent 2 games, ultimately achieving a resounding triumph in the final match. Yulin was evidently incensed by my stroke of luck. She proposed a game with additional stakes. Luowen, my wager is the Annihilator. You must also present an item of equal value. Perhaps the bracelet from the ruins or all your platinum. I am exceedingly eager to acquire the Annihilator and feel that I possess a greater chance of success now that I have mastered all the rules of Nadiu. And my heightened luck attribute grants me an advantage in rolling the dice. Yet, I still declined her offer. No, Yulin, regardless of who wins, our friendship will be irreparably damaged. Though my desire for the Annihilator is strong, I would not trade it for the loss of this bond. However, if you find this weapon too burdensome and wish to part with it, you could propose a price. Perhaps I possess sufficient funds to purchase it. Authority decreased to -6. I couldn't tell if it was merely my imagination or if Yulin felt embarrassed. No, it was undoubtedly her embarrassment. The Gek woman lowered her head and murmured, I was wrong. I apologize, Lu Huan, you are correct. I cannot equip the Annihilator, and I have never engaged in combat before nor do I intend to in the future, thus this weapon is of no use to me. Well, I value it at 100,000 crystals, and I will accept platinum as payment. I silently retrieved 16 rubies and poured a mound of platinum dust beside them, nearly amounting to half of what I had on me. Yulin also quietly placed the Annihilator upon the table. Then, after a few moments of hesitation, she produced a box containing the Nadiu game set and a small remote control. This device controls the dice. The merchant explained that I confess, in the previous 2 games, I intentionally let you win, hoping to entice you into a larger bet. However, after hearing your words, I felt remorseful, so I apologize once more. Liang Zhao's sudden appearance interrupted our conversation. He was visibly shocked by the items on the table and quickly retreated to the doorway, informing me that the guild was displeased with my prolonged absence and awaited my report on the situation. Is something amiss? Or is it merely dissatisfaction with my unauthorized actions? He candidly replied, both. Du Lanqing has found a new deputy, seemingly transferred from a special department, and wishes to speak with you. Du Lanqing and Yi Fufeng are also waiting for you. If I were you, I would exit the game as soon as possible. No one has accused you yet. But if you continue to disregard superior orders, trouble may arise in the future. I assured him that I would immediately log out once the Shamai arrived at Meduro Space Station. I also explained to him that being offline in space belongs to the red zone, which violates interstellar navigation safety regulations. Liang Xiao looked uncomfortable, evidently unaware of these rules before, but he quickly regained his composure and stated, We have entered the Meduro system. The captain has set the course for the space station. If I understand correctly, he will pilot the ship into the docking bay himself, as communication with the station's dispatch personnel is required. And we must adhere to their arrangements. How do you comprehend such complex information? I marveled at his ability to communicate with the captain alone. He chuckled and replied, I do not understand through language at all. It is entirely through the captain's body language. The Gek noble repeatedly pointed to his furry chest, then gestured toward the control panel, mimicking the action of operating the controls. He then pointed at the microphone and speaker, followed by his mouth and ears. Even the dullest individual could decipher his intentions. Imagining that amusing scene brought a smile to my face, but I quickly turned serious and said, I will log out at the space station as agreed. But there is a problem. I sustained severe injuries prior to entering the capsule, and my leg is broken. If I log out before healing, I would struggle to even crawl out of the capsule, let alone descend from the hive. Do not worry, I will wait for you outside. I also heard that the hive is now equipped with cameras. Once your capsule opens, many will take notice. How I long to observe the space station up close upon arrival. It must be a breathtaking sight, with its enormous docks and countless oddly shaped starships. Yet I was cruelly thwarted. Entry into the captain's quarters was restricted during the complicated operations, although it was regrettable. I hoped this would not be my last opportunity. One day I would fulfill my dream and witness the scenes that piqued my interest. The ship was piloted by Uraztu, and due to his infamous driving skills, my roommate fastened her seatbelt early and even donned a spacesuit, incessantly complaining about her past experiences. However, today luck favored our captain. Despite several jolts and sharp turns, the Shamaya safely entered the dock. The ship was captured by the gravity winch and directed into the hangar. I was so anxious I nearly felt nauseous. Yulin grumbled as she unfastened her seatbelt, then glanced at my attire and advised, Lu Huan, I recommend you remove the energy armor. It attracts too much attention. This is a pirate haven, and if you are not careful, You may be knocked out and robbed. It is advisable to travel in pairs here. Even then, safety cannot be guaranteed. As if to corroborate Yulin's words, the captain's voice echoed through the intercom. Attention all crew members. We have arrived at Meduro Space Station, a place of chaos and danger. Therefore, please keep the outer hatch closed, and guards remain on patrol in the airlock. Unless absolutely necessary, do not leave the spaceport, as trouble easily finds you outside. You will find little to do outside. As few locals understand Gek and do not accept crystal currency, he continued, even within the spaceport, remain vigilant. Do not approach the pirate fleet, and under no circumstances engage them in conflict. Anyone intending to leave the ship must set their respawn point close to the vessel. I will not be traversing the galaxy to find you. I recognize that these restrictions were unpleasant, but I urged them to endure. We would only stay a few days, and once trade matters were settled, we would depart this place without delay. Unsurprisingly, after hearing the warning, nearly all crew members chose to remain aboard the Shamaya. Only Uraz II, Yulintal, and a few hulking Gek individuals serving as bodyguards prepared to disembark. I also intended to leave the ship in search of a green zone to log out. When I found Liang Xiao to arrange a meeting in the dome, he lay rigidly on the bed in the room. This fortunate fellow had little of value in his backpack, so I could not do the same. I had no intention of straying far from the Shamaya, nor did I plan to venture out in my valuable energy armor. Instead, I donned an old war wolf jacket. However, this presented a new problem. The inventory was insufficient. The energy armor had a backpack and additional containers on both sides of the legs for various small items. After switching to this jacket, there was no longer enough space. I had to extract the Spear Falcon carbine, ammunition, and 5 out of 7 geological analyzers from my inventory and place them in a bag under my bed. This also alleviated my burden by 7 kilograms, a small blessing amidst misfortune. I allocated the remaining skill points to firearms, raising it to level 40, and then made my way to the ship's exit. The Bashar brothers were on duty in the airlock, clad in heavy armor and fully armed. Naturally, they did not stop me, merely wishing me good luck and cautioning me to be wary in the pirate station. Chapter 56. Return to the dome. As the airlock door opened, I surveyed my surroundings. The Shamaya, 30 meters long, hovered 1 meter above the ground, appearing as a minuscule fly within this vast hangar. Clearly, the design here could accommodate far larger starships. Upon disembarking, I noticed that the Shamaya's hull tilted slightly to the left, likely due to the automated factory attached to the ship disrupting the balance system. The gravity in the space station closely resembled that of Earth, allowing me to leap onto the metal floor with ease. Behind the ship, a shimmering force field separated the hangar from the docking bay, through which we had entered. In the distance, an automated loader was delivering a small interstellar vessel into the dock. Its hull was slender and streamlined, with a single wing at the rear, appearing both beautiful and aggressive. My infrared goggles were installed on the energy armor, but due to the distance, I could not discern the ship's details with the naked eye. Thus, I activated the scan skill. I had not utilized this skill aboard the Shamaya, as there were no new items to discover, nor could I increase my proficiency. However, the situation was entirely different within the space station. Teo 2, Malin Long-Range Interceptor Insight skill upgraded to level 42. Scan skill upgraded to level 40. A long-range interceptor? From the ship's sleek design, it was evidently engineered for atmospheric entry. Besides this one, there was another peculiar vessel nearby, nearly a closed sphere. The sphere bore no windows or hatches, only numerous antennas protruding, resembling a sea urchin. This ship was traversing a vertical tunnel, only 50 meters away, so I could clearly see this slowly moving behemoth without needing to scan. Yukrum, Malin Light Cargo Ship Insight skill upgraded to level 43. Light? This vessel, named Yukrum, had a diameter of at least 100 meters. I could scarcely imagine the size of medium and heavy ships. Wait, I have only stood here for 2 minutes, and my insight skill has leveled up twice? If I were to stand here for 24 hours, observing the comings and goings of ships, wouldn't I rapidly reach level 100? However, it seemed as though to refute my overly optimistic thoughts, I was unable to wait for an interstellar spacecraft for the next 10 minutes. Which was truly unfortunate. Nevertheless, it was time to exit the game. In the hangar, I discovered a green zone and, following the captain's suggestion, set the respawn point here before triggering the option to exit the game from the menu. Would you like to view the statistics from this session? Why not? I opened the statistics, game time, 32 hours and 42 minutes, I had leveled up 10 characters, acquired 11 base attribute points, and earned 82 skill points. Quite impressive. I also noted the experience gained in this game, which amounted to a staggering total of 252,730 points. Additionally, I had eliminated 27 players and 11 NPCs. This figure left me somewhat perplexed. I could comprehend the 27 players, pilots from the Dark Guild's anti-gravity fighter, and enemies I had blown up with grenades in the control tower. But when had I killed 11 NPCs? I had no recollection of such occurrences, unless perhaps I had inadvertently incinerated some insects while burning down the farmland. I could think of no other explanation, nor could I investigate further. When I opened the capsule, I was startled by a familiar scene. A shadow lunged towards me. Fortunately, I quickly recognized them. Kang Qizheng, Liang Xiao, and Li Ming were standing beside my capsule. "Do not move your right leg," the medic cautioned me, indicating that the fracture and meniscus might not have completely healed. "Hold still. I'll remove the bandage from your face. Wow, your nose has fully healed. The splint can come off now." I couldn't help but touch my nose. There was no pain, only a slight tightness, possibly caused by the splint. With the assistance of my friends, I slowly emerged from the virtual capsule, cautiously attempting to shift my weight to my right leg. No, it still wouldn't work. The fracture and meniscus had not healed completely within a day and a half. "Support me." Kang Qizheng extended his hand, while Liang Xiao assisted me from the other side. Thus, we gradually descended from hive number 15. The atmosphere was rather subdued. Only Li Ming, who walked ahead, continued to speak. Before we had even exited the hive, she began discussing Tang Qiufeng's defection, the severe damage to the Dongi Swamp oil refinery, and Du Lanjing's new deputy. I urged her to elaborate on this individual. "His name is Njibwa. He might be a soldier or perhaps a police officer, but I have yet to ascertain precise information. He resembles someone from the security bureau," Liang Xiao interjected, and Li Ming nodded in agreement, though she added that she was actually unaware of the distinctions between these departments. "He arrived just yesterday and has already spoken with Su Dixin and many esteemed figures within the guild within the last 24 hours. He also sought us out for conversation but was clearly uninterested in us. All his questions revolved around you." Li Ming suddenly fell silent as we encountered a group of people waiting for us at the entrance of Hive No. 15. I immediately recognized them. Su Dixin, her deputy Roman, and the two tall, muscular bodyguards I had seen in the hospital, who had been by the side of the 2nd Legion commander, Li Yuan. "We need to talk privately." The petite girl commanded with an air of authority, gesturing for those around her to step aside. My friends did not voice any objections. "You too?" Su Dixin turned to the guards at the hive, who promptly departed. Struggling to balance on one foot, I sat down on the steps. The girl lifted the hem of her long skirt and sat beside me. "First, I need to thank you. Your sudden appearance behind enemy lines disrupted the balance of Monuanan, enabling the 2nd Legion to counterattack. Although not everyone in the guild understands this, I am acutely aware that you are the primary reason for our victory. Furthermore, your ability to hold the Dongi Swamp is largely attributable to your efforts. By the way, did you see the note I left?" I nodded, informing her that it was precisely because I had read its contents that I refrained from reporting my raid plan to the guild leadership. "You can relay those words verbatim to Du Lanjing and his deputy, and you will immediately have 2/3 of the charges against you dismissed. Also, 3 hours ago, I heard a rumor from Du Lanjing that the Dark Guild intends to place a bounty of 10,000 crystals for your head." I chuckled lightly, saying that if Lang Ming Glamour was willing to pay, I could arrange for him to kill me once and then exit the game for a 15-minute break. Death in the game was hardly a big deal. I failed to comprehend why Su Dixin spoke so gravely. "You do not understand. He means to kill you in the real world, or to capture you alive within the game. Moreover, Ming Glamour has even proclaimed his willingness to provide sanctuary for whoever kills you, transferring their physical body into their realm." Damn. My smile vanished swiftly. This was indeed a matter of concern. Not everyone in the guild was my friend, and many harbored animosity towards me due to previous events. Furthermore, given the Dark Guild's prolonged infiltration and brainwashing, coupled with Tang Qiufeng's defection as an example, there were undoubtedly individuals in the guild who believed that the enemy would soon prevail, and that the days of the H1 guild were numbered. In such a scenario, a bounty on my head would serve as an excellent token of allegiance. I suddenly recalled the previous decline in authority, likely triggered by the news of the bounty spreading. Perhaps from now on, I would be susceptible to assassination attempts within the guild. Luan, this is a serious threat. Su Dixin warned me, acknowledging my own awareness of the situation. Regardless of your agreement, I will arrange for 2 bodyguards to accompany you. They will be by your side wherever you go within the dome. They are seasoned warriors and utterly loyal. I did not refuse. Sincerely expressing my gratitude for her concern, the girl turned her head and inadvertently locked eyes with me. That moment, I wasn't wearing sunglasses, worried that I might involuntarily trigger my mind-reading ability like I had with Li Ming previously. Su Dixin indeed did not avert her gaze. Instead, she seemed entranced, staring into my blue eyes. Should I warn Luan to be cautious of Njibwa? Perhaps not. He is an adult and will find a way to communicate with such individuals. Additionally, he might feel displeased if I, a mere girl, were to offer him advice. He clearly regarded my height as a disadvantage, which was unfortunate, and my birthday is in just a week. Should I inform him that I am about to turn 17 and will soon be considered an adult? No, that would be awkward. Akin to soliciting gifts, it would be best if he were to discover this information inadvertently. Why was he looking at me so strangely? Was there something on my face? Did he notice the scar on my lower lip? Or was my expression peculiar? Oh no. He smiled at me. Su Dixin made a smiling gesture towards me, but to my eyes, her smile appeared quite unnatural, nothing like the smile one would expect from a 17-year-old girl. She remarked, "From your expression, I can tell that yes, I am not accustomed to this expression. My facial muscles have atrophied due to years of inactivity. I occasionally practice in front of the mirror, but I often end up with a mocking grin rather than a kind smile. No, you smile beautifully. I did not notice a scar on your lips, and your expression is not strange at all. You will receive my gift in a week. But do not disclose my secret to anyone. If this is the only means of identifying traitors, it must remain confidential." Yes, I took a considerable risk by revealing my mind-reading secret to her. However, on the other hand, I must have someone I can trust. I cannot accomplish everything alone. Su Dixin would never betray me. She would be an invaluable ally. Leaving the flustered girl sitting on the steps, I stood up and called out to my friends and the 2 bodyguards from the 2nd Legion in the distance. "Take me to the command center. We cannot keep the guild leaders waiting." Chapter 57, Dome Report, Part 1. All senior officials were waiting for me in Tang Qiufeng's former office. The guild leader Du Longjing, the diplomat Fu Feng, and a tall, handsome young man who was likely the Njibwa mentioned by others. I was uncertain of others' thoughts, but my first impression of this new deputy was rather lackluster. Perhaps it was the movies that had left me with a stereotype of security personnel: gray hair, unremarkable appearance, and a focused, resolute gaze, rather than a casually dressed young man with a well-proportioned physique. After Kong Qijing and Liang Xiao helped me to a chair, they hastily departed. "Speak," Du Longjing demanded directly, without a greeting or any intention to introduce the new member of the guild. "Not even a cup of coffee?" I feigned surprise. "Of course, I can get it myself, but my leg is broken." "You wouldn't want to see someone hopping around the room." The guild leaders exchanged glances, and then Fu Feng offered to brew me a cup of coffee, asking if I would like to add some herbs to relieve fatigue. I gratefully thanked him. This was much more comfortable. I happily took a sip of the scalding beverage, which had flavors of coffee, mugwort, pine nuts, and weeping forsythia. So, where shall I begin my narration? What are you interested in? The leaders were interested in everything. Why did I suddenly decide to enter the game despite my injuries? Who granted me the authority to place a group of untrained newcomers into the labyrinth? How is it that I am aware of the lack of defense along the borders of the Golden Plains, allowing easy access to the territory of the Dark Guild? Why was the plan not communicated to the leadership? What rationale exists for the choice to control tower defenses and alter artillery coordinates? Why did the Gek people aboard the Shemaya come to retrieve me? And why must I escort another guild member into space? These inquiries are fraught with traps, attempting to compel me to confess to violating certain regulations. Nonetheless, I endeavor to respond as honestly and thoroughly as possible. I harbor nothing to conceal. I stand in the light. And one might even call me a hero. Indeed, I mentioned the note left for me by Su Dixin, and since she suggested this course of action, it should not implicate this brave girl. I was concerned they might suspect me of downing Damalai and eliminating 27 foes. Yet once I had finished my account, I faced no challenges. It remains unclear whether the guild's upper echelons can access the game statistics of its members, or if this narrative has already been meticulously recounted by Kong Qijing, Li Ming, and Liang Xiao. Additionally, I was both astonished and disheartened to discover that the leaders showed little interest in the schematics of the Dark Guild's anti-gravity fighters. The questioning was primarily conducted by Yifu Feng, with occasional contributions from Du Lanqing, while the official from the Security Bureau maintained a solemn silence, attentively listening. After the first round of inquiries concluded, Du Lanqing finally responded. Overall, I find your answers satisfactory. Luchen, your only significant transgression lies in overstepping your bounds, allowing 7 unprepared newcomers into the game. It is not merely the issue of their lack of supplies from the real world. It also jeopardized 6 invaluable characters from our guild, who failed to receive their initial base attribute bonuses, rendering them markedly inferior compared to other newcomers. 6 weekend drivers, one of whom is also a survey specialist, lacks the requisite attributes in insight and firearms to replicate your developmental path, and is even unable to utilize a scanner. Luchen, do you believe such sacrifices, yielding only a successful reporter, are worth it? Reporter? Such a profession exists within the game? I refrained from answering Du Lanqing's question, unable to conceal my astonishment at the existence of such a vocation. Indeed, it does. A girl named Wang Yu was the sole individual among the 7 who emerged from the labyrinth within the stipulated time. Moreover, Wang Yu was entirely candid, announcing to the entire guild that the 2 career options presented to her by the game were reporter or prostitute. Thus, I was not at all surprised by her choice of reporter. Rather, I was taken aback by her approach to skill enhancement and character leveling. We might genuinely require a reporter, for appropriate coverage can invigorate team morale. Wang Yu has also adeptly grasped the essence of this profession. Echoing your record of ascending 16 levels in 24 hours, she was merely fortunate, Yifu Feng countered, as her entry into the game coincided with the occurrence of the largest war in the history of the Dark Guild. Each battleground boasted numerous remarkable personal achievements, and people yearned to share these stories while also desiring to hear tales from other theaters of conflict. Hence the emergence of the reporter was most timely. It sounds intriguing, yet I endeavored to steer the conversation back to myself. First and foremost, I wish to understand why the leaders reacted so indifferently to the anti-gravity vessels of the Dark Guild. Are their devices not more advanced? And Chibwa entered the conversation for the first time. Their technology pales in comparison to that of true spacefaring civilizations. He trailed off mid-sentence, seemingly embarrassed by his sudden outburst. Yifu Feng elaborated. Indeed, the Dark Guild's technology is somewhat more advanced than ours, but based on the samples of captured equipment and technology, they fall far short of the Gek or Melon civilizations. And the disparity is of a significant magnitude. The lethality of the Dark Guild's laser guns is only marginally superior to our ordinary weapons within the game, barely surpassing the quality arms brought in from the real world, which are mere toys in the presence of the Gek. Damn. The hard-won Midori design plans are not as valuable as I had envisioned. Yifu Feng seemed to perceive my dismay and continued. The true priceless treasure lies in the Shemaya spacecraft schematics you have acquired. Beyond the dome, we received formal recognition from national leaders, and the designers at the National Space Research Institute were exhilarated to see detailed blueprints of a genuine spacecraft. Although the scientists lack sufficient knowledge to fully comprehend the alien technology contained within, this nonetheless represents a monumental stride for humanity towards interstellar travel. Du Lanqing curtailed the overly enthusiastic speech of his subordinate, expressing concern. There is also a downside to this situation. The chairman now demands we provide more technology of equivalent value. It appears they believe we can simply unearth spaceships at will. Luchen, you are now the only member of the guild with the opportunity to fulfill this national-level task. Therefore, from this moment forward, acquiring technology from spacefaring civilizations shall be your primary objective. Whatever resources you require, the guild shall strive to provide you with, and you may compile a list of necessities that we will endeavor to bring in from the real world or purchase from the Gek. Additionally, for each spacecraft schematic obtained, you will be rewarded with 500 crystals. When Du Lanqing mentioned this figure, I exerted considerable effort to suppress a laugh. How much? 500. Is our guild truly that impoverished? After completing my transaction with Walene, she had found me 300 or 400 crystals and change, and I hadn't even bothered to count. However, I did not decline the reward, nor did I request a larger sum. I merely informed them that I currently possessed ample scanning materials, and that the guild need not expend scarce Gek currency on my behalf. Chapter 58. Dome Report, continued. Du Lanqing nodded, seemingly expecting this response before abruptly shifting the topic. Your mission has been established, and now we must address a more unpleasant issue, namely the attitude of the guild members towards you. Luchen, we frequently receive complaints about you from various players, and the nature of these grievances is quite diverse. However, complaints are merely a minor issue. I can address and soothe them. The more troubling matter lies beneath the surface, as many individuals harbor discontent that remains unexpressed, concealed within their hearts, and it is these individuals who concern me most. Yes, you have not executed daily patrols, nor have you utilized your professional skills to explore for minerals on behalf of the guild. But their dissatisfaction does not stem from these minor issues or jealousy. Ifu Feng requested to speak, and upon receiving permission from the leadership, he stated, "The guild's current mineral exploration is being competently handled by Marulong, and there is no immediate need for assistance, nor is it worth expending costly geological analyzers. As for the absence of patrols, that is a flimsy excuse. We have at least 600 players not participating in border patrols, and no one is concerned about that. Yet now, everyone has turned their ire solely towards Luchen. If it could previously be attributed to the conflict between Luchen and Girsu Dishin, then after their reconciliation, this animosity lacks a reasonable explanation. This is a grave issue that we must resolve promptly, in my view. This hostility has been externally instigated and implanted." The previously silent Security Bureau official articulated his perspective, asserting that the simultaneous emergence of hostility towards Luchen and the bounty placed on him is no coincidence. Our enemies have identified Luchen as a significant threat. Unable to reach him directly, they resort to employing others to eliminate him. Yet, I could not comprehend why the Dark Guild regards Luchen with such importance. In what manner does he pose a threat to them? Perhaps it is merely a personal vendetta? Ifu Feng speculated, as Luchen once challenged the authority of their leader, Lang Mingglamour, and caused his granddaughter, Ming Leifen, to suffer embarrassment. Consequently, Luchen has become a thorn in the side of the Dark Guild, a splinter in their flesh. I find that unlikely, and Chibwa shook his head. I have scrutinized the psychological analysis of the Dark Guild's Lang. Although Mingglamour occasionally loses his temper and can be terrifying when venting his rage, he is, on the whole, a restrained and cunning politician. He has repeatedly demonstrated his strategic prowess. According to the confessions of captives, Lang harbors many enemies in his own world. Could we not adopt the enemy's tactics and place a bounty on the head of the Dark Guild's leader? Perhaps offering a similar sum of 10,000 crystals? The three guild leaders fell silent for a moment before Ifu Feng ultimately replied, "That is a commendable idea. It would convey to our adversaries that they cannot recklessly threaten important members of our guild. However, Lang is an exceptionally powerful mage, and he commands considerable respect within the Dark Guild. A bounty on him may not elicit a response. To my knowledge, this old mage dotes on his granddaughter. Should we place a bounty on Ming Leifen, it might yield a greater impact on the guild. In principle, I concur," Du Lanqing mused. "But can we truly afford the bounty? Currently, the guild possesses only 18,000 crystals. Moreover, of that sum, 1,500 must be allocated for the purchase of equipment to repair the refinery. I must admit, I was somewhat taken aback by such a brazen discussion of paying a bounty for a murder in reality. Even though Ming Leifen and her grandfather are our guild's adversaries within the game, I do not consider it morally right to take their lives in the real world. However, the enemies have unleashed the devil from the bottle, and as it pertains to me, I find myself without grounds for opposition, thus I remain silent. Upon hearing the alarming news of the guild's severe crystal shortage, I could not restrain myself from interrupting the leader's discourse. I failed to comprehend why the guild is so bereft of crystals. If this game holds such significance for our nation, why do we not permit newcomers to bring valuable items into the game for sale? For instance, platinum. If merely 15 newcomers each transport 20 kilograms, we would acquire a total of 300 kilograms of platinum. The refined platinum at the spaceport commands a price of 15,000 crystals per kilogram. Even deducting transportation and intermediary costs, we could easily sell it for between 8,000 and 10,000 crystals per kilogram. This would yield a staggering 3 million crystals in one fell swoop. If we were to double our efforts with 30 newcomers transporting platinum, we could even afford our own interstellar spacecraft. With our own vessel, we would no longer be reliant on the GEC intermediaries. We could trade goods independently, circumventing those exorbitant markups. As I concluded my impassioned speech, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. Finally, Ifu Feng turned to Duranjin with a bemused smile and remarked, "This is precisely why the Dark Guild perceives Lu Han as a significant threat. The GEC diplomats informed us of the current prices for platinum in the galaxy. 700 crystals for palladium, 830 for osmium, and 500 for platinum. Even with such exorbitant rates, our trade is hindered by the Dark Guild, who obstruct our access to the spaceport, undercutting us with lower prices and sparing no effort to thwart our acquisition of Gek currency, thereby preventing us from importing high-tech equipment needed to counter them. Yet, at this juncture, Luhan emerged, proficient in Gek, capable of engaging with extraterrestrials, and even earning a modicum of respect from this grand cosmic race. Imagine if he could assist us in establishing trade relations, potentially bypassing those avaricious intermediaries at the spaceport. The ramifications would be monumental. This is what the Dark Guild fears. Luhan, I now entrust you with a new mission. The guild leaders exclaimed with palpable excitement, even stammering slightly. Please confirm with Captain Shemaya whether he is willing to act as an intermediary to assist us in the sale of precious metals, including the prices and financial requirements he can offer. If everything aligns favorably, I shall petition the state for the allocation of precious metals for the Dome, as for the internal hostilities within the guild. I believe it necessary to conduct a public relations campaign to inform everyone of the immense contributions made by Luhan, our survey expert. Fortunately, the guild now has a journalist. I will arrange for her to conduct an interview. Once Wang Yu departs the game, she will seek you out, and you may negotiate the format and timing of the interview among yourselves. At this point, as the guild leader completed the arrangements, an official from the Security Bureau interjected. Considering your current situation and the significance of your role within the guild, I deem it essential to provide you with adequate security protection. Firstly, as a juror, you will be granted a comfortable independent residence, where you may restrict access to only those you permit. The guards there are uninvolved with the game, so you need not worry about any affiliations with the Dark Guild. Furthermore, any actions you undertake within the Dome must be accompanied by security personnel. As for safety during gameplay, this issue will be resolved before your next return from space. The meeting reached its conclusion, and they proceeded to inquire about a few details regarding the expected return time of the Shemaya, Liang Zhao's capabilities as a starship pilot, and whether he could join the crew. They then presented me with a card for shopping within the Dome and allowed me to return and rest. As I approached the office door, I halted my companion Kong Qijing and Liang Xiao, turning back to the leaders to say, I am aware that there are cameras and listening devices throughout the Dome. Of course, this is for the safety of guild members. However, I desire a normal private space where I can feel at ease and relaxed, rather than constantly under surveillance. For reasons unknown, Ifyufing and Duranjin simultaneously glanced at Njibo, the Security Bureau official. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Grant us 5 minutes to dismantle the devices. Afterward, your room will be free from any surveillance, I assure you. Chapter 59. New abode. To be honest, my communication with the management has only led to more questions. The bounty on Monlamer and his granddaughter's heads, the unilateral decision to sell platinum worth millions of crystals to unfamiliar Gek, the complete abandonment of Dark Guild technology for the sake of studying space technology, reliance on purchasing rather than internal weapon production. All of these appear to be desperate measures, lacking thorough consideration. I even suspect that the guild leadership has not fully grasped the situation. They realize change is imperative but are at a loss on how to adjust their strategies. The recent conflicts with the Dark Guild have demonstrated our precarious state, with both manpower and resources being severely limited. Indeed, we have defended the Dongi Marsh, but without the ability to produce oil, that stronghold holds little value. Restoring oil production is no simple task, aside from the necessity of expending crystals to procure equipment from the Gek. Considerable time is required for repairs. However, my personal task is not particularly daunting. As long as it remains profitable, Urisit will undoubtedly not refuse the opportunity to resell platinum, of that I have no doubt. Scanning 1 or 2 starships at the pirate station should not pose a challenge either, although I must ensure that the Shemaya's electronic devices are powered down in advance. During my discussions with the leaders, I was wholly engrossed, completely oblivious to the fact that night had fallen over the Dome. I traversed the road. The only sight was a solitary water truck operating along the park path. My friends first escorted me to the medical building. Li Meng personally used tweezers to remove the fixture from my nose, followed by disinfecting the remaining minor wounds. The entire process consumed a mere 2 minutes, and the injury I had sustained 3 days prior had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, accompanied by my friends and a contingent of bodyguards, I arrived at an independent apartment. This dwelling, nestled behind a tennis court and dense forest, afforded a high degree of privacy. The entrance, A few stern guards stood watch, but upon presenting my credentials, we were granted entry without issue. The duty manager of the apartment greeted us with a smile, revealing a perfect set of teeth, and gestured towards the staircase. Luhan, your room is on the right side of the second-floor corridor. It is the only room there, so you cannot miss it. I expressed my gratitude to the young woman and proceeded to the elevator, ascending to the second floor. On my left and right lay two short corridors, with doors that appeared identical. I had no knowledge of who my neighbors might be, and it was possible that the adjacent room was vacant. The apartment was accessed via the dome shopping card, and as soon as I stepped inside, the lights illuminated. The ambience was far more luxurious than the humble dormitory I had previously inhabited, featuring exquisite furnishings, opulent carpets, crystal chandeliers, and decorative ceiling embellishments. Everything exuded an air of grandeur. There were even an electric wheelchair and crutches at the entrance, presumably prepared specifically for my use. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner could be delivered directly to my room. The duty manager did not accompany us in the elevator but instead ascended the staircase to show us around the apartment. Inside, there was a lavish bathroom, a spacious living room, a wall-mounted shopping terminal, and a small bar adjacent to an embedded refrigerator. The bedroom boasted a large bed, capable of comfortably accommodating 5 or 6 individuals. Numerous electronic devices adorned the space, ranging from sound systems and gaming consoles to a massive television screen nearly consuming an entire wall. In summary, I was thoroughly enamored with my new home. After the tour, the duty manager addressed me once more. My name is Anran. It is quite easy to remember. You may provide a list of individuals to the guards by tomorrow morning. Only those on your list will be permitted entry. The blinds can be controlled via remote, and clean undergarments are stored in that wardrobe, while dirty laundry may be placed in this basket. Should you require anything further, feel free to contact me through the terminal at any time. Once Anran departed, my friends also bid me farewell. How could this be? I had intended for everyone to gather, to discuss the game and life, perhaps even to raise a glass in celebration of my new abode. Despite my earnest invitation, Kang Qijing reluctantly waved his hand. I am sorry, Luhan, but it is already 2 a.m. In 4 hours, Li Ming and I must report to Lus Hill for the second shift of patrol duty. Perhaps we can celebrate tomorrow evening. He suggested bringing Wang Xian and others along. I sensed a hint of hesitation in Li Ming, as if she contemplated staying, but ultimately, she too, like Kang Qijing, declined, citing the late hour and work commitments. Luhan, I must also return to sleep. Liang Xiao apologized. I have not rested for a day and a half. Each time I exit the game aboard the starship, I must report back to the dome and the management. If you agree, I will join you for your activities tomorrow evening. Once my friends departed, I found myself alone, a sensation that felt profoundly unfamiliar. In recent days, a flurry of events had transpired around me, and now, with the sudden quietude, I was at a loss as to how to occupy my time. Seated in my wheelchair, I ambled around the room, sampled some sandwiches, and then turned on the background music to dispel the silence. Initially, I had planned to take a bath, but upon seeing my leg encased in plaster, I abandoned that notion and settled for a quick wipe down, changing into fresh undergarments instead. Though the night had deepened, I was not yet inclined to sleep. What else could I possibly do? Just then, as if in response to my unvoiced query, a knock resounded at the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? Regardless, at least I had something to occupy myself with once more. I maneuvered my wheelchair swiftly towards the apartment door. Nearly toppling over as I made a sharp turn, I unlocked the door, and there stood a stranger. A girl with an appealing visage. Her eyes were subtly adorned with makeup, and her lightly curled hair cascaded down her back. She possessed a slender figure, towering over 180 centimeters, with long legs to match. Judging by her attire, it was evident she had just come from the tennis court. She wore a cap atop her head, a sports bag slung over her shoulder, and a tank top emblazoned with the number 1555, paired with athletic shorts and sneakers. I caught a glimpse of her blue eyes, so I had not erred. You are indeed Lu, and the stranger was quite unceremonious, bypassing my wheelchair and entering the room without seeking my consent. Wow, life as Gu Heir certainly seems splendid. If I were to become Gu Heir, I would wish to reside in a room like yours. By the way, I am Wang Yu, the official reporter for the guild. I had already surmised who might be seeking me at this hour. Yet her words dispelled any lingering doubts. Wang Yu kicked off her shoes, settled onto the sofa, and stretched languidly. I had just returned from Man Yu and Nan. where the construction of fortifications is about to commence. With no mode of transportation, I had to walk 16 kilometers one way. Although the news material was outstanding, do you have any idea how exhausted I am after such a day? I was summoned by the guild leaders immediately after leaving the capsule to arrange an interview with Gu Air, an urgent task for Lewin. If this were a game, I could enhance my reporter skills and gain some level ups. But in reality, to be frank, I only want to tell them to go to hell. Were it anyone else, I would undoubtedly decline the assignment. However, it is rare to encounter you, whether in the game or under the dome. Wang Yu animatedly recounted her day, then crossed her long legs, her gaze swiftly scanning the living room before finally resting on the minibar and refrigerator. A glass of iced martini with orange juice, perhaps some fruit and cake for snacks. These would revive me. The girl suddenly halted, her eyes fixating on my wheelchair and the cast on my leg. Well, I shall manage it myself. Would you care for a drink? Regardless, before we begin, I would like to take a shower. I can already detect the scent of my own sweat. Chapter 60. The interview. I led the girl to the bathroom door, promising to prepare the drinks and fruit while she washed up. After a lengthy wait, I was nearly convinced Wang Yu had dozed off in there, were it not for the sound of running water and intermittent singing drifting from the bathroom. Approximately 40 minutes later, she emerged barefoot in slippers, clad in a bathrobe with a towel wrapped around her head. Much better now. You know, I was nearly unsteady on my feet just now. Every muscle in my body aches. I am familiar with that sensation, I chuckled, recalling how sore I felt during the initial days after leaving the capsule. Oh, you are all set. Then let us have a late-night snack while we conduct the interview. First, a toast to our acquaintance. We clinked our glasses, and then Wang Yu retrieved a notebook, a pen, and a recorder from her bag. She opened the notebook, inscribed the date, and paused for thought before setting the pen aside. All right, I concede in reality, I have little interest in being a reporter, nor do I see any benefit in it. Were it not for the guild management's orders, I would prefer to reserve these questions for the game. However, you do need to inform the other guild members of your accomplishments, so why not turn this into a game? Let us flip a coin. If it lands on heads, I shall ask the questions, and you shall answer. If it is tails, what piques your interest? Perhaps I could remove a piece of clothing. What? I was taken aback, nearly spilling my drink. I have undergone several interviews, yet I have never encountered such an enticing proposition. Before I could agree or refuse, Wang Yu continued. We can flip the coin a maximum of 10 times. I possess only 5 articles of clothing to remove, including this towel on my head. Thus, should we run out of clothing, we can decide on a punishment at that point. This seems fair. It could be an extended interview of 10 questions or a delightful diversion. By 6 in the morning. The second bottle of martini was gone, along with all the juice, and even the liqueur I had ordered at 3 a.m. There were still 3 or 2 coin tosses remaining, and Wang Yu's cheeks were flushed as she giggled. Clad only in a sexy pair of panties, leaning against me. The recorder and notebook had been stowed away, and surprisingly, the interview continued. Wang Yu inquired about my adventures, listening intently to my responses. The tall, semi-clad girl showed no signs of intoxication. Despite consuming nearly as much alcohol as I had, she remained remarkably lucid. No, don't be naughty. Otherwise, I shall sit across from you. Lewin, you have yet to earn the right to touch me. Wang Yu admonished, once again prying my hand away. Do not conflate indulgence with debauchery. This was a point Wang Yu delighted in reiterating. She had explained the distinction between the two terms at least 3 times that evening. According to her, understanding the essence of freedom is an essential trait for a reporter, enabling her to feel at ease in any situation. This is precisely why she felt no discomfort sitting half-naked in a man's room. She believed such behavior would allow me to open up and engage in sincere communication, yet she forbade me from crossing certain boundaries of freedom. Her reasoning was intriguing, even genuine, just hours prior. During yet another toast, I had glimpsed into Wang Yu's eyes and heard the unspoken thoughts in her heart. Thus, I understood that this girl did not mind the prospect of intimacy with me. In fact, she had come here for just that purpose. I also knew she possessed 2 coins gifted to her by officials from the Security Bureau, one with heads on both sides, the other with tails on both. Clearly, there was no love involved, only a stark transaction. Upon completing the task assigned by the guild leaders, the reporter hoped to become Lu In's girlfriend, gaining substantial prestige within the game, along with tangible material benefits in reality. In return, Lewin would receive a series of reports detailing his remarkable achievements, along with a reporter wholly devoted to him, whose assistance would gradually dissolve the animosity of the guild members. Furthermore, the management, particularly in Jibwa, aimed to bind Lewin and the H1 guild more closely through this reporter named Wang Yu. I admit, knowing all this left me feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, developing an intimate relationship with a beautiful girl is one thing. Being aware of her every thought is quite another. I felt neither warmth nor love from Wang Yu, yet I had no intention of sending her away. After all, I am not a monk bound by a vow of chastity. I would not refuse a beautiful lady, thus aligning my desires with the guild's objectives. Let us flip again, the reporter proposed, tossing a coin into an empty glass, shaking it, and then inverting it onto the table. I had already anticipated the outcome. I need not look at the coin to know that for the sake of a logical conclusion to her nighttime interview, the next two tosses would undoubtedly yield tails. Indeed, Wang Yu's cheerful voice rang out, "Tails, you are in luck. Lewin, will you assist me, or shall I do it myself?" The girl, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, squinted playfully at me, her eyes locked onto mine. As she removed the last piece of fabric from her slender legs, my attention was diverted elsewhere. Very well, the lengthy prelude has concluded. Everything is proceeding exceptionally well. My earlier concerns were unfounded, and I am glad I corrected myself in time. I sensed his interest in me. There was no need for a 10th toss, lest he devise some absurd idea, such as making me dance on the table. No, I must take the initiative. Next, I must persuade him to allow me to stay here. He surely would not refuse. After a few more encounters, I could move in here. Then I would announce to the entire guild that I am Lewin's girlfriend. What on earth is happening here? A dissatisfied voice suddenly pierced through my focused thoughts, snapping me back to reality. I shivered involuntarily. It was Gu Er, Su Dixin. How could she be in my room? How did she get in? Did the person who delivered the drinks forget to lock the door? "You have 15 seconds to get dressed and leave the room," the female paladin commanded in her usual authoritative tone, then turned to the warrior accompanying her, instructing him to escort the lost reporter back to her own room. And if she was unable to dress in time, to drag her out. Wang Yu made no attempt to resist fate, nor did she argue with the formidable paladin. She wrapped her bathrobe around herself, stuffed her belongings into her bag, and hurriedly exited the apartment barefoot. The abruptness of it all left me so astonished that I failed to react in time. When the apartment door closed, leaving only Su Dixin and me in the room, I finally regained my senses. "What are you doing? I am an adult. I have the right to invite anyone into my room to do anything." I had anticipated a confrontation, shouting, or even violence. However, to my astonishment, in response to my question, this stern and fearsome leader of the 2nd Legion was in tears. How could this immature fool behave like a jealous girl? Just as I was about to say something more, she abruptly turned and fled from my room. That infuriating woman. I hurriedly pursued her to the apartment door, and as I stood from my wheelchair, I heard the sound of a door slamming shut down the corridor. The overexertion of my right leg nearly caused me to stumble in pain as I struggled to navigate with my cane toward the hallway. The 2 bodyguards assigned by Su Dixin looked at me quizzically, hoping for an explanation of the unfolding events. First, the guild reporter, and then their legion leader had hastily fled, leaving them thoroughly perplexed. I despise the way women engage in self-destruction. It has rendered me sleepless. Consequently, I instructed 2 bodyguards to escort me to Hangar 15, known as the Hive, at the very least. I can immerse myself in the game and partake in actions that may aid others after expressing my gratitude to the players of the 2nd Legion for their assistance. I discarded my cane onto the ground, reclined into the capsule, and covered myself with the lid. Let me hasten my entry into the game. This way, I shall encounter the emotionally stable geckos, for the Interstellar spacecraft, for the advancement of human civilization into the cosmos. Remaining in the real world would drive me to madness, courtesy of my neighbors. Perhaps today is not destined to be fortuitous for me. Upon entering the game, I found myself momentarily disoriented. I was in a vast, dark expanse, with a faintly pulsing force field in the distance, segregating the hangar from the space station's dock. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as the hangar I had departed from. I could still faintly discern the interstellar ships traversing beyond the force field. Yet, the Samia was nowhere to be found. The geckos had left without waiting for my return. Chapter 61. First encounter with the Melonians. Initially, I did not grasp the gravity of the situation, and I attempted to reach out to the crew of the Samia via radio, hoping that the geckos had merely relocated to another hangar. However, no matter my efforts, I received no response. It appeared that Urastu and the other crew members had urgently vacated this perilous pirate station for some inexplicable reason, leaving me behind. I located the sole exit from the hangar. The door was locked, yet it bore no keyhole or locked. In the darkness, I discerned some interwoven orange matrices on the door, but I could not comprehend a word of Melonian, let alone decipher their script. I knocked on the sealed door for 10 minutes, hoping to attract attention, but to no avail. Apart from this door, the hangar featured a stationary conveyor belt leading to a downward tunnel. The tunnel's entrance was sealed with a thick metal barrier, devoid of any control panels or intercom systems, rendering it impossible for me to open it from my side. It seemed the station's proprietor had never contemplated the possibility of a living being trapped within this desolate hangar. I was in a predicament. Even death would not resolve my troubles, for my respawn point was right here. Armed with a flashlight, I traversed the hangar, searching for a maintenance passage or an emergency exit. I even pounded on the walls and floor, seeking any potential voids, but to no avail. The walls and floor were solid. The scan skill confirmed my findings, yet it did reveal some clues. On the minimap, I could see a ship in the adjacent hangar, albeit only a portion of its hull, rendering me unable to identify its name or any other details. Nevertheless, this indicated that the adjacent hangar was not devoid of activity. To draw attention, I began to pound on that wall vigorously, but received no response. How long would this hangar remain locked? Was I to simply wait here, hoping that another interstellar ship would enter the hangar and discover my presence? What were the odds of that? How many hangars did the space station possess? Peering through the force field, I gazed outside. Aside from the separated docks, other structures were situated at a considerable distance. I had no choice but to don the listener energy armor and utilize the infrared goggles embedded within to survey the area from a distance. Insight skill upgraded to level 44. I discerned the distant structures more clearly, yet the outcome only deepened my despair. Within the visible range of 5 hangars, not a single ship was present. This implied that the dispatcher was unlikely to direct any incoming ships to my dock. Rendering my decision to wait here a poor one, I returned to the locked door, activated the spotlight on my helmet, and conducted another inspection. Oh, my surprise! The glowing orange rectangular patterns on the door were not painted with fluorescent paint, but appeared to be lights. If that were the case, then it was likely electronic equipment, and the door lock might also be electronic. Perhaps I could employ the pulse interference of the scanner to unlock it. Nonetheless, before proceeding, I resolved to wait for the scan cooldown to conclude before examining the locking mechanism. Upon entering the game, I had never imagined that as my scan skill improved, it would allow me to perceive increasingly minute details, including objects concealed behind walls and within the structure itself. Once the cooldown for the scan skill concluded, I promptly activated it. Scan skill upgraded to level 41. Electronic skill upgraded to level 33. I had to zoom out the minimap to discern the details, but even then, I could only partially ascertain the layout. I noticed some extended lines resembling cables within the wall, along with several rectangular objects. Possibly powerful electromagnets. Should I risk damaging them with the geological analyzer? There was a significant risk involved. If I were discovered by the guards of Meduro Space Station due to such an act of vandalism, might I find myself imprisoned? Regardless, at the very least, the Melonians would notice my presence and subsequently extract me from the hangar. Additionally, the schematics of the ship in the adjacent hangar would prove invaluable to the guild, aiding me in completing the task assigned by Delangen. Thus, I steeled my resolve, activated the scanner, and adjusted the settings to exclude proteins, non-protein organic matter, heavy metals, radioactive substances, motion detection, and other irrelevant search parameters. I maximized the settings for neutrinos, echolocation, spatial detection, and structural analysis. Let us proceed. I initiated the geological analyzer. Scan skill upgraded to level 42. Hacking skill upgraded to level 16. Hacking skill upgraded to level 17. Level increased to 43. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. The orange lights extinguished, and as I gently pushed, the heavy metal door swung open. Success, however. My elation was short-lived, for the floor beneath me trembled noticeably, accompanied by the resounding crash and shattering of a heavy object hitting the ground. Besides this door, the gravitational capture winch of the adjacent hangar had also malfunctioned. causing a multi-ton interstellar ship to plummet onto the hard floor. I had forgotten about that. I hoped their ship had not sustained significant damage. I needed to vacate this place swiftly to avoid any association with the incident and a person named Luchin. Before deactivating the scanner, I glanced at the collected information. Grr. Tisville, Theo 3, Melonian Long-Range Interceptor. Just as I comprehended the name of the ship, another message suddenly appeared before me. Attention, Grr. Tisville is on the wanted list of space pirates, danger level 4. I was oblivious to what the danger levels entailed, nor did I intend to ascertain whether 4 was high or low. This ship, which I had inadvertently damaged, belonged to a perilous pirate captain, further solidifying my resolve to vacate this location post-haste. I had previously marveled at the stunning design of the Theo 2 interceptor. I could only imagine that the 3 model would be even more exquisite, and its maintenance costs would undoubtedly be exorbitant. My guild and I could never afford it. Thus, I must avoid encountering that furious pirate captain. The scanner also contained a partial structural diagram of the space station, comprised of densely packed floors, corridors, and rooms. This three-dimensional layout was overly intricate. I had no time to study it meticulously, so I hastily stowed the scanner in my backpack and departed in a rush. Upon exiting, I found myself in a curved corridor extending to either side, with indecipherable inscriptions adorning the walls and lights illuminating the floor at intervals. The ceiling soaring approximately 4 meters high, I could hear a cacophony of voices emanating from the right, likely the crew of the damaged pirate interceptor. Consequently, I switched from the energy armor to an old jacket and accelerated my pace along the left side of the corridor. Mapping skill upgraded to level 44. The corridor maintained a slight leftward arc. After traversing a distance, I encountered a door identical to the one I had just opened. Only then did it dawn on me that this corridor formed a massive circle encircling all the hangars of the space station. It was not until I had traversed nearly half the circle that I spotted a rightward fork, adorned with numerous signposts, some of which were even inscribed in Jek language, all directing towards the right path. Document inspection. Registration services. Document inspection. I bore no identification whatsoever. Each character in the game displays simple personal information above their heads. Why was documentation still necessary? I proceeded right for approximately 30 meters, only to find an unlocked door at the corner, which automatically opened as I approached. This marked my first encounter with the Melonians. Can you envision a tall, slender feline creature, adorned with ear piercings, standing on its hind legs, its waist encircled by a belt and weaponry? This magnificent spacefaring species stood about 1.5 meters tall, covered in fur, with a bushy long tail, clad only in gloves and a belt. His belt housed several blades sheathed in scabbards, along with a sidearm and an assortment of unidentifiable weaponry. Most striking was the hat atop his head, or perhaps it was a headband, from which hung 4 tails, possibly trophies from duels with foes. Ikmeo, a Melonian, glory of the Tail Star Guild, level 64 gladiator. Upon noticing me, the gladiator turned, addressing me from afar, uttering a phrase or perhaps posing a question, evidently awaiting my response. I did not comprehend, nor did I react. This feline gladiator reiterated his prior statement, gesturing with his paw towards the laser rifle slung across my back. Was he indicating that I should stow my weapon? Most likely. As it was apparent that weapons were prohibited aboard the space station, I halted, nodded in acknowledgement, smiled amicably, and prepared to stow the rifle in my backpack. This was the final moment of my existence. For in an instant, this large cat lunged behind me, brandishing a gleaming curved blade. Your character has perished. You may respawn at the revival point in 15 minutes. Would you like to view the statistics for this game session? What statistics could there be? I had only been in the game for an hour and a half, accomplishing nearly nothing. Upon opening the capsule lid, I reclined motionless, contemplating the recent events in the game that led to my demise and the arduous predicament I now faced. I had no intention of vacating the capsule, nor did I wish to elucidate this foolish situation to anyone within the guild. Thus, I resolved to wait for 15 minutes before re-entering the game. Death, while always disheartening, had not inflicted significant loss upon me. Merely the depletion of my experience progress barred. That moment, my progress bar was not entirely empty. After reaching level 43, my cartography skill had received an upgrade, which inevitably augmented my character's experience. The Marauder had dispatched me in an instant, preventing him from pilfering anything from my backpack. Perhaps I had dropped some equipment. I possessed an old jacket and a tranquilizer gun, nothing of great consequence. The crux of the matter was to comprehend why that marauder had chosen to attack me. Did he perceive my smile as a provocation? Why had my danger sense failed to activate? Gerald Lewin, do you require assistance? A guard from Hive number 15 and a stranger clad in the 1st Legion's uniform materialized before me. Someone must have observed my capsule opening via the cameras and dispatched the nearest staff member to investigate. No, I merely met my demise in the game. I shall return in 15 minutes, I candidly replied, intending to divulge no further details. However, wait. Yes, I do need assistance. Please contact Liang Xiao. He may still be asleep. Inform him to enter the game immediately and report to the crew of the Shemaya that Survey Specialist Lewin remains in the hangar of the Meduro Space Station. This is of utmost importance. Shemaya? Meduro 4? The guard repeated these unfamiliar terms, then assured me he would relay my message to the starship's pilot. As the Hive guard stepped outside to communicate via his radio, the 1st Legion member approached me and quietly inquired, Lewin, did Gerald Sudishin and the reporter truly argue in your bedroom last night? Rumors spread with alarming rapidity. Within 2 hours, the entire guild was aware of the events. Yet I did not remain silent. No, that is not true. How could one characterize it as an argument? Although Gerald Sudishin is a head and a half shorter than the reporter, she effortlessly sent her adversary scurrying into the corridor. Indeed, there was no other possibility. Sudishin was formidable among us. That girl could slay a lion. They say she expelled the reporter from your room in the nude. Do not listen to their nonsense. She was still clad in a bathrobe. The Hive guard soon returned, interrupting our conversation. He informed me that my message had been conveyed, and the duty officer was en route to awaken Liang Xiao. I expressed my gratitude for his assistance, then closed the LIDS. The 15 minutes elapsed. I could re-enter the game and attempt to confront that gladiator in a different manner. Chapter 62. Encounter with the Marauder. I reappeared in the dimly lit, expansive hangar. First, I checked my equipment. Nothing had been lost. It seemed fortune favored me. This was encouraging news, but the unfortunate tidings were that the hangar door had been locked once more. Alas, why had I not thought to set my respawn point in the corridor previously? Now, I was forced to confront that accursed door once again. Furthermore, I had failed to realize that venturing into unknown territories within this pirate station posed significant danger. From a safety perspective, this was a catastrophe. I could find myself trapped in this hangar, dying time and again, simply for neglecting to alter my respawn point. An endless cycle. Well, history offers no room for speculation. Reflecting on what has not occurred is foolish. I possessed one last geological analyzer. This time, I would not repeat the same error. I did not adjust the scanner, opting to retain the previous settings. Let us try once more. Scanning skill upgraded to level 43. Hacking skill upgraded to level 18. This was indeed a rapid means of leveling up, provided one had an abundance of geological analyzers to expend. The orange light extinguished, and the metallic door reopened once more. Just as before, upon stepping through, I felt the ground tremble slightly as a pirate interceptor crashed nearby in the adjacent hangar. Even here, I could hear a cacophony of enraged shouts, primarily consisting of expletives in an unfamiliar tongue. My apologies, pirate brethren. Today, I am not alone in my misfortune. Walking left along the circular corridor, I immediately changed my respawn point there. At least now, I would not be locked in by sudden death. Glancing at my experience progress bar, it was not empty. It had filled to 15%, indicating that death was not so dreadful after all, thus bolstering my courage as I embarked on yet another adventure. When I passed that right exit again, I refrained from turning in, choosing instead to continue along the circular corridor. However, it was not long before I was compelled to halt. I had nearly completed a full circuit, and the pirates in the hangar ahead were still shouting frantically. It appeared that I had no choice but to confront that aggressive feline creature directly. I retraced my steps to the exit, pausing to contemplate my next course of action. What if that cat attacked me once more? My arsenal consisted of a laser gun from the Dark Guild, an annihilator devoid of energy, a standard military knife, and a tranquilizer gun. After a brief deliberation, I promptly dismissed the modified single-shot pulse laser. I had no confidence in hitting the nimble level 64 gladiator with a single shot, and during the subsequent 6 seconds required to reload, that furious cat could easily reduce me to a puddle of flesh with its lethal curved blade. Engaging him in close combat with a military knife would be utterly ridiculous. Thus, the only viable option was the tranquilizer gun. Despite its inability to deliver a fatal blow, drawing the tranquilizer gun from its holster, I regarded my last hope. It resembled a BB gun capable of firing paintballs in a real-life CS game. The ammunition was roughly the same size as paintballs, with thin shells that glimmered slightly, and the gun contained 3 such projectiles. Although this was not substantial, if my first shot missed, I would likely not have another opportunity to fire again. Therefore, I needed to approach the gladiator stealthily for a surprise shot, ensuring he would have no time to react. Consequently, I had to devise a way to close the distance to the gladiator. Authority decreased to -5. Authority decreased to -4. Authority decreased to -3. I was taken aback. What was happening? After a considerable interval, I finally realized that this information was unrelated to my behavior within the pirate station. There was no one around to witness me, and there was no reason for my authority to rise so swiftly. It was most likely that Wang Yu was fulfilling her duties as a reporter, disseminating news of my accomplishments and exploits within the guild. However, it was also possible that rumors about Su Dixin and the half-naked girl arguing in my bedroom had circulated. Well, at this moment, I could not afford to let such matters distract me. Allocated all 3 available skill points to Danger Sense, elevating it to level 19. Taking a deep breath, I approached the fully armed marauder. In order to conceal the fact that I bore a weapon, I stowed the tranquilizer gun in my backpack, but left the equipment bar window open for quick access. The gladiator cat, named Ikemio, remained stationed against the wall in the same spot. As I drew near, he straightened up and greeted me with the same words as before. However, this time his tone was somewhat altered. He evidently recognized me and appeared quite pleased, revealing his sharp teeth in an aggressive grin. I also noted that he had acquired a new trophy, a severed human hand. Gerald.Lewin's hand, level 43 survey specialist. Insight skill upgraded to level 45. To hell with you, you flea-ridden beast. I challenge you to a duel. I calmly uttered this provocative statement in my native tongue, devoid of any smile to avoid inadvertently revealing my teeth. While displaying my empty hands to the cat, the gladiator seemed bewildered by my actions. He grasped the hilt of his blade, perplexed, committing the grave error of allowing me to draw nearer. Approaching unarmed, I carefully controlled my emotions to prevent him from sensing danger too soon. Yes, I harbored no desire to harm him. I remained calm. This was merely a game. When I was merely 3 steps away from the gladiator, the marauder took a step closer and inquired something, more akin to requesting me to do something. I was still unsure of what he sought from me. Perhaps he genuinely wished to check my credentials? For there was a sign indicating a credential check, but that was no longer significant. All right, I certainly have my credentials. I shall present them to you now. With that, I shifted the tranquilizer gun from my backpack into my hand. Here you go. I was uncertain whether this cat possessed any skill in danger perception, but even if he did, he would not have time to evade this close-range shot. I observed the feline's body convulse upon hitting the ground. Just in case, I fired another shot. Who knew how effective the Dark Guild's tranquilizers were on space cats? How long would a single ball's dosage keep him unconscious? Had I overdosed this extraterrestrial being? No. If I had slain an enemy 20 levels above me, I should have gained considerable experience. Thus, the cat remained alive. Chapter 63. Spoils from the marauder. I crouched beside him, meticulously examining the marauder's pouches. I yearn to glimpse the documents he has inspected. His waist bag is filled with numerous items, most of which serve an unclear purpose. However, I found nothing that resembled identification. Instead, I stumbled upon a peculiar rectangular metal box, which bore the inscription indicating it was a wallet. 243 melon coins, designated as compensation for both mental and physical duress. I contemplated seizing this sum and, subsequently, unfastened my severed hand from the space cat's belt to stow it in my backpack. I meticulously examined his weaponry, yet only appropriated a single curved dagger, its blade crackling with electrical sparks. Lacking the requisite cold weapon skill and dexterity attribute, I was unable to wield this lethal instrument. However, it was perfectly suited for my companion, Kong Qizheng. The myriad of shimmering jewels adorning him caught my attention, yet most were purely ornamental, save for a solitary emerald earring. A tantalum earring set with an emerald, granting 1 dexterity. Such attribute-enhancing equipment is a rarity within the guild. only crafted by those proficient in magical arts. I had heard tales of attribute-enhanced magical rings and bracelets procured from the centaurs and minotaurs of Aegean Beach. But they are exceedingly uncommon, and the provenance of our neighbor's magical items remains a mystery. I could not allow such a rare prize to slip through my fingers, and without hesitation, I plucked the earring from his ear and tucked it into my pack. I had intended to wear it myself, but lacking pierced ears, I recognized that such adornments would suit a woman far better than a man. Thus, I nearly completed my looting of the gladiator. Though the most crucial task remained unfinished, this pirate seemed accustomed to displaying the spoils of vanquished foes as a testament to their courage and accomplishments, and so I resolved to do likewise. I seized the sharp curved dagger and decisively severed the fluffy reddish-brown tail of the cat, Eichmeo's tail, level 64 gladiator, loot. Reputation increased to 37. Authority decreased to -2. Authority decreased to -1. Splendid. Now I must devise a means to display this extravagant trophy. I observed the headband of the tailless cat, where 4 tails were affixed with a peculiar clasp. I had seen them in one of his waist bags. With over 40 in total, Eichmeo was indeed a confident optimist. I took 2, and as I secured the trophy tail to my helmet, a message materialized before my eyes. Danger perception skill upgraded to level 20. I immediately grasped the reason. The cat had regained consciousness, despite lying on the ground, betraying no signs. Whether the anesthetic had worn off or the pain from the severed tail had roused him. The melon creature was undoubtedly alert. Eichmeo's pupils narrowed, and his paw made a small movement toward the sheath of the dagger. No, I would not grant this fellow even the slightest opportunity. I drew my pulse rifle, aiming the barrel at the cat's forehead. Stay down and do not move. Alas, my opponent either did not comprehend my intent or was overly confident in his agility and speed. The melon creature sprang forward, attempting to seize the gun barrel, and without hesitation, I pulled the trigger, striking his forehead. This was undoubtedly a headshot. At close range, the creature's skull, adorned with sharp teeth and upright ears, was obliterated, and the decapitated melon body collapsed to the ground. Plunging everything into silence, firearm skill upgraded to level 41, precision skill upgraded to level 21, authority increased to 0, level increased to 44. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely, level increased to 45. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total of 6 points. This was not a favorable outcome for me. In 15 minutes, this enraged and perilous gladiator would resurrect, roaming the space station in search of the culprit who had slain him. I was unlikely to best him a second time. Eichmeo would not allow me to replicate my close-quarter ambush, and I did not trust my ability to strike this agile adversary again. I did not expect the melon to drop any equipment and intended to vacate the premises as swiftly as possible. I had merely 15 minutes to escape, perception detection successful, just as I prepared to depart. A leather bracelet that had fallen to the ground caught my eye. What could this be? I halted and picked it up. The slender strap bore a round metal disc inscribed with unfamiliar script on both sides. Eichmeo's identification. Now I understood what the documents here resembled, and more importantly, I possessed a valid identification. I donned the bracelet and sprinted towards the exit. Soon, I entered a grand hall, one side of which was adorned with numerous cylindrical elevator shafts. Their outer walls transparent. In one of the cylinders, an elevator pod sped past, filled with peculiar creatures reminiscent of short-tailed crocodiles. However, what captivated my attention was not these extraterrestrial beings, but rather the panoramic viewport of the hall. Or more precisely, the breathtaking scenery beyond the glass. Meduro 4, a volcanic planet. This colossal and shadowy sphere, illuminated by the blue lights of the space station, revealed a darkened surface. The planet's exterior was marred by thousands of kilometers of interwoven fissures, with bright, bubbling red magma coursing through them. The sky churned with murky, muddy yellow clouds. It was evident that this planet possessed an atmosphere, albeit one unfit for human respiration. Insight skill upgraded to level 46. Cartography skill upgraded to level 45. Had time permitted, I would have stood here for at least an hour, marveling at this volcanic planet, infinitely distant from Earth, and absorbing the wonders of space. Yet, time was of the essence, and I dashed toward the cylinders. Surely, I could take an elevator, but how? The walls were adorned with numerous rectangular and square panels, some overlapping, others separated. I pressed the one closest to me. a T that moment. A blue and green rectangle illuminated on one of the transparent elevator doors. It appeared I had activated it, though I was uncertain of its destination. Electronic skill upgraded to level 34. Cosmic linguistics skill upgraded to level 46. Merely 5 seconds passed before the elevator pod materialized, and to my astonishment, it was not empty. 3 plump, 6-legged, short-tailed crocodiles occupied nearly the entire space. Their massive forms were clad in metallic armor, elongated faces revealing a row of fangs, and their small yellow eyes darted about. Each of their 6 legs bore boots or gloves. I paused momentarily, only to discern the information before me. Gel. Vish, Trillion, Grey Sound Guild, level 143 merchant. Level 143. What manner of creature is this? No wonder he dared to operate within the pirate station as a merchant. Who would dare confront him? Moreover, he was flanked by 2 bodyguards, each around level 100, formidable individuals indeed. As I pondered whether to summon another elevator, Gel, Vish, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly stood upright, clearing a path for me, while his bodyguards also rose, evidently intending to allow me entry. I politely thanked the Trillion in my own language, then reiterated it in Gaelic, before stepping into the elevator. The elevator was remarkably swift, nearly unbalancing me. However, approximately 15 seconds later, it came to a halt. I beheld a massive sign outside, inscribed in Gaelic, Spaceport Residential Area, Temporary Residence Permit Issuance, Hotel, CAF, Meduro Space Station Spaceport Exit. What delighted me further was the absence of any identification checks here. Or perhaps the checks were conducted by the gladiator named Ikmeo. Regardless, I had successfully passed his scrutiny, albeit in an unconventional manner. Chapter 64. The Red-Furred Kitten. Outside the elevator, 3 corridors branched off in different directions. Yet there were no indications of their destinations, prompting me to pause in indecision. Which path should I take? Nearby, a dozen fully armed melon creatures were vociferously shouting at one another. I was uncertain of the cause. Perhaps they were embroiled in an intense argument, or preparing for a duel among rival crews. They were divided into 2 factions of equal numbers, each hand resting on their weapons, upon my arrival. They all turned their heads curiously in my direction. I was unsure why they found me intriguing. Perhaps they had never encountered a human, or they were interested in the spoils affixed to my helmet. I found their gazes unsettling. Danger perception skill upgraded to level 21. How unfortunate. I immediately followed the level 143 merchant Gel, Vish, and his 2 bodyguards, attempting to make them believe I was allied with the Trillion. The melon creature's attention toward me dissipated instantly, along with the anxiety brought on by my danger perception. At last, I was through. It was then that I recalled Yulinthal's warning. It is best to travel in pairs within Meduro Space Station. Thus, I resolved to trail the Trillion, keeping a few paces behind. They were evidently well acquainted with the space station. Perhaps by following them, I would discover a suitable location. Subsequently, these crocodiles abandoned their upright stance, transitioning to a 6-limbed gait, propelling themselves forward with astonishing speed. I had no choice but to run in order to keep them within my sight. They navigated the intricate corridors with remarkable familiarity, swiftly veering into one junction after another, until they led me to a semicircular chamber. The only furnishings within the room were a transparent counter, upon which the words arrival registration were inscribed in various languages, including Gaelic. Behind the counter, a Malin individual was perched upon a high round chair, legs neatly together. Or perhaps I should say it was a Malin woman, as her name readily revealed her gender. Mia Wu? A Malin, member of the Tail Star Glory Guild, level 71 translator. This Malin female was shorter than the gladiators I had previously encountered in the group of Malins near the elevator. From head to toe, she was adorned with a thick coat of dense red fur, her pointed ears bedecked with numerous earrings, and she wore only a pair of light-colored shorts, from which a fluffy long tail protruded through a hole at the back. The Meduro Space Station was quite warm, perhaps rendering excessive clothing unnecessary for such furry beings. Although her attire was scant, her jewelry was astonishingly abundant, with rings, earrings, necklaces, and numerous bracelets adorning her hands and feet. As the Trellans conversed with Mia Wu, I stood outside the door, contemplating my next move. Since this Malin woman was a translator, perhaps she understood Jekish. Was there not also Jekish script on the counter? If so, that would simplify matters greatly. I could explain my predicament to her. Perhaps she could also assist me in contacting the departed Samia. At the very least, she might offer me some advice on what to do. Once the Trellans concluded their communication, they received several bright yellow bracelets from the translator, each of them donning one upon their left forepaw. The transparent door opened, and the Trellans stepped out. It was my turn now. I took a deep breath, organized my thoughts, and resolutely approached the counter. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. Enchanting Mia Wu," I said in Jekish, using the term enchanting as a modifier before her name, thinking that such a compliment would never be unwelcome. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you, Jar Luchin," Mia Wu replied, fluently speaking Jekish, but then suddenly paused, scrutinizing the trophies on my helmet, seemingly realizing that Aikmio had encountered a formidable opponent. I removed my helmet, turning it in my hands, casting a proud glance at that fluffy tail, and then decided to express my confusion. To be honest, I do not understand why that gladiator attacked me. "How could this be? Did Aikmio assault you without warning?" the Malin woman exclaimed, astonished. "He cannot do that. It is illegal. He must first utter the specific phrase to initiate a duel. Let the great goddess witness for us. Only after the opponent confirms or displays their weapon does the challenger have the right to strike. The skill Cosmic Linguistics has leveled up to 47. Well, he did indeed say something similar, but I did not comprehend Malin. I thought he was instructing me to put away my laser rifle, so I reached for my weapon. And then the gladiator charged at me. The translator summoned a holographic screen before her, swiftly manipulating various colorful rectangles with her neatly trimmed claws, shaking her head in dismay. What on earth was Aikmio thinking? To bicker with a player of such standing. Gur is not so easily acquired. He should have been more cautious in choosing his opponents. She handed me a bright yellow plastic bracelet with a metallic chip embedded within. A pass typically worn on the left forelimb for ease of access. It bore the docking information for my ship, the Tisful Interceptor. Docking Bay 8 on the 16th floor. So it turned out that only that pirate ship was docked on the floor where the gladiator was on duty. She had naturally assumed I was part of the crew of Jar Tisful. Nonetheless, this was advantageous. I had successfully obtained the bracelet without the need to risk pointing out her error. But how could I inquire about the Samia with her? As I pondered this, the translator suddenly paused, scrutinizing the details on the screen, then lifted her gaze to me. "The database indicates that your ship has encountered some technical issues." I certainly knew that the ship had encountered technical problems, and I was well aware of who was responsible for those issues. However, it was not the wisest course of action to assign blame at this moment. I had to adapt. Indeed, that is the case. I am unsure why the gravity winch in the hangar malfunctioned, causing our interceptor's rear to crash to the ground. Currently, the technicians are assessing the extent of the damage and conducting repairs. Therefore, the captain has granted leave to those not required for repair work. Clearly, my explanation aligned well with the information displayed on the Malin girl's screen, so she did not press me with further questions. Mia Wu wished me a pleasant stay at the space station and then opened the door leading to the residential area. Gr. Luchin, you may remain in the residential area or depart from the spaceport to the Meduro 4 main station. However, your stay is limited to 2 days, approximately 9 nums. Should you fail to return to your ship by then, you will be deemed a criminal and bear all consequences. My goodness. I quickly calculated that this meant I had only 50 hours to resolve the issue, or I would be in serious trouble. This was of utmost importance. I accessed the game menu and set a countdown timer to remain before my eyes. Nonetheless, I did not depart immediately. I decided to seize this rare opportunity to converse with someone who could understand my language. "Mia, there is a Jekish cargo ship docked next to our docking Bay 8, where my companion serves as co-pilot. We had arranged to meet at the space station, but upon finishing my work, I found the area completely vacant. Could you assist me in locating the whereabouts of the Samia?" The Malin girl declined to answer my inquiry. Citing confidentiality, I was compelled to adopt a different approach. "Mia, I am not well versed in Malin culture, and I hope my ignorance has not offended you. However, our custom dictates that when encountering a girl of extraordinary beauty, one must speak the truth and present her with small gifts. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life, and thus I cannot remain silent. Furthermore, I would like to offer you 10 Malin coins as a gift. I have some money, but I am unsure how to use it, as I have always paid with Jekish crystals, though. Your green eyes are simply mesmerizing." I unabashedly gazed into the Malin woman's green eyes. Initially, I merely happened to meet the gaze of this girl with a red tail. But I did not avert my eyes, driven by curiosity to see if I could discern the thoughts of this alien. We maintained eye contact for about 10 seconds, during which Mia Wu appeared as if under a spell. Not breaking her gaze, however, I was soon interrupted by the information before me. Operation failed. Your character lacks the skill of illusion. Cosmic linguistic skill level insufficient. A minimum of level 55 is required to comprehend alien thoughts. Operation interrupted. Magic points exhausted. It seemed that achieving mind reading in the game was even more challenging than in reality. At that moment, the cat-like translator seemed to awaken from a trance, excitedly exclaiming, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Otherwise, I will have to lie on my back and obediently spread my legs. You have raised my body temperature to near fainting levels. Jarluchen, Malin culture and traditions do not permit such intimate compliments to girls. I admit your words are beautiful, but they can affect the mind, suppress willpower and resistance. Such compliments are only permissible between partners who have undergone a wedding ceremony in the great goddess's temple. Consequently, I apologized for my reckless comments due to my lack of understanding of local customs." Mia had yet to fully calm down. She nervously cracked a smile, revealing a row of sharp little teeth. "This is the first time such a thing has happened to me. I did not expect the effect to be so strong. My body temperature has yet to return to normal. I recognize this was an accident, so I accept your apology. Moreover, I do not oppose your small gift. In return, I can assist you in finding information about your missing friend." I retrieved the wallet I had obtained from the gladiator from my backpack and handed it to her. Mia pressed the sides of the rectangular object, and an orange symbol appeared on the surface of the metal box. "If you wish to make a payment to nearby friends, this side indicates the transfer direction. Simply write the amount with your finger." "Can you write Malin numerals?" I admitted I knew nothing about them, but the red-furred kitten was not at all upset. She promptly demonstrated how to write the numbers, with rectangles of varying proportions representing 1 to 9, and a square denoting 0, allowing for the combination of these shapes to form multi-digit numbers. To my delight, Malin mathematics also operated on a base 10 system, greatly simplifying the learning process, without needing Mia's assistance. I wrote the number 10 and transferred the amount to the girl. "The skill Cosmic Linguistics has leveled up to 48. Thank you for your gift. Now it is my turn to reciprocate." Mia Wu settled back into her chair, her little red paws dancing rapidly as she pursued the colorful rectangles on the transparent holographic screen. "Found it." There indeed was a Jekish ship in Hangar 7 on the 16th floor. "But it departed Atums Agio.it. Seems your friend encountered serious trouble with the crew of the Samia. After they left, 3 pirate interceptors also entered space. This is certainly not a coincidence. I do not know what the Jekish carried, but their cargo has caught the attention of the free captains, who are unlikely to let their prey escape so easily. This was precisely what I needed to know. I was acutely aware of the value of the cargo aboard the Samia. I also understood why some pirate captains would be interested in it. 300 kilograms of platinum, along with an automated mine, all of which together was worth at least 3 million crystals, if not 4 million. I could not fathom why Alazta did not dispose of this hot cargo at the space station. Even if at half price, they would still make a significant profit. The captain's hasty escape undoubtedly signals the presence of imminent danger. Alternatively, he may have liquidated his cargo, yet the transaction was compromised, prompting the pirates to seek the substantial funds aboard the Samia. Regardless of the scenario, this predicament is exceedingly disadvantageous for me. I cannot anticipate the swift return of the Samia to the Meduro Space Station, even if they manage to elude the pirates. Re-entering such a perilous haven seems improbable. Should the pirates catch up with them and seize their goods or wealth, a return would be out of the question. And there exists the possibility that the pirates may directly destroy or capture the Samia, which is entirely plausible. My spirits have plummeted when suddenly, the female translator glimpses a message on the screen and cheerfully informs me, "The elevator to the 16th floor has been activated. Your friends are on their way. They, too, must be here for temporary passes, so please wait here for them." I must evade not only my pirate acquaintances, but also the gladiator I have slain. 15 minutes have elapsed, and that furious individual might be scouring for his nemesis. Remaining here is both perilous and foolish. Thus, I feigned a desire for solitude, requesting the translator not to divulge my affairs to anyone, bidding farewell to the red-haired kitten, and hastily traversing through the glass doors. Chapter 65. The Pickpocket. It is highly probable that Gake will not return. What should I do next? Perhaps I should devise a means to return to my home planet, landing first at the Gake spaceport before making my way back to the H1 Guild base. A commendable plan, yet the devil often lies in the details. What is the name of my home planet? Where is it located? In reality, it is called Earth, situated in the Milky Way, Orion Arm, Gould Belt, Local Bubble, Local Interstellar Cloud, Oort Cloud, third planet of the solar system. And in the game? On my first day within the game, I noticed that the sky lacked the familiar constellations. Even if I know the coordinates of my home planet, it is far from sufficient. I must also board a spacecraft to return. That area is a no-fly zone for vessels of other races, governed by the Gake. The free captains of Meduro Space Station are predominantly melons. This truly poses a formidable challenge. I must cease my aimless thoughts, for the hunger status bar has been incessantly flashing for quite some time, reminding me to replenish my energy. Attention! You are in a state of hunger. In a state of hunger, stamina and magic points cannot be restored. Wounds cease to heal, and the effects of medicines and antidotes are halved. When the hunger level reaches 0, you will enter a state of exhaustion, continually diminishing life. I am not at the brink of starvation yet. There are still 2 compressed biscuits in my backpack, but I intend to use them only in the most extreme circumstances. I recall seeing a CAF sign upon exiting the elevator. I should be able to find food there. Now I merely need to locate that place. I chose the wider corridors in the intricate maze of hallways. And soon enough, I stumbled upon a bright and spacious hall, as vast as a football field. Towering luminous pillars, decorative statues, and walls adorned with flashing multicolored texts. At the center of the hall lay a pink water pool, with a fountain at its heart, utterly magnificent. This must be the recreational center of the residential area, for I observed numerous diverse space races. The flickering, colorful rectangular patterns on the walls must contain a wealth of useful information. Yet regrettably, I do not comprehend melon language. I halted in place, admiring the splendid scenery while attempting to locate a CAF or restaurant, but alas, there seemed to be none in sight. Perception detection successful. Agile response failed. I must appear as a dazed fool at a train station. Such individuals are prime targets for pickpockets. I nearly caught the hand of a diminutive melon who had reached into my backpack. A small, disheveled, brown-gray cat darted past me, stuffing a bundle into its waist pouch. How did this thief approach me so stealthily? More importantly, what did he pilfer from me? The thief moved with remarkable speed, leaping between stone pillars and statues, effortlessly overcoming various obstacles. There was no way I could catch up to him. Yet, I could not simply let this go. I drew my pulse laser from the dark guild, eliciting screams from the crowd and cheers for the agile pickpocket. The target was now 60 meters away. The thief paused atop a statue for a few seconds, scanning for an escape route and glancing back to see if anyone was in pursuit. He should not have stopped. This granted me the opportunity to lock on, and a beam of brilliant laser pierced through the melon's left leg. Insight skill upgraded to level 47. Firearms skill upgraded to level 42. Lock-on skill upgraded to level 22. Now he cannot escape with my gun in hand. I strode forward with composure, amidst the admiration of onlookers. The thief remained atop the statue, disregarding my gestures for him to come down. This was not a wise choice on his part. My rifle was already reloaded, and this time, it penetrated his right leg. He wobbled for a moment before collapsing at my feet. I stepped forward, pinning his back to the ground firmly. The melon lay motionless, only emitting whimpers of fear and pain. So, who is this fellow? Tinamoya, Melon, Tian-Do Glory Guild, level 17 thief. Only level 17? I felt somewhat insulted. This despicable scoundrel dared to attempt to steal from me. A level 45 jar yet. This melon appeared frail and pitiful, clearly not an adult. My anger dissipated instantly, quelling the idea of punishing him by severing his tail. What spoils could one obtain from a weak opponent? Nonetheless, I deemed it necessary to impose some form of punishment, lest others assume I am an easy target. I leisurely opened the thief's pouch, revealing rags, a small knife, a glass cutter, a bag of heavy platinum powder. So this is what he had stolen. I wonder if this thief realizes its worth. If news spread through the pirate station that a person named Lou possessed platinum in his backpack, it would not be a pleasant affair. I hurriedly returned the stolen item to my backpack and continued my search. A crowbar, throwing knives, a flashlight, clawed gloves, a roll of leather straps. I rummaged through all of the thief's tools. But I did not intend to take them. Rather, I left these items for their unfortunate owner. Additionally, I discovered a wallet containing 13 melon coins. Following the method Mia Uwu taught me, I transferred 12 of them to myself. Finally, I lifted my foot from his back, delivering a swift kick to the diminutive melon's rear, sending him tumbling into the pink fountain. Before turning to leave, and one stopped me. The audience even cheered for my performance. Reputation increased to 38. Authority increased by 1. Authority increased by 2. Attention. You have unlocked the Authority attribute reward. Good authority can enhance the success rate of negotiations with neutral and friendly NPCs, as well as influence the attitudes of any players and the loyalty of allies. Any players? I found this somewhat perplexing. While it is understandable for authority to affect NPCs, how does it impact real players? Such a setting is rather peculiar. At that moment, as if the game had grown weary of toying with the famished players, I suddenly caught the enticing aroma of food wafting from the adjacent hall, the mouth-watering scent of roasted meat beckoning me. I resolved to head in that direction. The most challenging part would not be selecting something edible for humans from the bizarre array of dishes on the menu. Nor would it be ordering from a server who could not comprehend my language, but rather finding an available seat in this crowded establishment filled with spacefarers, clutching a cardboard tray laden with flasks of shimmering, bubbling contents. I wandered through the narrow aisles for what felt like an eternity, encountering tables with chairs, some with sofas, and others where patrons sat directly on the ground, any of which I would have accepted. Yet, I still could not find an empty spot. Hisses, roars, and squeaks echoed around me. Tentacles, claws, and wings waved threateningly, indicating that those positions were occupied till last. I spotted a corner table where several unhelmeted humanoid spiders had just finished their meals and were preparing to return their empty trays to the recycling station. I hastily approached, eager to claim the spot. As I placed my tray on the low table, I discovered a peculiar, furry creature seated opposite me. Its eyes were exceptionally lively, reminiscent of a human. When had it managed to occupy the space before me? Or had it been sitting here with those humanoid spiders all along? I could see no information regarding this creature, but that did not necessarily imply much. I had long observed that many individuals aboard Meduro Space Station concealed their personal information. Perhaps a skill or equipment enabled this, as nearly 1 in 3 individuals had hidden details. This was not surprising. The creature before me bore resemblance to a fox, evoking images of the fox spirit seen in movies. And its eyes, I could swear, its eyes had changed. Now they possessed the beastly yellow pupils, entirely different from those I had seen moments before. How could this be? Chapter 66. Dodgy? Silence lingered for an extended period. Although I did not expect a reply, I calmly addressed the peculiar fox and gake. I apologize. I did not realize this table was occupied. I halted mid-sentence, for I noticed that the strange fox had no meal set before it. What was it doing here? Reserving the table for its companions? Or was it merely a pet, guarding the table for its master? I glanced around, and no one approached. In fact, the corner was rather secluded. And no one in the restaurant seemed to pay attention to this area. Danger perception skill upgraded to level 22. I rested my left hand on the dining tray while my right hand fumbled for the laser rifle. The sudden, inexplicable sense of danger that had surged upon me vanished without a trace. Please, take a seat, Gel.Lewin. You are not hindering me in the slightest. To my surprise, the fox spoke in a melodious female voice, articulating pure Gek language. Even more astonishing was the revelation of her race. Name, undefined. Ethereal race, guild, not applicable. Level, hidden. Profession, undefined. I set down the tray and sat cross-legged on the ground. The fox, observing my reaction, began to explain. Yes, I am an ethereal, one of the last survivors of a nearly obliterated race. Who annihilated your kind? How did this come to pass? My curiosity was piqued, and a slight tension gripped me. For humanity might face a similar fate. The fox remained silent, uninvitedly extending her claw to take a glass container from my tray. Sipping from it, I had yet to sample the bubbly liquid, which had a viscosity and aroma reminiscent of applesauce. She paused mid-drink to regard me. It's all right. Take what you wish if there's not enough. I can procure more, thank you. I haven't eaten in quite some time. The ethereal set aside the empty container and swiftly picked up another, this one filled with a blood-red liquid that exuded a citrus fragrance. I wasted no time mimicking her, gulping down the sustenance with eagerness. It was then that the ethereal let out a heavy sigh and addressed my earlier inquiry. Our planet was discovered by the Cleopsians roughly 50 years ago. We entered this game with great enthusiasm, hoping to gain new knowledge and explore the cosmos. However, the protection period swiftly elapsed, and the Cleopsians were merely vassals of the Melonians, lacking the strength to aid us, while the Melonians cared little for our plight. Soon, we were overwhelmed by a horde of Millefators, their countless invading ships encircling our home world, leaving us no chance for resistance. The outcome of the game mirrored reality, and soon it was all over. Just as the fox reached the most gripping part of her tail, she abruptly concluded and brazenly snatched the last food-filled container from the tray. I refrained from contesting her, merely requesting that she not depart. Before long, I returned with a tray brimming with food, which cost me 4 Melanian coins, equating to 28 crystals in Get currency. Indeed, it was quite expensive, yet the value of interspecies relations and cosmic political intelligence far outweighed the cost. The ethereal nodded in satisfaction at the new provisions and continued. Initially, the Millefators were relatively lenient towards us, even incorporating us as vassals. We attempted to prove our worth by enslaving or exterminating other races alongside them. However, our overlords soon grew wary of our shape-shifting abilities, declaring us a danger, ultimately leading to our extermination. Only a handful of us who entered the game survived, hiding aboard ships of other races and passing down survival skills to our offspring. Now, ethereals are scarcely distinguishable from NPCs. We have nowhere to turn, and the real world has lost its significance for us. In the territories of the Millefators and Trillarians, ethereals are deemed illegal. We face no persecution from the Melonians. Yet we are hardly welcomed. Wait, in your account, I am particularly intrigued by a technical point. Are you suggesting that you have never left the game? As far as I knew, if one did not exit the game for several days, their physical form in reality would deteriorate. Indeed, I have never left. The fox lowered her voice, continuing, no ethereal knows what happens when one exits the game. Although the option exists in the menu, those who attempted it have never returned. Some say that for those weary of endless death and rebirth, that would be the final demise. Nevertheless, we all harbor the belief that one day we shall return to the real world and establish a new home. This topic evidently weighed heavily on her, and the fox exhibited signs of sorrow. Thus, I attempted to divert the conversation. Why does your name appear as undefined? Do ethereals lack names? On the contrary, ethereals can possess countless names. Our names and appearances depend upon the individuals we face. Take you, for instance. Your subconscious conveys to me that you favor a countenance that is lively and innocuous, adorned with a furry visage, much like my current form, though I am uncertain of its nature. Yet, if I sense rejection or negative reactions from another, I can swiftly alter my form to adapt. Indeed, throughout our conversation, the ethereal had unconsciously undergone subtle transformations. She had shifted from a wild, animalistic depiction to a being exhibiting more human characteristics, her face displaying a greater range of expressions. Retaining her fox-like features, pointed ears, partial fur coverage, and a long tail, her head shape had altered, her eyes and neck now exhibiting distinctly feminine human traits. This image evoked memories of a fox demon from an animated film. Yet, rather than evoke repulsion, it sparked curiosity. Had my consciousness shaped her appearance? I decided to experiment further. Feeling awkward without knowing her name, I proposed, how about I call you Dodgy? It seems fitting for your current form. Not a problem, the fox scoffed. Dodgy is no less worthy than any other name. Instantly, her personal information reflected the change. Name now read Dodgy. The ethereal's physical transformations occurred at a notably slower pace than her name change. Yet I found amusement in observing how her form conformed to my imagination. I envisioned her ears shrinking, her mouth flattening, her visage adopting a human shape, her waist narrowing, her chest expanding, her fur diminishing. Ideally, none at all. Her forelimbs shortening yet her fingers elongating, not excessively, with nails replacing claws. Oh, no, that was unsettling. That was not human. I found myself incapable of crafting the ethereal into a beauty. Dodgy set down a container brimming with meat broth and, with irritation, addressed me. This is my first encounter with a human, and I am unfamiliar with your race's standards of beauty. Gel.Lewin, if you intend for me to transform into some female of your kind, it would be prudent to present me with a hologram of her. That would certainly simplify matters. My embarrassment was palpable. prompting me to request she revert to her previous fox demon form. She swiftly complied, then covered her tail with her paw and yawned. "Thank you. I am quite full now, but I require rest. My stamina is at 0 after completing those transformations you envisioned. By the way, have you secured accommodations at the inn? Could you assist me in covering the lodging fee? It's merely 30 Melanian coins for the night. 30 Melanian coins equate to 210 crystals. This is the price of lodging at a space station. I could hardly bear to spend such a substantial sum on myself, let alone on this peculiar fox who had feasted on my provisions for free." Daji evidently sensed my discontent and hastily proposed. "I cannot read minds, but I can perceive your emotions. You are currently bewildered, a tad frightened, uncertain of your next steps. Yet I am proficient in Melanian and can serve as your guide and translator. You need not arrange a separate room for me. You can inform the inn that I am your pet. It will only cost a few additional Melanian coins, and we can comfortably share a room." Daji appeared somewhat peculiar. Perhaps she merely sought to exploit my situation, yet her knowledge of Melanian and familiarity with the space station could resolve many of my dilemmas. Thus, without further contemplation, I nodded in agreement. "Very well. It is settled. I shall provide sustenance and lodging while you offer guidance and translation services. Lead the way. We shall head to the inn now." I rose, preparing to vacate the dining area, but my newfound companion hesitated. Remaining seated, she appeared perplexed. "What is the matter, Gel.Lewin? I am unclear about the creature you have envisioned. Should it walk on 2 legs or 4? In your mind, it appears to have various versions." Hearing such an unexpected and intriguing question, I chuckled heartily, explaining, "When you wish to manifest an animal form, you walk on 4 legs. If you intend to appear as a human, then 2 legs suffice." "Understood. Now, we are to proceed to the inn? And I am your pet." Daji nodded, transforming into a white fox and rising on all 4s, shaking off the debris clinging to her fur. Above her, new information materialized. Daji, animal, Gel.Lewin's pet. Level, pet owner hidden. Pet owner hidden? Very well. It seems Daji prefers not to disclose her level, employing such a ruse for a reason. Yet what could that reason be? Perhaps this little fox was embarrassed to reveal her vulnerabilities. Or perhaps the opposite was true. Chapter 67 Daji. The so-called inn room was merely a 3 by 2 meter capsule, featuring a window adorned with metallic curtains. I could not fathom why it was so elevated. Even jumping, I could not reach the ceiling. I wondered for which race such an unusual room had been designed. Perhaps the Melonians had simply calculated the minimum space required to accommodate the maximum dimensions of various races, the height of Gex, the length of Trilarians, the enormous abdomens of Millifators, thereby determining the minimal space necessary for all these beings. The room is devoid of furnishings, with the entire expanse of the floor composed of a resilient material that can serve as a bed. A singular light fixture hangs from the ceiling. One wall features ventilation equipment capable of regulating airflow intensity, though it lacks the ability to adjust the temperature. The air it emits is exceedingly warm, quickly rendering the capsule stifling and hot, compelling me to turn it off. This incites a profound sense of disappointment within me. Having expended 32 melon coins, I had anticipated a more comfortable environment. However, my companion appears distinctly accustomed to such rudimentary conditions. Upon drawing the curtains, Daji immediately transformed into a human form, displaying unmistakable feminine traits. When I reminded her that humans typically don garments to conceal such features, she stated that she was merely adhering to my wishes. The phantoms can wear clothing, yet it hinders their ability to alter their appearance. Nonetheless, I can mimic the appearance of being clothed within 5 seconds. Daji donned a camouflage uniform akin to mine, complete with trousers and military boots. Is that so? Your reaction suggests otherwise. Daji reverted to her naked form. Yet, Gu-er-Dal-Yuan, I must remind you that you may only observe. I am not a female of your race. That is not the case. I merely flushed due to the heat. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. The fox, however, burst into laughter. Who are you fooling? Have you forgotten that I can sense emotions? Yet I remain indifferent. If you wish to look, then look, for I am quite tired and truly need to sleep. The fox curled into a ball, draping her splendid tail over herself, closing her eyes and settling into stillness. I sat in another corner of the room, uncertain whether she had genuinely fallen asleep or was merely feigning slumber. The sole advantage of this inn is the green zone, where exiting the game incurs only a 30-second delay. Though 30 seconds is not lengthy, it is sufficient for her to empty my backpack and vanish without a trace. I remain oblivious to the true motives of this fox, and such a possibility does exist. After some contemplation, I ultimately resolved to exit the game. As before, I did not step out of the capsule. Nor did I wish to report my current predicament to the guild leaders. Someone else approached my capsule, inquiring if I required assistance. The absence of news from Liang Xiao left me feeling peculiar and uneasy. Why had he not exited the game to inform me of the situation aboard the Shemaya? Clearly, he may have encountered difficulties preventing him from doing so. Nevertheless, I did not despair. Instead, I contemplated another approach. I requested Yi Fu Feng to provide me with the coordinates of my home planet within the cosmos. Even if he did not know, he could surely inquire with the Guku diplomat Dihe. Additionally, I recalled that I had not submitted the list of individuals permitted entry to my apartment to the guards. Therefore, I compiled a list of invitees for my housewarming party, scheduling it for 9 o'clock in the evening. It was still only 8 in the morning, granting me ample time. After accomplishing these tasks, I returned to the game. Daji remained curled up, feigning sleep, though I noticed a slight movement in her body. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I checked my backpack. Everything was still intact. Had she rummaged through my possessions? I chose not to awaken her, nor did I intend to inquire, for I could not ascertain the veracity of her response. Thus, I removed my coat and comfortably reclined on the soft floor, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber, emulating my roommate's posture. Danger perception skill has risen to level 23. Level has increased to 46. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely, total 9 points. I was abruptly jolted awake, as though doused with a bucket of ice water. My breathing quickened, and my heart raced within my chest. Surrounding me was an impenetrable darkness. I realized I was still in the hotel room of the space station, but why had the lights been extinguished? I endeavored to maintain composure, avoiding any sudden movements, and opened my eyes to acclimate to the obscurity. Even in the absence of light, I sensed that Daji had awakened. She stood beside me, her shadow hovering near, and I could even discern her eyes aglow with a crimson light and her sharp teeth. Perception detection successful. Insight skill has leveled up to 48. At that moment, I suddenly comprehended the source of the ominous feeling that had abruptly appeared and then vanished in the CAF. It was the hungry phantoms lurking in the dim corners of the restaurant, fixated on an oblivious solitary traveler. Had I not been prepared to draw my weapon, I shuddered to think how our encounter might have unfolded, perhaps ending in a most unfortunate manner had I inadvertently fed the predator. However, curiously, I felt no fear. Rather, I was irked by the disruption of my slumber and vexed at the necessity of wasting my last tranquilizer dart. Perhaps I could sever a phantom's foxtail as compensation. Yet Daji merely stood there, gazing at me, making no further moves. I surmised she had realized I was awake and was prepared for a counterattack, thus abandoning her plan for a surprise assault. Daji, if you are hungry, feel free to consume the rations in my backpack. I turned my back to her, seemingly unconcerned about her sharp teeth sinking into my throat. I did not consider my actions illogical or reckless. If she intended to attack me, she could have chosen a more opportune moment, such as when I exited the game, rather than hesitating now, fixating on me and instilling a sense of peril. You speak lightly, the fox replied with a tone of discontent, yet retreated to the corner of the room to lie down once more. Eluan, you know not the feeling of being a phantom. Evading detection, perpetually changing forms, and never able to settle anywhere. Level has increased to 47. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate freely. Total 12 points. I did not grasp the events that had just transpired, but it was evident that something of great significance had occurred. The game rewarded me with such an abundance of experience that I leveled up directly. Simultaneously, my sense of crisis dissipated entirely. I understood that for some undisclosed reason, I still needed Daji, and she would not harm me. Indeed, I could not truly fathom such a predicament. I empathized with her emotional soliloquy, yet I knew what it felt like to be adrift in space. Unaware of one's location, unfamiliar with the local language and customs, and nearly devoid of hope of returning home. Daji remained silent for an extended period, and I could only hear her steady breathing. Then she spoke, Luan. I truly need to access the main station of the space station, but entry is strictly controlled. Without proper documentation, even phantoms cannot pass through. You likely intend to go there as well? For the free captains are gathered there. If anyone can assist you, it is surely they. If you escort me through the checkpoint, I can facilitate communication with the captains, after which we shall part ways. Although I am yet uncertain how to arrange your meeting with the free captains, I shall devise a plan. For now, let us rest. Tomorrow shall be of great importance to us. Chapter 68. Dreams and Blood Feasts. I experienced a chaotic and obscure dream. I returned to my mundane days as a geology student, a time devoid of online competitions, stakes, and prizes, and absent the underground dome. Clutching a stack of textbooks, I traversed the lengthy corridor of the geology building at Yenbei University, surrounded by clusters of beautiful yet unattainable girls, some classmates, some friends, and others fleeting figures that lingered in memory. This was not a spring dream, yet the girls within it were not fully clothed. Some were even entirely nude. I did not interact with them in any manner, merely hurrying past under their gazes. Despite the peculiarity of the dream, I nonetheless enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening, my first action was to check the countdown. 42 hours remained, after which my continued presence here would render me a criminal. I turned over, preparing to rise. My dream seemed not yet concluded. Beside me lay a girl clad in a semi-transparent nightgown. Her body pressed closely against mine, her right knee resting atop my leg. She possessed a lovely visage, disheveled silver locks cascading around her, a necklace with a pendant, a small fox, hanging over her chest. I have never been a slow-witted individual, yet this time, I was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to recognize who this stranger was. That moment, Daji opened her eyes and smiled. This form is sculpted based on the image in your dreams. Do you fancy this shape? I must confess, this silver-haired beauty bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to a human girl. Cautiously, I reached out to touch her shoulder, only to withdraw my hand in disappointment. Her skin felt akin to the elastic floor of the room, rather than that of a warm-blooded creature. I warned you, Luan, this is merely an exterior. I felt it necessary to practice so that I may appear as one of your race when the need arises. After all, negotiating with melon people while presenting as a beast would be rather peculiar. However, before that, could you tell me what you wish to obtain from the free captains? I can sense your solitude and distance from your homeland. Do you yearn to return? Where did you acquire such ancient artifacts and so much platinum? Daji had indeed rummaged through my backpack. I checked to find everything intact, save for 2 rations. I did not reproach her. As I had previously permitted her to use them to stave off hunger, I glossed over some trivial details, such as the theft of an automatic mining facility and the breach of a hangar door lock with a geological analyzer. I recounted to Daji my journey with the Goku team, the discovery of the platinum vein, and my experiences aboard the space station. I did not conceal the process of acquiring a temporary pass or the incidents involving gladiators and thieves. The silver-haired girl listened attentively until I finished, then contemplatively remarked, "You are in trouble. As far as I know, the melon people are vengeful. Those 2 guild members are undoubtedly searching for you. They will kill you repeatedly until you apologize and pay the fine. Oh, come now." After engaging in combat with the gladiator, I encountered a Melron from the same guild as him. Her reaction was entirely normal upon spotting the tail on my helmet. And then there was that thief, surrounded by a throng of Melrons, whose responses were equally unremarkable. So, there's no need for concern. Let us first indulge in a meal. However, prior to that, allow me to take a stroll in the real world to see if there are any updates. The absence of news regarding Liang Xiao indicates that he must be in serious trouble. Yet, I have received word from Yi Feng. A soldier from the 1st Legion handed me a note adorned with intricate closed lines. This perplexed soldier informed me. The diplomat claims this is of utmost importance. I hope you can decipher the information contained within. To me, it appears to be mere childlike scribbles. Not only did I comprehend it, but I was also elated to the point of wanting to shout. Constellation AR, Sector 5, Vector 45-98, jump distance of 234 units, from the luminous 3rd planet. Spaceport coordinates, 57-478, Crimson capital coordinates, 57-475. Note: if they are not legitimate merchants, it is advisable not to land on our territory. Upon confirmation of arrival, we shall prepare the goods and seek a secure landing spot. Clearly, the guild leaders presumed I was executing a task they had assigned. Having found a buyer for the platinum, ready to circumvent the official spaceport for the transaction, I did not wish to disappoint the diplomat. Yet I requested a pin to extend an invitation for him to my housewarming party in geek language, promising to divulge all the details at that time. Now, I must commit these numbers and coordinates to memory, ensuring I can recall them effortlessly as they dictate the possibility of my return home. I read through them several times, then memorized them again. After verifying their accuracy, I promptly entered the game to log this information, thus alleviating my fear of forgetting. I saved the record within the game. It responded immediately, enhancing my cartography skill. Cartography skill has leveled up to 46. Splendid. For safety's sake, I ought to allocate all my skill points before heading out. I currently possess 12 unallocated skill points, and I shall invest 7 of them into cosmic linguistics, raising it to level 55. Indeed, I am quite fascinated by the prospect of reading alien thoughts. Next, I need only wait for my character to reach level 50 before learning the illusion skill. The most apparent application of this skill is to identify all the insiders of the Dark Guild and to discern those unreliable individuals inclined to collaborate with the enemy, which would surely make my tenure in the H1 Guild more agreeable. As for the remaining 5 points, I deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to allocate them to locking, thereby elevating this practical combat skill to level 27. Very well, I am now prepared to embrace new adventures. Upon opening the door to the inn, it was evident that Dodgy was ravenous. She warned me, "Be cautious. If the Melrans are interested in you, they have undoubtedly discovered your whereabouts, and enemies are likely waiting just outside." I employed the scan skill, yet detected no imminent threats. Just to be safe, I retrieved my laser rifle and cautiously raised the blinds to observe outside. Only to see an empty corridor, I shook my head, inwardly chuckling at Dodgy's timidity, and boldly stepped out. I must concede, Dodgy knows the Melrans better than I do. I should not have mocked her. Just as we exited, an unexpected event unfolded. Oh, be frank. My reaction was somewhat sluggish. I caught sight of a figure darting to my right, yet had no time to respond. Even the alert from danger perception was belated. Thus, when I raised my weapon, I only beheld a fox gripping the throat of a gray figure with its teeth. The adversary brandished a glowing knife, futilely attempting to fend off the phantasm. Level has risen to 48. Gained 3 skill points to allocate freely. I was astonished that I could earn experience without having directly participated in this fierce battle. However, since the fox was registered as my pet, technically speaking, it all made sense. Does it truly matter what means are employed to vanquish an enemy? Pets are weapons just like swords and guns. But who did my pet and I slay? It was not until the fox relinquished its bloodied fangs, discarding a breathless corpse at my feet, that I discerned the information. Cleo, Melron, Tian Do Glory Guild, level 76 assassin. Tian Do Glory? I recall that thief belonging to this guild. Was he here seeking vengeance for that underage pickpocket? It must be so. I noticed a level 17 Melron thief hastily fleeing upon realizing he had been discovered. Regrettably, no items dropped, only the lifeless body. The tail belongs to you. The rest is mine, uttered the famished fox, and I did not object. Tail of level 76 assassin Cleo, loot. Reputation increased to 39. Authority increased by 3. As I affixed the second tail to my helmet, I immediately turned away, distancing myself from this gruesome feast. The repugnant crunching and slurping sounds behind me were not easily ignored. They sent shivers down my spine. The blood of Melrans is red, much like ours, and their bodily structure is similar to ours, making the act of consuming their corpses exceedingly repulsive and frightening. Had I turned around at that moment to witness the fox devouring a human, I might have lost my composure. Alas, it was over. Dodgy could clearly sense my turmoil. Cautiously, I turned back, anticipating a scene strewn with leftover bones and blood splatters upon the walls and ceiling. Yet, there was nothing. The only remnant was a puddle of water on the floor. No remains, no bloodstains. This fox had cleaned everything up. Gerlun. There is no need to visit the CAF now. I am satiated, and I sense you lack appetite as well. Therefore, let us not waste time and proceed directly to the main station. I cast one last glance at the puddle, curiously observing the fox licking its tongue. Despite having just consumed a victim nearly its own size, its form showed no signs of change. Should I inadvertently bring this terrifying creature to the main station? Might I become an unwitting accomplice to a bloody chapter in space history? I believe I understand why it desires to go to the main station. There, It could feast upon the careless victims among the thousands of beings residing there, shape-shifting at will without fear of detection. For a few seconds, my heart felt as though it had been gripped by icy fingers, yet the anxiety and dread brought on by the danger perception soon dissipated. Daji shook her head, as a human would, conveying her disapproval. Lun, you envision mindless NPC beasts, yet for phantasms, beyond satiating their hunger, there exist other ambitions and pursuits. Chapter 69. Without notice clearly, something has transpired. The last time I passed through this hall with the pink fountain, there were only 150 to 200 diverse space creatures leisurely strolling and conversing. Now, Daji and I are confronted with a throng of Melrans, numbering in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. They are moving in a singular direction, bickering and clamoring among themselves, and it is solely Melrans present, devoid of any other races. What has occurred? An evacuation of the space station. Has someone attacked the pirate base? I scrutinized the crowded assembly. Daji scanned the surroundings with vigilance, her fox ears erect, even sniffing the air, before exclaiming in frustration, "We're in trouble. We should have left sooner." "What is it? Is there a war?" I felt a twinge of concern. Yet, I received a peculiar answer. Worse. One of the 4 incarnations of the great goddess, the esteemed missionary, Longmi Lama, has come to visit Meduro 4. I did not comprehend. What issue could a visit pose? Why would one of the goddess's incarnations influence my plans? If more ships were to arrive, would it not mean I would have the opportunity to negotiate with more captains? I fell silent for a moment, mulling over Daji's words, and then conceded my ignorance. What problem does her visit present? Does this missionary harbor hatred for other races? Are you and I in danger? Quite the contrary. Longmi Lama is the most peace-loving of the 4 incarnations. The Melrans refer to her as the Holy Creator. However, before us stands a throng of fervent religious zealots, who have flocked from hundreds of star systems across the galaxy, all to catch a glimpse of this living legend. I am certain we would not be permitted to approach the space where Longmi Lama is preaching. Even if the authorities did not prohibit it, the zealots would slay us to prevent any desecration of their deity. Daji was right. Fanatics possess the same destructive potential in any place. Within any civilization, I have no intention of jostling among these Melrans as they surge toward the main station, even though nothing dreadful has yet transpired. Perhaps I could wait until this religious ceremony concludes before proceeding. However, I first need to ascertain how long the ceremony will last, as I possess only a little over 40 hours to wait. With no other choice, Daji and I ascended the staircase to the upper level. From the terrace, we could observe the myriad Melrans of varying colors and sizes below, their numbers increasing by the minute, the hall becoming so congested with pilgrims that movement had nearly ceased. While those behind continued to shove forward, conflicts were erupting, some employing claws, others teeth, and some brandishing knives. It was utterly insane. They were willing to kill simply to inch closer to the exit, and they truly did. Insight skill has leveled up to 49. Perhaps due to the imminent danger, some pilgrims began to shy away from the exit and instead huddled closer to the periphery of the hall, observing their fellow kindred engaged in a gruesome melee at the center. Daji informed me that the situation was not as it seemed. She translated the fervent cries of some zealots for me. These individuals claimed that the illustrious Long Mirameu would soon pass through this hall, offering the opportunity for attendees to spiritually receive her divine grace, and perhaps even touch this great missionary. Suddenly, amidst the thronging crowd of Malong, I spotted a familiar visage, specifically, the adorable feline face of Miawu. This little red cat appeared somewhat disheveled from the jostling, having chosen to retreat to a corner, bewilderedly glancing about as if unsure of her next move. Miawu was not far from me, and I called her name aloud to capture her attention. She readily responded to my invitation and soon climbed the stairs to join me. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you, Luchin." The red cat noticed the fox at my feet but showed little interest. Cautiously, she approached the railing and peered down from the terrace. "Wow, I swear by the great goddess. The view from here is even more terrifying than what we see below." In order to avoid alarming this clever little cat again, I chose my words with care. "I am not well versed in your race's language, but I believe I heard a priest mention that the great Long Mirameu would be passing through here, which accounts for the multitude gathered in the hall. I did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. So I too waited. He is speaking nonsense, Miaowu exclaimed in indignation. Long Mirameu and her entourage will not pass through here. The station's master has provided her with a direct elevator, bypassing all floors, if what that priest said were true. This place would have long been occupied by the elite guards of the First Glory. Do you see anyone here clad in white armor? I was unaware of what the First Glory entailed, nor why they would necessarily don white armor, but Daji, who had been listening to our conversation, seemed to possess some understanding. The fox stealthily crept closer to the railing, her ears twitching in keen observation of the crowd below. Seemingly verifying Miaowu's words, at that moment, a fierce conflict erupted in the center of the hall, particularly sanguinary, as a group of zealots brandished blades against one another, resulting in over 30 Malong being sent for rebirth within mere minutes. How horrifying! The Red Cat was terrified, so many dead and enmity brewing. If this escalates into a guild war, it would be troublesome. I heard that the inspections leading to the main station have also been cancelled, leaving no means to manage such a vast throng. Miaowu had her back to the fox, so she did not see it, but I did. After she finished her statement, the fox immediately turned around, diminished her form, and nimbly dashed down the staircase. Then, I caught glimpses of silver glints weaving through the gaps in the crowd. It was the fox moving swiftly beneath the feet of the pilgrims. Vanishing toward the far end of the hall near the exit, skill insight upgraded to level 50. This notification confirmed that I had not been mistaken. It truly was Daji. This capricious and elusive fox had decided to depart without notice. Seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the main station, I bore her no ill will, nor did I mention this to the Red Cat, as Miaowu remained beside me, anxiously watching the turbulent crowd below. I pondered whether the inhabitants of Space Station Meduro 4 would henceforth live under the shadow of this perilous fox's predations. Yet I had no time to dwell on such matters as 3 Malong stepped onto our terrace. 2 of whom I recognized, one being the level 17 thief Tinamoa whom I had caught, and the other was the level 76 assassin Cleo, whose fluffy tail remained attached to my helmet. The third individual's information was concealed, and I suspected he was also a member of the Tiendo Glory. The 3 Malong were on high alert, hands resting on their blade hilts. The assassin gritted his teeth, roaring at the panicked translator, prompting Miaowu to hastily lower her head, preparing to flee. The nameless Malong suddenly seized the escaping girl, inquiring about something. Miaowu responded briefly, and the unidentified Malong promptly released her. Seemingly apologizing, I expected her to flee, yet Miaowu chose to remain, stepping before me to relay the content of their earlier exchange. They asked if I could communicate with you, and I said yes. So they requested that I stay as a translator. Tiendo Glory granted me immunity, and they promised to treat you with honor. Chapter 70. The Abandoned Child. What a splendid beginning. If the members of Tiendo Glory wished to slay me, they could have done so long ago without the need for a translator. Well, I was quite eager to hear what these 3 cats sought from me, and what constituted their concept of honor. The nameless Malong murmured something, and even without translation, I surmised he was referring to my missing fox. Miaowu confirmed my suspicion. Skill Cosmic Linguistics upgraded to level 56. This was precisely what I needed, a translation from Malong to Gaik. Though the circumstances were far from ideal, I was nonetheless thrilled to have such a rare opportunity. Learning Malong through my still developing Gaik would greatly benefit my Cosmic Linguistics skill. I resolved to extend this conversation for as long as possible. Even if the Malong decided to send me for rebirth, I could still extract ample benefits from this exchange. I wondered where that mischievous fox had scurried off to. She had just been here. If need be, I could call her back right now. Authority increased to 4. Authority increased to 5. Of course, I was merely posturing, claiming I could summon the beast at will. Likewise, I did not need a translator to deduce that the Malong were not in a hurry to encounter that fox. Miaowu translated the Malong's words for me. I believe you know why we seek you. You stole something from one of our small members and publicly kicked him into the pool. A severe insult to Tiendo Glory. Stole? Insulted? Your distortion of the facts is far too severe. I merely apprehended a thief who had pilfered my belongings. I could have severed his tail, yet considering his youth and low level, I only administered the lightest of punishments. I didn't even take all his money. It was merely a lesson to teach him how to choose appropriate targets as a thief. I believe my response to be clear and well-reasoned in defense of the accusations. However, for reasons unknown, this incited a lengthy debate among the Malong. Since Miaowu did not translate their discourse, I was left in the dark regarding the subject of their argument. Seizing the opportunity, I opened my skill window and allocated all 3 skill points to medium armor, elevating it to level 43 to enhance my survivability for any potential conflict. Only after their debate concluded did the red-haired cat translate for me. Guri, Luchin. I previously mentioned that you are woefully ignorant of our culture. Taking the tail of a defeated foe as a trophy is not a punishment, but rather a mark of respect, acknowledging the strength of the vanquished. Although severing Little Tin's tail may seem peculiar for someone of your stature, Tiendo Glory would accept it without complaint. Moreover, let me whisper a secret. They ought to have proposed a one-on-one duel to you, yet they hesitated just now, as they were uncertain of their guaranteed victory. While it is advantageous to inspire fear, this revelation did little to ease my trepidation. I was acutely aware of my own circumstances. Without dodgy and suitable weaponry, I feared I could not even contend with Tinamoa, let alone his 2 dangerous companions. As for the tail, had I known this was the case, I would not only have severed his tail but would have also removed every appendage on him that resembled a tail, thus ensuring his companions would not seek me out. That moment, the nameless Malong inquired about something else, and Miaowu casually translated. Who are you, Luchin? We know you are Gu-er, but where do you hail from? Who is your master? This was a perilous question. He was evidently probing me. I was still at risk of being killed, robbed, or worse. However, I was well prepared with an answer for such situations. I come from the esteemed team of Gaiqian Long. Wide. He is my master. You may have seen me in the news regarding the exploration of ancient relics. I am a subordinate of Long Wide and the first to enter the ruins. Authority increased to 6. The 3 Malong had not seen the news on exploring the ruins, yet they had all heard of Long Wide and were aware of this Gaik military leader's notoriously volatile temperament. I sensed that the dangerous Malong's attitude towards me had shifted from one of intending punishment for this arrogant wanderer to one of caution. Realizing it would be better not to intervene, as it could result in greater consequences for them, the Malong exchanged glances once more, and then the nameless one shifted the topic. Tin said you have some powder in your backpack. Is it a drug? A stimulant? A combat enhancer? I honestly informed them that it was unrefined platinum powder. The expressions on the Malong's faces instantly darkened. Platinum again? The Gaik brought an entire box yesterday. And now you have more? We have no interest in platinum. Rare metals do not suit us. That is something the Kosmata Guild would be interested in. I grasped a crucial piece of information and swiftly seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Gaikians carrying platinum? Is it the Shemaya? Their captain is a noble named Urazthu. I know him, and he discussed platinum with me. That Gaikian even intended to assist me in selling goods, but I declined. Urazthu is a complete failure, and I wish to have no association with him. Indeed, that wretch, the Melron assassin, has confirmed to me that this Urazutu has previously caused trouble aboard the space station. He provoked a captain of the Free Fleet and was duly taught a lesson. I recall now. It was your employer who extricated him from prison. Clearly, he has not learned from his past transgressions and has resumed his reckless behavior. This time, he audaciously refused to sell platinum to the Cosmatas, showing disrespect to their dignitaries, and then attempted to flee. How naive! How could he possibly think he could escape? I have heard that Captain Gulza of Kosmata has intercepted that wastrel's platinum. The fortunate captain was even rewarded with an automated factory. Linguistics of the Cosmos skill upgraded to level 57. Level increased to 49. Acquired 3 skill points to allocate at will. How embarrassing it is to level up at this moment, leaving my progress bar utterly empty. Dying under such circumstances would result in a reduction of both character and skill levels. If the Melrons wish to eliminate me, now would be their prime opportunity. Can they see my level increase? The conversation paused, and the unnamed Melron uttered something, which Miao began to translate for me. Level 49. Congratulations, Gel. Lu Huan. You are a formidable and authoritative individual. I felt a surge of anxiety, fearing I was about to be challenged to a duel. You claimed the tail of the Creole as a trophy, which is a mark of respect for the glory of the celestial duel. As for the matter of Teeny, it is easily resolved. According to Melron tradition, only a mentor may punish a student. Therefore, if you take Teeny as your apprentice, the glory of the celestial duel shall no longer pursue him. Before Mia could finish translating this statement, the 2 elder, imposing Melrons departed from the terrace, leaving me bewildered, the equally perplexed thief kitten, and the flustered translator. Chapter 71. The casino. If Meow were to leave, I would be utterly unable to communicate with the kitten. Thus, before that could happen, I needed to clarify her understanding of a mentor's responsibilities. What would transpire if I were to leave the space station? Abandoning this underage kitten, I must remind myself that I cannot linger on the Meduro Space Station beyond the allotted time, nor do I intend to remain here to spend my days with the Melrons. Mia did not answer immediately but countered with a question. What is a kitten? To avoid hurting the Melrons' pride, I responded in the most accurate and tactful manner possible. A kitten is a small creature from our planet, covered in thick fur, typically living alongside humans. People nurture them, train them, and care for them, indulging them in various ways. In return, they become loyal companions to humans, engaging in playful activities together. Gel. Lu Huan, you have answered the first question. That is the role of a mentor. As for the second question, it is even simpler. The glory of the celestial duel has relinquished its claim on Teeny. He is now your kitten, as you can see. His personal information has changed. You may take him into your guild or leave things as they are. You can bring him wherever you go or have him wait for you in any location. However, if you abandon him, your authority will significantly diminish. To my knowledge, this attribute is exceedingly important for players of status. I had not fully grasped the importance of authority, yet I surmised that a decrease in it would likely reduce the rewards of being Gel. But what did she mean by saying the information had changed? I glanced at Teeny's personal information, and indeed, there had been a substantial transformation. Teeny Amoya, Lu Huan's apprentice, Melron, Guild, none. Level 17 thief. Lu Huan's apprentice? So, anyone whom this thief has pilfered from will see my name and come seeking restitution. This is a trap. Fortunately, Teeny informed me that, as a thief, he possesses a skill inherent to his profession that allows him to temporarily conceal his personal information. Additionally, the guild designation, none, sparked a cascade of questions in my mind. If I were to decline him, what fate would await him in the game and in reality? Could I persuade the leadership of the H1 guild to accept this newcomer? I was confident that Dueling and his subordinates would agree. But then what? Would Teeny appear in the dome upon leaving the game? If a living extraterrestrial were to materialize on Earth, it would become the most sensational event in human history, eclipsing even the first spaceflight and moon landing. This kitten would undoubtedly be seized by scientists and military personnel for various studies and interrogations, a tragic fate for Teeny Amoya, who would likely never have the opportunity to return to the game. Furthermore, I was also curious about Teeny's own thoughts. What if this level 17 thief was unwilling to become my apprentice? I asked the translator to pose this question to the anxious, ragged Melron. I don't know. I have yet to recover from the shock that the glory of the celestial duel no longer requires me. They so easily cast me aside, which deeply pains and wounds me. Moreover, I have no idea what kind of mentor you are. However, one thing is certain. My previous companions will not forget your platinum. I know them too well. Mia completed the translation for me and added, I completely concur with Teeny. There exists a very simple rule on Meduro 4. If you cannot afford the cost of something, you may take it by force. Here, only strength is respected. No one will stand up for the weak. I suggest you return to your ship immediately and disclose everything to the captain. Gel. Tisful is a captain of considerable authority. Few dare provoke him, but if only it were so simple. I certainly did not wish to become entangled with that pirate captain, but I also did not want to confess to the translator my deceit in acquiring the pass. I had to adopt a different course of action. Since I could not expect the space pirates to adhere to the law, I needed to dispose of this platinum as swiftly as possible. And not discreetly. It must be done with great fanfare. I inquired with the Melron about where to find members of the Cosmata interested in precious metals, such as Captain Gulza, who intercepted the Gek people's platinum. Mia was not well versed in this area, but Teeny reported that he frequently saw the leader of the Cosmata Guild, Gel, Abipanmai, at the casino. According to the kitten, Abipanmai was not only a successful free captain but also a gambler. He often lost large sums at the casino but sometimes won staggering amounts, causing his opponents to lose their goods or even ships. The casino was located on the same level as the residential area, and there was no need to navigate through the throngs of pilgrims to reach it. I requested that Mia accompany me to the casino, assisting with translation, and promised her a generous reward. To my surprise, the girl's response was, Gel Lu Huan, I would be willing to go even without payment. You have no idea how boring it is to sit at the front desk every day. Finally encountering something so intriguing. If I weren't already past the age to be an apprentice, I would want to be your kitten. We traversed a winding corridor and halted before the casino entrance, where neon signs flickered. At the entrance stood several Melrons, their fur dyed in a riot of colors, seemingly comparing the number of tails adorned with earrings and headscarves. They surveyed their surroundings while taking turns sipping from a bottle of effervescent purple liquid. Teeny tugged at my sleeve, prompting Mia to caution me that these individuals were professional gamblers and advised against provoking them. Under the watchful eyes of these con artists, we stepped into the casino, where the overly bright lights, pungent herbal scents, and incessant noise created an overwhelming atmosphere. The casino was structured like a sunken basketball court, with a central gaming area featuring a dozen low tables, where gamblers sat on the floor. Aside from 2 tables hosting the Naughty You game I had encountered on the Gek ship, I had never seen any of the other games before. Surrounding the gaming area were elevated spectator seats, patrolled by armed security personnel. The chips on the gaming tables represented only a fraction of the stakes. The primary bets originated from the audience. The thief quietly informed me that there was a soundproof barrier between the gaming area and the spectators. This barrier allowed for one-way visibility, enabling those outside to see the gaming tables, while cameras in the hall transmitted everything to monitors. Yet inside, the audience remained invisible. Linguistics of the Cosmos skill upgraded to level 58. Insight skill upgraded to level 51. Observing the raucous gaming area below, I executed a scan skill and discovered something intriguing in the pocket of one of the Naughty You players. This revelation sparked an audacious plan, one that could either be remarkably ingenious or profoundly foolish. However, before I could implement this scheme, I needed to fulfill my purpose for visiting the casino. Chapter 72. The Con Artist. Teeny, can you see if Gel Abapan is present here? My apprentice gazed long into the gaming area and the audience. And even without needing translation, I understood his answer. The buyer of platinum I sought was not in attendance. Upon my request, Mia reconfirmed with the casino security guard. Gel Abapan was not at the casino. He had gone to attend a religious ceremony of Long Mirameu. Was I to return empty-handed? I asked her to inquire if there were any other members of the Cosmata Guild present in the casino. Soon, a tall, gray-furred Melron, adorned with an array of cold weapons, approached me. He identified himself as a member of Cosmata. Unfortunately, I could not see his personal information. I requested Mia to assist me in translating the following information word for word. There exists a consignment of approximately 300 kilograms of refined platinum, cast into ingots. This cargo is located within a newly occupied jurisdiction by the JEC, an area devoid of any substantial security defenses. All it necessitates is a bold and meticulous captain to land the spacecraft on the designated planet, whereupon the locals will handle the remainder of the affairs. The preferred method of payment is jet crystal, although other currencies, including goods, are also acceptable. Should Cosmata express interest in this transaction, we may negotiate the price and other particulars. And such a collaboration could potentially become a regular occurrence. The gray cat, appearing contemplative, scratched its nose and assured me that it would convey the message to the guild leader or other senior players. Now, it is time to address the platinum I have on hand. During the recent scan, I noticed several members of the Tiando Glory among the audience. Seems Teeny was not mistaken. They have indeed set their sights on me. I first approached the bar to purchase herbal-scented drinks for my 2 melon assistants, and then found a spot in the audience to explain my plan to them with considerable effort. The initial phase of the plan involves converting the 7.5 kilograms of platinum powder I possess into casino chips. As Yulintal had mentioned, the casino coldly rejected my request to pay with platinum as an alien race that has yet to establish a relationship of trust. I endeavored to portray myself as a wealthy rube visiting the civilized world for the first time, stamping my feet, banging my fists on the counter, and engaging in a futile tirade with the casino staff in every language I knew. Mia appeared quite embarrassed, trying her best to overlook particularly sharp Jek vocabulary and those colorful profanities in Chinese that she herself could not comprehend. No one doubted the authenticity of the platinum powder I had, as item information in the game can be read directly. The sole question was whether I could attract someone to exchange with me. Ultimately, human greed prevailed. A security guard approached and whispered something to the cashier, and the platinum was accepted. The 7.5 kilograms of platinum powder were exchanged for a total of 6,350 melon currency worth in chips. The valuation was far from fair, but I did not quibble now. While I no longer possessed any platinum, I had a considerable amount of chips on hand, which did not guarantee my safety. I waited in the audience for a while. Then, accompanied by Mia, entered the gambling hall and approached my chosen opponent in the Nadiu area. I had observed moments ago that this melon had a dice controller in his pocket, identical to the one Ulintel had given me. As I sat down before my opponent, I glanced at the audience, and Teeny gestured to me that he was ready. The seemingly uninterested melon tossed a black circular chip onto the table, emblazoned with a rectangle and 3 overlapping squares, indicating a bet of 1,000 melon coins. I matched his bet and then handed the remaining chips to Mia, instructing her to wager them all on my victory. The staff escorted Mia to the audience and activated the soundproof barrier around our gambling table. The randomly generated game board lit up, and my opponent made the first move. 12-12, the highest possible number in the game. His face remained impassive, as if everything were anticipated. Yet I could scarcely suppress my smile. You old cheat, there is more excitement awaiting you. The numbers I rolled were considerably lower. 2-7. When my opponent rolled 12-12 for the second time, his reaction was noteworthy. The professional gambler displayed a smug smile, seemingly pleased with his good fortune. Hacking skill leveled up to level 20. Electronic skill leveled up to level 35. Strangely, the dice controller was being operated by Teeny in the audience. Yet I was gaining experience. Can a mentor receive experience from their apprentice? He had concealed his personal information before entering the casino. Teeny frequents this casino, so he did not draw attention. The staff likely assumed he was still a member of the Tiando Glory Guild. When my opponent rolled 12-12 for the third time, I feigned annoyance. Despite the melon appearing equally perplexed, he stealthily reached into his pocket, likely checking if his controller was malfunctioning. I did not take the offensive, relinquishing the initiative and acting as a weak novice, oblivious to both the rules and tactics. In truth, I had set a very clear defensive objective for myself, ensuring I could endure 10 rounds under absolute disadvantage. Hacking skill leveled up to level 21. Electronic skill leveled up to level 36, just as the melon rolled 12-12 for the 8th time. The soundproof barrier above our table suddenly shut down. A casino staff member approached us, flanked by 2 security guards, while my translator followed behind, incessantly complaining. Every time my opponent rolled the dice, he reached into his pocket. I was uncertain of his actions, but rolling 12-12 8 times in succession was clearly beyond mere luck. After Mia translated my excited remarks, the 2 security guards firmly grasped the startled melon's shoulders, and the staff extracted a small remote control from his pocket. I even understood some of the words spoken by the casino staff, so experienced. Not to be with novices. Rules prohibited. 10 days in the casino. Cosmic linguistics skill leveled up to level 59. Teeny had informed me that if cheating were discovered, the cheating party would be declared the loser, and the bets of both players and spectators would remain valid. Thus, everything unfolded as I had anticipated. I merely did not expect the casino staff to suddenly draw a curved blade shimmering with pale purple sparks, severing my opponent's tail and tossing it onto the table. 144, level con artist Yumo Os tail, loot. Reputation increased to 40. Reputation increased to 41. Authority increased to 7. Level increased to level 50. Earned 3 free skill points, totaling 6. Congratulations! You have gained 3 new skill slots. Chapter 73 The Grand Game. I require a fixed clip to attach the loot to my helmet. Neglecting it would be perilous, potentially offending that high-ranking con artist and the guild behind him. Teeny asked a former guildmate of his for one, and they did not refuse this minor request from a youth. While I was managing the loot, an exuberant Mia approached, handing me a substantial amount of chips. Gel.Lewin, your odds of winning are 1.6.5. Hardly anyone believes you will win. Therefore, after deducting the casino fees, the prize is 34,400. This figure vastly exceeded my expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, I continued to play the role of the extravagant rube, shouting and exulting over my good fortune. I gifted 2 black chips, worth 1,000 melon coins each from the table to Mia and Teeny as their reward for their efforts. To my surprise, my little cat was so exhilarated. This rogue, now leveled up to 23, was more exuberant than I, bouncing around, rolling on the ground, and emitting peculiar sounds, even making me worry about his mental state. Mia was also quite pleased with the generous reward, but the little red cat endeavored to maintain an air of modesty and dignity. Fantastic, my treat. Order whatever you desire. I led my assistants toward the bar. But I suddenly halted, for I noticed someone observing me from high in the audience. A human girl. Here, in the Melon Pirate Station, an unfathomable distance from Earth, with black hair, an oval face, and large eyes, she resembled a character from a comic. Her blue spacesuit reminded me of the lightweight one I wore aboard the Shemaya. Valerie, human, Talaka Guild, level 96 Beast Tamer. Truly a human from the Talaka Guild? That name rings a bell. I recalled Yulintal mentioning that a Talaka girl had flown with them aboard the Shamir for a while. Could it be her? I forgot what I intended to do and immediately dashed toward the audience, only to be confronted by a burly blonde man blocking my path. Danny, human, Jildiga Guild, level 88 bodyguard. Another human? I had thought I was the only human in the entire space station. When did so many arrive? Danny shoved my chest roughly, uttering a phrase I could not comprehend in an angry tone. Seeing my bewildered expression, he repeated it in Czech. However, his Czech was very awkward, almost unintelligible. Stranger, don't linger here. Was he warning me to stay away from that girl? Perhaps so. Valerie glanced at us from afar, then indifferently averted her gaze to look elsewhere. How could this be? They see a human from Earth for the first time yet are entirely unwilling to engage with their own kind. I attempted to convey my goodwill to this bodyguard in Czech, telling him I merely wished to meet someone from a foreign place. I began to speak. Danny drew a handgun and aimed it at my chest. Silence. Then walk away, or bang. Death. A dull ache spread across my chest, and danger perception confirmed Danny was not bluffing. I was forced to take a few steps back, just as Mia approached with a bubbling drink. Trying to discern what had transpired, I could not clarify it myself, and the aggressive bodyguard refused to converse with the Melon translator. At that moment, someone behind me nudged my knee. I turned to see a Trillier leaning before me. I was somewhat surprised to recognize him as the 144-level Trillier merchant I had encountered in the elevator. The merchant emitted a series of chirping and buzzing sounds. After a brief moment of contemplation, my translator informed me that the Triran wished to engage me in a game of Natu. Given the already tumultuous nature of communication with humans, I nodded in agreement. The merchant adeptly scuttled over to an empty table in the gambling hall using his 6 appendages. As I descended the stairs, I pondered whether my portrayal of a rustic simpleton had been too convincing, which might explain the reluctance of those 2 peculiar humans to converse with me. Well, if I was to be a country bumpkin, so be it. The immediate concern was to determine the stakes of the game. Having made quite an impression earlier, I was certain that more eyes were now upon us. And there were undoubtedly those who had noticed my alliance with Teeny, making the use of remote control devices for cheating exceedingly perilous. Gel Luchin. I recognized this Triran. Teeny whispered to me. I've seen him here on several occasions. His skills are average at best. He rarely plays himself, usually opting to wager from the VIP boxes on the top floor, sipping a stimulant drink that is banned in their society. This was the return on my performance. A mediocre player eager to easily triumph over another equally inept novice. Well, let me surprise him. I had long since mastered the fundamental strategies and mechanics of Natu, and with an intelligence of 23 and luck of 3, I certainly had a fighting chance. I tossed down chips worth 25,000 melon coins as my wager. The merchant appeared unfazed by this amount, but was instead surprised that I did not bet all my money. The staff approached to activate the soundproof barrier, and the game commenced. This round evolved into a tug-of-war between 2 evenly matched opponents, lasting an entire hour and a half. However, I did not find it tedious. My focus was razor-sharp. Several times, my defenses were breached, yet my adversary could only repel my fleet's assaults through sheer happenstance. Ultimately, just before my base was on the brink of destruction, I seized the opportunity with my remaining warships to capture his main base. Throughout the match, I refrained from cheating, and this hard-won victory exhilarated me. Reputation increased to 42. Authority rose to 8. Gel. Vish let out a terrifying roar, raising a third of his torso and pointing a sharp claw at my neck. Was he threatening me? Or was he merely scolding me? I was uncertain how to respond. Should I reach for my weapon, flee, or call for casino security? Fortunately, my translator arrived just in time to dispel the misunderstanding. She explained that this esteemed merchant was quite pleased with the game and was thus extending a gesture of goodwill towards me. Extending his claw signified peace and trust, and if I wished to reciprocate, I should touch his claw with an unprotected part of my body. Cosmic linguistics skill leveled up to 60. I bowed to this respected Triran and gently touched my neck to his claw. Accepting his friendship, this Triran merchant, well acquainted with the ways of the pirate station, summoned his bodyguards and offered to escort me to my ship or another safe location. I believed I had achieved my objective. Albeit with some deviation from my initial expectations, however, gaining the friendship of a Triran, leaving the perilous Meduro 4, and then devising a way to return home seemed a commendable choice. Before I had the chance to gather my chips from the table, a squad of casino security approached, pushing aside the merchant and his two bodyguards. My crocodilian friend offered no complaints or resistance, instead retreating obediently to the audience area. Teeny also departed, without so much as a word to inform me of what had transpired. A diminutive Melanian, without seeking consent, sat opposite me. His attire was unlike any Melanian I had encountered. He wore a hooded white robe and gloves, with only his eyes exposed. I gazed into his emerald green eyes with narrow pupils. Unable to operate. Your character lacks the illusion skill. Would you like to learn the illusion skill? I refrained from making a hasty decision, quickly averting my gaze. Merely meeting his eyes for a second consumed 1/10 of my magic points. What did he intend? The owner of the casino, the leader of the Nympha Guild, wishes to play a game with you, Mia informed me, her tail swaying with evident anxiety. I could not see the other party's information. Yet surprisingly, my translator seemed to know who he was, despite no one having spoken a word throughout the encounter. What if I do not wish to play with him? I inquired of my translator. The response did not come from Mia, but rather from the individual in the white robe. I would be exceedingly angered. You would not leave alive, and the chips you obtained through cheating would be nullified. Do you truly believe that electromagnetic signals go unrecorded here? This was a blatant threat, yet I felt no urgency to admit to any wrongdoing, nor was I afraid. Esteemed leader of the Nympha Guild, I assure you that every die I cast was done so honestly. You cannot deny this fact, and no need for excuses, the leader reproached. We all know that fraud has occurred. Let us not argue over this point. I realized that communication alone would not suffice. This match was inevitable, and I could only attempt to negotiate some advantageous conditions. Very well, I am aware of the consequences of refusing to participate, but what are the stakes? Quite simply, you will wager all your chips in a single round. Regardless of the outcome, you and your companion may leave unscathed. Should you win, I will exchange your chips and guarantee your safety during your time on Meduro 4. Furthermore, I have heard that you are peddling platinum. I can find a captain interested in this deal for you. This truly was a challenge. If I lost, I would forfeit all my money and could only rely on the uncertain platinum deal to entice a free captain to return me to my home planet. Should I win, I could acquire a substantial sum of melon coins while simultaneously fulfilling the guild's platinum sales task and my plans for returning home. However, my opponent was a seasoned professional in the gambling industry. How could I possibly triumph over him? Chapter 74. Illusion. The stifling heat and anxiety within the gambling hall left my throat parched. I requested a brief respite of 2 or 3 minutes to procure a drink from the bar. The casino owner instructed me, tell the server that I am treating, and also have them bring me an identical drink. The Melonian's gesture surprised me, yet I did not dwell on it. My request for a break was not solely for refreshment. I needed to devise a strategy in a short span of time. Cheating was undoubtedly out of the question, and I had little chance in a fair game against him. Thus, I needed to do something unexpected, perhaps even discern my opponent's thoughts and intervene in some manner. It was time to learn the illusion skill. I opened the skill description. Illusion, read and control the thoughts of nearby intelligent beings. Attribute requirements. Intelligence 22, Agility 15, Perception 15. Note: illusion consumes magic points. Mysticism can enhance maximum magic points and recovery speed, while mental power can improve attack effectiveness and resistance. Note: the success rate of illusion attacks depends on skill level and the intelligence attribute difference between both parties. Everything seemed exceedingly complex. To become a competent illusionist, I would need to learn at least 3 complementary skills. However, this was not what I needed to focus on now. My career path was not to become an illusionist like Monlamer, so there was no need to invest in all 3 skills here. Thus, I opted for the one that was urgently required. I acquired level 1 illusion skill. Next, I allocated all 6 unassigned skill points to illusion, upgrading it to level 7. What further preparations could I make? While the bartender concocted the drink, I instinctively activated the scan skill. Let us see what I might discover. It was only when I maximized the minimap that I noticed an intriguing detail. This guild leader was female? Could characters in this game reproduce? I observed a pronounced abdomen beneath her flowing robe, and to my astonishment, there appeared to be 2 embryos within. Scan skill leveled up to 44. Cartography skill leveled up to 47. Level increased to 51. Gained 3 freely assignable skill points. Timely indeed. I continued to allocate these 3 skill points to illusion, raising it to level 10. My maximum magic points also increased from 172 to 175. A modest improvement. I returned to the gambling table holding 2 identical conical glass bottles filled with a bright orange liquid bubbling with effervescence. I allowed my opponent to choose a glass first before retaining the remaining one for myself. The drink exuded the aroma of valerian and mugwort, sweet and cloying, best savored in small sips. However, its restorative effects rivaled those of the spicy vegetable soup of the Gycans, and soon my magic points were replenished. I must remember to bring some back for our chemist to analyze its composition. I glanced at the audience area. The human girl named Valerie still occupied her original seat, gazing intently at me. Upon realizing I was looking at her, she immediately diverted her gaze. I turned to my opponent and said, "I am ready." The guild leader in the white robe dismissed the others and activated the soundproof barrier above the table. I instructed the barrier to adjust to a 2-way opaque setting, preventing my opponent from peering into my gameplay style. She lightly touched the table, activating the game board, and said to me, "You may go first." "No, I insist you go first. Our culture mandates that ladies precede, especially a pregnant lady." My opponent stared at me, momentarily taken aback, yet I did not rush to discern her thoughts. The game had yet to commence. "Is that the skill of a surveyor?" She speculated. I candidly acknowledged this. Indeed, a heightened attribute of perception is necessary, and if there were an analyzer, one could even ascertain the gender of the child. Thank the great goddess. Fortunately, such a device does not exist. I in the faith of the Myron people, preemptively knowing the gender of a child is deemed inauspicious. The competition commenced with fervor. I was determined not to err in such a critical match. Every move was contemplated with utmost care. Yet, my opponent seemed hardly to regard the state of the board, possessing an intimate knowledge of the opening strategy, swiftly moving pieces in each round. I pondered why someone of your stature would personally engage in a match with me. There are myriad ways to seize my winnings. Furthermore, I must apologize for my candor. Your eyes are exquisite. They sparkle like precious green emeralds. My opponent, taken aback, raised her green eyes to meet mine, and it was the moment. My judgment faltered. She was indeed a novice. I could swiftly conclude the game, allowing my flagship to advance unimpeded, oblivious to the threat posed by that pirate base. Operation terminated, mana depleted. How swift! The implantation of thoughts consumes an immense amount of mana, especially when facing such a formidable opponent. The Myron before me appeared somewhat bewildered, and I prayed she would make an erroneous decision in her confusion. Illusion skill leveled up to 11. Illusion skill leveled up to 12. Illusion skill leveled up to 13. The depletion of mana left me feeling momentarily fatigued, yet I strove to maintain my composure. "Thank you for your compliment. Indeed, I could send a subordinate to deal with you. However, your performance has piqued my curiosity." Suddenly, my opponent's hand, reaching for a piece, shifted direction, seizing the flagship and positioning it at the forefront. This absurd maneuver astonished even her, as I observed her pupils dilate in surprise. I feigned contemplation, as if pondering the deeper meaning behind her move, yet ultimately chose to activate the pirate base, destroying her flagship. The subsequent portion was considerably easier. Losing a flagship is akin to losing a queen in traditional chess. Nevertheless, I remained vigilant, endeavoring to prolong each round, utilizing beverages to replenish my mana, and anticipating several of my opponent's strategies. At long last, after 30 minutes, my opponent conceded. I requested she refrain from opening the soundproof field. Then stated, "Esteemed leader of the Nympha Guild, please forgive my impertinence. I cannot accept this victory. You made a glaring error, one not of your own volition. Thus, I propose we play again at a more opportune time." Luchin, please answer truthfully. I assure you I will not be angered. Was my manipulation of the flagship during that move a form of cheating? I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to confide in her. Yes, it was cheating, through psychological suggestion during our eye contact. My opponent exhaled, visibly calming, as it seemed she had been perplexed by her own grievous mistake until now. This was a trick favored by the Millefate mages, and she had not anticipated that a human survey expert could accomplish the same. Luchin, Would you be interested in joining my guild? I would offer you a position that is both lucrative and prestigious, albeit not always lawful, but I believe someone of your caliber would find it highly appealing. I smiled in gratitude for her profound trust in my abilities, yet politely declined. I assured her that even without joining her guild, I would be willing to collaborate with them as an external partner. Very well, Jar Luchin. I shall not press the matter further. I will now exchange all your chips for Myron currency. Once the soundproof field is lifted, everyone will witness me taking the chips, ensuring no one will harbor ill intentions toward you. Moreover, as we agreed, I will assist you in contacting a captain regarding your platinum business. Chapter 75. The experience of the Samia. 2 security personnel from the casino escorted me back to the small yet secure confines of my hotel room. As I drew the metallic curtains to isolate myself from the outside world, I recalled that the housewarming banquet I had arranged had commenced quite some time ago. Thus, I promptly accessed the menu and activated the option to exit the game. Would you like to view the game statistics? No, I currently hold no interest in the game statistics, so I bypassed that option. Let me return to the real world quickly. To my delight, upon opening the capsule, I found my friends awaiting me. Beside the capsule stood Li Ming and Kang Qijing, along with Liang Xiao, who had been out of touch for quite a while. Luchin, you are 50 minutes late. Li Ming scolded me as she helped me disembark from the capsule. We have already set up your room, and the guests have arrived, yet you have not returned. I apologize. Had you known what I endured in the game, you would not fault me. I carefully shifted my weight to my right foot, joyfully discovering that the pain had entirely dissipated, and thus I declined the crutch offered by the girl, hastening downstairs with them. First, tell me your news, I eagerly inquired of Liang Xiao. What is the situation with the Samia? Where did you go? Liang Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, stating he too was unaware of their current whereabouts. He did not understand Geik, could not comprehend the communication among the ship's crew, nor could he decipher the text on the screens. Yet, where we were now mattered little. What was significant was our ordeal. We were attacked by space pirates. Upon entering the game, I was met with a deafening alarm, and everyone aboard the ship donned spacesuits. Fully armed, I dashed to the captain's quarters, where Urazthu was hysterically shouting incomprehensible phrases. Gesturing at the monitor displaying 3 glowing orange points behind us, even insisting I take the pilot's seat. This was only my 4th day aboard the ship, and the captain was entrusting me with its navigation. What happened next? Li Ming asked, intrigued by his tale. At that moment, I sat before the control panel, striving to compose myself and recall what I had previously learned. However, I was too excited. I had forgotten a significant portion of what Luchin had translated. I merely kept adjusting the course, increasing the engine power, and modifying the monitor's perspective, just as I had done in the guild, yet the operation felt even simpler. The design of the Geik spacecraft was exceptionally rational. All the levers and buttons were entirely ergonomic. To be precise, they were tailored to Geik ergonomics. I corrected my friend. Yet Liang Xiao remarked that there was little difference, as we all had 2 arms and 2 legs. Aside from the seat being somewhat larger, gaining confidence, I pushed the ship's speed to maximum. My friend's voice brimmed with pride. Of course, the Samia was merely a cargo ship, so the Myron interceptors soon closed in on us, compelling me to steer toward the nearest planet, a gas giant with a brown atmosphere reminiscent of Saturn. I attempted to utilize the storms there to evade our pursuers, and the captain had no choice but to order the jettisoning of the external automated factory. However, the situation did not improve significantly. We could see nothing, and the ship was on the verge of disintegrating. You must have gained quite a few skill levels. I interjected that, of course, particularly in piloting and maneuvering, those skills leveled up rapidly, with information constantly flashing before my eyes. Yet it was of no avail. The performance of the pirate ships was exceptional, and we could not escape. Thus, I altered my tactics, plunging into the planet's icy dust rings. Spiraling within for half an hour, even with the gravity compensators, the crew was flung against the walls. At that moment, the ship experienced an overload of 7 gravities. Under such conditions, my agility and constitution each increased by 1 point, raising my level to 48. We even managed to cause a pirate ship to collide with an asteroid, though regrettably, it was not destroyed, merely severely damaged, and I glimpsed its wreckage on the monitor. However, soon after, the Samia was struck by an electronic weapon, and the engines shut down automatically, and then, I saw him involuntarily touch the right side of his body, as if inspecting his injuries, clearly reluctant to recount what transpired next. After a moment, Liang Xiao mustered the courage to continue. That was my first encounter with the Myron. They stood only to my shoulder, resembling leopards, strong and agile, yet exceedingly ferocious. They boarded the ship and immediately gunned down Urazthu and 4 resisting gate crew members. They interrogated me for an extended period, yet I could comprehend nothing. I was beaten severely. My right rib was fractured, my collarbone broken, and my right eye grievously injured. It was truly a miracle I did not perish. Though I should recover, otherwise I would be left awaiting death and rebirth. You will heal, but you must see a doctor. There are no injuries in the game that cannot be treated, our friendly Ming assured him, revealing that she was a professional healer within the game. Liang Xiao nodded to her, continuing to recount the story of the pirate attack. The other crew members also endured a beating from the Myron. Each one thoroughly searched, and they utilized a device to scan us, likely inspecting our backpacks. They pried open the safe in the captain's quarters, rummaging through everything in the rooms. Your geological analyzer has also been taken, and a substantial portion of the items in Wileen's backpack has been stolen, yet they did not seize your Spear Falcon carbine. They saw it but chose to leave it behind. It is currently in my possession and I shall return it to you at our next meeting. Should we be fortunate enough to meet again? Liang Xiao then lowered his head in silence, clearly skeptical that we would ever cross paths again in the vastness of the universe. Upon reaching the park beneath the apartment building, the starship pilot had finished recounting his tale. After the pirates had stolen everything, they departed, and the old navigator took command of the ship. We traveled for an extensive duration, docking at a large space station, the location of which I could not discern, surrounded by formidable Gek vessels, including cruisers, attack ships, and even a colossal strategic ship. My linguistic abilities were limited. All I knew was that we awaited the resurrection of Captain Urazthu and the other crew members to return to the Shemaya. I managed to convey to them some details about your entrapment on Meduro 4. I suspect they understood, yet I remain uncertain whether the Gek would still be inclined to venture there. I learned a few Gek curses, having overheard numerous crew members vehemently cursing the captain for his decision to head to the pirate station. That encapsulates my experiences. How about you, Lushan? You must have fared even worse than I in that pirate den, right? I was at a loss for words, unsure whether to share my tales of collecting spoils, finding a transformable fox pet, trading in platinum, and gambling at the casino. These were hardly serious matters, especially in light of his harrowing account of the pirate hijacking and the execution of a third of the crew. In truth, I too faced numerous predicaments, yet I was uncertain if others in the guild would comprehend my perspective on these issues. Thus, I needed to reflect on what should be shared and what ought to remain unspoken. Fortunately, no one demanded an immediate response, and we had arrived. Chapter 76. The housewarming party. We ascended the stairs rather than taking the elevator, and upon reaching my room, I found the door ajar. With raucous music, the clinking of glasses, and lively conversations spilling forth. They had not waited for us. I had mentioned to them to commence only upon your return. Li Ming complained unhappily, urging me to enter swiftly. My arrival was met with cheers and applause, and as I smiled and acknowledged them, I surveyed the living room. The sofas and chairs had been moved to the dining table, which was laden with food, and items from the minibar had been removed, leaving half the room cleared for a dance floor, with the speakers relocated to a corner. However, what astonished me was not the rearrangement but the number of guests present. Diplomat Ifufeng sat on the sofa with a glass of champagne in hand, accompanied by the new trainer, Weina. Beside Weina sat the bookish girl Wang Xian, who was placing skewers of barbecue onto Lu Tai's plate. This was my first encounter with him in person, but I immediately recognized his robust physique and distinctly square build. I in another chair. The journalist Wang Yu miraculously coexisted peacefully with the leader of the Second Legion, Su Dixin. Upon my entrance, the journalist was whispering to her diminutive companion, while the usually stern Su Dixin was chuckling heartily. Judging by the relaxed demeanor of the two girls and the half-empty glasses in their hands, they seemed to have forgotten yesterday's quarrel and were unconcerned about a recurrence. Across the dining table, the hippie Chunghua had changed out of his old t-shirt and jeans, now donning a sharp suit. He shifted slightly to make room for Liang Xiao, Kong Qizheng, Li Ming, and myself to sit at the table. Now, I propose a toast to our gracious hosts, Lu Tai proclaimed loudly. I dare say no one has had as many violations during patrols at Aegean Beach as he has. I still cannot fathom how he was not abducted by centaurs when he crossed the border. Yet, all ended safely, which is what truly matters, Ho Lushan. We all raised our glasses, with only the athlete Kong Qijing opting for juice. Lu Tai continued, by the way, Lu Shan, the centaur Phalira has been looking for you. She wishes to speak with you privately. Perhaps it would be intriguing for you to visit Aegean Beach upon your return from space. Phalira has now become the oldest mare in their tribe. Thus she is considered the leader of our neighboring nation. Liang Shao attempted to interject, still uncertain if I could return from space. But I swiftly silenced his gloomy remark, assuring Lu Tai, I will certainly visit Aegean Beach to see this old friend upon my return. During the remainder of the banquet, I felt compelled to briefly recount the events that transpired at the Meduro Space Station. The locked hangar, the encounter with the Malron gladiators, the red kitten, acquiring the pass, apprehending the thief, the price of goods at the space station, the assassin slain by a phantasm, the pilgrims and the embodiment of the great goddess. An abandoned kitten, a peculiar human girl and her deranged companion, meeting a trier merchant, and the casino owner promising to provide a spacecraft to purchase platinum for the guild. I omitted many details. Not wishing to reveal my possession of Malron currency, the cheating at the casino, or my illusion abilities, yet they listened intently to my narrative. The first to comment was Wang Xian. I could not manage it. If I were left alone at a pirate station, I would surely be at a loss. It would be difficult for anyone else as well. If Yufeng remarked, he is a unique player, possessing both an adventurous spirit and the ability for clever calculations. Every time I meet with the Gek diplomat Dihe, he expresses interest in Lu Shan's developments and repeatedly praises his gameplay style. The party continued, and I exchanged a few words with all the guests. The journalist recorded my new adventure story with a voice recorder, requesting permission to publish a brief excerpt in the game tomorrow, promising that it would enhance my reputation and authority. Chen Gua soon became inebriated, slurring his thanks for the invitation to the party, then apologizing for having to leave early. I attempted to persuade him to stay, but he confided that he had not slept in a long while and was utterly fatigued. He had been working day and night in Prometheus's laboratory alongside many engineers and mechanics from the guild, almost entirely immersed in the game. We are developing a winning weapon. It is a closely guarded secret. He divulged mysteriously. I escorted Chen Gua to the corridor, where Su Dixin approached me with 2 glasses of wine in hand, offering me one while closing the apartment door. I do not wish for others to overhear. I apologize for my behavior yesterday. I was unaware of what had come over me. I must take my leave as well. I apologize once more. Although I would love to play until dawn. The fortress construction in Man Yuan and Nan has encountered difficulties, and I must be present on site. Best of luck to you, Lu Shan. The girl clinked her glass against mine, then downed her drink in one go. She instructed me to lean slightly forward and close my eyes. I felt this stern paladin delicately place her hands upon my shoulders, gently pecking my cheek with her wine-scented lips. When I opened my eyes, Su Dixin had already stepped back, casting her gaze to the floor. Do not look into my eyes. Well then, I must take my leave. I look forward to seeing you at my birthday party. Upon my return, the living room was filled with the slow strains of a waltz. The new trainer Wayna invited me to dance, adorned in a dress with a low neckline that made her look utterly enchanting. Her movements were graceful, clearly the result of dedicated practice, while I felt like an awkward fool in comparison. Yi Hongqiao declined to attend the party, stating that Prometheus had pressing matters to attend to. My dance partner whispered to me, yet I sensed he had little desire to be there, as he did not seem fond of you. It took me a few seconds to realize who Wayna was referring to. Yi Hongqiao was the student who had entered the dome with me. Li Meng had mentioned that he had had conflicts with other engineers. I had nearly forgotten about the fellow since we had parted ways after the first day in the game. But what connection did Wayna have with Yi Hongqiao? Why did she suddenly bring him up? I inquired with a smile. He is pursuing me, even proposing marriage. My dance partner laughed, as he stood before me in a respectable suit, holding a bouquet of flowers from an unknown source, yet he could not utter a single word. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, managing only a few incoherent phrases. However, his intellect was reputedly sharp. It was said that the guild leaders held high hopes for him, wishing for him to complete the test and assemble equipment 331 within the remaining 6 days. I had never heard of this equipment 331, nor understood why it was a matter of 6 days. Yet, Chen Gua had just mentioned that Prometheus was working tirelessly on developing a winning weapon. The music had long since ceased, and others had vacated the dance floor, leaving only my partner and me engaged in our peculiar conversation. If Yufeng interrupted us, approaching with a bottle of brandy and 2 glasses in hand, gesturing toward 2 chairs in the corner of the living room. "We need to talk. There are some important matters to discuss." Chapter 77, Defensive Strategy. As soon as we were seated, I inquired of the diplomat pouring the brandy about the 6 days they had mentioned. If Yifeng's smile faded, and he replied with utmost seriousness, "In 6 days, our ceasefire agreement with the Dark Guild will expire." During the ceasefire, the Gek monitored the situation and refrained from taking action. But a new wave of offensives is evidently unavoidable. We have received intelligence that the enemy is ramping up training, rapidly enhancing the skills and combat readiness of their soldiers. The last time we managed to hold our ground, it was primarily due to the extensive combat experience and personal skills possessed by the soldiers of the 1st Legion. Our warriors were capable of standing against 5 of the enemy. However, their numbers are 3-fold compared to ours, and their technology is superior. If we could mitigate the advantage in quality, has the situation truly deteriorated to such an extent? Just as I set down my empty glass, the diplomat refilled it for me. "I have heard that we are also preparing. The Prometheus Laboratory is developing a new weapon known as 331 equipment." Upon hearing this, Yifeng retrieved an electronic notebook from the inner pocket of his coat, opened a file, and scrolled through it. 331. So the source of the leak is Yi Hongqiao. Ding Jifu should have a word with this engineer and instruct him on how to strictly adhere to the confidentiality protocols of our organization. Yifeng jotted down a note and returned to the topic of our conversation. "We are, of course, exerting every effort. The resources of the Guild are entirely directed towards defensive operations. We have established a 24-hour monitoring system at all our bases. And if necessary, personnel and equipment can be rapidly redeployed. I am confident in our ability to repel the incursions of the Dark Guild. Yet, on the other hand, these efforts have drained our resources excessively, causing our development to stagnate, whether in industrial production or the enhancement of outpost levels. Solely relying on defense will not secure victory in this war." At that moment, music filled the living room. A lively modern dance tune. The diplomat glanced around and then lowered his voice. "With your current position, you can access more information. Indeed, numerous operations are concurrently underway at Prometheus. However, Du Lanjing is primarily pinning hopes on thermobaric munitions. We experimented with this weapon against the bloodthirsty creatures in the Fog Forest Caves. Yes, I have heard of those caves. I was originally meant to explore them as a survey expert, but then my assignment was abruptly changed, and I proceeded to the spaceport with the convoy, thus commencing my legendary journey in space. In the future, we will have infantry equipped with flamethrowers, and even heavy flamethrowers like the M202 and TOS-1A. We are now capable of producing thermobaric munitions, albeit their design is rather cumbersome and oversized, leading to logistical challenges. Currently, they can only be buried underground in the form of landmines, activated by radio signals, with the flammable mixture capable of annihilating all life within a 200-meter radius. Furthermore, do not laugh just yet. We have installed a catapult on Jungle 1 that can launch these thermobaric munitions up to 500 or 600 meters away. I did not laugh. Regardless of how rudimentary, 500 meters is certainly preferable to immobile landmines. Yet that is not where my confusion lies. I interrupted him, as he had a penchant for lengthy discourse. Using thermobaric munitions as landmines? Even if we do not disclose the deployment of the minefields, our soldiers are not under the control of illusionists. This tactic could only be effective once, correct? The revived enemies would soon report the locations of these traps. The diplomat filled my glass with brandy once more, and I informed him that this would be my last drink, as my head was beginning to thrum. A prudent decision. After all, you have an entire evening ahead of you. The diplomat remarked with a mysterious smile, then returned to the matter at hand. This is merely a temporary measure. We plan to utilize this high-damage weapon to maintain our fragile defenses, and then what? I nearly choked on my drink, struggling to articulate a concise response. As I coughed, Yifeng resumed his lengthy exposition. We possess significant developmental potential. The fortification of Man Yu and Nan is nearing completion, at which point we will increase our membership by 87, substantially alleviating our manpower issues. However, the situation is not without its complications. Oil production in the Eastern Marsh has yet to recover, and we are currently facing fuel shortages and other challenges. Moreover, the Dark Guild is preparing to expand into Beiganshanghua. I anticipate that the enemy will soon establish a base there, and what is more infuriating is our inability to prevent it. I reflected on the map. If Beiganshanghua were to fall into enemy hands, the situation would worsen severely. The Dark Guild need not occupy Bagan Shangua entirely. Controlling Habi Cliff would suffice to obstruct access to the spaceport, thereby cutting off our trade with the Gycans. Indeed, the coastline. The recognition of this fact attests to your strategic insight. The diplomat praised me. Habi Cliff is a pivotal location, and it is certain to witness fierce contention in the future. Should we secure it, the Dark Guild would find themselves in dire straits, as it would also sever their route to the spaceport. They lack a seaport, complicating their situation further. They would be forced to circumvent 4 NPC strongholds teeming with peril, or negotiate with us for passage rights. The prospects are enticing, yet I do not believe we possess an advantage over the Dark Guild in the race for Habi Cliff. Just moments ago, Su Dixin and Yifeng both mentioned the considerable difficulties in constructing the base at Man Yuan. Resources are being diverted for military preparations, and oil production has not yet resumed. Furthermore, occupying a stronghold requires not only the fortification itself, but also the construction of roads, defensive structures, and numerous other necessities. The Dark Guild will undoubtedly commence the construction of their fortress in Bagan Shangua immediately. They face no resource shortages, and their numbers are ample. I have a premonition that the enemy will occupy Bagan Shangua even more swiftly than we can establish our presence in Man Yuan, after which they will swiftly expand toward Habi Cliff. Were it not for the state of ceasefire, we could destroy the fortress during its construction phase when it is most vulnerable. We experienced this ourselves when the Centaurs raised us during the construction of La Slope. Even NPCs are capable of such feats. Speaking of NPCs, I pondered for a moment before inquiring, how much does a thermobaric munition weigh? It varies, ranging from 200 kilograms to 800 kilograms. Why the sudden inquiry? We could enlist the hobbits to hurl thermobaric munitions from the air onto the fortifications the enemy is constructing, ideally launching several at once. We could even have them initiate construction a few days in advance, thus depleting the enemy's resources and slowing their progress. And none of this would implicate us, as it would all occur at a neutral site, purely the actions of NPCs. Yifeng remained silent for quite some time before exclaiming excitedly, "Luchin, this just might work. Hobbits are quite strong. 2 or 3 could easily lift a thermobaric canister. And they need not fly far. Bagan Shangua is merely 4 kilometers away. However, remuneration may pose an issue. If their demands are too high, we do not possess an abundance of crystals to offer. Why should we pay them in crystals? I am confident they would agree to a trade for food. I once exchanged 3 strips of jerky for a laser Jiuan, as long as sufficient food is provided. They would certainly be willing to undertake this task. However, we must guard against these cunning beings tossing thermobaric munitions onto our base currently under construction in Man Yuan. It is entirely within the realm of possibility for these hobbits to commit such an act. Indeed, this aligns with their nature, the diplomat concurred. They harbor disdain for all humans and may engage in mischief. Therefore, we could utilize remote detonators. Should they deviate from their course, the detonator would activate, making them aware of the consequences of violating the agreement. Since we can negotiate with the duplicitous hobbits, why not approach another neighbor for dialogue? I suggested that the diplomat engage the ancient Centaur Guild to explore the possibility of securing their assistance in terms of resources and security. We could offer them compensation in return.